Chapter 361 Secret War. At night, the winter capital was snowing again, and people who were going home from work hurriedly walked on both sides of the road. The steam rail buses had stopped running, and only a few cars that only rich people could afford drove in the middle of the road. Because of the snow, the cars drove very slowly. Suddenly, a sudden brake sounded throughout the street, and then a car was seen sliding on the compacted snow and crashing into the rear of the car in front. Damn it! The driver couldn't help cursing. The car in front was parked in the middle of the road without turning on any lights, and the snow piled on the car was not cleaned. By the time he saw it, it was too late. The angry driver came out of the driver's seat. He first looked at the extent of the damage to his car, and then went to argue with the car in front. But he soon noticed that something was wrong. It was not one car blocking his front, but a row of cars. All the cars were buried under a pile of snow, as if they had been parked here for a long time. The driver looked around, and the people on both sides of the road were also very confused. It seemed that there were no cars buried under the snow in the middle of the road just now. A Dongdu sheriff discovered the situation here and rushed over. When he knew that something strange had happened, he immediately drew the sword at his waist. Everyone stepped back. The sheriff loudly ordered the growing crowd, but curiosity made the onlookers only take a small step back. The helpless sheriff could only ignore them and approach the vehicle carefully. He reached out and wiped the snow on the car, and then found that the car had been deformed by the heavy object. He continued to touch inside, and soon touched something soft like cloth. Experience made the sheriff realize what he touched. He pulled hard and a limp body was dragged out of the snow. The appearance of the body aroused the curiosity of the onlookers. They did not dare to get too close, and they all stretched their heads to see who died on the street on this winter night. The sheriff searched in the clothes of the dead, and a metal plate rolled out. Ice Cave Agent Badge. The sheriff quickly grabbed the badge, but it was too late. Someone shouted, "Ice Cave Agent. The dead one is Ice Cave Agent." And then the same word spread quickly among the crowd, and panic spread. If these cars are all from Ice Cave, it means they were ambushed here. I don't know how many bodies of Ice Cave agents are buried under these piles of snow. And who dares to provoke Ice Cave in winter? The crowd who were still watching the excitement ran away in a blink of an eye. And even the car that was hit ran away quickly after the driver turned around quickly. The only people left at the crime scene were the sheriff and the body dug out under his feet, and a row of cars covered by snow like graves. The next day, Luke went to work according to the normal schedule. However, without Mina to make breakfast, he could only fill his stomach in a roadside shop. There were many more sheriffs and plainclothes Ice Cave agents in the winter city in the morning. They patrolled at intersections and rail bus stations, and anyone with suspicious behavior would be questioned by them. Luke's Harrod heavy industry work permit brought him some convenience, and the sheriffs and Ice Cave agents he met did not bother him. He arrived at the company smoothly, and then went to find Mrs. Yolanda to pick up the steam pipes that needed to be inspected today. This time, Mrs. Yolanda kept him. "Please sit down, Engineer Luke. Due to some sudden events, I need to ask you some necessary questions. Please don't be nervous. Just a few simple questions." Luke sat down opposite Mrs. Yolanda's desk, and the office assistant brought him a cup of hot coffee. "Just came in from outside. It's so comfortable to have a cup of hot coffee to warm my hands," Luke said easily. "Excuse me, Mrs. Yolanda. Harry is missing. He should have reported to the military camp last night, but he didn't go. The military sent people to look for him, and his house was empty. Now Harry is wanted for evading military service. The security department said this morning that Norton did not come to work either, and he and his family disappeared, including the snowman A. Mao. During this period, it has been the Norton team that has been protecting your safety. Have you noticed any abnormal behavior or words from the two of them?" Luke shrugged. "No. I haven't worked with them for a long time. I only know that Norton is a very cautious person and Harry is not good at communication. They are very responsible when protecting me. Without them, I am afraid I would not adapt to the new working environment so quickly. Is Rebecca okay?" Mrs. Yolanda also doesn't think that a steam engineer who has just come to work in the company can understand any inside information. These low-level security guards will not tell secrets to unfamiliar superiors casually. Rebecca is here, but she was taken away by the agents of the Ice Cave. Yolanda didn't care about Rebecca. She reminded Luke, something happened in the underground mining area that made those emotionless guys very sensitive. They actually thought Norton and Harry joined the underground resistance. There was an attack on the ice cave last night, and many agents died. It seems that there was a senior commander among them. This completely annoyed them. They are arresting people everywhere, which has seriously affected the normal operation of the company. Now the company is negotiating with the ice cave. If the ice cave finds you, try to cooperate with them. They are now a group of mad dogs. Luke didn't expect Rebecca to be taken away by the ice cave. It seems that Chi Kong really hurt them last night. Mrs. Yolanda, Norton and Harry are missing, and Rebecca was taken away by the ice cave. How can I do my job? Take a day off first. The security department of the entire company has been disabled by the ice cave, and we can't arrange a team to protect you. Don't worry. This situation won't last long, unless the ice cave doesn't want the company to produce supplies for the army on the front line. It seems that I can only take a day off. This is the worst news this morning. Luke complained about not being able to work, and asked again, I'm going to the underground steam city to watch the motorcycle race. Madam, the underground resistance you just mentioned, will they threaten my safety? Mrs. Yolanda said, it's just a nice name given to themselves by a small group of miners. They are now being chased underground like rats. I believe they will be eliminated soon. Be Loki in the underground steam city, and show your identity when necessary. All parties will give Herod Heavy Industry a certain respect. I wish you a good time. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of work to do here. You have a lot of work because you have a high status. Luke's little flattery made Mrs. Yolanda laugh happily. Let's go, before I remember to arrange a new job for you. Luke said goodbye to Mrs. Yolanda and left the company. He lowered the brim of his hat and followed the pedestrians, carefully observing the position of the sheriff and the ice cave agent on the road. When no one was paying attention, he quickly went into a secluded alley. He took off his glasses, took off his coat, and threw them into his private space along with the briefcase in his hand. Then he took out a black windbreaker and put it on. Putting on the hood of the windbreaker, he waved his hand and brought a gust of wind to sweep away the snow on the ground, revealing a manhole cover under the snow. Luke pulled up the manhole cover, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and jumped in. After the manhole cover was closed, the wind covered the snow again, and wiped out Luke's footprints one by one. The sewers of the winter capital are connected to the ventilation pipes of the underground city, which is an important passage for many people and materials to enter the underground city abnormally, including intelligence activities that are even more hidden from the public. Luke arrived at the underground steam city and bought a copy of today's Winter City Daily at a roadside newsstand. He turned to the center column of the last page, which was full of recruitment advertisements. Using the text key of the Secret Service, Luke quickly deciphered the information left by the Secret Service's Winter City Intelligence Station. Throwing the newspaper into the trash can, Luke turned into a busy alley. There were some stalls selling groceries, and some snacks that smelled good but were made of unknown things. Luke walked into a machine repair shop and said to a repairman who was hammering on a steam engine, "Is the machine I delivered yesterday repaired?" The greasy-faced maintenance worker looked up at Luke, who was covering his face, and continued to hammer on the machine. "I don't think I've seen you before. When did you deliver the machine yesterday?" 3:59 in the afternoon. The maintenance worker looked up at Luke again. 3:59 in the afternoon. That should be afternoon. There are too many things to repair recently. I can't remember. Can you tell me what it is? Vincetti 3 steam engine. The fourth valve is leaking. What model? B98C76. The maintenance worker stood up and looked outside, then said to Luke, "That machine? It's not the fourth valve that's leaking. Come with me to have a look inside. It has been disassembled, and it is not convenient to take it out." "Okay," Luke agreed, stepped over the parts and tools on the floor, and followed the maintenance worker inside. The door closed, and the maintenance worker immediately saluted Luke. "I received a notice from headquarters that a senior agent is on a mission in Dongdu. I have been placing intelligence from the Empire in designated locations according to instructions." "Sir, you came here directly this time. Is there something important for us to do?" Luke did not show his appearance. He simply glanced at the slightly dirty maintenance room, and then said, "Last night, a group of agents died in the ice cave. What intelligence did you collect?" The maintenance worker immediately replied, "We have collected some. A total of 36 ice cave agents died last night, including a senior commander. And the killer did not leave any clues. The hunting process should be to set up secret techniques on the route that this agent team must pass. so that they are trapped in the space shield and then annihilated in one fell swoop. And on the day of the Winter Hunting Festival, the Ice Cave also lost an agent team. The specific situation is still being collected. Who did it? It's not us. The maintenance worker denied. The Winter Capital Intelligence Station does not have such a professional construction team. We initially suspected that it was the construction team led by you. But now it seems that it is not. Are there any other clues? The Ice Cave agent who died last night was responsible for investigating the rebels who rose up in the underground mines. There was also a man named Mr. Baiyi, who caused the chaos in the underground mines. Perhaps it was Mr. Baiyi who killed them. As a spy entrusted with an important task by the Empire and placed in an important position. Don't use so many suspicions and maybes. Your mission is to obtain accurate information. Ambiguous intelligence is equivalent to no intelligence. The maintenance worker immediately saluted and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. The Ice Cave agents are using all-round means to attack our intelligence network, causing a lot of intelligence to lag seriously. We must recover as soon as possible. Luke casually knocked on the Imperial spy and asked, do you have any intelligence on the rebels? Some. And it's accurate. The main leaders of the rebels came from the B-36 mine. And some came from the A-98 mine. The A-98 mine was suppressed by the Herod Heavy Industry Security Team. And many people died. And some people escaped. The source of this underground mine incident was the B-36 mine. But before the Herod Heavy Industry Security Team went there, several major planners had already run away. And it seemed that someone from the security team tipped them off. Now the people from the two mines have gathered together to form an underground rebel army. And the number should be less than 100. However, they are very familiar with the underground tunnels and have received sympathy from many people. So even if they alarm the Ice Cave, they have not been found yet. The tone of the maintenance worker obviously did not attach much importance to the rebels with less than 100 people. This number of people is not even a small gang in the underground Steam City. Luke needs this rebel army to cause trouble for the Ice Cave and take the blame for killing the Ice Cave agents. You underestimate this underground rebel army of less than 100 people. They will become a key link for the Empire to win this war. Ice Cave said that the underground rebels are supported and funded by the Imperial Secret Service. So let this slander become a fact. The maintenance worker didn't know why this lord from the Imperial capital valued the rebels of less than 100 people so much that he even risked exposing his identity to personally issue orders. But a professional Imperial spy shouldn't have doubts about the mission. Yes, Lord. I will send people to find them immediately, but their whereabouts are very secretive. And it may take some time to find them. Luke said, you don't have to look for them. I know where they are. You just need to prepare weapons and supplies to arm them. And train them to be warriors. Not moles that are chased around. I know what to do. Lord. One more thing. Are there any of our people inside the Ice Cave? Yes. Please tell me what needs to be done. Luke thought for a moment, made a decision and said, in the security department of Herod Heavy Industries, a woman named Rebecca was taken away by the Ice Cave. Let our insider find out what her current situation is. Yes, sir. The maintenance worker accepted the order and asked, sir, do you need us to eliminate her? First determine the situation. And then wait for my order. Understood. Sir. Chapter 362 World Tree Research Plan. After leaving the Secret Service's Dongdu Intelligence Station, Luke blended into the crowd and took a rail car to the outside of the city. At this time, Qi was drinking morning tea, reading a book, and tasting the Dongdu pastries that Jennifer was learning to make. The black cat was lying on the windowsill, enjoying the morning sunshine. Princess Dale stood aside and recited the spell she learned yesterday, and the magic ripples swayed around her as she recited. A knock on the door broke the atmosphere in the room. Jennifer walked over and opened the door. Professor Antoine was outside. Professor Qi, please forgive me for disturbing you so early. Lord Helkin, the chief of the Ice Cave, has something important to see you about. A team of Ice Cave agents was attacked last night. Qi put down the book and said, what does the attack on the Ice Cave agents have to do with me? I don't want to deal with people outside your college. Please refuse for me. Professor Antoine said in embarrassment. Professor Qi, the college is under great pressure. Please understand. Qi handed the book to Jennifer, asking her to supervise Dale to continue reciting the spell. Then stood up and walked towards Antoine. Then go and meet him. Is the person coming the chief of the Ice Cave? Antoine made way and led Qi forward along the corridor. It's Lord Clermont Helkin. He is now the chief of the ice cave. A big man that the college should take seriously. What happened? That, let Lord Herkin tell me. Antoine didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. So he changed the subject and said, Professor Qi-Kong, what do you think about the establishment of the World Tree Research Institute at our Winter Magic Steam Academy? Qi-Kong didn't rush to answer. The real reason why the Winter Magic Steam Academy invited her despite the pressure from the Accounting Union was for the World Tree. As an extraordinary creature that has existed since ancient times, the World Tree has created a huge ecosystem with its own individual power, opened up a rich oasis in the desert, and affected thousands of kilometers. It can be called the top creature without a doubt. The World Tree itself has great research value. The Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy has formulated many research plans, including but not limited to magic, alchemy, pharmaceuticals, biology, etc. Now we just need to wait for the Moonlight Queen to nod, and the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy can send a team to the Moonlight Royal Court. Antoine has mentioned the establishment of a research institute to Qi-Kong many times. About halfway through the journey, Qi-Kong said, the new World Tree has just been born, and I am afraid that inappropriate research will cause harm to it. Hearing Qi-Kong's tone loosen, Antoine immediately said, please rest assured, Professor Qi-Kong. All our research on the World Tree can be carried out under your supervision. We also have perfect regulations for protecting the World Tree, and all research has the highest safety standards. Please believe in the professionalism of our Winter Magic Steam Academy. We will definitely protect this unique World Tree. Of course I believe in you. During the exchange at the Winter Magic Steam Academy, I know that you are world-leading in many fields, and your attitude towards academics is as rigorous as this city. Antoine asked expectantly, does this mean you allow the Winter Magic Steam Academy to open a research institute in the Moonlight Royal Court? What can the Moonlight Royal Court get? Negotiating conditions means that half of the matter is done. And Antoine couldn't help but slow down. We can give the Moonlight Royal Court a fee every year. And we can also help the ancestral grassland improve ecology there. Qi-Kong smiled. You are very insincere. Raging Wave City has a 10 billion investment plan in the ancestral grassland, and it does not need to be repaid. How much money can you give? Hearing the 10 billion investment plan of Raging Wave City, Antoine's expression changed, and then smiled bitterly. How can Winter Magic Steam Academy compete with Raging Wave City in terms of financial strength? But we are very sincere. Professor, please tell me what you think we should do. Moonlight Royal Court is not short of money. Qi-Kong stopped, stood by the corridor and looked at the campus outside. If you have been to the ancestral grassland, you can deeply feel its separation from this world. The World Tree has been gone for too long, making it a place that cannot be cared for by civilization. This is not something that can be solved by simply investing money. I want to open a magic academy in the Moonlight Royal Court, so that the light of knowledge can illuminate that fertile land again. Antoine understood. We who work in the Moonlight Royal Court can serve as guest professors of the Moonlight Magic Academy. This is not enough. Qi-Kong looked at the students on campus with a gleam of imagination in his eyes. Winter City Magic Steam Academy introduces at least 100 outstanding students to teach at the Moonlight Magic Academy every year, and allows the Moonlight Royal Court to subsidize poor students from Ark County to study at Winter City Magic Steam Academy. We can introduce outstanding students to the Moonlight Royal Court. But what is the purpose of subsidizing poor students? Qi-Kong said, if you want to build the Moonlight Magic Academy, you must first start the basic education of the ancestral grassland. But the First People's grassland is very poor, and it is difficult to attract excellent teachers. The Moonlight Royal Court will sign an agreement with the sponsored students, and the students will go to the First People's grassland to serve as teachers for 5 years after graduation. Antoine thought about it, and felt that it would not be bad for the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy. Okay. The Moonlight Royal Court can sponsor poor students to enter the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy, but only for citizens of the Ark County Federation. Of course, I said before that only poor students from the Ark County Federation will be sponsored. Qi-Kong then proposed the second condition. All your research on the World Tree must be conducted under the supervision of the Moonlight Magic Academy, and the research results must be shared with the Moonlight Magic Academy. Antoine said in embarrassment, Professor Qi-Kong, our research results should belong to us, but the World Tree is not yours. Okay. Antoine knew that Qi-Kong would not make any concessions on this point. We can share the research results, but Moonlight Magic Academy needs the consent of Winter Magic Steam Academy to share again. I will definitely respect your efforts. Qi-Kong continued to state the conditions. If the World Tree is attacked, Winter Magic Steam Academy must unconditionally protect the World Tree. We in the Moonlight Royal Court will definitely protect the World Tree. There is no doubt about that. Qigong reminded, I am talking about Winter Magic Steam Academy. Antoine was stunned. Professor Qigong. This range is a bit large. And it is not up to you. Qigong said casually, take this condition to your internal meeting of the Academy for discussion. The World Tree used to be able to give but not ask for. So it was destroyed once. But this time I am here. Since you want to ask for what you want from the World Tree, you must consider whether you are willing to sacrifice for it. And whether what you get is worth the sacrifice. For Antoine, this is indeed a difficult problem that he cannot decide. I heard that the Moonlight Royal Court is pursuing responsibility and compensation from the 5 ancient civilizations for the destruction of the previous generation of the World Tree. This seems to be a bit overestimating one's own abilities. If the Moonlight Royal Court angered the 5 ancient civilizations, would the Winter City Magic Steam Academy be involved in the dispute in order to protect the World Tree? Professor Qigong. Can't the Moonlight Royal Court stop holding the 5 ancient civilizations accountable? No. Why? Because I am the Moonlight Queen who inherited the authority of the previous World Tree. Antoine couldn't help but stare at Qigong in a daze. Both of them seemed to have forgotten that Chief Hercules was waiting to meet Qigong. At this time, Hercules was anxiously waiting in the reception room. In order to entertain this sudden visitor, Antoine specially arranged more than a dozen mages in the reception room to prevent the Ice Cave Agent Chief from doing something embarrassing for the Winter City Magic Steam Academy. When will Professor Antoine bring Qigong? I've been waiting here for an hour. Hercules asked the wizard guarding the door loudly, with a scarred bald head and a fierce look of a natural villain. Please wait here patiently, Lord Hercules. No matter how Hercules asked, the wizard guarding the door only answered with this sentence. Not only because this was Antoine's order. The academic wizards didn't like the agents walking in the dark. How long do you have to wait? When Hercules wanted to rush out with his subordinates, Antoine and Qigong pushed the door and walked in. The killing intent instantly locked Qigong. Qigong ignored the sharp eyes and found a seat to sit down. Who is General Hercules? Ask quickly if you have any questions. My time is very precious. Professor Antoine stood between Hercules and Qigong. General, please take a seat. Please abide by our agreement and give Professor Qigong the safety and respect he deserves. I'm afraid someone didn't abide by the agreement. Hercules glared at Qigong, then sat back in his chair and asked Qigong, where were you from 8 to 9 last night? I was here. Qigong answered. Who can prove it? Professor Antoine said, I can prove it. From 7 to 9 last night. Professor Qigong instructed the students of the Academy's Mystic Department to observe the fluorescence changes of the moonstone at different positions on the moon, and collect and preserve the moonlight according to the changes to make mysterious props. During this period, I was away for only about 20 minutes. No, less than 20 minutes. And the students of the Department of Mystic Arts, who did the experiment together last night can prove it. I was away for less than 20 minutes. Hercules found that the time was a little inconsistent. Rushed to the crime scene from the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy. Set up the space shielding secret technique. Kill a team of Ice Cave agents. And then return to the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy. It is impossible to finish it in 20 minutes. Professor Qigong, can you tell me what you did during the 20 minutes you were away? Qigong replied, the exact time is 16 minutes. I went back to the room to get a set of materials needed for the experiment. Master Gary can prove it. Mage Gary was the mage who stood at the door to stop Hercules. He testified for Qigong. Yesterday I was responsible for protecting Professor Qigong's safety. Professor Qigong did go back to his room to get a note. I stayed outside the door until I accompanied Professor Qigong back to the secret arts class. Hercules didn't expect that not only did the time not match, but Qigong even had an alibi witness. Could it be that the person who attacked the Ice Cave agent last night wasn't Qigong? Professor Qigong, where were you on the day of the Winter Hunting Festival? Antoine rushed to answer. Professor Qigong was of course in the academy. Hercules looked at Qigong, waiting for her answer. Qigong smiled with a different meaning. Yes, I was in the academy on the Winter Hunting Festival. At that time, a student from the Department of Mystic Arts asked me about the mystic arts of mechanical transformation. I answered many questions for her, and also gave relevant demonstrations. This should be an unforgettable mystic class for her. Her name seems to be Irabim. A very cute girl. Professor Antoine, can you call Irabim here? She can testify for me. Antoine thought for a while, and said regretfully, Irabim's father dropped her out of school yesterday. They have to leave Dongdu due to work transfer. Chief Helkin, do you need me to find Irabim? Maybe she and her family have not left Dongdu yet. No need. Helkijin stared at Chi Kong with uncontrollable anger in his eyes. This was tantamount to admitting that she was the one who killed the Bartlett team on the day of the winter hunting festival. The tragedy in the factory seemed to reappear in front of him, with broken machinery and limbs that could not be put into human form. Now another elite team was slaughtered, and Helkijin's intuition told him that it was most likely Chi Kong who did it. But there was no evidence. Not even indirect evidence. Professor Chi Kong, it seems that this is a misunderstanding. Your identity makes us a little too sensitive. Helkijin slowed down his tone to make himself seem more friendly. Since it is a misunderstanding, I have nothing to do with it. Chi Kong stood up and said to Antoine, Professor Antoine, I have something to talk to you about the World Tree. Antoine stood up and saluted Helkijin. I'm sorry, General. I can't see you off. You can leave on your own. Chi Kong and Antoine left. And the mages also left, which made Helkijin so angry that veins appeared on his hands. Enoch was investigating the death of underground rebels, which at least proves that he found the place where they must die. Where did he find it? The subordinate behind him answered. Commander Enoch found out that the daughter of the rebel leader had been hired by a steam engineer of Herod Heavy Industries as a maid to take care of her daily life. Commander Enoch was ambushed right after he asked the steam engineer. We have inferred that the steam engineer should not have had time to arrange such a thorough ambush. The agents who were monitoring nearby did not find that he left his residence or contacted the outside world. Are the people monitoring the steam engineer still there? They are all Commander Enoch's men. After Enoch's death, they were reorganized into other teams, and did not continue to perform surveillance tasks. General, do you need to question the steam engineer again? Helkijin thought for a while, and said, Enoch did not arrest anyone. Which means, he did not ask anything. Send someone to continue monitoring. Yes, General. Chapter 363 The Resistance. Luke knew very well that killing the Ice Cave agent, who was investigating him, would not free him from suspicion. It was just that Enoch was a big trouble. That guy had a nose as sensitive as a dog. And the facts proved that it was right to get rid of him. Now because of the death of a team of Ice Cave agents, the surveillance agents had to evacuate. And Luke needed to use this window of time to make some arrangements. I don't know when the follow-up surveillance will be arranged. Unfortunately, the preparations for the secret technique have only been completed halfway. Only by retaining a legal identity can we ensure that the ritual can be arranged quickly. Luke rode a summoned stone wolf and moved forward along the dark tunnel. Less than 10 meters ahead, a guide lamp floated, illuminating the way forward for him. The underground world has been developed by Dongdu for more than 100 years. And the tunnels in use and abandoned have turned it into a complex underground maze. It is full of traps and dangerous underground creatures. And even the people of the underground steam city dare not explore deeply. Mina's father led the rebels to hide in the maze of tunnels and escape the pursuit of the company's security team and the Ice Cave agents. Now Luke needs to find them. The spiritual ball transferred from Chi Kong revolves around Luke. It was given an execution order to automatically use mental attacks. So in this secluded and dark tunnel, there are occasional screams of some animals being attacked. Luke rode on the stone wolf, holding a compass made of green light in his hand. This was the tracking secret technique that Luke quietly released on Mina, so that he could find her quickly just in case. But he didn't expect to use it so soon. Luke opened the map of the winter capital underground city maze drawn by the player on his phone in his consciousness. Through multi-point positioning, he had roughly determined Mina's location. There was an underground pool there, which was a rare place for supply and rest. After making sure that Mina did not move, Luke put away the compass, drove the guide light to speed up, and the stone wolf he sat on also ran with it. Underground pool camp. Several simple tents were built around a bonfire, and a group of people in miners' clothes sat beside the bonfire. They ate freshly baked food, drank groundwater, and discussed something in a low voice. Mina changed the medicine for the injured. She was wearing new clothes that she had just bought not too long ago. There were traces of dust on her tender face, which made her look much more mature. Soon the medicine and gauze in her hand were used up. Mina came to her father. Father, the medicine we brought out is used up. Rachel said to Mina with a smile on his face, don't worry. Your Uncle Farlyong went to find medicine and food, and he will be back soon. Okay, Father, I'll take care of the children who came with us. Mina, What's the matter, father? Razel said apologetically. I'm sorry for involving you. Don't worry. We will find a way to send you children away from Dongdu to a safe place. Won't you go with us? Razel looked at the miners who followed him to resist the company, and said to Mina, no. We want to take back what belongs to us. And we want to create a home for you. For you and your children. We need to fight. But you will die. Mina couldn't help crying. Rachel touched his legs, which were a pair of mechanical prostheses. If I rely on that meager salary, I will always have to lie in bed. And you have to go out to earn money to support the family. What's the difference between that and death? Do you know? It's difficult for underground miners to live to the age of 40. There are always various accidents that take our lives. Every time we enter the mine. It's a gamble of life. Why don't we gamble our lives for ourselves? Look at them. Are they afraid of death? Mina looked at the miners who came out with her father. Although they were in a mess, their spirits were much higher than when they worked in the mine. As if they had found the meaning of their existence. Let me stay here too. I'm grown up and can do a lot of things. I'm not afraid of death. If you stay, my fight will be meaningless. And we have to keep moving in the tunnel maze. You will drag us down. Mina was silent. Her heart was confused. And she couldn't help but think of Luke. I didn't say goodbye to Mr. Luke. Mr. Luke is a respectable man. And you will hurt him if you say goodbye to him. Have you told others that he is Mr. Baiyi? Mina immediately replied, no. Father! Very good. Go and rest. We will leave here in an hour. Just when Mina stood up and prepared to rest, there was a commotion outside the camp. Rachel immediately grabbed the pickaxe at hand, protected Mina behind him, and then asked loudly to the guard outside, what happened? No one responded. Could it be that the company's security team and the people in the ice cave found this place? A sense of crisis enveloped the entire camp. The miners picked up the weapons at hand. Some ran to the mining machinery, and skillfully started the steam machinery that was larger than the war machinery. A strong light illuminated the small camp, and a figure slowly walked towards the camp in the middle of the light. He was wearing a straight windbreaker and a hood on his head. The strong light came from a light ball hanging above his head. A wizard. The miners became more nervous, looking at Rachel one by one, waiting for him to issue an attack order. At this time, the light of the light ball quickly weakened. The person approached and said, sorry. My magic ball automatically attacked your sentry. Fortunately, it was just a mental attack. The poor guy will wake up after a while. Before the person finished speaking, Mina poked her head out from behind her father. She had already heard Luke's voice. But when she was about to shout out, Luke made a gesture to silence her. Mina immediately stopped the name that she was about to shout out. She pulled her father's sleeve and whispered, it's Mr. Luke. Mr. Luke. Rachel looked at the person in confusion, thinking, how did he find this place? It is not appropriate to reveal Mr. Luke's identity now. After all, many people have seen him in the B36 mining area. Don't panic. This is Mr. Baiyi. Hearing that the person coming was Mr. Baiyi, everyone immediately let down their guard and showed a look of respect. They were all awakened by what Mr. Baiyi said. And in order to no longer live and die in obscurity, they embarked on the road of confrontation with the ruling class of Dongdu. Razel sent more people to set up farther sentries, and then welcomed Luke into a tent. Sitting on the stone, Mina brought Luke a glass of water, and couldn't help choking again. I'm sorry, Mr. Luke. I can no longer fulfill the employment agreement. Seeing that only Mina and her father were in the tent, Luke lifted his hood and said to Mina, the employment agreement is a small matter. I feel relieved to see that you are safe. Razel bowed to Luke and apologized. I sincerely apologize to you, Mr. Luke. I stole your name for selfish reasons. Luke looked at Razel and saw that Mina's smile disappeared. The agents of the ice cave found me last night. You really put me in great danger. Mr. Baiyi, you are really good at naming. Mina said in a low voice with shame. Yes. I named it. Father said that your real name cannot be told to others. This is why we can still meet. Sorry, Rachel said. We didn't expect things to get this far. Some people went too far and killed the supervisor and the overseer. Luke said. Yeah. We didn't expect some of my casual words could cause such a big incident. The wisdom you unintentionally revealed is the truth that illuminates the fog in our hearts. Luke said helplessly. Well, since it has happened, there is no point in pursuing it. Is this your resistance army? When Luke walked into the camp, He roughly understood the configuration of this resistance army. The weapons are basically mining tools, with 3 steam-driven mining machines. There are also family members who escaped with us, including women and children. Rachel, who was afraid of being looked down upon, said, "We have fewer people, but we brought out some money and gold. I plan to send non-combatants out of winter capital through underground channels, and then use the money in my hand to transform the remaining fighters. There are many people who support us in the entire underground mining area. With them as internal support, we can attack weakly defended places through the pit maze and rob the weapons and money there. Then expand the personnel step by step. Fight to support the war." The intricate maze network of the underground mining area is indeed a good place for guerrilla warfare. Rachel has a clear mind and knows his weaknesses and strengths. He can pull out such a team in a difficult situation. He is really an excellent leader who was almost buried by mining. Luke took out a tube of reagent. "This is our first meeting. I'll give you this as a gift." Rachel took the reagent with both hands. A mysterious purple halo rippled in the blue reagent. "What is this?" "This is a second-generation mysterious substance mixture unique to the lower city of St. Louis City, which can give ordinary people extraordinary powers." Hearing that this is a potion that can give people extraordinary powers, Rachel's hands trembled with excitement. These bottom-level miners have no chance to come into contact with extraordinary powers. They can only rely on the brute force trained by long-term mining and a small amount of steam machinery. Therefore, facing the company's security team and ice cave agents, they can only run away. Now with a tube of potion that can give ordinary people extraordinary powers in hand, the resistance's survivability will be greatly improved. This must be very valuable. Of course it is very valuable. The value of this tube of reagent is no less than 400 gold coupons. Hearing that the price of this tube of reagent is equivalent to more than 2 million coins, Rack held it tighter with both hands, fearing that it would fall to the ground and break if he was not careful. "This is money that I can't earn in my lifetime. And it is not a small amount for you, Mr. Luke. It's too valuable. I can't accept it." Ratchet returned the reagent. Luke didn't take it. "I like Mina very much. She is a kind and smart child. I don't want her to lose her father too early. Take it. You need it more than I do." Rachel looked at Mina and took the reagent back. "It is Mina's luck to meet you." Mina knew what this tube of reagent meant to her father. She saluted Luke. "Thank you, Mr. Luke. I don't know how to repay you. Our meeting may be arranged by God. If you need to repay me, I think God will continue to arrange it." Luke said to Rachel again, "I believe you have doubted my true identity since I can send this potion." Rachel asked, "Are you a spy from the Golden Shield Empire?" Luke said, "I am a spy from the Golden Shield Empire, mainly serving the City of Raging Waves. Although what you did was unexpected and even disrupted the mission I was carrying out, it may not be a bad thing for the Empire. Do you need us to help you?" Ratchild was silent, and the reagent in his hand became unusually heavy. If he accepted the help of the Golden Shield Empire spy, he would be a traitor to the County Alliance. If he did not accept, this tube of reagent was the first and last funding. "Mr. Luke, your identity surprised me very much. Your question made it difficult for me to answer." Luke smiled and said, "I understand that your identity makes it difficult for you to make a choice. But you must realize that this war was entirely provoked by the County Union. From ancient times to the present, the Golden Shield Empire has no territorial claims on the North. The war not only hurt the Golden Shield Empire, but also deeply hurt the people of the County Union. You lost your legs because the increase in production tasks caused the air pressure in the steam pipe to exceed the dangerous value. 3 people in the security team that protected me yesterday were recruited or were about to be recruited to fight. They are all the pillars of their families, but they have to use their lives to satisfy the greed of the rulers and oligarchs of the County Union. This is not a just war. It has been oozing with dirty, smelly blood since the beginning. It is the selfish desire of a few people to end it. We cannot rely solely on the invaded empire. We also need you who have also suffered from the war." Laser looked at his legs, which were cold and unconscious. "The reason for this rebellion is that the war has squeezed the company to the limit. Mr. Luke's words are a life-saving straw for those who are struggling to survive. Even if I know what the end is waiting for me, I can't help but hold on. Now all my fantasies about the future are fantasies. But with the funding from the Golden Shield Empire, it is possible to realize it. This is indeed an unjust war," Razzle answered, and also convinced himself. "The rulers and oligarchs of the County Union are our enemies, and also your enemies. Yes, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Raising the banner of anti-war will not only gain you the support of the underground mining area, but also the support of all the lower-class people in Dongdu. If you want to realize your ideals, you can't just set your goals underground. You have to go from underground to the surface, and let the truth you believe in be tested by the sun. Only the living victors are qualified to define who betrayed this country. Chapter 364 Interview. Luke's words made Raquel completely relieved. Through the news he got from the outside world, he knew that Binku had put the blame of colluding with the Golden Shield Empire on the rebels. If he did not accept the funding of the Golden Shield Empire, his people would most likely be eliminated, and then be insulted and written about by the people who killed him. Now, what about colluding with the Golden Shield Empire? If the banner of anti-war is raised, a wider group of people will support the rebels. From underground to the surface, you can get initiative from passivity. After deep thought, Rachel's mind suddenly became clear. Mr. Luke, you are worthy of being the wise man we admire. To be honest, we have ideals, but no one knows how to realize them. Your arrival has pointed out the way for us. The ground and underground of Winter City are not the same world. Our experience underground is incomprehensible to the residents on the surface. Only our fellow miners sympathize with us. And anti-war can make us get more empathy from more people, so that we can have a larger living space. Luke couldn't help but sigh that Rachel was a natural leader, with ideas and insights. It's a pity that he was not discovered by players in the game. Thinking of this, Luke couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In the past, talent was recruited by players' strategies. Today, he actually discovered a hidden top-notch hero with his own hands. That kind of pleasure is not comparable to advancing with strategies. It was like finally having a son. You agreed to accept funding from the Secret Service of the Golden Shield Empire. I agree. I want to be the living winner. Then let me talk about my funding plan for the Winter Capital Resistance. Luke took out a map and spread it on a flat stone, pointing to several marks on it. Red prices represent underground thermal energy. You can use the thermal energy there to produce steam. Green dots represent edible fungi growing there, which can be used as short-term alternative food. Red dots represent dangerous underground creatures. Blue dots represent alchemical materials there. And you will definitely get something if you look carefully. The important thing is this golden area. This is a gold mine. Rachel looked at Luke's map and the markings on it, and was shocked beyond words. Based on his knowledge of the tunnel maze, he was able to confirm that the map and the price were real, and more detailed than he knew. Has the Golden Shield Empire Secret Service explored the underground of Winter Capital so thoroughly? When Luke mentioned the gold mine, Rachel's mind went blank in an instant. Gold mine. There is actually an undiscovered gold mine. Rachel looked at the location Luke pointed out and said puzzledly, I know this place. It is an abandoned iron ore cave. In the 30 years of mining, no one has discovered the gold mine there. If people at that time continued to dig down, they would soon see gold in gold. Luke smiled mysteriously and said, It's not difficult for you to mine gold. Consider it another gift from me to you. For the top-notch hero discovered by his own hands. Luke was more generous than originally planned. If there is really a gold mine there, I don't know how to thank you. Wealth is not an important thing for me. What I want will naturally come from you. I will arrange a safe passage for you so that the gold can arrive at the Raging Wave City smoothly. The gold will be turned into a mysterious substance mixture and other materials and transported to the underground steam city. Sufficient force will make your voice louder. Rachel stood up and saluted Luke. Please rest assured, Mr. Luke, we will do our best to end this evil war as soon as possible. Luke looked at Mina. Send the women and children who came out with you to the city of Raging Waves. Mina is now of school age, and I can fully support her studies. If she is talented and hardworking, I can introduce her to the Ulu College. I have a very good relationship with Miss Chi Kong, the director of the Department of Mystic Arts of the Ulu College. Mina went to the city of Raging Waves. The first thing Rachel thought of was the hostages. The Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Golden Shield Empire would certainly not trust their miners hiding in the maze of tunnels without reservation. But as the world's leading metropolis, Fury City is definitely the best place for Mina. She will have a life thousands of times better than here, and can even enter the top magic school, which is something she never dared to dream of before. Rachel has already begun to imagine her daughter wearing a magic robe and a wizard hat. I'll listen to you, Mr. Luke. Thank you for your gift. After dealing with the underground resistance, Luke completed the purpose of this trip. Then Luke discussed some details of the support with Rachel, and finally asked the resistance to attack several more mines in the near future to divert more attention of the ice cave to the underground. Everything was over. Luke put on his hat again and left the camp, disappearing into the darkness with the farewell of the rebels. He returned to the underground steam city, changed his clothes in a deserted place, and then went to the motorcycle party bar to gamble a few times. It was not until the evening that Luke staggered back to his residence with a smell of alcohol. The surveillance ice cave agents were in place. After counting the number of suspicious people around, Luke fell asleep. He was not worried that the ice cave agents would come to arrest people, because the other umbrella he arranged in the Winter City should have made some moves in the near future. The next day, Luke went to work as usual, but there were a few more tales following him. Luke let them follow him without showing that he had discovered them. He came to the company's steam engineer work area and went to Mrs. Yolanda's office to receive today's inspection task. A man dressed as a scholar was already waiting there. Mrs. Yolanda was extremely happy to see Luke and praised him. "Engineer Luke, you have deceived all of us. The steam enthusiast who has published high-quality papers in Steam Weekly for a long time is actually you. I thought it was a master in the Steam Association who published his works under a humble pseudonym. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Waltzky, the deputy editor-in-chief of Steam Weekly." Luke had already recognized Vartasky. Although he was the deputy editor-in-chief of Steam Weekly, he actually shared the final review of most of the submissions and had a very high status in Steam Weekly. Steam Weekly is an academic journal on steam technology sponsored by the Winter City Steam Engineers Association. As an authoritative journal on steam technology in the world, not just any steam technology paper can be published there. After arriving in Winter City, Luke submitted his manuscripts to Steam Weekly under the pseudonym of Steam Enthusiast. The quality of his manuscripts are all copied from papers that will be published in Steam Weekly in the next 1 or 2 years. There is no reason for his manuscripts to be published without being accepted. After Mrs. Yolanda introduced Luke, Vartasky could not wait to say, "Hello, Mr. Luke. You have published 5 papers in our Steam Weekly, each of which is brilliant and has strong foresight and pioneering in steam technology. Especially the most recent contribution to phase water molecules and internal circulation of thermal energy has greatly inspired many steam technology research institutes to improve the utilization rate of steam thermal energy. I came here on behalf of Editor-in-Chief Morrison to invite you to the editorial office of Steam Weekly for an exclusive interview." Luke said modestly, "Many of my papers were sudden ideas, and it was beyond my imagination that they could be accepted and published in Steam Weekly. In fact, as I use the pen name, I am just an amateur, an ordinary steam engineer who has just obtained the engineer qualification certificate. Accepting an interview with Steam Weekly is a treatment only for masters. I am far from qualified." Vartasky likes Luke's humble character very much. He just learned from Mrs. Yolanda that this young steam engineer is very serious about his work and never complains about the work of underground pipeline inspection. To be honest, even if you are a master, it is impossible for every submission to be successfully published in Steam Weekly. 5 consecutive papers have been published in Steam Weekly. Your achievements have far exceeded your peers. You are very talented. It is a unanimous decision of Editor-in-Chief Morrison and I to do an exclusive interview for you. Mrs. Yolanda beside him also persuaded Engineer Luke. Accepting an exclusive interview with Steam Weekly is something that many prestigious steam engineers dream of. This is your opportunity, which will greatly improve your future development. The most direct benefit is that your salary will increase several times. Go ahead. I don't have a job for you today." Luke had to agree. "Okay. I'll try. If I say something wrong or make a joke, please don't mind it from you and Editor-in-Chief Morrison. We researchers are least afraid of making mistakes. It is the most real thing for young people to make some jokes. Don't worry. Editor-in-Chief Morrison and I have read your paper repeatedly, and we are all confident in your talent." Luke calmed himself down, and then followed Deputy Editor-in-Chief Vartasky out of the Herod Heavy Industry office building and got on the car to the editorial office of Steam Weekly. In the car, Luke chatted with Vartasky about his fabricated school experience while sorting out his steam technology knowledge. Chinkong's learning of the knowledge of the epoch world is all-round and uninterrupted. In order to disguise himself as a qualified steam engineer, Chinkong also specially studied a lot of knowledge related to steam technology, and asked the Spirit Ball to store the collected steam technology works in the Spirit Library. With the knowledge obtained from the Clear Sky, the Spiritual Library, and the mobile phone database, Luke felt that he should have no problem handling an interview. If that doesn't work, he can reveal the future Steam technology. Guaranteed to bluff. Arriving at the editorial office of Steam Weekly, Luke met Editor-in-Chief Morrison under the guidance of Valtaski. Editor-in-Chief Morrison is an old man with some obesity. He is a household legend in Dongdu. He was once the dean of the Dongdu Magic Steam Academy, served as the president of the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association for several terms, and participated in the design of the steam system of the new city of Dongdu. After retirement, Morrison is the honorary president of the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association and the editor-in-chief of Steam Weekly. The cold winter aggravated many of Editor-in-Chief Morsong's illnesses, but in order to meet the genius steam lover, he dressed up and waited in his office. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. I am Luke, a steam engineer from Harrod Heavy Industries, and I am honored to meet you. Luke saluted Editor-in-Chief Morsong respectfully. Don't be nervous. Just treat this as an ordinary conversation. Sit down first. After Luke sat opposite him, Morsong smiled kindly and said, Your age exceeds my imagination of a steam lover. I believe that as long as you are given enough space, you will soon become a master of steam technology that can influence the world. Vartaski. What level of membership is Engineer Luke in the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association now? Valtaski said, Engineer Luke has just come to Dongdu to work, and is now only a first-level member of the Steam Engineers Association. According to the number of papers he published in Steam Weekly, he is qualified to be promoted to a second-level member. It's just that because he published the papers under a pseudonym, he still needs to go through the promotion process at the Steam Engineers Association. Editor-in-Chief Morsong nodded. Isn't the second-level membership a bit low? We should not only look at the quantity, but also the quality. The papers published by Engineer Luke are very, very valuable. Vartaski smiled and said, The average age of the third-level members is over 40, and the youngest is 35 years old. If I jump to a higher level, I am afraid that some people will be dissatisfied. Morrison turned to Luke and said, The fifth-level member is the highest level of the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association, and the fourth-level member can be called a master. You must perform well in this interview. If you can satisfy me, I will promote you to a fourth-level member. The Steam Engineer Supervisor of Harrod Heavy Industry is also a fourth-level member. Becoming a senior member of the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association is equivalent to having a talisman in Dongdu, which is why Luke has continuously submitted high-quality papers to Steam Weekly. Now the Ice Cave agents have already smelled their doorstep, and the first-level membership of the Steam Engineers Association is not enough to deter them. But the fourth-level membership of the Steam Engineers Association plus the interview with Steam Weekly is different. If there is no clear evidence, anyone who wants to touch the fourth-level members of the Steam Engineers Association in Dongdu must first consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the Steam Engineers Association. Although I am very nervous to accept the interview with Steam Weekly, I am very much looking forward to talking with you so that I can gain more. In fact, this is also the most direct reason why I came to work in Dongdu. I am ready. Waltoski set up a typewriter on the table beside him. Looking forward to the start of this interview. Editor-in-Chief Morsong put on his glasses and picked up a piece of paper on the table. The densely written words on it were all questions he prepared for this interview. Let's start with your recently published two-phase water molecules and internal circulation of thermal energy. The two-phase nature of water molecules was proposed and discovered by Professor Magmally. Water molecules have both thermal phase and weak thermal phase. The thermal phase has a higher absorption rate of thermal energy. Chapter 365 Steam Weekly. I see that you have your own unique insights on the duality of water molecules, which is very inspiring. Can you explain your theory to us in more detail, so that we can have a deeper understanding of your research on the duality of water molecules? It would be even better if we can feel your results more intuitively. Editor-in-Chief Morrison, as the former president of the Steam Engineers Association, and now the editor-in-chief of Steam Weekly, has a very solid knowledge structure in the field of steam technology. And he asked a question that went straight to the point. Fortunately, Luke was well prepared, and Chi Kong was also concentrating on mobilizing the mental library in the background to check information and take notes. Therefore, Luke began to answer after a little thought. I think the current mainstream steam academic understanding of the two phases of water molecules is biased. The different thermal phase and weak thermal phase of water molecules have different thermal energy absorption rates. This is an imprecise understanding. Through some experiments, I found that the same unit of heat energy has different expansion rates after being combined by the thermal phase and weak thermal phase of water molecules. Because I want to use the thermal phase and weak thermal phase of water molecules to conduct heat energy between the two phases, and use the difference in expansion rate between the two to form a pressure difference. If it can be achieved, it will definitely greatly increase the utilization rate of thermal energy. In order to prove the correctness of my assumption, I have done some data collection. Advanced Water Magic mentions the coexistence of water and fire elements. Element Molecular Science records that using the element extraction array and the fourth-order magic wave vibrator, the coexistence of water and fire elements will produce color changes and temperature fluctuations of plus or minus 0.2 degrees. Arms Alchemy Notes records the process of the alchemist Master Arms discovering the flowing fire crystal. In addition, I also studied 12 books and papers such as Element Differentiation Method, Erk Layer Analysis and Molecular Theory, and then constructed a set of arrays. Speaking, Luke took out the magic wand from his sleeve and spread out his left hand. As the spell was chanted, circles of magic arrays unfolded above his left palm. Then Luke took the magic wand to transfer magic power, and drew lines of light above the magic array. A set of magic analysis models was quickly formed. Luke continued to explain, I first used the 34 concerto array of the 6-pointed star as the base, added the Erk water element analysis layer, and used the amplification point adjustment method on the second, fourth, and eighth magic nodes to reach the 31, 47, and 53 frequency bands respectively. Then I used a small amount of fire to flush the magic circuit, and connected it to the concerto array in reverse time from the Mercury position interface. During this period, the water element intake cannot exceed 0.01 units. A complex three-dimensional magic structure was completed in Luke's narration. Under the action of magic energy, the blue water element circulated according to a specific magic circuit. There was also a faint, almost invisible red fire element flowing with the water element. Most of them appeared in the form of dual elements coexisting. Editor-in-Chief Morrison stared at the magic structure in Luke's hand without moving his eyes. Bartasky forgot to type and stared at the magic power running in the magic structure. Suddenly a breeze blew inside the office. Bartasky looked at the window first. The window was not only closed very tightly, but also because of Editor-in-Chief Morrison's physical condition. All the gaps were sealed. Before Bartasky could figure out where the wind in the room came from, the airflow in the room suddenly blew in the opposite direction. Amazing! So amazing! Editor-in-Chief Morrison discovered the reason, and an excited look appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand to feel the change in the airflow in the room. At this time, the airflow in the room reversed again. Bartasky also figured out what happened. The three-dimensional magic structure in Luke's hand was affecting the duality of water vapor in the air. The heat energy was conducted between the thermal phase and the weak thermal phase of water molecules, and the pressure difference was caused by the difference in expansion rate, thus forming a wind with changing direction gap. It's really amazing. Bartasky immediately typed quickly to record his findings and insights. Editor-in-Chief Morrison said to Luke eagerly, I thought that the duality of water element and the internal circulation of heat energy was just a feasible theory. But I didn't expect that you have completed its preliminary design. I have to change the preset questions for this interview. What stage is your experiment at? Luke dispersed the magic structure in his hand bit by bit, and then said, I can only complete the transfer of heat energy between the duality of water elements at the magic level, and can also produce this slight pressure difference. Any magic of wind attribute is more powerful than it. But that is wind attribute magic. Editor-in-Chief Morrison said firmly, the reason why steam technology has been able to develop so much and become a knowledge system that can keep pace with magic and alchemy in a short period of time is because of the cheapness of thermal energy and the popularity of steam machinery. I am very optimistic about your research. If it can be materialized and the loss of magic energy can be greatly reduced, the water molecule two-phase steam engine will definitely become a steam engine that must be equipped for high-end steam machinery. You need a steam laboratory of your own. I can find it in the Steam Engineers Association. Bartasky reminded him, Mr. Editor-in-Chief, Engineer Luke is now employed by Herod Heavy Industries. I'm so happy. I almost forgot that you are not an independent steam engineer. But it doesn't matter. A new steam technology sprouted in front of him, making Editor-in-Chief Morrison as happy as a child. I will write to Elvis, the owner of Herod Heavy Industries, and ask him to open a steam technology laboratory for you. The Steam Engineers Association will also provide the greatest assistance. Thank you so much. Luke also showed great joy. I really didn't expect that I could have my own laboratory so early. Bartasky said, you deserve it. Engineer Luke. when your water molecule dual-phase steam engine is developed. Your name will definitely be recorded in the history of steam technology. Editor-in-Chief Morrison then said, when you develop the water molecule dual-phase steam engine, no matter how many people oppose it, I will make you a 5th-level candidate member of the Steam Engineers Association. There are only 8 5th-level members in the Dongdu Steam Engineers Association. They are all the most authoritative in a certain field and have a great influence in the entire County League. In the opinion of Editor-in-Chief Morrison, if Luke can develop the water molecule dual-phase steam engine, he can become a sought-after existence by all high-end steam engine users and manufacturers with just this patent. And according to his talent, his achievements must be more than just a water molecule dual-phase steam engine. His stay in the Winter Capital Steam Engineers Association is an inestimable wealth for the County Union. But Luke has no interest in the 5th-level candidate member of the Steam Engineers Association. As soon as he gets the steam engine of the floating fortress of the gods, he will immediately leave. Now he just needs a talisman. I don't dream of becoming a 5th-level candidate member of the Steam Engineers Association before I am 40 years old. I will be very satisfied if I can become a 4th-level candidate member and have my own steam laboratory. Luke's humility makes Editor-in-Chief Morrison very fond of him. I promised you the 4th-level membership. You made me very satisfied. After this interview, let Bartasky take you to the Steam Engineers Association to apply for it. Thank you, Mr. Editor-in-Chief Morrison. Great. I didn't expect you to give us such a big surprise at the beginning of the interview. I am looking forward to the follow-up Q&A. Please continue. Morrison completely gave up the questions he had prepared before. Those were too simple, and would only lower the quality of this interview. He had a hunch that the new issue of Steam Weekly would definitely become one of the most worth collecting issues since its inception. For Luke, the brilliant answer to the first question was a bit like shooting himself in the foot. Editor-in-Chief Morrison's questions became more and more pointed, making it difficult for Luke to answer. Fortunately, Chinkong's support in the background was very powerful. For difficult questions, he recited the works. Listening to Luke reciting some unpopular steam theories, Editor-in-Chief Morrison thought that Luke was a genius in the field of steam technology. The future is limitless. An interview that was originally planned to last only 3 hours was forced to last from morning to afternoon. For lunch, the three of them had lunch in the editor-in-chief's office, chatting while eating. This made the editors in the editorial department speculate. Who was the young man brought by Deputy Editor-in-Chief Valtasky? And why was he dragged by Editor-in-Chief Morrison to talk for such a long time? You should know that due to health reasons, Editor-in-Chief Morrison rarely takes care of the work of Steam Weekly. It is good to come 2 days a week, and stay for 3 hours at most each time. What surprised the editors even more was that Editor-in-Chief Morrison actually saw the young man out personally, and then reluctantly asked Deputy Editor-in-Chief Waltosky to send him to the Steam Engineers Association. This issue of Steam Weekly. Leave a page for me. I want to write a column myself, Editor-in-Chief Morrison said casually and turned back to his office. And then the whole editorial department went crazy. Did I hear it right? Editor-in-Chief Morrison wants to write a column himself. If you heard it right, it means I didn't hear it wrong either. Editor-in-Chief Morrison hasn't written anything since he was hospitalized for a serious illness 3 years ago. Why is he suddenly writing a column today? Is it related to the young man sent away by Deputy Editor-in-Chief Bartasky? Who is that person? I don't know. Won't we know when we get the Editor-in-Chief's manuscript? Luke didn't know that Editor-in-Chief Morrison decided to write a manuscript for this interview on the spur of the moment, and even asked for a page. The new issue of Steam Weekly is bound to cause a stir. At the Steam Engineers Association, Bartasky followed Luke throughout the membership promotion process. He took Luke's paper published in Steam Weekly, several evaluations from well-known steam technology laboratories, and a long letter of recommendation written by Editor-in-Chief Morrison. Although the member promotion reviewer was puzzled as to how such a young steam engineer could jump 2 levels and be promoted from a 1st-level member to a 4th-level member, he could only handle it with doubts because of the recommendation letter from Editor-in-Chief Morrison and the undeniable wording in the letter. A metal 4th-level Steam Engineers Association membership certificate with an anti-counterfeiting mark was placed in Luke's hand by Valtasky. In the entire Ark County Federation, there are 94 4th-level members of the Steam Engineers Association, and only 47 in Winter City. They have all made outstanding contributions to the development of steam technology and deserve due respect. At first, Editor-in-Chief Morrison promised you a 4th-level membership as a joke to encourage you, and the 3rd-level membership should be a reward for you after he is satisfied. But your outstanding talent and your erudition and professionalism made Editor Morrison change his mind. The editor rarely uses his influence in the Steam Engineers Association. It can be seen that he likes you very much. If you have time, visit Editor Morrison more often. Talking to him more will be of great help to your future work and achievements. Luke took the certificate. Thank you, Mr. Waltowski. Today's harvest will be forever engraved in my memory and become my motivation for progress in the field of steam technology. If it does not affect Editor Morrison's rest, I am of course willing to visit him often and learn from him. Speaking of Editor Morrison's health, Waltowski couldn't help but sigh. Master Morrison used to be a workaholic. He served as the Dean of the Winter Magic Steam Academy, the President of the Steam Engineers Association, had his own column in Steam Weekly, and was also the captain of several steam technology engineering research and development teams. A serious illness 3 years ago completely broke him down. His time has. I am his assistant and his student. Today he is in the best mood in the past 3 years. If you visit him, he will be very happy. I envy your talent. You let him see the future of steam technology. Waltowski's praise made Luke feel a little ashamed. He didn't know whether his talent was good or not. He just had an avatar who could study non-stop 24 hours a day. But being able to trick someone into becoming a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association can be considered a talent. I will definitely visit Editor-in-Chief Morrison often. Let's go. I'll take you home. Tomorrow. Mr. Elvis, the owner of Herod Heavy Industries, will receive a handwritten letter from Editor-in-Chief Morrison. He will understand the significance of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine and know how big a treasure he has picked up. You can ask me all questions about the steam laboratory. You can also find me if you encounter any troubles. Editor-in-Chief Morrison's love for Luke made Waltowski recognize him as his junior brother and speak very affectionately to him. I'm at work and in the apartment every day. What trouble can there be? Luke pretended to be an honest man. Waltowski smiled meaningfully and said, You were just an ordinary steam engineer before, and you definitely won't have any trouble. But it may not be the case in the future. Don't worry. With Steam Weekly, no one can do anything to you in Winter City. Chapter 366, Visiting the Ice Cave. When Luke went to work on time the next day, as soon as he stepped into the floor where the steam engineer was, he was greeted by a group of colorful fireworks and congratulations from a large group of colleagues he knew and didn't know. The whole floor was filled with applause, attracting people from other floors to lie on the patio fence and look here. Yesterday, after Luke was invited by the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Steam Weekly, Waltowski, to do an exclusive interview, Mrs. Yolanda sent someone to keep an eye on the editorial office of Steam Weekly to inquire about the news. Facts proved how wise her decision was. The inquirer brought her more explosive news than she imagined. Editor-in-Chief Morrison is going to write a column for this interview personally. What a great honor. Then the Steam Engineers Association also sent a congratulatory letter to congratulate Luke, a steam engineer employed by Herod Heavy Industries, on his promotion to the 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association. Mrs. Yolanda, the head of the Steam Technology Department of Herod Heavy Industries, is also a 4th-level member, and she is the only 4th-level member in the entire company. You can imagine how much Luke is valued by Editor-in-Chief Morrison, and the content of this interview must have extraordinary significance. This is an honor for Luke, and also an honor for the entire Steam Technology Department of Herod Heavy Industries. Mrs. Yolanda decided to hold a welcome party for Luke, in the group of steam engineers who came to greet them. Mrs. Yolanda clapped her hands and walked forward, saying to Luke, Let everyone see your Level 4 membership certificate of the Steam Engineers Association. To be honest, I still can't believe the news I received last night. I thought the people from the Steam Engineers Association were joking with me. You didn't forget to bring it with you, did you? Of course I brought it with me. I still need to register with the company. Luke took out the Level 4 membership certificate from his briefcase and handed it to Mrs. Yolanda. Mrs. Yolanda took it and looked at it carefully, then returned it to Luke, saying with great emotion, It's unbelievable. What did you talk about with Editor-in-Chief Morrison to ask him to write a letter of recommendation to the Steam Engineers Association to make an exception for your promotion? You know, it took me 25 years to get from Level 1 to Level 4. And I don't know how many times I failed in my application. It's really enviable. Let's go to my office. Your future work needs to be rearranged. Okay, Mrs. Yolanda. The company's production tasks are heavy, and the welcome party will end soon. The steam engineers will finish their work while talking about the blockbuster Luke. Come to Mrs. Yolanda's office. After Luke sat down, Mrs. Yolanda said, I am very curious about what you talked about with Editor-in-Chief Morrison. But professional standards make it inconvenient for me to ask you. What can be made public should be seen in the new issue of Steam Weekly. Let's talk about your job. As a fourth-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, the company will soon send someone to negotiate a new contract with you. And the Steam Technology Department will also make adjustments according to your requirements. Just say what you want to do. You have the power now. Luke said, I want to continue to inspect the underground steam pipes. Mrs. Yolanda was stunned. Are you kidding? A fourth-level member of the Steam Engineers Association goes to inspect underground pipes. Do you know what a fourth-level member means in Dongdu? Of course I know. Please listen to my thoughts. Mrs. Yolanda. Okay. You say, in order to win this job and complete the remaining secret ritual arrangements. Luke made up a reason. There is nothing confidential in my conversation with Editor-in-Chief Morrison. The main point is to realize the internal heat energy circulation based on the duality of water molecules, and develop the dual-phase steam engine of water molecules. Editor-in-Chief Morrison will write to Mr. Eldis, the owner of the company, to open a steam laboratory for the dual-phase steam engine of water molecules. And I will be responsible for the development of the new steam engine. The preparation of the steam laboratory should take some time. Therefore, I want to use this time to continue to admire the underground steam system of Dongdu, so as to complete the steam cycle system paper I envisioned. After listening to Luke's explanation, Mrs. Yolanda could not help but stand in awe. So you have been working so hard to study the underground steam system of Dongdu. No wonder Editor-in-Chief Morrison thinks so highly of you. Your dedication and seriousness in steam technology surpass all the steam engineers here. Since your future work has been arranged, you can do whatever you want during the preparation of your laboratory. It's just, your security team needs to be reassigned, and the security force needs to be strengthened. You are an inestimable asset to the company. Speaking of the security team, Luke asked, by the way, is there no news about Norton and Harry? Mrs. Yolanda shrugged, no news. The military has issued a nationwide wanted order, but there has been no trace of them. Is Rebecca back? Mrs. Yolanda thought for a moment. After negotiations between the company and Ice Cave, Ice Cave released a group of employees. It's just that Rebecca's name doesn't seem to be on the list of executable tasks submitted by the security department. After all, Norton, Harry, and she belong to the same security team. And Ice Cave will not let her out easily. These incompetent agents, who lost a group of people themselves, vented their grievances on innocent people. Don't worry. The company is still putting pressure on Ice Cave, and Rebecca will be fine. In fact, Luke has asked Chi Kong to get information from the Secret Service intelligence station, and Rebecca is still being held by Ice Cave. The Ice Cave agents interrogated her several times, but Rebecca said nothing, and therefore suffered a lot of punishment. At their doorstep, 2 teams of agents were wiped out in succession, and the Ice Cave agents were all very angry. Moreover, they had not found the so-called resistance army, and when Harry came to ask for people, they were ridiculed and mocked them. Ice Cave released a group of people under pressure from the company, but they kept a tight grip on the rest. Someone had to let them investigate this case. After the company rescued most of the employees, they were not so concerned about rescuing the rest. Rebecca could be said to have been abandoned by the company. Even if she said nothing, she would most likely be charged with a crime and taken by Ice Cave. Luke was too familiar with this approach. Mrs. Yolanda, during the time I have been working here, Rebecca has been in charge of my close protection. She is a very professional and responsible security guard. If it were someone else, I might not be able to adapt. Can the Steam Technology Department come forward to bail Rebecca out? Mrs. Yolanda thought about Luke's request for a moment. Rebecca is from the security department. If our Steam Technology Department comes forward, it would be too much of a compliment to her. She is just a low-level security guard. Do you really need her? Luke said, the Ice Cave is not a good place. I want to give Rebecca some help. Mrs. Yolanda looked at Luke and seemed to have figured out something. She smiled and said, you have been working since you came to Dongdu, and you probably haven't come into contact with many women. I advise you not to waste too much emotion on a low-level security guard. You are now a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, and you should choose your lover carefully. When I have time, I will take you to some upper-class parties, where there are many beautiful and well-educated ladies from noble families. Luke knew that Yolanda had misunderstood the relationship between him and Rebecca, and he replied, thank you, Mrs. Yolanda. I am indeed too obsessed with work. I really want to rescue Rebecca. Since you insist so much. Yolanda took out a piece of paper and wrote quickly on it. And finally stamped it with her own seal. And then handed it to Luke, until your exclusive security team is in place. You cannot enter the underground. And there is no other work for you today. Take my letter to the Ice Cave headquarters. They will hand Rebecca to you. Thank you very much, Madam Yolanda. Luke took the letter and put it in his briefcase. Remember my advice to you. Don't let your private life become an obstacle to your progress. When the new issue of Steam Weekly is released, you will become a star that the ladies of Winter City will compete for. I understand, Madam. Luke left the company and stopped a taxi on the roadside to go to the Ice Cave headquarters. When the Ice Cave agents following him followed him to their home nest, they looked at each other in bewilderment. What is he doing here? The Ice Cave headquarters is surrounded by a high wall with electric fences, and fully armed Ice Cave agents are on duty on the sentry tower. Inside the wall is an agent training camp, and the core of the Ice Cave is underground. Luke showed his ID to show his purpose and entered the Ice Cave through the gate. This is a real ice cave, with no internal heating system, and the people inside must endure the same extreme cold as outside. This is the working environment of the Ice Cave agents. In order to hone the will of the Ice Cave agents, even the Ice Cave agents have to endure such cold. So it is conceivable what the people imprisoned here are like. After Luke handed Mrs. Yolanda's handwritten letter to the relevant agents, he sat on a cold bench and waited. Not long after, a woman in the Ice Cave clerk uniform came over with a cup of coffee. Hello, Mr. Luke. Would you like a cup of coffee? Luke raised his head. The tight top shows off her slender waist, and the one-step skirt wraps around her round buttocks. Flesh-colored stockings. Black boots. She must not be an ordinary Ice Cave agent if she dares to wear this. Luke has found the information of the woman in front of him in the mobile phone database. Darakova, an ace agent directly under Raymond Helkin, the chief of the Ice Cave, whose rank is much higher than that of the dead Enoch. Luke took the coffee from Darakova and said with a smile, "Thank you, beautiful lady. Having a cup of hot coffee in this cold place is the most wonderful thing." Darakova sat next to Luke and looked at him with big blue eyes. "I can feel the heat from you from a long distance. You are a powerful wizard." Luke took a sip of coffee, savored the delicate taste, and then answered, "If you want to be an excellent steam engineer, you must first become an excellent wizard. Traditional steam technology can no longer meet the development of efficient steam utilization. Only by combining magic and alchemy can a better steam engine be made. I have been waiting for a long time. When can I meet the person I am looking for?" Darakova kept staring at Luke. Her eyes were full of emotion, but her words were full of temptation. "Rebecca is preparing. Before that, I want to ask you a few questions," Luke said. "Before you. An agent has asked me questions. I don't want to answer it again. If you have any questions, you can ask him." "Are you talking about Commander Enoch?" "He's dead." Darakova observed Luke's expression and waited for his answer. "Dead?" Luke frowned. "That's really a pity. Do you want to know how he died?" "No." Luke didn't follow Darakova's rhythm. He refused. "I don't want to have too many intersections with you people. Your life and death have nothing to do with me." Darakova threatened. "You don't seem to know who you are talking to. This is the Ice Cave. I can treat you to hot coffee or iced coffee." Luke summoned a fireball to heat the coffee in his hand, and sneered, "You don't seem to know who you are talking to. Ice Cave agents are just dogs raised by the superiors. You can bring iced coffee if you want." Being degraded to a dog angered Darakova. "I can see that you really want to drink the iced coffee here." When Luke, who was fearless, was about to tease Darakova again, a scolding came. "Darakova, what are you doing? You are so disrespectful to Mr. Luke." Hearing the scolding, Darakova immediately stood up and saluted the person who came over. "General." The person who came was the head of the Ice Cave, Herkin. He came to Luke and angrily ordered Darakova, "Quickly apologize to Master Luke." "Master?" Darakova was puzzled. Herkin said, "This morning, the Steam Engineers Association updated the membership list, and a new member was added to the 4th level members. Mr. Luke, if I hadn't come in time, do you know how much trouble you have caused?" Darakova was a little dumbfounded. The information showed that he was not a 1st level member of the Steam Engineers Association. How did he suddenly become a 4th level member? It must be a mistake. After Herkin's frequent winks, Darakova had to give in. She saluted Luke. "Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Luke. I apologize to you for my recklessness. Luke handed over the coffee in his hand. This cup of coffee is too hot. Please cool it down before sending it back. Why don't you do as Mr. Luke said? Helkin drove Darakova away, and then invited Luke with a smile. Come to my office. I am a loyal reader of Steam Weekly. Tell me what you talked about with Editor-in-Chief Morrison that made him think so highly of you. Luke knew that Helkin invited him to his office for no good reason. So he said without giving him face, before the new issue of Steam Weekly is published. Anything I talked about with Editor-in-Chief Morrison is top secret, Mr. General Manager. The content of our conversation allowed me to jump directly from the first-level member of the Steam Engineers Association to the fourth level. Do you really want to hear it? Chapter 367 Rescue. The battle between Ice Cave of It County Union and Secret Intelligence Bureau of Golden Shield Empire was extremely fierce. However, the status of Ice Cave in It County Union was very different from that of Secret Intelligence Bureau in Golden Shield Empire. The original purpose of the establishment of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau was to fight against the Brotherhood of Blades. It was directly under the royal family, and was called the three personal soldiers of the Imperial Emperor together with the Royal Knights and the Palace Guards. Therefore, the functions of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau were not limited to intelligence, but also had the power to supervise the court and the people, and had independent investigation, law enforcement, and execution powers. The Imperial spies could really walk sideways in the Empire, but as the opponent of the Imperial spies, the Ice Cave agents did not receive such high treatment in the Art County Union. Even an ordinary magic professor in the Winter City Magic Steam Academy dared not take the head of the Ice Cave seriously. The reason is that at the beginning of the establishment of the Ice Cave, the founders of the Art County Union were afraid to give this organization walking in the dark too much power. If one day they temporarily lost power, it would be used by political enemies to bite back at themselves. This cognition was recognized by all the founders of the Art County Union at the time. After all, no one can guarantee that they and their families will prosper forever, and some unpresentable means must be restricted. Therefore, the Ice Cave has been surrounded by various rules and regulations since its establishment. Social status. Anyone with some status would look down on them. Luke is now a person with status. In winter, he is a fourth-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, with more Song and Steam Weekly as his backers. If Binku provoked him for no reason, wouldn't it be a provocation to the Steam Engineers Association, which is so high up? The invitation was coldly rejected, but Chief Helkin did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. As a reader of Steam Weekly and the leader of Binku, he knew very well that Luke could jump from a first-level member to a fourth-level member, and it must be that some technology was recognized by Editor-in-Chief Mosong. If he heard this technology, Luke could get himself locked up with just a word. Helkin laughed and said, "Since it's confidential, I dare not listen to it. Let's read the new issue of Steam Weekly." Mr. Luke came to the Ice Cave today. Is there anything? Darakova brought the iced coffee over. When she heard the chief's question, she answered, "The main gangsters of the Underground Resistance Army are from Herod Heavy Industry. When Herod Heavy Industry sent out the security team to arrest them, some security personnel informed them. So we arrested a group of suspicious Herod Heavy Industry security guards. After interrogation, most of them have been released, and the rest have various suspicions. Mr. Luke wants to take away a security guard named Rebecca this time. She is a member of Mr. Luke's security team. But the other three members of this team all evaded military service and disappeared." While Darakova was telling Helkin the story, Luke slowly drank the iced coffee, which had a unique flavor. This was certainly not the iced coffee that the Ice Cave agent said. That was a very cruel torture, and Darakova didn't dare to add anything to Luke's coffee. After listening to it, Helkin said to Luke, "Mr. Luke, 3 people in a security team evaded military service and disappeared. Don't you think it's suspicious?" Luke replied, "What's suspicious about this? Rebecca didn't receive the call of notice. Otherwise it might be that all 4 people ran away, and it wouldn't be your turn to catch her. You misunderstood me, Mr. Luke." Helkin said kindly, "The activities of the Golden Shield Empire Secret Service in Winter Capital are very rampant. The 3 people who evaded military service may be related to the Secret Service, and the newly emerged Resistance Army is also related to the Secret Service. Rebecca is in the same team as the 3 missing people. She is a suspect, so we have the obligation to investigate her. Release her or not?" "Release? Of course," Helkin said with a smile, with Mrs. Yolanda's handwriting and Mr. Luke coming in person. we will definitely release her. But Mr. Luke needs you to write a guarantee to guarantee that Rebecca has no relationship with the Secret Service. Are you kidding me? Luke said unhappily. Whether Rebecca has any relationship with the Secret Service is your business. Why should I guarantee it? If you have evidence of Rebecca's treason, show it to me, and I will leave immediately. If not, release her. I haven't seen you catch many Secret Service agents. It turns out that you have wasted time and manpower on such useless things. My exclusive new steam engine laboratory is being prepared. But there is no time to waste here. Herkican didn't expect Luke to be so difficult, and not to play tricks on him. Under the circumstances of not knowing the other party's support and background, Herkican decided to be tolerant first. Okay. No need to write a guarantee letter. Just sign it. Every time someone comes in or leaves here, a record must be left. Sign it. Herkican asked Darakova to bring the release form, and Luke wrote his name on it. Rebecca quickly walked out with the help of 2 ice cave agents. When she was caught, Rebecca was not wearing warm clothes, and the exposed skin was frozen and bleeding and scabbed. There were many whip marks on her body, and her wrists and ankles were full of bruises from the binding. Mr. Luke. Rebecca's lifeless eyes immediately brightened up when she saw Luke. I thought I would never see you again. Luke threw away the coffee in his hand, and immediately stepped forward to support Rebecca. First releasing fire magic to drive away the cold for her, and then using healing magic to relieve her injuries. It's okay. I'll take you home. Rebecca, who had some energy, smiled reluctantly and said, thank you, Mr. Luke. Luke supported Rebecca, without looking at Helkin, and left without looking back. After the two left, Helkin's eyes moved to the broken cup on the ground, and the spilled coffee had frozen into ice. Did the interrogation of Rebecca yield any results? Darakova said, nothing was found out. We didn't expect to get anything out of the Herod Heavy Industries security agents when we arrested them. Why did you provoke him? Darakova replied, Enoch was attacked after leaving his residence, and what they talked about is a mystery. I wanted to ask him some questions to see if I could find some clues. But he is a very difficult guy. Director, is he really a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association now? Are you questioning me? Or the Steam Engineers Association? I dare not. Enoch looked for him, but did not catch him. There must be a reason for not catching him. I have sent people to monitor him. You went to him like this, and disrupted my deployment. Darakova immediately apologized. I'm sorry, General. I didn't know you had sent people to monitor him. I just heard that he came to pick up someone. So I thought about investigating the case of Enoch's attack. Don't worry about cases that are not yours. Yes, General. I won't dare to do it in the future. But my intuition tells me that Luke is definitely a man with a story, and it is necessary to investigate. Herkican showed an admiring look. Since you are so interested in him, I will hand him over to you, and find out where he came from. Yes, Lord General. Watch your tactics. He is not an ordinary person now. Editor-in-Chief Morsong is not someone we can offend. If he is really responsible for the development of the new steam engine, he is even more not someone we can offend. I understand. Luke took Rebecca back to his apartment, made some food for her to eat, and found a set of clothes that he didn't wear for her to take a bath. During this time, Luke went out to buy some medicines, and came back to mix medicine for injuries and frostbite. Rebecca, who had just washed up, walked out of the bathroom in a slightly large dress. The injuries on her body made her walk a little unsteady. Luke asked her to sit on the soft sofa and handed her the ointment for application. The green one is for frostbite, and the red one is for bruises. Apply it to the injured areas while you have just taken a shower and the blood is flowing fast. I will prepare the healing potion in a while. I will send you home when you feel better. Your family must be very worried about you after being held captive in the ice cave for 2 days. Thinking of her experience in the past 2 days, the strong Rebecca couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. I thought I was really going to die in there, but I really didn't say anything. Please believe me, Mr. Luke. I know you didn't say anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to save you. Apply the ointment to the wound and rub it. Don't be afraid of the pain. Rub it hard, so that the effect will be better. Luke instructed Rebecca to apply medicine on the wound. Sir, will rescuing me cause you any trouble? They are ice cave agents. They can do anything. Don't worry. I am a person who will be followed by trouble wherever I go. And you are no problem. Recover your wounds after you go back. I will help you apply for leave from the company's security department. When your wounds are healed, Come and protect me. Apply more on the wrists and ankles. Don't leave any sequelae. Yes. Sir. Sir. I can't apply it on my back. Can you? Can you help me? Rebecca's voice was low, and her cheeks were flushed. Luke replied, Okay. Turn around. Rebecca turned around as she was told and slowly took off her shirt to expose her back. Behind Rebecca, a metal body similar to a beetle shell covered her spine from the neck to the waist. The metal body shell extended metal sheets to both sides and inserted them into the skin, connecting with the ribs. In addition, there were several whip marks with skin and flesh torn. Luke used healing magic to heal the wound on Rebecca's back, then applied ointment on the whip marks and rubbed them vigorously. Rebecca's muscles tightened in pain, and she couldn't help but groan in her throat. In order to divert Rebecca's attention, Luke casually chatted, Snamin spinal cord worm, a parasitic supernatural creature living in the polar ice field. They usually parasitize on the back of the ice bear. The ice bear provides it with nutrients for survival, and it provides the ice bear with stronger strength. The Extraordinary Biological Research Institute of a County Union has improved and cultivated the Snamin spinal cord worm so that it can parasitize on the back of people. It must be very painful during the parasitic operation. It hurts a lot, Rebecca replied, but as a girl, I want to make more money to support my family, so I can only choose to accept extraordinary transformation. In fact, when I was in school, my goal was to be admitted to the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy, becoming a magician or a STEAM engineer. I can get rid of my previous life, but reality completely shattered my dream. Do you want to remove the spinal cord worm? Luke's words almost made Rebecca turn around, but she stopped in time and asked, Of course I want to remove it. But once the Snamin spinal cord worm has completed its parasitism, can't it be removed? Of course it can be removed. It's just an operation. Rebecca was shocked but soon became depressed. If I remove it, how can I make a living? I haven't paid off the debt I owe for accepting extraordinary transformation, and I can't afford another operation. Thank you, Mr. Luke. At least you let me know that it can be removed. Rebecca, after coming out of the ice cave today, your life will never go back to the past. Rebecca asked curiously. Why? Mr. Luke? I can't tell you now. Please believe me. Recover from your injuries during this period, and listen to me after work, so that you and your family can be saved. Although Rebecca didn't know why Luke said that, she trusted him and replied, Yes, Mr. Luke. I will listen to you in everything. While Luke was applying medicine to Rebecca and chatting, there was a knock on the door of the apartment. Rebecca put on her clothes in a panic, looking at her messy clothes and wet hair. She said worriedly, Mr. Luke, will my presence here cause misunderstandings and damage your reputation? What reputation do I have to ruin? Don't move. I'll go see who it is. It might be the landlord and his wife. Luke asked Rebecca to sit back on the sofa, and then went to open the door. Outside the door was the Ice Cave Ace agent Derekova, whom he had just met. She took off her Ice Cave agent uniform and changed into a fashionable lady's outfit, wearing lace gloves and a net fisherman's hat. She had a pair of big blue eyes with aura, and her temperament was like a lady from a big family. It was hard to tell that she was an Ice Cave agent with countless lives on her hands. Derekova had a gift box on her wrist. When she saw Luke opening the door, her face immediately smiled like a spring flower. Hello, Mr. Luke. Please forgive me for visiting you without an appointment. After you and Miss Rebecca left, the general manager scolded me severely, and I deeply understood my mistake. This visit is to express my most sincere gratitude to you. This is the gift I prepared for you. The chocolate strawberry cake that Fanny Cake House has just baked. Please taste it. It turns out that Miss Rebecca is here too. Derekova looked up and saw Rebecca sitting on the sofa in the living room, and also saw her shirt with the wrong buttons on, her blushing cheeks, and her messy hair. Luke took the cake box from Derekova. I accept the gift. Bye. Luke wanted to close the door, but Derekova came in. Mr. Luke, I'm just an ordinary clerk in the ice cave. You don't need to be so wary of me. Miss Rebecca, I sympathize with your experience. Look at what those bastards did to you. Seeing you, I am more determined to leave the ice cave. Chapter 368 Pray. Rebecca, who was always carefree, was like a shy kitten at this moment. Her appearance was too easy to make people fantasize. She wanted to straighten her collar, but because she buttoned the wrong button, it was crooked no matter how she did it. Mr. Luke. Rebecca had to stand up and said to Luke, "You have a visitor. I will go home first." "Thank you again." Luke closed the door. "You are injured. I will take you back later. Miss Derekova will not stay here for too long." Derekova pulled Rebecca to sit down. "I will leave soon. I ran away secretly, and cannot leave my post for too long." "Mr. Luke, how do you know my name?" "I don't think I've told you my name." Luke put the cake on the table and sat down opposite the two ladies. "General Herkin called your name. I only heard it once. I hope I didn't call it wrong." Derekova thought about it, and it seemed that Herkin did call her name. "You can pronounce my name correctly after just one hearing. It seems that I have left a certain impression in Mr. Luke's mind." Derekova looked at Luke. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. She was very confident in her appearance, especially her beautiful blue eyes, which could easily make men fall in love with her. Luke pointed to his head. "We who do scientific research have a better brain than ordinary people. And fast memory is a necessary skill for reciting formulas. I don't have coffee as delicious as your ice cave, but some tea that I like. Do you want some?" Left to drink tea. Derekova thought she had taken the first step smoothly. "Of course I want a cup." Luke said to Rebecca, "Go to the kitchen and make a pot of tea for us. The tea is on the third layer of the cupboard." Hearing Luke asking her to make tea, Rebecca felt relieved as if she had been pardoned. She agreed and ran to the kitchen. Derekova waited for Rebecca to leave and said to Luke, "Actually, I also like tea very much, especially after a busy day at work. I would make a cup of tea and soak in the bathtub. I would also sprinkle some flower petals in the water and imagine myself soaking in the tea soup. Isn't that funny?" Derekova casually guided Luke to imagine the scene she described. "And the erotic picture could make impulse overcome reason. No, I think that's beautiful." Luke, who knew the true details of Derekova, followed her desired result and said, "Just now you said you wanted to leave the ice cave, and it seemed that you were very dissatisfied with the work in the ice cave." "Sure enough." Derekova immediately showed a regretful expression. "My father is a factory owner, and my mother died very early. My father always wanted to train me to be a lady like my mother, and then marry a factory owner and live happily for the rest of my life. But, you know that girls are rebellious for a while. I couldn't stand the constraints my father gave me, and chose to live an exciting life. So I signed up for the Ice Cave Agent Training Camp without telling him, and successfully became an Ice Cave agent. But the life of an agent is far different from what I imagined. The boring copywriting work day after day made me realize what a boring life is. Those dirty things made me know the darkness of the world. The only thing that kept me going was Enoch. I love him, and we were originally planning to get married next month. But, in fact, I had already prepared for this mentally. After all, he was doing the most dangerous job. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon." Derekova couldn't help choking up as she spoke, tears rolling down her eyes. She stroked the ring on her left ring finger. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luke. I treated you like that because I couldn't control my emotions of losing him. My longing for him overwhelmed my mind." Derekova raised her head and looked at Luke again. Her watery blue eyes were full of regret and longing, perfectly explaining that women are made of water, and that weakness and loyalty to love are not something that men can resist. And for men, a woman who has just lost her lover is the best time to conquer her, which can greatly satisfy a man's possessiveness. High-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Luke looked at Derekova at this time and said in his heart, "Look at what professionalism is. This is what professionalism is. Shelley and Pisco should be sent to the Ice Cave training camp to learn well. But this play still needs to be performed in cooperation. After all, Derekova's current identity is an ordinary civilian staff member in the Ice Cave, and he doesn't know that she is an ace agent. I'm sorry." Luke showed his acting skills. "I didn't expect that you and Agent Enoch had such a relationship. I deeply regret what happened to Agent Enoch." After a brief conversation with him, it can be seen that he is a very responsible person, but the profession he is engaged in is too dangerous. Luke took out a handkerchief and handed it to Derekova very gentlemanly. Derekova wiped her tears and looked melancholy. "Yes, it's all because of this damn war. My father has repeatedly advised me to leave the ice cave. Now that Enoch is gone, I have no reason to stay there. It's just, alas." Derekova took a long breath halfway through her speech and didn't continue. As a qualified listener, Luke asked very tactfully, "Just what?" "I am a civilian staff member. Although my position is not important, I can still access some confidential information. The ice cave will not let me leave easily. I can only hope that my father's connections can play a role. Derikova threw out another bait. A woman who had just lost her lover and had complaints about the war, was alienated from the ice cave, and had access to some confidential information. She was simply the favorite prey of hostile intelligence personnel. At this time, Rebecca came out with a tray of tea sets. She had tidied her clothes in the kitchen, but her expression was still a little restrained. The steaming hot tea was poured into the teacup. Luke picked up a cup and invited Derikova to drink tea, saying, "Although I have just arrived in Dawn for a short time, I know that the ice cave has a bad reputation in the accounting union. They do the dirty work that other departments are unwilling to do, and bear the infamy that other departments are unwilling to bear. A beautiful girl with good family background and good upbringing should not work in the ice cave. Fortunately, you are so young and have the opportunity to correct the mistakes you made. But I don't have any connections in Dongdu. So even if I want to help you, I'm afraid I can't do anything." Derikova's well-behaved hands touched the teacup to drink tea. When she heard that Luke wanted to help her, she immediately said, "No. Mr. Luke, please don't look down on yourself. You are now a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, and even the general manager of the ice cave, Helkin, has to respect you. And you are also favored by the editor-in-chief of Steam Weekly, Morrison. If you can speak for me, I will definitely be able to leave the ice cave smoothly. Of course, I dare not trouble you. Let my father find a way." Derikova did not stick to Luke immediately. The most taboo in fishing is to use too much force. Only by relaxing and working hard can you get the final harvest. Talking about the 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, Luke showed his arrogance in the gaze of the beauty's worship. Dongdu is worthy of being the holy land in the hearts of all steam engineers in the world. I left my hometown and crossed the ocean to come here alone, just to show my talent here. Facts have proved how correct my choice is. In less than 2 months, I became a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, and Master Morsong wrote for me personally. He also promised that as long as I completed the development of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine, he would recommend me to become a candidate for the 5th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association. Derikova's eyes widened. Her expression was dull. This was not her pretending. She was really scared by the information Luke revealed. Derikova only knew that Luke jumped from the 1st-level member of the Steam Engineers Association to the 4th level, and didn't know what happened in the middle. Editor-in-Chief Morrison, who hadn't written for 3 years, personally wrote for him. What a great honor. What is the water molecule dual-phase steam engine? Is it a secret that the general manager can't listen to? Complete the development of this new type of steam engine, and Editor-in-Chief Morrison will recommend this person, who has been promoted to the 5th-level candidate member of the Steam Engineers Association. With his age, doesn't it mean that he will definitely be a 5th-level member in the future? Me. What am I doing? Derikova couldn't help but deny her intuitive judgment of Luke. If a steam engineer of this level is a spy sent by the enemy country, how big the enemy country's heart would be. If Luke knew the real reason why I came to him, Helkin would not be able to save me even if he sacrificed his own life. Mr. Luke, you are really a genius. It is my honor to meet you. Genius? I have heard this word too many times these days. Luke looked at Derikova like a man who was successfully attracted by her. If someone makes things difficult for you because of your resignation, and your father can't handle it, you can come to me. The ice cave is not suitable for you. Okay. Derikova, who was in a state of confusion, avoided Luke's gaze. She didn't expect that she would catch a deadly great white shark this time. Derikova hurriedly put down the teacup and stood up. The tea is very delicious. Mr. Luke, I should go back. If I am found to be away from my post without permission, I will be punished. Leaving so soon? Luke stood up to see Derikova off. I express my deep condolences to the deceased Agent Enoch, and I hope you can get out of the emotional haze as soon as possible. I believe that after you leave the ice cave, your new life will make everything better. You are welcome to come here at any time. You can talk to me about anything. I will be a very good listener. Thank you for your hospitality. Please stay. There is another lady who needs your care. Derikova tried her best to stay calm and left quickly. Watching Derikova disappear around the corner of the corridor outside the apartment, Luke sneered and closed the door. After turning around, he saw Rebecca standing there in shock. First, "Sir, have you really become a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association?" Luke sat back in his seat and opened the cake box. Inside were 6 beautifully made chocolate cakes, decorated with several large strawberries and some colored sugar. If I were not a 4th level member of the Steam Engineers Association, how could the ice cave let you out so easily? Luke picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The rich aroma of fresh milk made him exclaim, "It's delicious. You should try it too. It's really delicious." Fanny Cake House is very famous in Dongdu. Not everyone can buy it casually. Darakova's departure made Rebecca feel much more relaxed. She picked up a piece of cake and ate it, and couldn't help but sigh. "Sir, you have been promoted to the 4th level member of the Steam Engineers. I still think I heard it wrong. Mrs. Yolanda, the director of the company's Steam Technology Department, is also a 4th level member. Aren't you at the same level as her?" Luke said while eating the cake. "In the Steam Engineers Association, we are at the same level. But in the company, Mrs. Yolanda is still my superior." Rebecca immediately said, "I understand. Mr. Luke, I will not cause trouble for you in the company because of my relationship with you. I will work harder than before. Just you understand. After returning to work, try to keep a low profile and don't talk to anyone about the disappearance of Norton and Harry." "Yes, sir." Luke finished the cake in his hand. "Okay. I'm full. Pack the rest and take it back for your family." Rebecca was stunned for a moment. "Sir, this is a gift from Miss Darakova. I'm satisfied if I can eat one. This kind of cake is very expensive." Luke said, "I can buy this kind of cake anytime I want. Your family must be very anxious these days, so I'll give it to them." Rebecca had no choice but to say, "Thank you, sir. Are your wounds better?" "Much better, sir. The medicine you gave me is very effective." Luke patted the cake crumbs on his hands, stood up and said to Rebecca, "Clean up here. I'll make some medicine for you to take, and I'll send you back after it's done." "Yes, sir." When Luke sent Rebecca home, Darakova returned to the Ice Cave headquarters and reported to Helkin about her meeting with Luke in the chief's office. When he heard about the water molecule dual-phase steam engine and that Editor-in-Chief Morrison would recommend Luke to become a candidate for the 5th level member of the Steam Engineers Association, his expression was also like he had seen a ghost. It is true that Editor-in-Chief Morrison will personally write a column for Luke. But are you sure what Luke said about the dual-phase steam engine of water molecules and the candidate for the 5th level member is true? Darakova said with a wry smile. "I'm afraid this can only be confirmed by asking Editor-in-Chief Morrison." Herkikan thought for a while. "I remember that in the last issue of Steam Weekly, there was a paper related to the dual phase of water molecules. Do you see the Steam Weekly on the bookshelf? Take the one on the far right." Darakova followed Herkikan's direction and saw the Steam Weekly placed in the bookcase, full and orderly arranged in a row. Helkin is indeed a loyal reader of Steam Weekly. He has every issue and reads every issue. Darakova brought the last issue of Steam Weekly to Helkin. Here, Helkin found the paper he was looking for, and then immersed himself in reading. The way Helkin read was very inconsistent with his temperament. Darakova waited anxiously, and time passed by every second. She did not dare to disturb the director, who was reading seriously. After waiting for Helkin to finish reading the paper, Darakova immediately asked, "Director, what did you find?" Helkin couldn't help but sigh. If the duality of water molecules can really be used to build a steam engine, Luke is definitely a genius among geniuses in steam technology. Darakova asked, "General, what is a water molecule dual-phase steam engine? I usually tell you to read more and not be clever. You all don't listen to me." Helkin scolded his subordinates, and then showed off his knowledge to Darakova to explain what the duality of water molecules is. The author of this paper, with the pen name Steam Lover, should be Mr. Luke. In the article, he proposed to use the 2 different phases of water molecules to heat energy, and to conduct heat energy inside the water molecules to circulate, so as to achieve the purpose of generating air pressure difference. If it can really be realized, it will greatly improve the utilization rate of heat energy, and make a generational breakthrough in steam technology. Darakova blinked her big blue eyes and asked, "The thermal phase and weak thermal phase of water molecules. It seems that there is not much difference? Read more. Read more." Helkin was very disappointed. Such a good opportunity to learn about the 2-phase knowledge of water molecules from Mr. Luke was wasted by you. "I'm sorry, Mr. General. Your profound knowledge is beyond our reach," Darakova said aggrievedly. "Then, Luke is responsible for the development of the 2-phase steam engine of water molecules, and Editor-in-Chief Morrison wants to recommend him to become a candidate for the 5th level member of the Steam Engineers Association. Is it true?" If Luke and Morson's long talk was about the development of the two-phase steam engine of water molecules, and there is a breakthrough technology, he deserves to be promoted from the first-level member to the fourth-level member. The new steam engine can only be developed by him. As for the candidate for the fifth-level member, it should be that Editor-in-Chief Morson loves his talent and made such a high promise. After getting a positive answer, Derikova asked again, "Are you still investigating Luke? Do you think such a talented steam engineer, who can bring about a breakthrough in steam technology, is a spy sent by the enemy country? No. Such talents should be well protected in the laboratory. It seems that we thought too much." Enoch did not catch Luke, which should have dispelled his suspicion of him. It was just a coincidence that he was attacked on the way back. Occupational diseases almost made us all make serious mistakes. Derikova also sobered up and exhaled. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, I don't know how it would end. Let's end the investigation of Luke. There is news from the underground steam city that the underground resistance attacked a mine. I really don't know what the responsible agent is doing. After so long, he can't even deal with a group of miners without combat effectiveness. Derikova immediately said, "General, leave this case to me. I promise to make these bandits disappear completely." "You?" Halkin looked at Derikova, who requested the task, and then said, "Pack your personal belongings and go to handle the resignation procedures." Derikova was stunned. "Resign? Sir, do you have another special task for me?" "No. Since you told Mr. Luke that you want to resign, in order to prevent him from finding out that you are deceiving him, I can only reluctantly let you go." Derikova said in disbelief, "Sir, I am your ace agent, and have made countless contributions to the ice cave. You can't just drive me away like this. What about being an ace agent? The limit you can reach is my position, and I have no room for advancement. And Luke, maybe in a few years, he will really step on my head. This is reality. Derikova, you have been on so many dangerous missions. You should know what it means to cut off the tail and stop the loss. Go with peace of mind." In Luke's eyes, "You are resigned ice cave agent civilian staff. For my own sake, I will not send anyone to kill you." When Derikova walked out of the ice cave headquarters with a box containing her personal belongings, she shuddered in her sleep as she heard a heavy door slam behind her. It was snowing again, and she had never felt it was so cold outside. She had never thought that she, who was like a fish in water in the ice cave, would be kicked out one day, and in this way. It was really ironic that there was no agent chasing her. What would she do in the future? The resume of the ice cave agent would not add color to her job search, and she seemed to know nothing except stealing secrets and killing people. Derikova suddenly understood how well-intentioned Chief Halkin was in emphasizing study and study. She didn't have a father who was a factory owner to rely on. If she didn't want to find a job washing dishes, she could only go to the underground steam city to be a lower-level thief. How did things turn out like this? Is the water molecule dual-phase steam engine so powerful? Derikova walked in the snow with a box in her arms. Luke didn't know that his words made Halkin decisively sacrifice the car to save the king. But after sending Rebecca away and returning home, he found that all the ice cave agents who were monitoring him had withdrawn. Everything returned to normal. The next day, Luke was summoned by Elvis, the owner of Herod Heavy Industries. Immediately afterwards, Herod Heavy Industries announced the establishment of a water molecule dual-phase steam engine development laboratory, with Luke fully responsible for the development of new steam engines. All the company's manpower and material resources are tilted towards the development of new steam engines, striving to develop new steam engines as soon as possible to use in the war against the Golden Shield Empire. Luke entered the mainstream society of Winter City with the water molecule dual-phase steam engine, and became a genius in everyone's mouth from an unknown steam engineer. With the publication of the new issue of Steam Weekly, the long column written by Editor-in-Chief Morson for Luke once again pushed Luke's fame to a new height. Luke became a household name in the Winter City. Almost everyone could talk about the principle of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine and the changes that the new steam engine would bring to steam technology. As the center of public opinion, Luke continued to check the underground steam pipelines without any awareness of becoming a city star. It gave the company's senior management a sense of solidity and hard work. Chapter 369 Derikova. Half a month has passed, and Luke has been in Dongdu for 2 months. He has completed most of the secret rituals, and his footprints are all over the underground of Dongdu. At this time, the Northland has entered the coldest season in the deep winter. and the eaves are full of icicles that are more than 1 meter long. The ice on the road is difficult to clean. So many rail cars have to stop running. People who go to work can only wrap themselves up tightly when going out. Slipping and rolling a few times is the most common scene on the street. Luke took the car assigned by the company and drove to the home of Editor-in-Chief Morrison. The tires of the car were tied with anti-skid chains, so it seemed a bit bumpy. This time, I went to Editor-in-Chief Morrison's house to attend a gathering of steam engineers. The purpose is to exchange steam technology. Everyone brings out the projects they are working on to discuss. Brainstorming helps to speed up the progress of research and development. Therefore, steam engineers who are qualified to participate in such gatherings have their own exclusive steam technology laboratories and are the backbone of the Steam Engineers Association. 3 days ago, Luke received an invitation letter when he visited Editor-in-Chief Morrison. Morrison also specifically told him to prepare well and strive to have an outstanding performance at the gathering. Luke, sitting in the car, read the newspaper he had just bought on the roadside. In the war with the Empire, the army of the County Alliance won another great victory and wiped out more than 10,000 Imperial troops. Snow City ran out of ammunition and food during the siege, and the morale of the army was extremely low. It was only a matter of time before the Empress of the Empire was captured alive. The content of the war in the newspapers every day was similar, and Snow City was still fighting stubbornly. Luke received news that Snow City was indeed fighting extremely hard. After receiving reinforcements, the Ark County Alliance launched a new round of offensives and pressed the Imperial Army on the third line of defense. The Empire lost contact with Snow City for 10 days. The recent information from Snow City showed that the defenders in the city not only had to resist the continuous attacks of the Ark County Alliance, but also had to withstand the sudden cold. The non-combat casualties caused by frostbite and freezing to death were very serious. But the Snow City was still held, which was a miracle for the Empire, and was something no one had expected before the war. Now the Empire's northern army is preparing to launch a local counterattack, striving to create a passage into the Snow City and transport as many soldiers and supplies as possible. The war is still going on, and it is unknown when it will end. The County Union is not only recruiting soldiers for a protracted war, but the entire technology development system is also turning to war. All technologies under development must give way to the development of new weapons. And the Steam Engineers Association is also under great pressure. When Luke's thoughts were a little drifting, Rebecca, who was sitting next to her, said, "I don't know how Miss Derekova, who I saw last time, is doing now. Has she successfully resigned from the ice cave?" Rebecca is now the captain of the security team responsible for protecting Luke, and her attitude towards Luke has changed a lot since she was rescued from the ice cave by Luke. Luke didn't expect Rebecca to suddenly mention Derekova at this time. Indeed, he hasn't seen her since the last time they met. As for resignation, she is the ace agent of the ice cave. How could she resign? She didn't ask me for help, so she must have resigned smoothly. Why did you suddenly mention her? Rebecca said, "I heard that when attending such high-class parties, the invited guests usually bring female companions. If you are still in contact with Miss Derekova, she is a good candidate for a female companion." Luke then remembered the rules of such gatherings. But he had been busy with work since he came to Dongdu, and he really didn't know a suitable female companion to bring to the party. So Luke patted the driver's seat. "Go to the ice cave headquarters." "Yes, Mr. Luke." The driver turned the steering wheel, and the car turned to the ice cave headquarters. When he arrived at the ice cave, he gave his name and met the ice cave chief Hulkin very smoothly. As a loyal reader of Steam Weekly, this hobby gave Hulkin a keen sense of the flow of upper-class people. The latest 2 issues of Steam Weekly have added some articles on the concept of new weapons, and these new weapons require a very efficient steam engine as a drive. The heart of these new weapons is undoubtedly the water molecule 2-phase steam engine. Excellent steam engineers generally have extraordinary personal strength. They master the most advanced technology in the County Union and are the objects that various consortiums and oligarchs are vying to win over. In the County Union, many powerful politicians have the identity of steam engineers. Now Luke is simply a rising star. All people and industries related to steam in the entire County Union are looking forward to the water molecule 2-phase steam engine he is responsible for developing. Such a person. Make friends early and benefit early. The second time he saw Luke, Hulkin ignored his identity and instantly turned into a little fan chasing stars. He did not ask Luke the purpose of his visit, but took out his treasure, the duality of water molecules and internal circulation of heat energy, and 2 issues of Steam Weekly that Morsong wrote for Luke. Mr. Luke. Master Luke. Please sign these 2 issues of Steam Weekly. These are definitely the 2 most valuable issues of Steam Weekly in all my collections. I will definitely pass them down from generation to generation as family heirlooms. Let my descendants know that their ancestors once saw the legendary Master Luke and left their signatures. As long as the ice cave did not cause trouble, Luke was willing to have a good relationship with them. Luke wrote his name on 2 issues of Steam Weekly, and then asked Darakova. She is the beautiful female clerk I met here last time. She is engaged to the dead Enoch, and her father is a factory owner. The general manager should have an impression of her. Don't call me sir. Just call me Helkin. Helkin brought himself and Luke closer, and asked curiously, what do you want to see Darakova? Luke said his purpose. Editor-in-Chief Morrison invited me to attend a steam engineer gathering. I have never attended such a gathering before, and I heard that it is best to bring a female companion. I haven't been in Dong for long, and I've been busy with work, so I don't know any suitable ladies. After thinking about it, I can only come to Miss Darakova presumptuously. I wonder if she has time. Herkikan asked, is it the steam engineer party organized by Editor-in-Chief Morrison? I heard that several heavyweights will also attend, and Binku has specially strengthened the control there. Editor-in-Chief Morrison really appreciates you for being invited to this party. Luke saw that Herkikan was changing the subject for him, so he reminded him, the party is about to start. Is Miss Darakova there? Darakova, she has resigned. Resigned? Luke didn't know whether Darakova really resigned or whether it was just an excuse from Helkin. Helkin was very glad that he had driven Darakova away in time. Whatever she did in the future would have nothing to do with him. Helkin said with emotion, the death of Enoch was a great blow to Darakova. She was distracted and often made mistakes every day. She even dared to embarrass you last time, since she wanted to resign. I agreed. She was just an insignificant clerk anyway. If you want to find her, I'll give you an address. Helkin wrote down Darakova's current address on a piece of paper. As the ace agent of the ice cave, Darakova could not leave the winter capital even if she resigned, as she was within the monitoring range of the ice cave. Holding the paper with the address, Luke couldn't figure out what the 2 were up to. Luke became more interested in Darakova. Thank you, General. No, General Herkin. Fortunately, Darakova doesn't live far away, so she won't be late for the party. Goodbye. Have a good party. Goodbye, Master Luke. Darakova now lives in a cheap apartment building, where most of the people living here are migrant workers at the bottom of the city. The building is old. The walls are mottled. There is garbage everywhere, and there are leaking heating pipes that emit white smoke. Rebecca followed Luke along the corridor, looking at the house numbers one by one, and asked in confusion, why does Miss Darakova live in such a place? Her father is a factory owner. Since she has successfully resigned from the ice cave, she should go home. Luke was also very puzzled. If Darakova's resignation was a further bait for him, Helkin would have to arrange a factory owner father for her, waiting for him to take the bait in the mansion. Why would she live in such a place? I don't know either. I can only find her first and then ask her. Luke and Rebecca found Darakova's apartment. The door was a crack open and not locked. Miss Darakova. This is Luke, are you there? Luke slowly opened the door, and was greeted by the smell of alcohol. Looking inside the room, all the empty bottles were lying around. How much alcohol did she drink? Rebecca was expressing her feelings when she saw so many empty bottles, and Luke pulled her back. Then a cold light swept across her neck, making Rebecca think that her neck was cut open. Rebecca covered her neck, pulled out a long knife from her back with one hand, and swung the knife to chop the attacker. Mr. Luke. Retreat. Rebecca stood in front of Luke, but after seeing the attacker's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Miss Darakova. It was Darakova who attacked Rebecca. At this time, she held a dagger in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, standing unsteadily and swaying, drunk as a mud. Fortunately, Darakova recognized Rebecca and Luke, and she did not continue to attack, and fell back on the messy sofa. So it's you? How did you find this place? Are you here to see me make fun of you? Rebecca checked her neck and found that she was not injured before she put down her worries. Thank you, Mr. Luke. You saved my life again. Luke said to Rebecca, even if Miss Darakova is a civilian staff member of the Ice Cave, she has received professional agent training. Don't make this mistake again in the future. Yes, Mr. Luke. I didn't expect Miss Darakova to be so drunk and still have such good skills. Luke nodded, then took out his magic wand and approached Darakova. Your address was given to me by Chief Helkin. Now I will release magic to sober you up. Please don't misunderstand. Luke chanted the spell. Darakova struggled to stand up. I finally got drunk. I don't want to wake up. Don't worry about me. I'm a person no one wants anyway. Luke's magic wand has already touched Darakova's forehead. A human-shaped mist evaporated from Darakova's body, and the smell of alcohol in the room became stronger. Luke waved his hand, and the closed window opened, and the airflow generated blew all the air in the room out. The cold air outside was replenished, and Darakova, who was wearing slightly thin clothes, shivered. Darakova hugged her shoulders and curled up in the sofa. Her eyes were clear. What are you doing here? Luke took out his pocket watch and looked at it. I don't have time to explain to you. I need you to clean yourself up as quickly as possible. Change into a decent dress, and then accompany me to a steam engineer party. I wasted a lot of time looking for you. Darakova asked vigilantly, why should I accompany you to the party? Luke looked at the time. I will only give you 5 minutes, and I will leave when the time is up. Darakova jumped up from the sofa and rushed into the bedroom in an instant. Then she was seen hugging a bunch of clothes and shoes and getting into the bathroom. The water was gurgling, and the hands on the pocket watch in Luke's hand were ticking. It only took 4.5 minutes for Darakova to come out of the bathroom. She was now a completely different person from the drunkard just now. She wore a sky blue dress that matched her eyes, and a steam-patterned pendant hung on her white neck. Her chestnut hair had been dried, tied into a bun, and wearing a decorative dome hat. A bunch of hair was combed separately, and the ends of the hair were placed on her right shoulder. She wore crystal high heels and carried a lady's bag on her arm. She was simply a city socialite who was at the forefront of fashion. Darakova walked in front of Luke, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Mr. Luke, it's time to join the party. Can we go now? Luke held out his arms. You can go now. Go to the car and explain to me why you have fallen into this situation. Of course I will explain it to you. Mr. Luke. Darakova held Luke's arm, and they walked out of the apartment together. Rebecca exclaimed from behind, this is the Ice Cave agent. A civilian staff is so powerful. How powerful are those who are actually out in the field? Seeing that Luke and Darakova had gone far away, Rebecca glanced at the messy room, closed the door, and chased after them. The car drove back to the road to the home of Editor-in-Chief Morrison. In the car, Darakova confronted Luke and told him her true identity and the process of leaving the job in detail. This is what happened. General Herkin asked me to investigate you, so I forged an identity for myself. As a result, we didn't expect you to have such a deep background and a bright future. General Herkin was afraid that you would gain power in the future, so he took his anger out on him and drove me out of the ice cave. It happened so suddenly. I never thought about saving money before, but I ended up like this. Luke was stunned. This bald man Herkin really can't be judged by appearance. Chapter 370, An Unusual Private Party. Ace Agent. Chief Herkin is really willing to do this. He kicked you out just like that. Don't you consider your contribution to the ice cave at all? While Luke was sighing, he looked for information related to Herkin in the mobile phone database to see if he could analyze his purpose from his personality. Darakova looked as if she couldn't imagine being abandoned like this. Herkin believes that with your talent and the favor of Editor-in-Chief Morrison, if you are interested in politics, you will definitely become a powerful figure in the County Federation. He doesn't want to offend you by investigating you, especially since I have deceived your feelings. You men are very sensitive about things between men and women, which is worse than cheating. For Helkin, I am just a good tool. But if this tool may hurt him, he will throw it away without hesitation. But I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. It's quite ruthless. Luke agreed casually while browsing Helkin's information. This ice cave chief really likes steam technology. He has signed up for the steam engineer exam many times, but has never passed. It seems that it is just a hobby, and he has no talent in this area. However, a player who did Helkin's task mentioned that he tried his best to help Helkin pass the steam engineer exam. After Helkin got the steam engineer qualification certificate, he first joined the Steam Engineers Association, and then he made connections everywhere. In the end, he successfully entered politics and even became the Secretary of State. The player described Helkin as, he fawned on the powerful, flattered the powerful, and would do anything to get promoted. Moreover, His resume in the ice cave gave him a lot of black materials on politicians. When he got rid of his identity as an ice cave agent, these black materials became his weapons. Talent. It seems that Hulkin drove away Derikova without any conspiracy, but was afraid of delaying his future. Luke felt that he even had another thought. If he was interested in Derikova, he would definitely find her. At this time, Derikova had no connection with the ice cave and was living in poverty. Such a beautiful woman was given to the future national politician and technical authority. It was a win no matter how you counted it. Luke suddenly felt that Hulkin should not take the exam for steam engineer, but should take the exam for actuary. After Derikova complained, she finally vented the anger she had been holding back for these days. She asked Luke, "Okay, I'm done. I paid a heavy price for deceiving you. How are you going to deal with me?" Luke said, "You are doing your job. Why should I deal with you? Besides, I am just an employee of Herod Heavy Industries, not a government official, and I have no right to deal with you. If you want to go back to the ice cave and continue to be your agent, I can talk to Hulkin." "No, I will definitely not go back. And he will not let me go back. I am going to open a private detective agency. Beating people, debt collection, intelligence gathering, whatever work there is. You are my first client, and you have to pay me for playing your female companion this time." "How much?" Luke asked. Derikova thought about it. 1,000 akwins. No problem. Derikova did not expect Luke to agree so straightforwardly. She immediately added a condition. "I charge hourly wages." "Okay. 1,000 akwins per hour." Luke took out a stack of banknotes from his inner pocket, counted out 4,000 akwins, and gave them to Derikova. "I'll pay for 4 hours first. If the party ends within 4 hours, all the money is yours. If it exceeds, we'll settle the bill separately." The business that she had thought of last minute was opened, and the minimum amount she got was 4,000 akwins. Derikova felt that her life was going to rebound. She happily took the money and stuffed it into her bag without counting it. "Thank you, boss. I'll give you another bodyguard service, free of charge." Editor-in-Chief Moisson lives in a large hot spring manor outside the winter capital. From the outside, the manor looks like an artistic ice and snow castle. The car drove into the manor and stopped in front of the main building. Luke and Derikova got out of the car hand in hand. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Artaski, who got the news, immediately came out to greet them. "Luke, you are finally here. Editor-in-Chief Morrison has asked many times. An important guest is coming today. If you are late, it will be very rude." Valtaski saw the bright and beautiful Derikova and saluted very gentlemanly. "Beautiful lady, welcome to the hot spring manor." Derikova took Luke's arm, stretched out her other hand for Bartaski to complete the kiss, and then said in a standard upper-class social tone, "I am really sorry, Deputy Editor-in-Chief Artaski. Please don't blame Luke. This is all my fault. When I knew I was going to attend such an important party, I was very nervous. In order to dress appropriately, I spent 2 hours on makeup and another hour choosing clothes. Fashion is changing so fast nowadays. I need to update my wardrobe. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Naiskin Derikova, from Polar Daylight City. You can just call me Derikova." Valtaski judged that Derikova must be from a famous family, thinking that Luke and other junior brothers could, seemingly busy with work every day. He didn't expect to find such a well-educated, elegant, and well-born female companion quietly. "Hello, Miss Derikova. Only Polar Daylight City can have a beauty with such icy skin like you. Come in quickly. It's too cold outside." Valtaski kindly took Luke to the house and talked with him about the recent physical condition of Editor-in-Chief Morrison. The gathering was held in the manor's library. The library was designed in a circular shape, with a 5-meter-high bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. In the middle of the library, a circle of leisurely chairs surrounded the city, and the invited steam engineers sat together. At this time, a steam engineer was talking about his research. Waltoski, who brought Luke in, made a low gesture, then slowly led the two to find a seat and sat down. And he sat down on the chair on the other side of Luke. Luke first glanced at the venue of the gathering. There were 24 steam engineers who came, and all of them were listening attentively to the narrator's narration. Then Luke saw Editor-in-Chief Morrison looking towards him, and he immediately nodded to Morrison, who also smiled and nodded. About half an hour later, the steam engineer finished his talk, and then the discussion began. Editor-in-Chief Morrison, as the host of the party, temporarily interrupted the discussion process and pointed at Luke to introduce him to the steam engineers present. This is Luke, the young steam engineer who proposed the two-phase steam engine of water molecules. I invited him here because I wanted all the masters who have made unique achievements in their respective fields to give him some advice. He is young, talented, and very hardworking, and he will definitely open up his own chapter in the field of steam technology. Luke stood up and saluted the steam masters. The steam engineers present knew that Editor-in-Chief Morsong admired Luke very much and knew that Luke was indeed very talented. But they did not expect that Editor-in-Chief Morsong would give him such a high evaluation this time. Based on Morsong's attitude, the steam engineers did not dare to neglect Luke at all, and stood up together to salute him back. Darakova, who was sitting next to Luke, tried her best to keep her breathing even, showing a natural smile, and her heart was surging. Although she did not understand steam technology, she knew the steam engineers present, and any one of them was a person that the ice cave agents would protect regardless of their own sacrifices. Now these top steam engineers of the accounting union have gathered here, which can be said to be the foundation of the entire country, and Luke is qualified to be on par with them. Is the water molecule dual-phase steam engine so powerful? Is the fee cheap? At this time, Morson said to Luke, "What do you think of the convection hood air wall principle that Engineer Davrian just described? In the past 3 days, Chi Kong has done a lot of homework for this gathering." Luke thought about it for a while, and after receiving the answer, he replied, "I have read Master Davrian's research paper on the convection hood air wall. The convection hood air wall was first proposed by Master Dasky, who is also Master Davrian's mentor. The difficulty of the convection hood air wall is still the regulation of the pressure difference and impact amount of the two counterflow airflows. These are variables that change with the environment, and slight differences can cause unstable steam transmission. As a new technology for steam transmission, it can only be implemented in a laboratory environment. Master Davrian is in the right direction to solve the problem from the material, and to create a steam pipeline with constant properties that does not change with the environment to meet the harsh environmental requirements of the convection hood air wall. I think that magic and alchemy, which have their own variables, are difficult to produce steam pipelines with constant properties, and the secret technique is a constant mysterious technique that cannot be understood. Using the secret technique may be able to create the required steam pipeline. I read in the Neuronia Mysticism and Ancient Witchcraft notes that there is an ancient secret technique to make water pipes, which will not expand or contract with temperature differences, and can also self-repair." Luke's words brought new ideas to Engineer Davrian, who had been troubled by materials. He asked eagerly, "Water pipes without thermal expansion and contraction. Maybe the secret technique can really solve the problem that my mentor and I have not solved." "Where did you see the Neuronia Mysticism and Ancient Witchcraft notes?" Luke thought for a while. "This is a very ordinary secret technique book, which records many curious secret techniques. But many of the secret techniques in it are not complete, and I am not sure whether this secret technique is true." Davrian couldn't help but show a look of anxiety. Editor-in-Chief Morson laughed easily. "Engineer Luke really reads all kinds of books. If you hadn't reminded us, we wouldn't have thought of a solution from the occult. After all, this is a very unpopular academic discipline, and occultists are all mysterious." Luke said, "The occult can be said to be the oldest academic discipline. It originated from ancient sacrifices, and was a mysticism that was not recognized by mainstream academics for a long time. I think it has value since it exists. If the occult can be integrated into the current academic system, perhaps it can show another side that we have never discovered. Therefore, when I was studying, I dabbled in some esoteric arts." After listening to this, Morsong couldn't help but sigh to other steam engineers. "See, this is the young people. The thinking of us, the old generation of steam engineers, has become somewhat rigid. We rely more on experience to do research, and lack the ideas of young people who are not bound by conventions. Engineer Davrian, I think you need to invite the Department of Esoteric Arts of the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy to assist in completing your research." During this period, Professor Chi Kong, the head of the Department of Esoteric Arts of the Ulu Academy, was invited to exchange esoteric arts at the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy. "My students told me that Professor Chi Kong is a true master of esoteric arts. Although the Ulu Academy has lagged behind in the study of esoteric arts for 100 years due to the Abyss Mage, with Professor Chi Kong, they will soon return to the top of the world in the field of esoteric arts." Davrian said in embarrassment, "But Professor Chi Kong is from the Golden Shield Empire. Is she willing to help the enemy country develop steam technology? Morrison said, Professor Chi Kong has another identity. The Queen of the Moonlight Court. The Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy has reached some mutual assistance agreements with Queen Chi Kong. You can try your luck. Your research institute can always do something for the Moonlight Court. Dabrian seemed to understand. Thank you for your advice. I will visit Professor Chi Kong. I hope my luck is good. Morrison nodded and turned to Luke and said, It's a good opportunity for everyone to gather here today to talk about your water molecule dual-phase steam engine and see if anyone can help you. When Luke stood up and prepared to talk about his new steam engine research concept, the manor servant came in and reported, Master, General Vaughn and Consultant Donahue have arrived. Luke immediately looked at the door of the library when he heard these two names. General Vaughn is the Chief of Staff of the Ark County Allied Forces, responsible for the formulation of all operational plans for the war against the Golden Shield Empire. Donahue is the Chief Technical Advisor of the Congress, and is now responsible for planning the development and production of new weapons for the military. Luke knew that this gathering would be attended by big shots from the County Alliance, but he didn't expect the level of the people coming was so high, about the same as his own in the Golden Shield Empire. General Vaughn, wearing the uniform of the County Alliance, strode in with great dignity. Following behind him was Donahue, the Chief Technical Advisor of the Congress, a middle-aged man with a very bureaucratic air. When Luke saw the two people, he knew that this private gathering was not as simple as he imagined, and it also reminded him of his job as a senior agent of the Golden Shield Empire's Secret Service. He attended the highest military secret meeting organized by the General Staff of the County Alliance. What would Agatha think if she knew that I was here? Luke was now very interested in the real topic of this gathering. Editor-in-Chief Morrison said, Please rest outside if you are not necessary. You can go to the hot springs here. Luke pretended to stand up with Darakova, but Vartasky held him back. If you want to take a hot spring bath, there is plenty of time. Sit down. There are servants to take care of Miss Darakova. Luke sat down and prepared to attend the formal meeting. Chapter 371 Titan Project. General Vaughn and Consultant Donahue sat down next to Editor-in-Chief Morsong. The door of the library closed, and a barrier was deployed along the inside of the bookshelf. Then Editor-in-Chief Morsong introduced Luke to the two people. The water molecule two-phase steam engine is the best solution for all cutting-edge steam machinery being studied. It greatly improves the utilization rate of thermal energy and reduces the amount of water used. I have calculated that the output power of the water molecule two-phase steam engine of the same volume can be increased by 15% compared to the best steam engine now. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. I think Engineer Luke may bring us a bigger surprise. General Vaughn nodded as he listened, and his eyes were always observing Luke. It was indeed a bit abrupt for such a talented steam engineer to come to Winter City at this special time, which made people have many associations. However, Binku had investigated him and sent someone to verify his background. All the files were complete. His background was clean, and he had no relationship with hostile forces. Moreover, the water molecule two-phase steam engine was evaluated by Morsong and many senior steam engineers, and it was achievable according to the current technical accumulation. If he was an Imperial spy, there was no reason for him to bring such cutting-edge technology. This can only be attributed to the technical reserves of the Winter City Steam Engineers Association, which has a strong attraction for steam engine technical talents from all over the world. After Editor Morrison finished his introduction, General Vaughn said to Luke, My time is very tight, and I can only stay here for an hour at most. Please briefly introduce the research plan of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine to us. And when can we see the actual machine that can be mass-produced? Luke stood up and saluted General Vaughn, and then said, Thanks to the attention of Herod Heavy Industry and the help of Editor Morrison, the development laboratory of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine is currently being established very smoothly. It is expected that after another month of equipment installation and debugging, the development stage of the new steam engine can be officially carried out. Now I have completed the magic architecture of using the dual phase of water molecules to realize the internal circulation of heat energy, and the principal and segmented experimental process have also been written. All steam engineers involved in the development of the new steam engine are studying it. After the official development progress, as long as the required materials are supplied in time, it is expected that a prototype can be produced within a month. Subsequent testing, optimization and improvement will take about 1 to 2 years. General Vaughn was very happy when he heard that the water molecule two-phase steam engine seemed to be a natural thing. But when he heard that it would take a year or even 2 years to finalize it, his expression immediately turned unhappy. Does it take so long? Before Editor-in-Chief Morsang could speak, Consultant Donahue explained to General Vaughan, General, normally, the development time of a new steam engine is 5 to 10 years. If a new machine wants to run stably, long-term repeated testing and optimization are essential. Engineer Luke has completed the magic structure, which has saved a lot of time. The remaining is the material selection and structural design of the physical machine, which is extremely labor-intensive. General Vaughan's attitude eased slightly, but he was not satisfied with the development time of the new steam engine. I can wait, but our soldiers can't. The intelligence from the ice cave shows that the Golden Shield Empire's Raging Wave City is manufacturing weapons in large quantities and developing many new technologies. When winter is over, the weapons of Raging Wave City can be continuously transported to the northern battlefield. Moreover, the Raging Wave City fleet will definitely go north along the coast to threaten the flanks of our army, and even attack the coastal cities of the County Alliance. News came from the battlefield of Snow City that the new Crusaders of the Golden Shield Empire have sporadically appeared on the battlefield. In the future, if you can't develop new weapons as soon as possible, our equipment will be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Engineer Luke, can you shorten the development time of the new steam engine to half a year? At this time, Editor-in-Chief Morsang said, General, shortening the development progress is not a decision that can be made in this meeting. After the meeting, I will have a good talk with Engineer Luke and calculate how long the progress can be advanced if the Steam Engineers Association fully supports his laboratory. If we hand over non-compliant machines to the army, it will be irresponsible for the lives of soldiers. Morsang's words made General Vaughan stop embarrassing Luke. He turned and said, Next, let's talk about the Titan Project. Titan Project? Luke instantly thought of a super weapon developed by the County Alliance in the Epic game. It was a giant war puppet, driven by magic power, using neurons to connect with the Titan warriors in the cockpit. The inspiration of the game designer probably came from the popular anime Gundam. But how to move the Titan Project to the Steam Engineer Gathering this time? Magic power to steam power. The level is too low. Let's take a look at what this Titan Project is. Morsang rubbed his fingers together, and the light in the library dimmed. A beam of magic light was projected from the magic circle on the ceiling. In the middle of the beam, a magic projection of a war machine used by the County Coalition appeared. Editor-in-Chief Morsang said at this time, This is the Singer B-24 war machine, designed by the Winter City Steam Engineers Association, and its performance is also leading compared with similar products in the world. The Titan Project is based on the technology of the Singer B-24 war machine to design a new war machine, which has a generational advantage over the war machines of the Golden Shield Empire. As Editor-in-Chief Morsang narrated, the size of the Singer B-24 war machine increased, and the half-exposed cockpit became fully enclosed. The shoulders of the war machine moved up, and a head with centralized sensing function was added. The center of gravity of the new war machine was raised, and the volume of the steam engine behind it must be reduced. In order to balance the weight, the chest armor in front of the cockpit was thickened to provide stronger protection for the driver. The added magic accessories and armor greatly increased the weight of the new war machine. The compressed space requires a steam engine with greater power and smaller volume, and the water tank carried must also be compressed. After Editor-in-Chief Morsang finished his narration, the war machine in the magic projection could no longer be seen in its original appearance. It was completely a steel mecha with a height of 5 meters. The official name of the County Coalition was Titan Type 1. Luke didn't expect that he caused the war between the Golden Shield Empire and the County Union to break out early, and turn the County Union's Titan Project into the state. Originally, it should have been developed by the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy after a breakthrough in magic energy technology. But now it has been handed over to the Steam Engineers Association. This is information that the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau has not collected, which shows the high level of confidentiality. Before Luke could sigh too much, Consultant Donahue continued, Most of the Steam engineers present are participating in the development of the Titan Project, and Editor-in-Chief Morsang's introduction is for the newly invited participants. At present, the progress of the Titan Project is very smooth, and the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy has completed the design of the Magic Guide part. The mechanical and power transmission design has been completed by 70%, but the most critical steam engine has not met the requirements. And the Titan, I cannot obtain the thrust-to-weight ratio required for actual combat. Engineer Luke, I think you have understood the purpose of inviting you to this party. The water molecule dual-phase steam engine is the key to the Titan project. Although the steam engine is slightly behind the real Titan, it is definitely the best solution at this stage. It is really a magnificent war machine that makes people excited. Luke looked at the magic projection in the light column and couldn't help but sigh. It is my honor to participate in the Titan project. I am confident that the water molecule dual-phase steam engine can solve the power problem of Titan I. But the development progress of your new steam engine is too slow. General Vaughn looked at Titan I with shining eyes, and he wanted it to join his army now. Luke asked, "Has the prototype test machine of Titan I been built?" Advisor Donahue replied, "When Princess Agatha of the Golden Shield Empire ordered Meteor to seize the city of Raging Waves, the County Federation realized that there was a high possibility of civil unrest in the Golden Shield Empire. The Titan project was officially established at that time. The prototype test machine of Titan I has indeed been manufactured, but due to the lack of suitable steam engine equipment, it can only be debugged with external power for the mechanical part. We hope that your laboratory will give priority to developing a steam engine for the Titan Type 1 prototype test machine. This is the real purpose of making an exception to allow Luke to attend this level of meeting." But Luke's plan was to run away after a month, so he didn't think about building a water molecule dual-phase steam engine. Compared with the element fusion reactor, this thing is a thing that is like a U if there is no Liang. Using magic and alchemy to build a steam engine. Why not just build a magic power source? In the future, steam engines will still take the cheap route. Small and exquisite, but can't compete with magic power. Now Luke suddenly became interested in the Titan project. Who doesn't want to drive a Gundam? It's just that players can't make a detailed strategy for this specific technology. After all, no one will learn from the basics and assemble a mecha manually. At this moment, the crystallization of Art County Union's magic and steam technology, Titan project, is in front of us. If we don't find a way to take it away, we will be too sorry for our profession. Determined, Luke said, "If we use alchemical technology to forcibly materialize the water molecule dual-phase steam engine magic structure, we can shape a usable steam engine. It's just that the cost is high, and the steam engine can't last too long as the materialized materials decay. But the technology used to verify Titan Type 1 is feasible, and it can also provide reference data for the performance of formal physical dedicated steam engines in the future." Editor-in-Chief Morrison said, "We think so too. The data obtained by external power is inaccurate, and it is not possible to conduct long-term operation tests in complex environments. First use alchemy to shape a new type of steam engine, which can speed up the finalization of Titan I. Once your water molecule dual-phase steam engine is manufactured, you can directly give it to the factory for mass production." Luke then said, "I need the Titan I prototype test machine to be stationed in my laboratory, and give me the Titan I design drawings, so that I can design the connection between the steam engine and the power transmission line." Consultant Donahue said, "The Titan I prototype test machine can be stationed in your laboratory, but the drawings are top secrets of the country and cannot be given to you. When you need the drawings, you can apply for them and check the required parts under the supervision of a special person. After reading, you are not allowed to save and copy them, and return them immediately." Luke apologized and said, "I was abrupt. I am still not used to joining such a confidential plan. I have a weak sense of confidentiality." Donahue did not blame Luke, but he did warn him, "Everyone has a first time, and it is indeed too early for you to participate in this plan. Young people are easily impetuous and say things they shouldn't say when they are impulsive. Titan project is the top secret of the country. You must always remind yourself to keep it secret. Even the closest people can't tell it. Titan Type 1 is our weapon, and we must never let the Secret Service of the Golden Shield Empire hijack the secret." Luke followed up, "I am very familiar with General Hulkin of the Ice Cave. After the party, I will go to him to arrange a full-time Ice Cave agent to protect me." General Vaughn nodded with satisfaction. "You are very aware of this. Not everyone likes to have an Ice Cave agent around. Time is almost up. The military still has a lot of work waiting for me to deal with. Remember, do everything you can to speed up the development of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine. Funds and materials are not a problem. I'll wait for you to give me news." Editor-in-Chief Morrison stood up to see him off. "I will send it to the General immediately after I discuss the timetable with Engineer Luke. You are not in good health, so you don't need to send it. Goodbye, engineers. Thank you for your contribution to the country." General Vaughn saluted the steam engineers, and then left in a hurry with Consultant Donahue. The ban in the library was lifted. The magic projections dissipated, The lights were brightened, and the atmosphere of the party became much more relaxed. Editor-in-Chief Morrison coughed several times in succession, and then said with some breathlessness, "Let's suspend the discussion first. I need to take some medicine and rest for a while. Everyone, please feel like you are at home here. Don't be too restrained. You can go to the hot springs or eat something. When the next discussion begins, I will send a servant to notify you." Editor-in-Chief Morrison, who was feeling a little unwell, left with the help of a servant, and Luke left the venue to find Darakova. When he found Darakova, she was comfortably soaking in an indoor single hot spring. In the oval bath, the hot spring water gurgled, and outside the one-way glass of the large fan was a world of ice and snow. Darakova was immersed in the water, and the steaming water vapor made her icy skin flush with a peachy blush. The alcohol that was suppressed by magic was revived by the steam, making her look drunk again. Luke waved his hand to open the window, and then waved his hand again to let all the steam in the room rush out. The cold air in the water made Darakova shiver. She went deeper into the water with only her head exposed outside, and complained to Luke angrily, "It's so cold outside. Why did you open the window? And how did you get in?" Luke sat down on the rattan chair next to the bath and closed the window with a snap of his fingers. "The water vapor here is too strong, making me feel a little uncomfortable. I have a new job that needs someone. Do you want to take it?" "Yes." "What job?" Chapter 372 Prototype. Luke admired Darakova in the hot spring. Her hair spread out in the water to cover her important parts. Her blue eyes made her look like a Persian cat. "Today is not an ordinary steam engineer gathering," Luke said. Darakova used magic to raise a layer of mist on the water's surface. Then she floated up slightly, with her hands on the edge of the bathtub. The water in her shoulder sockets was dazzling. The steam engineer gathering organized by Editor-in-Chief Morrison is definitely not an ordinary gathering. I saw many disguised ice cave agents here, and General Vaughn and Consultant Donahue came to visit suddenly. You must have talked about some state-secret technologies. Luke saw a plate of grapes next to the hot spring, so he picked some and ate them. "We are talking about a highly confidential weapon, and I have been assigned a key job in it. The job I am going to give you is related to war machinery. How is your war machinery driving skills?" Darakova said confidently, "As a former ace field officer of the ice cave, mastering the control of all mainstream weapons is the most basic skill. War machinery is like playing with children's toys to me." "How is your magic coordination ability?" "This is another specialty." "Very good. You passed the interview. The next stage of the weapons I am responsible for developing requires a war machinery tester. You should prepare and report to my laboratory tomorrow." Darakova didn't expect Luke to hire her after just asking 2 questions. She asked hurriedly, "What kind of weapons are you testing?" "Generally, there will be full-time weapon testers for the development of new weapons." Luke threw a grape into his mouth. "I think it's better for me to select the weapon testers myself. I need to collect data on the new weapons again, and then compare it with the previous data." Darakova asked again, "Why choose me?" Luke smiled and said, "Among the people I know, you are the only one who is proficient in war machine driving and magic coordination, and your combat experience will be of great help to the practicality of new weapons. I'll still give you an hourly wage of 1,008 coins per hour, when there are no test tasks. You have free time. Is that okay?" "No problem." After getting a long-term meal ticket easily, Darakova agreed without hesitation. Then Luke said, "Due to job changes, my laboratory and my personal safety need the participation of Ice Cave. Please help me make an appointment with Chief Hulkin. I need to talk to him." Hearing Hulkin, Darakova's expression was obviously a little unhappy. "Why let me make an appointment? You can go to him yourself. I don't like places like Ice Cave. And with my identity, it's not suitable for me to run there so frequently. Even if you do me a favor, I am your boss now." "Okay," Darakova agreed, and then said to Luke with a charming look, "Do you want to come in and take a hot spring bath together?" Editor-in-Chief Morrison's hot spring manor is very famous in the entire County League. You can brag about it for the rest of your life if you can take a hot spring bath here. Luke stood up, overlooking Darakova, and said with a smile, "You can brag about taking a hot spring bath with me for the rest of your life. But such a good thing will not be easily given to you. This place belongs to you. Editor-in-Chief Morrison has collected several books that I want to read. I'll wait for you in the library." Seeing Luke walk out without hesitation, Darakova was a little bit unbelievable. She couldn't help but doubt her charm, Am I not as good as a modified security guard? Darakova lay in the water again. But she was a little uneasy, and had no intention of enjoying the hot spring anymore. She reached out, and called the clothes on the hanger into her hands. Luke returned to the library, walked around the bookshelf, asked the manor servant to take out a few steamed books for him, and then found a secluded place to concentrate on reading. Not long after, Darakova also came to the library. She did not disturb Luke, who was reading, but just sat quietly by the side, and her eyes couldn't help showing a sense of intoxication as she read. In her eyes, Luke, who was wearing glasses and concentrating on reading, had an indescribable charm. His temperament was very different from those impetuous dignitaries, like an old-fashioned gentleman, who was too rare. Vardasky came over with tea and sat down, saying to Darakova, "I can see that you like Engineer Luke very much." Darakova immediately withdrew her gaze from Luke, secretly lamenting that she had changed so much since leaving the ice cave. How could she have those thoughts? Darakova politely took the tea from Vardasky. "Thank you, Mr. Deputy Editor-in-Chief. I have no resistance to men who concentrate on learning. That kind of intellectual beauty is far superior to appearance and clothing." Vartasky smiled and said, "Engineer Luke became famous too early. I thought he would be dragged down by fame and become impatient. Now it seems that I was too worried. Engineer Luke's success has a lot to do with his talent, diligence, and insatiable thirst for knowledge. Ms. Darakova, how many snowmen are there in the snowman settlement of Polar Daylight City?" Hearing Vartasky's question, Darakova couldn't help laughing. "There is no snowman settlement in Polar Daylight City. Mr. Deputy Editor-in-Chief, are you testing me?" Vartasky, who was exposed, took a sip of the tea in his hand awkwardly, and then said, "Engineer Luke does not understand the complexity of Winter City. His research is very likely to break the balance of all parties. Herod Heavy Industry is not the only consortium of a county union. Editor-in-Chief Morrison regards Luke as his disciple, so he is my junior fellow apprentice, and I need to provide him with protection." Darakova knew that Vartasky was warning herself and the consortium behind her. "Deputy Editor-in-Chief Vartasky, you may have misunderstood. My hometown is indeed the Polar Daylight City, but I am not a member of any consortium. In a sense, Luke is my boss, and I was hired by him to play his female companion at the party. The hourly wage is 1,000 coins." Vartasky opened his mouth wide. It seems that I am really nosy. Once again, I sincerely welcome you, and please forgive my offense. You are so beautiful. Many young ladies from big families don't have such charm as you. You don't need to apologize. And thank you for your praise." The embarrassed Vartasky left in a hurry. "I won't disturb you. I wish you a good day." An hour later, Editor-in-Chief Morrison returned to the library, and the steam engineers gathered again, and the technical discussion continued. Luke enjoyed such a gathering, without any intrigue, and everyone talked freely in the common field. If he could change, he didn't want to be a politician. Adventure and exploration were his favorite life. Darakova didn't take her eyes off Luke the whole time. The steam engineer gathering lasted until the afternoon. After Luke settled Darakova's wages, he sent her home. In the evening, he received a notice that the Titan I prototype test machine had been delivered to his exclusive laboratory. When Luke arrived at the laboratory, the escort had completed the unloading and installation. In the large workshop that was temporarily planned, the two-story Titan I prototype was fixed in the built support bridge. More than a dozen magicians cast spells together to assist the workers in fine-tuning and fixing the position of the prototype. Another army was responsible for protecting the Titan I prototype. Seeing Luke coming, an officer came with a file book, saluted first and then said respectfully, "Hello, Engineer Luke. I am Major Elro, the escort commander of the Titan I prototype. Here are the documents for receiving the Titan I prototype. Please sign after receiving it." Luke took the file book, which contained all the equipment lists delivered this time. "I will sign after I have verified it." Luke took the file book and walked to the bottom of the Titan I prototype. It was taller than what he saw in the magic projection. The appearance was based on the war machine design, and the style was very rough, with crisscrossing steam pipes everywhere. Compared with the magic Titan that Luke knew, the steam Titan was more full of violent aesthetics. In an instant, Luke made up his mind to complete this work. The magic Titan is powerful, but the cost determines that it cannot be mass-produced. If you want to be cheap, you can't use the water molecule dual-phase steam engine. The implosion dual-drive steam engine is its optimal solution. Thickening the lower limbs frees up space for installing the dual-drive steam engine, and can also move the center of gravity down. The implosion dual-drive steam engine is the steam engine used by mainstream war machinery in the future. According to the steam technology of the City of Raging Waves, it is not difficult to manufacture this kind of steam engine. The most critical technology of the Titan is its magic design. The alchemical neurons and the driver are perfectly matched. It is a unique magic alchemy technology of the Winter City Magic Steam Academy. It's a pity that Luke can't get a full set of Titan Type 1 prototype design drawings. Even if he applies for a review, he probably won't be able to see the magic design part. Is it possible to take this Titan I prototype away and return to Raging Waves City for reverse research? Reverse research is not a simple matter. Engineer Luke, please verify the equipment. Major Elro reminded Luke, who was a little dazed. Oh. Luke came back to his senses and exclaimed, "This thing is taller than I thought. If it appears on the battlefield, our enemies will turn around and run away when they see it." Major Elro looked at the Titan I prototype with longing in his eyes. It is a war weapon that transcends the times, and can give ordinary soldiers the same combat power as extraordinary warriors. Now it only lacks a heart. So it was sent here. Engineer Luke, General Vaughn has high hopes for you. I hope you can deliver it to the front line of the war against the Golden Shield Empire as soon as possible. It seems that we have to hurry up. Luke did not rest all night, and took his laboratory staff to carefully check the equipment. In the morning, Luke, who had just slept for less than an hour, was awakened by a knock on the door. Luke, who was wearing pajamas, rubbed his red eyes and opened the door. It was Darakova outside. She was wearing a decent lady's dress, and there were many snowflakes on her shawl and hat. The cold air blowing in made Luke sober up a little, and he said to Darakova, "Come in and close the door. What do you want to drink? Mina is not here. I don't know if there is hot water at home." Darakova brushed off the snow on her body and came in. After closing the door, she asked, "You are in a bad mood. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Luke sat on the sofa and said, "Not only did I not sleep well, I didn't sleep all night. I didn't expect General Vaughn to deliver the things so quickly. It took a whole night to check the equipment. Many magic components still need to consume magic power and mental power to check. It's just like going through the torture of your ice cave again. The torture of the ice cave will not let you stand up and open the door the next day. I have an appointment with Helkin, and he is waiting for you in a nearby cafe. If you need to rest, I can make another appointment with him." Luke said, "Since I made the appointment with him, it would be rude to change the time at will. There is strong tea in the kitchen. You make me a cup. I will go back to my room to change clothes." After that, Luke staggered to the bedroom. After checking all the magic components in one night, even with his mental reserve, he could not bear it. When Luke changed his clothes and came out again, Darakova not only made strong tea for him, but also cleaned up the messy room. Darakova put the strong tea in Luke's hand, used magic to smooth the wrinkles on his clothes, and then tidied his hair. "You really need a servant here." Luke drank tea and said, "Since Mina's accident, I dare not hire servants anymore. Rebecca will come to help me clean the room when she has time. And for me, this is just a place to rest at night." Darakova retorted, "Your current status is different from before, and you need to show your status from the details. Rebecca is not a woman who knows how to take care of people. I don't mean to belittle her, but you do need a life consultant now to guide you to adapt to the upper-class society of Dongdu." Luke smiled and said, "It sounds like you are recommending yourself. As long as you pay, I can do it. I have received professional upper-class social training in the ice cave." It's a pity that Luke's current image is deliberately created. In terms of upper-class social experience, he has more experience than Darakova. I'm sorry to disappoint you. For me, upper-class social is just a burden. My value lies in my brain. In the current winter capital, no one dares to look down on me because of my image. Editor-in-Chief Morrison once told me that the respect that steam engineers get all comes from the laboratory. Darakova was indeed a little disappointed that she didn't get the job she wanted. Very profound warning. It is also the resume of Editor-in-Chief Morrison's life. Editor-in-Chief Morrison is a great man worthy of respect. He maintains a delicate balance between magic and steam. What does this mean? Darakova didn't understand Luke's evaluation of Editor-in-Chief Morrison. Luke smiled and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Nothing. Let's go and see Helkin. Chapter 373 The General's Ambition. Helkin waited in the agreed coffee shop. He was wearing a large windbreaker and looked a little bloated. The brim of his hat was pulled down so low that only his chin could be seen. The cup of coffee in front of him had cooled down, but he had no mood to taste it. A short but very important private party was held at the Hot Spring Manor yesterday. According to the limited information obtained, Luke was entrusted with the important task of being responsible for the subsequent development of Titan I. And according to other intelligence channels in the ice cave, the Titan project is just the beginning. As long as Luke's steam laboratory produces results, there will be many high-end research and development waiting for Luke to participate. All the consortiums in the Accounting Union are keeping a close eye on Luke. Before all kinds of wooing actions are implemented, there has been a competition between them. Luke, who controls the two-phase steam engine of water molecules, is now a dark horse in Dongdu, and his future is really limitless. Helkin found that as a veteran agent, he should have seen a lot of storms. But this time when he received Luke's appointment, why couldn't he help but feel a little nervous? This is an opportunity. Whether he can get rid of his identity as an ice cave and truly enter the upper-class circle in the future depends on this interview. Luke and Darakova walked into the cafe together, and then found that there was no customer in the cafe except Helkin. Darakova whispered, "Helkin must have booked the entire cafe. What do you want to eat? I'll go and order for you. A cup of coffee, 2 bagels, a sausage, and an omelette. You can order whatever you want, and it'll be on my bill." Luke asked Darakova to order, and he walked to sit in front of Helkin. "General, why make an ordinary meeting so mysterious?" Helkin said, "If the private meeting with the ice cave people gets out, it will greatly damage your reputation. The big guys need us, but they all hate us. Sometimes, I really envy my colleagues in the Golden Shield Empire." Luke smiled and said, "Such words should not come out of your mouth. I know Mr. Luke is an upright man, and will not spread my complaints. Darakova has already told me the purpose of your meeting with me. Do you need Ice Cave to protect you?" Getting to the point, Luke said, "Yesterday's party was beyond my expectations. You should know about the Titan project." Herkikin looked at Darakova, who was ordering food, and whispered to Luke, "The Titan project is the key protection target of Ice Cave. There is a team of Ice Cave agents on guard in the dark 24 hours a day. And there is also Major Ilro's guard team. You can rest assured about the safety. For your personal security. In addition to the security team that serves you openly, Herod Heavy Industries has a more powerful force in the dark, guarding you at all times. If we send someone to protect you again, Mr. Elvis will be unhappy." Herkikin's words are consistent with what Luke himself has noticed. Since accepting the interview with Steam Weekly, there have been many more followers around him, and their positions are not like surveillance, but protection. Now it can be confirmed that these people belong to Herod Heavy Industries. If I hadn't heard you, I wouldn't have found them. Herkikin smiled and said, "You are an inestimable asset to Herod Heavy Industries. How could Mr. Elvis entrust your safety to a team of ordinary security guards? Even this meeting of ours was under their surveillance. If I showed any hostility towards you, they would stop me immediately." Looks very powerful. Luke turned his head to look outside, as if looking for someone to protect him secretly. "But being monitored like this makes me very uncomfortable. As if I were a criminal suspect. This is the helplessness of fame. And as your status and reputation increase, your protection will only be more stringent. Unless," Luke asked, "unless what?" "Unless you can prove to Mr. Elvis that you will always belong to Herod Heavy Industries, and will not be poached by any other consortium." "It seems difficult to prove." "It's easy to prove." Herkikin said to Luke mysteriously, "Mr. Elvis has a daughter. As long as you marry his daughter, you will be Herod Heavy Industries' own. Not only can you get a large number of Herod Heavy Industries shares, but you can also do whatever you want in the future very smoothly." Luke looked at Darakova, who was still ordering food, and said to Herkikin, "I haven't even seen Mr. Elvis's daughter. How can I marry her casually?" Herkikin persuaded, "The marriage of a large family is to serve the interests of the family. Mr. Elvis must be very willing to marry his daughter to you. Of course, you don't need to be bound by marriage, as long as you don't do too much. Mr. Elvis won't interfere too much in your private life." In Helkin's view, Luke has met all the conditions for soaring to the sky. He has talent, is favored by Morsong, and is responsible for the development of important national projects. The only thing he lacks now is the full support of a large consortium. As long as Luke enters the Elvis family, the smoke and dust he raises will be enough to take him away. For Luke, this meeting with Helkin was surprisingly smooth. He didn't need to guide himself. This guy was already on the path he wanted him to take. I have to sigh how much Helkin dislikes his identity as an ice cave, and how strong his obsession with climbing up is. This is a good suggestion. But, isn't it too abrupt to propose to Mr. Elvis all of a sudden? Seeing that Luke was willing to marry the lady of the Elvis family, Helkin was happier than getting married himself, of course. It is too abrupt to propose suddenly, and it will leave the outside world with the stain of you clinging to the consortium. Leave this matter to me. I will talk to Mr. Elvis secretly. First, arrange a banquet for you and Miss Angelia to meet, and then a vigorous love will unfold. When you develop the water molecule dual-phase steam engine, you can propose to Mr. Elvis again, and no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. Luke pretended to think for a while, and replied to Helkin, "Okay. You arrange it. Thank you for coming this time." Herkikin heard that Luke was about to end these meetings, and he immediately told the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Luke, I have some personal matters that I would like to ask you for help." Luke said, "You are the general manager of the ice cave. If you find it difficult, I am afraid I can't provide you with any help." No. Only you can help me with this matter." Herkikin looked at Darakova again. She was very tactful, and didn't come over, giving the two people space to talk secretly. Then Herkikin said to Luke like a pious apprentice, "Mr. Luke, you know that I have a very strong interest in steam technology. I would buy every issue of Steam Weekly, and read it carefully. I also bought a lot of Steam books for self-study. But, don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I have secretly participated in the Steam Engineer Qualification examination many times, but I was just a little short every time. I have repeatedly thought that my repeated failures are due to the lack of guidance from famous teachers. You are a 4th-level member of the Steam Engineers Association, have published many high-quality papers in Steam Weekly, and have been interviewed by Editor-in-Chief Mosong. If you are willing to take me as an apprentice and guide me in the study of steam technology, I will definitely be able to pass the Steam Engineer exam next time. As an actuary, Helkin has made his own calculations very carefully. To be a steam engineer in the normal way, one needs real skills and knowledge. Helkin knows that his talent in this area is indeed very ordinary, and he will definitely not pass the normal exam. But with a well-known steam engineer as a mentor, it is very different. With Luke's current status in the Steam Engineers Association, he can just guess the questions and make some concessions in the final defense. Wouldn't he get the certificate smoothly? Moreover, Luke agreed to marry into the Elvis family, and he would be his first apprentice. With this relationship, he would definitely help him no matter what position he gets. As long as Luke nods, the future can be said to be bright. Although Luke guessed Helkin's little trick, he still showed a look of surprise. "I thought that you liked steam technology just as a hobby, but I didn't expect you to take the Steam Engineer Qualification exam. That kind of difficulty is not something you can pass easily by self-study." "Yes. For example, I have never been able to figure out the steam flow value in parallel dense pipelines, and the changes in the air pressure vortex formula." Luke said, "This is indeed a point that is easy to make mistakes. Not only do you need to consider complex factors, but you also need a lot of calculations. Since you like steam science so much, I can teach you. But to accept you as an apprentice, I need to examine your talent in steam science. Let's talk about it after you pass the steam engineer exam." Jean knew that he wanted to become Master Luke's apprentice, and this request was a bit excessive. But fortunately, Master Luke did not completely refuse, and there will still be opportunities in the future. Get the Steam Engineer Qualification certificate first. Thank you very much, Mr. Luke. Helkin stood up and saluted Luke as a disciple. Luke said, "The teaching location is in my Steam laboratory. Titan I is a very good teaching prop. If you can learn 15% thoroughly, it will be enough to get the Steam Engineer Qualification certificate." This is definitely another surprise for Helkin. With the guidance of Master Luke, and practicing with Titan I, the Steam Engineer exam can be passed with eyes closed. "Thank you again. I won't disturb you and Miss Darakova to share breakfast." Helkin saluted Luke again and whispered, "Please rest assured that Darakova's files in the ice cave have been destroyed. She is a free person, and has nothing to do with the ice cave." Having achieved his goal, Helkin left very tactfully. Darakova walked to the opposite side of Luke with a plate and sat down, looking at Helkin's look. "You are definitely not talking about protection." Luke picked up the knife and fork to cut the fried egg and ate. "Helkin asked me to marry Mr. Elvis's daughter. Her name seems to be Angelia. Do you know her?" Hearing that Luke was going to marry a lady from the Elvis family, Darakova was dazed at first, but quickly adjusted her mood. Yes. Only the ladies of the consortium are worthy of you. As for Angelia, her reputation is not very good. She has a bad temper and a chaotic private life. But she looks good. If you need her family background, this will be a marriage that many people will be satisfied with. Have you agreed? I agreed, Luke said casually while eating breakfast. Darakova said with a bad face, "This is not like the you I know." "What can I do?" Luke pointed outside. "You must know that someone from Herod Heavy Industry follows me around the clock to prevent me from joining other consortiums. If I don't have the protection of Editor-in-Chief Morrison, they may do more excessive things." Darakova did not refute. This is the fact. And marrying Elvis's daughter will help Luke's future too much. We all have to succumb to the consortium and oligarchs. Don't talk about such unhappy things. Eat quickly, and then go to work. You report to my steam laboratory first and experience the new weapon. I will go back after checking the lines to be checked today. Darakova asked, "What new weapon is it?" "You will know when you arrive." Winter Magic Steam Academy. Qikong received the visiting engineer Davrian. After listening to Davrian's purpose, Qikong said, "There is indeed a secret technique in the Neronia secret technique and ancient witchcraft notes that can make a water pipeline without thermal expansion and contraction changes. But it is far from enough to realize the convection hood air wall. I can add the development of this secret technique to my schedule, and I will send someone to inform you of any progress." Engineer Davrian didn't expect Qikong to agree to his request so easily. He said gratefully, "The secret technique may be the last solution to the convection shield air wall. Thank you, Professor Qikong, for your selfless help. Is there anything I can do for you?" Qikong smiled and said, "Academics have no national boundaries. And this is not free help. If the secret technique is successfully developed, I will charge patent fees. I heard that Editor-in-Chief Morrison is not in good health. I feel very sorry that I can't see him in Dongdu this time." Engineer Davrian shook his head helplessly. "You can't leave Dongdu Magic Steam Academy. And Editor-in-Chief Morrison can't come here. Maybe you really miss it this time." Qikong asked knowingly, "Wasn't Editor-in-Chief Morrison the Dean of Dongdu Magic Steam Academy? Why can't he come here?" Davrian replied, "This is not a secret. Dongdu Magic Steam Academy used to be two schools. The Magic Academy and the Steam Academy. Later, with Morrison's mediation, the two academies merged into one academy. When the merger took place, the two academies quarreled over which came first, magic or steam. In Dongdu, the steam faction has a very high status. But the mainstream of the world is that magic is higher than steam. When Morrison was the dean, the magic faction and the steam faction were relatively peaceful. But after Morrison stepped down, the contradictions between the two sides emerged again. If Editor-in-Chief Morrison comes here, someone must have suggested to him to change Dongdu Magic Steam Academy to Dongdu Steam Magic Academy. Editor-in-Chief Morrison's body is not suitable for dealing with such disputes anymore." Chapter 374, Division of Labor. As a simple scholar, Engineer Davrian obviously did not realize the meaning behind this. In the winter capital Magic Steam Academy, in order to keep up with the international standards, magic suppresses steam, and the resources and management of the academy are all inclined towards the magic faction. And outside the academy, in winter capital, and even the entire county union, the steam faction can be said to be completely suppressing the magic faction in terms of political and social influence. This has caused the winter capital Magic Steam Academy to become an embarrassing and unique existence, and has become an alternative in the county union. If magicians want to do research or expand their influence, they can only rely on the winter capital Magic Steam Academy. If magic occupies more, steam occupies less. Over time, the steam faction in the academy will naturally rebound. The steam faction's request to change the name of the academy is a manifestation of contradiction, which is also supported by some steam engineers associations. It's just that Editor-in-Chief Morrison, who has authority on both sides, is still alive, and both sides are still very restrained. But after Editor-in-Chief Morrison passed away, this contradiction was inevitable to erupt. In the normal course of the era, the breakthrough of magic energy technology allowed the winter capital Magic Steam Academy to make a comeback with the Titan project. The influence of the magic faction in the Art County Union is getting bigger and bigger. The internal contradictions and balance have gradually weakened the external aggressiveness of the Art County Union policy. Luke judged that the Titan project was definitely not a new weapon development plan proposed by the Art County Union after seeing signs of civil unrest in the Golden Shield Empire, and from the fact that the winter capital Magic Steam Academy quickly came up with the technology of perfect matching between alchemical neurons and drivers. It can be seen that the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy started to reserve related technologies very early. However, due to the limitations of magic energy technology, the real Titan project could not be realized, and was taken away by the Congress of the County Union to the Steam Engineers Association. It was a simple result, and I don't know what kind of complicated struggle was involved. After listening to Engineer Davrian's story, Qigong couldn't help but agree and said, yes. Scholars are often more stubborn than politicians, and they also have to face competition from various departments within the Ulu Academy. Fortunately, Dean Wilred simplified the name of the college early on, so there is no need to worry about adding names and sorting them. Engineer Davrian said with emotion, Dean Wilred is a wise man with foresight. Otherwise, he would not have rebuilt the Ulu College from the ruins. He is also admirable in selecting successors. Your academic breadth and tolerance will definitely help coordinate the internal relations of the Ulu College and the current dean of the Winter Capital Magic STEAM College. Qigong stopped Engineer Davrian from continuing. The situations of our two colleges are different, and Dean Richard must have his difficulties. Engineer Davrian realized that it would be inappropriate to complain about Dean Richard in the Winter Capital Magic STEAM College. I made a slip of the tongue. Thank you for meeting me. I wish you good luck in your work. Davrian left with satisfaction, while Qigong was thinking about how to get the key magic technology of the Titan project through the Winter Capital Magic Academy. It happened that Vice President Antoine came to Qigong at this time. He held a list. Professor Qigong, these are the names of the students that our Winter Capital STEAM Magic Academy is going to send to the Moonlight Royal Court, and the outstanding students we recommend to you. If you have no objection, I will let them prepare to go to the Moonlight Royal Court. Thank you. Qigong took the list. The sunlight outside the window just happened to be projected on her, and those holiness and magnificence made Antoine exclaim, Professor Qigong, every time I see you, I can't help but think of those beautiful words. During the days you were at the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy, every day was a day worth looking forward to for me. This was almost an alternative confession. But Qigong was not interested in the man. I hear the same words almost every once in a while. I hope you just appreciate it. Otherwise it will only disappoint you. There is no problem with the personnel going to the Moonlight Court. Looking at their resumes, they are all respected scholars and students with excellent character and academic performance. It's just, why are most of the professors who went to the Moonlight Court to conduct World Tree research from the Magic Department, while there are many STEAM Department students who go to the Moonlight Court to support education? Antoine, who was warned, retracted his gaze and immediately explained, this is because the study of the World Tree involves more magic, alchemy, and extraordinary subjects. The professors of the Magic Department are more competent for research work in the Moonlight Court. The students sent to the STEAM Department are because their magic knowledge is enough for primary education, and their knowledge of steam and machinery is helpful to popularize primary manufacturing in the grasslands of the ancestors. Researching the World Tree is a brand new field that has never been seen in the academic world before. It is easy to become famous if you can get results. It is a good job that brings both fame and fortune. So naturally everyone wants to join. And supporting the education of the Moonlight King Court means going to the poor barbarian tribes in the grasslands of the ancestors to suffer. So of course they can't avoid it. It's just that Qigong didn't expect that the favoritism of the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy was so obvious. And it was simply suppressing the STEAM department without any disguise. You are really thoughtful. Qigong did not point out the purpose of the list. She handed the list to Jennifer beside her, and then said to Antoine, since you have confirmed the personnel going to the Moonlight Royal Court, I should also prepare to end this visit. Antoine asked reluctantly, are you leaving so soon? The students like your secret arts class very much. Your rich knowledge in secret arts has benefited all of us. I sincerely invite you to stay for a while. The personnel going to the Moonlight Royal Court have been confirmed, but a lot of equipment and materials need to be raised. Qigong said helplessly, I also want to stay for a while. The uniqueness of the Winter Capital Magic STEAM Academy in the field of magic alchemy is worth my spending more time to learn. For example, there are many things I don't understand about the paper on the 5 Hz single-line source of alchemical neurons. There are also macro changes in the mental magnetic field in the magic field. It would be better if I could ask the author directly. Leave this matter to me. In order to let Qigong stay for a while, Antoine promised to arrange it immediately. Although the two professors who wrote these 2 papers did not belong to the Department of Mysticism, it was easy for Antoine, as the vice dean, to arrange them to answer questions for Qigong. Qigong saw the structural drawings of the Titan I prototype through Luke. as well as some design drawings. It can be judged that the perfect mental matching technology of alchemical neurons and drivers should be based on these two papers as the underlying logic. The authors of these two papers must be important participants in the magic assembly of the Titan I prototype. Therefore, Qi Kong decided to start with these two magic professors to see if he could find some clues about the magic design drawings of the Titan project. Qi Kong was responsible for the magic part, and Luke was responsible for the steam machinery part. In the following days, Luke increased his workload. In addition to inspecting the underground steam lines and laying secret rituals, he also had to invest a lot of time in the construction of the Titan I prototype. In order to save time, he even moved directly into the laboratory. The work attitude made Helkin, who claimed to be a workaholic, feel that he was too lazy. Finally one day, Helkin said to Luke, who was directing the workers to install the steam engine, "Sir, there is a charity fundraising gala at the Grand Amba Hotel tonight, calling on the rich to donate money for refugees and orphans caused by the war. Mr. Elvis and Miss Angelia will be there." Darakova, wearing a Titan driver suit, said, "Today's work schedule is to test the horizontal stability of Titan number 1 tonight." Helkin said, "This gala is very important to Mr. Luke. The test can be handed over to other engineers." Luke focused all his attention on the form in his hand, listening to the workers' reports and checking the form one by one. At the same time, he said, "Yes, this is a very important party. I also plan to do something within my power for the refugees who have lost their homes and orphans who have lost their loved ones due to the war. The last article published in Steam Weekly received a lot of royalties, and I plan to donate all of it." Hirkikin praised, "Mr. Luke is really a kind-hearted philanthropist." Luke felt that Hirkikin could become the head of the ice cave. He didn't know how good his professional level was, but he was definitely gifted in changing his mind and flattering. He asked Hirkikin, "Have you finished the homework assigned to you yesterday?" Hirkikin took the attitude of an apprentice. "I finished it and put it on your desk. Please check it when you have time." "Well," Luke nodded slightly and said, "since you have something to do in the evening, I won't assign you homework today. Go back and prepare. We'll see you in the evening." "Yes, Mr. Luke. See you in the evening." Hirkikin left in a hurry. This party is not only important to Luke, but also very important to him. It is necessary to arrange personnel to protect the important people attending the party, and to ensure that Mr. Luke and Miss Angelia's meeting will not go wrong. There is nothing to say about Mr. Luke. His character, knowledge, and cultivation are impeccable. But Miss Angelia, I hope she won't do anything out of line in front of Mr. Luke. She is just the best solution for Mr. Luke, but by no means the only solution. In the winter capital, there are many young ladies from big families waiting for marriage." Helkin left, and Luke returned to work. What was installed today was a two-phase steam engine of water molecules materialized by alchemical technology. The entire steam engine, weighing 1 ton, was made entirely of alchemical materials, and alchemy was used to give the materials corresponding physical and magical properties, which was equivalent to using complex magic creation to turn the spell model into a physical entity. It took a whole afternoon to install the new steam engine. Then Luke called up the design drawings of the Titan I prototype and carefully compared the parameters under the supervision of the supervisor. It was getting dark outside, and all the lights in the laboratory workshop were turned on. Darakova, who had been waiting here, saw that Luke seemed to have forgotten the time. Although she was reluctant, she still reminded him in a low voice, "Mr. Luke, you have a charity party to attend in the evening." Luke kept his eyes on the design, so that Qi Kong in the background could record it. After hearing Darakova's reminder, he took out his pocket watch and looked at it. "Don't worry. The first half of the party was boring and self-touching sensationalism, and they didn't think about who caused the war. They took out a very small part of the war money and gave it to the victims of the war, and called it charity. It's really ironic." When Darakova heard Luke say such a thing, she immediately looked at the soldiers standing around with concern and reminded him in a low voice, "Sir, these words will cause you trouble. I'm just stating a fact. If I participate in the politics of the Accounti Union, I will do my best to end the war as soon as possible." "Sir!" Darakova was a little anxious. The soldiers around were either protecting the Titan Eye or the drawings of the Titan Eye. They were all very loyal to Congress. The people working here were all hired by Herod Heavy Industries, and there must be spies arranged by Elvis. Luke's words just now would definitely reach the ears of the oligarchs, who control the country. "Okay. No more. You watch the time. We'll leave in another hour." In less than half an hour, Luke's complaints reached Elvis. Elvis, the owner of Herod Heavy Industries, is an extremely oppressive middle-aged man. He sits in a luxurious lounge of the Grand Amba Hotel, smoking a cigar and listening to his subordinates' reports. Outside, a charity party is going on, and the host is telling a tear-jerking story. Elvis puffs out a cigarette and asks, "Did Luke really say that?" His subordinates answer respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Elvis. I didn't change a word." "Very good." Elvis nods with satisfaction. "I thought he was a dull scholar, with only research and invention in his head. Such a person can only make money for me if he joins the Elvis family. He is not opposed to politics, which can bring greater benefits to the Elvis family." A flattering man sitting next to Elvis said, "Mr. Elvis, but he is against this war, which is contrary to the interests of the Elvis family. Is there anything wrong with opposing the war?" Elvis sneered while puffing smoke. "I am also against the war, but it does not affect my use of the war to make money. As long as he enters the political arena of the County League, it doesn't matter what he supports or opposes. What I need is him as a person, not his ideas. Sir, your wisdom is far beyond my reach. You can stay by my side just to highlight my wisdom. Luke will be here soon. Go and see Angelia. Don't cause trouble for me at this critical moment. Tell her that if she scares Luke away, I will cut off all her living expenses." "Yes, sir. I will go to the lady right away." Chapter 375 Blind Date. The Grand Amba Hotel is a landmark building in the winter capital. It uses a lot of cylindrical structures in its design. From the outside, it looks like a jungle of steam pipes. The Grand Amba Hotel is brightly lit at night, and the singing of orioles echoes in the night sky. A charity party is being held in the hotel. The rich people in the city regard the party as an important social venue. They gather in groups of 3 or 5 with wine glasses in hand and talk loudly, using exaggerated words to express how much money their business has made, and try their best to package themselves as successful people to attract others' investment. The so-called charity donation is just an excuse. Its real purpose is to test the financial resources of the guests attending the party, because although some people look well dressed, they actually have nothing in their pockets and are just trying to get something for nothing. When Luke arrived at the Grand Amba Hotel by car, the charity party was already halfway through. He took off his windbreaker, took off his hat, and handed it to the hotel waiter, walked in very low-key, and then went to the donation counter and handed a check to the staff responsible for receiving donations. "What's your name?" The staff looked at the amount on the check with disdain. Compared with the donations from the rich just now, this check had at least one less zero. But the staff didn't get an answer. He looked up and saw that the donor had already walked away. With the donor, there was also a slim beauty. It was an anonymous check, and the donor did not leave his name. The staff suddenly had the urge to steal the check, because he had worked hard for more than 10 years and still could not save up the money. However, this was just a moment of greed. He had worked at the Grand Amba Hotel for so long and had seen too many people. Those who donated wanted to write their names in large letters in the most conspicuous place. This was the first time he had met a donor who used an anonymous check and did not leave his name. Such a person is definitely not an ordinary person. The staff put the check into the donation box and focused on the anonymous donor. His female companion is so beautiful. Derekova dressed up specially tonight and chose a dark dress to set off her fair skin. She held Luke's arm and showed her confidence to the people around her. "Why did you put down the check without leaving your name?" When Derekova asked Luke, she looked around. The men who stole a glance at her avoided her eyes, causing Derekova to smile. Luke took 2 glasses of red wine from the tray in the hands of a passing waiter and handed one to Derekova, explaining in a meaningful way, "This war has something to do with me. Donating some money to help those affected by the war is also a psychological comfort. There is no need to leave your name." Derekova didn't understand Luke's meaning and thought he was referring to the Titan I that was under development. At this time, Helkin, who knew Luke had arrived, came over anxiously and complained, "Sir, why are you so late? Derekova, why are you here too?" Seeing Derekova, who looked and dressed so well, Helkin frowned. It was obvious that she was here to cause trouble. Luke explained, "It's not safe in the winter capital at night recently. I heard that the underground resistance has begun to move on the surface. Miss Derekova chose to work overtime to protect me. She will not affect my meeting with Miss Angelia." Helkin looked at Derekova and said nothing more, but said to Luke, "Come with me. I will introduce you to some important people who will attend the party. And then go to meet Miss Angelia. Miss Angelia tonight is very beautiful. You will like her. Okay. I will follow your arrangement tonight. Luke said goodbye to Darakova and walked around the party hall with Helkin, meeting several senior government officials and wealthy businessmen of the Ark County Federation. Then he met the lady of the eldest family in the lounge. Angelia. Angelia has medium short hair, which is brown-green in color, with some emerald green hair highlights. Her clothes were neutral, with long pants and boots, a white silked shirt, and a bow tie at the collar. Her lips were covered with deep red lipstick, and she wore a pair of round gold-rimmed sunglasses on her nose. After Helkin approached with Luke, Angela not only did not stand up, but arrogantly crossed her legs on the coffee table. You are Luke, the genius steam engineer they are talking about? Angela looked at Luke from above her sunglasses, and then chuckled disdainfully. You are not my type. I didn't expect my father to let me marry a nerd. Helkin didn't expect Angela to be so arrogant right from the start. He was about to explain, but Luke said, Chief, just leave this to me. Anyway, it's just a formality. It's for outsiders to see. Helkin looked around, and many people turned their attention here intentionally or unintentionally. This marriage between the eldest family and engineer Luke will greatly affect the future situation of the alliance in a county. Sir, I'll leave this to you. No one will disturb your conversation. Helkin left. Luke sat down on the sofa opposite Angelia, looking at the unruly lady of the eldest family unscrupulously. Angelia, who was already unhappy about the arranged marriage, was so angry when she was looked at by Luke. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will dig out your eyes. I don't believe it. Angelia was immediately enraged. She stood up and picked up a crystal ashtray on the table and threw it at Luke. But before the ashtray could hit Luke, a hand blocked the ashtray. Angelia pushed harder, but the ashtray did not move forward, but broke into countless pieces and scattered. Who are you? Who are you? Angelia saw that the person standing between her and Luke was a very feminine and beautiful woman, and there were two men wearing windbreakers and lowered hats standing on both sides of her. Facing Angelia's questioning, one of the men in the windbreaker said respectfully, Miss Angelia, Mr. Luke is very important to Herod Heavy Industry and County Union. Please restrain your anger and do not endanger Mr. Luke's personal safety. I wish you a pleasant night. The figures of the two men in windbreakers gradually faded and disappeared. Luke saw the bodyguard arranged by Herod Heavy Industry for him for the first time. Luke patted the place beside him and said to Darakova, who was blocking his way, sit here. Next time Miss Angelia is about to hit me with something, you can act faster. Darakova sat down next to Luke obediently, and the two of them were close to each other. Angelia was reckless, but she could see the situation clearly. Under such tight protection, she really couldn't touch the man in front of her. It's just, who is this woman? As my future husband? How can she be so close to another woman? Luke said, you don't like me, and I don't like you either. Since this marriage is based entirely on interests, let's not care about each other's private lives. If you agree, we will meet a few more times and then discuss the engagement. Angelia looked at Darakova with hostility. Luke brought such a beautiful woman to such an occasion, which was simply a provocation to herself. Okay, you know your position very well. Let me introduce yourself first. I heard that you are very good at STEAM academics. Yes, I am very good at STEAM academics. It's your turn. Angelia didn't expect Luke's self-introduction to be so simple. Is that all? Luke said helplessly, if I tell you how many papers I have published in STEAM Weekly, what achievements I have made in STEAM academics, and what epoch-making significance my research has, can you understand? Being mercilessly ridiculed again, Angela felt that she had been in a passive position since the beginning of their meeting. It was obviously me who embarrassed you. Okay, it's my turn to introduce myself. My name is Angela, the daughter of the eldest family. I like drinking, fighting, and racing. Angela said proudly, I also have a gang. I am the gang leader, and I have a motorcycle team in the underground Steam City. Do you know the motorcycle gang? I've heard that they are very powerful in the underground Steam City. I know their boss very well. Luke was immediately puzzled. The boss behind the motorcycle gang is the demon Chien, and the boss in public is a hellhorn demon. Which boss do you know? And you are very familiar with the motorcycle gang leader. What's there to be proud of? Your father's power is not greater than that of the motorcycle gang. Elvis is anxious to marry you off. Is it because it is too embarrassing to have a silly girl at home? So he wants you to harm others? Luke couldn't help but look at Darakova beside him. Darakova also showed a helpless expression. Sometimes, Angela got into trouble, and even had to go out of the ice cave to clean up her mess. Facing such a woman who has nothing but family background, Luke has no interest at all. He stood up and said to Angelia, "Okay, this meeting is considered as our acquaintance. From now on, I will run my laboratory, and you will run your gang, and we will not interfere with each other. Goodbye, Miss Angelia." Luke turned away with a disdainful expression, looking at Luke walking away and the beautiful woman beside him. Angelia couldn't help but feel frustrated. She could feel how contemptuous Luke looked at her. No one had ever dared to treat her like this before. "Luke, we have plenty of time." Angelia kicked the coffee table over, and the people around just looked at it and continued to do their own things. On the other side, Luke, who was about to leave the party, was stopped by Helkin. "Mr. Elvis wants to see you." Luke was taken to the lounge next to the hall and met Elvis, who had been waiting there. The last time they met, they discussed how to set up a water molecule dual-phase steam engine research laboratory. At that time, Elvis already valued Luke very much, but not as much as he does now. The process of Luke's meeting with Angelia has been reported in detail by his subordinates. Elvis was not angry because Luke annoyed his daughter, but was very happy. He asked Luke to sit down and took out a cigar from the cigar box beside him. Balfour Dryland cigar. "Would you like one?" Luke said, "Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I have quit smoking for a while." Hearing that Luke had quit smoking, Elvis said with great appreciation, "Quitting smoking requires great perseverance. People who can quit smoking are all strong psychologically. I talked about you with Editor-in-Chief Morsong. In addition to praising your talent, he also praised your self-discipline in life and diligence in academics. Can the first boy born to you and Angelia be named Elvis?" Luke was a little surprised. "Angelica and I just met, and we parted on bad terms. Why are you talking to me about the child's last name, Mr. Elvis? I think it's too early to discuss this now. Miss Angelica seems to hate me. It's enough that I like you. Your feelings can be cultivated slowly after marriage. As long as you marry her, I will give you 5% of the shares of Herod Heavy Industries, and I will fully support all your academic and political propositions. If your first child has the last name Elvis, I will give you another 5% of the shares and train him as the heir of the family. The bloodline of the Elvis family needs the genes of smart people like you. When will you settle your marriage?" Elvis thought that the conditions he offered were very generous. It was just that Luke didn't like the 10% of Herod Heavy Industries shares. Even if Elvis used the entire Herod Heavy Industries as a dowry, Luke would not wrong himself to marry such a woman. Luke replied, "Mr. Elvis, the development progress of the new steam engine is very tight. And there is also the test of the Titan I prototype. I am afraid that within the next month." Elvis was afraid that such an excellent son-in-law would be snatched away by others. So he immediately said, "I will give you 1 month to complete this development stage, and hold your and Angelia's engagement ceremony here 1 month later." The next day, all the major newspapers in Winter City reported that Luke, a genius steam engineer, and Miss Angelia from the Elvis family fell in love at first sight at a charity party. Elvis, the owner of Herod Heavy Industries, expressed his admiration for Luke and revealed that he was already preparing an engagement ceremony for the two. Winter City Magic Steam Academy. Princess Dale has developed a habit of reading newspapers every day. These days, Luke has appeared in newspapers very frequently. Everyone likes to discuss this genius steam engineer very much. And the newspaper has also found the traffic code and often publishes reports related to Luke. Since they met at the last winter hunting festival, Dale can only find news about Luke in the newspaper. But the content of today's newspaper surprised Princess Dale. She ran to find Chi Kong with the newspaper. "Miss Chi Kong, Luke is actually going to get engaged to a lady from the Elvis family." Chi Kong sat by the window and concentrated on drawing the blueprint. Facing the anxious Dale, she said lightly, "We will leave Dongdu before the engagement." Princess Dale was relieved when she heard Chi Kong say this. "I was scared to death. But, is Luke cheating on Miss Angelia's feelings by doing this?" Chi Kong replied, "Don't use the standards of an upright person to demand Luke. He has cheated many people, and Miss Angelia will not be the last one." Princess Dale said confidently, "But Luke will never lie to me." Chi Kong couldn't help but smile. "Yes, he won't lie to you, and I won't lie to you either." Chapter 376 Intelligence. Chinkong's words made Princess Dale's heart as sweet as drinking honey. And then she ran away with a smile. Chinkong continued to draw the blueprints, sorting out the gains from the Titan project these days. It's time to prepare to leave. Agatha sent an urgent message through the Secret Intelligence Bureau's intelligence station this morning. Through the special key interpretation, the eldest Prince Fania has been very restless recently. The attack on the Tadega Hills on the southern front suddenly stopped. General Xiaoxiu ordered the entire army to shrink and turn to defense, and even took the initiative to give up several important fortresses, allowing the barbarian army to reoccupy them. The Battle of Snow City is in full swing in the north, and the Empire is also actively retreating. It seems that the situation will give up Snow City and let the defenders inside face the offensive of the Ark County Alliance alone. In the imperial capital, Fania frequently summoned the Empire's important officials, repeatedly emphasizing that he was the eldest prince and the legitimate heir to the throne of the Empire. The 4th Division of the Imperial City Garrison Corps increased the number of exercises. In the palace, Fania's visits to Augustine the Great became more frequent. 3 times in the morning, afternoon and evening are fixed, and other times he randomly enters the palace to pay his respects. Augustine the Great has not shown up, and Queen Christina is trapped in the Snow City. Fania is getting bolder and bolder, except for the Emperor's bedroom, which is firmly guarded by the Milscom Knights. There is no place in the palace that he dares not go. It can be seen that the eldest Prince Fania has little patience. He is now testing Augustine the Great step by step to see if he can force him to show up so as to find out his physical condition. If Emperor Augustine still does not show up, Fania's actions are to accumulate the chances of winning in the final palace coup. According to common sense, Fania should have shown up long ago if he felt the crisis. But there was no movement in the Emperor's bedroom. Only the Milscom Knights silently guarded the door and prevented anyone from entering. What is Augustine doing? Luke was very puzzled. He instigated Fania to launch a palace coup just to test Augustine's bottom line. But he didn't expect that the old emperor could be so calm. Is it because of something that makes him unable to distract himself? Or is he not afraid of Fania's tossing? It is impossible to judge. But what is certain is that Fania's gambler mentality will never stop at the last moment. He is putting all his gambling money on the gambling table bit by bit, waiting for the last hand. If he wins, he will be the new emperor of the empire. If he loses, he doesn't think he will lose. The time when Fania takes action should be when major changes occur in Snow City. If the Ark County Alliance does not capture Snow City and chooses to retreat and rest, the army of the Ark County Alliance will not be able to launch another large-scale offensive at the end of the winter. The situation in the north is stable, and the reputation of Queen Christina, who is on the front line to defend the isolated city, will reach its peak when the queen returns to the imperial capital from the north. She is no longer the queen she used to be, so Fania must take action before the queen returns to the imperial capital. If the Ark County Alliance captures the Snow City, Fania will have to take action to seize the throne so as to quickly integrate the power of the empire to resist the Ark County Alliance's southward advance. Perhaps Fania has secretly reached some private agreements with the Duke of Celtic. The message Agatha gave Luke revealed her anxiety. If Fania really launched a palace coup, the Secret Service would not be able to stop him. As for the Royal Knights and the Palace Guards, facing Fania, who declared himself to be the successor to the Golden Shield Divine Emperor, most people would probably choose to wait and see. After all, no one knows what happened to Emperor Augustine. Please come back immediately after finishing your work. The Empire needs you. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Luke felt that since he was in the winter capital, he might be able to do something for Agatha while doing his own thing. For example, provide some off-site help for Snow City. As long as Queen Christina is alive, Fania's palace coup will definitely encounter resistance from the Royal Knights and the Palace Guards. And the current Northern Army will not listen to Fania completely. Mr. Luke, what are you thinking about? Helkin, who came to the laboratory to make up for the class after get-off work in the evening, reminded Luke, who was a little distracted. He brought a paper he wrote and was waiting for Luke to review it. Luke came back to his senses and said to Helkin, "Most of your paper is spliced together from the abstracts of other papers, and it is almost impossible to see anything of your own. I think a purely academic paper is not suitable for you. Maybe you can find a suitable topic from your work life." My work life? Helkin asked puzzledly. I don't know what the relationship between intelligence and STEAM is. Can you give me some hints? Luke said, yes. Take the current war with the Golden Shield Empire as an example. Now is the coldest period of winter. And it is also the most intense time for the war. Our army surrounded the Queen of the Golden Shield Empire in the Snow City, and hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides fought fiercely around the city. It is a very good topic for steam engineers, to keep so many troops warm in such cold weather. Helkin nodded thoughtfully. The army of the County Alliance can maintain its combat effectiveness in the winter because it uses the city heating system to provide centralized heating for the fighting army. Luke nodded, yes. The Steam Engineers Association has designed a set of easy-to-build winter combat heating system for the military, using pipes to send heat energy to garrisons in different locations. Ensure that hundreds of thousands of our soldiers have a warm environment to restore their physical strength and morale when they rest. This topic is very timely, and is not accessible to other people preparing for the Steam Engineer exam. If you can take out this paper during the Steam Engineer qualification exam, as long as the quality is good, you will definitely pass. As the chief of the ice cave, Helkin knew very well that the County Alliance's army had specially built a large-scale heating system for the army in order to fight the Snow City. In order to protect this heating system, the ice cave also sent a number of agents to carry out anti-infiltration operations against the Imperial Secret Service. I am absolutely the only one who wrote a paper on this topic. And when I took the Steam Engineer qualification exam, the Snow City battle was over and the heating system was dismantled. So there was no problem of leaks. Just out of professional instinct, Helkin couldn't help but doubt Luke's purpose in proposing this topic. But soon Helkin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Mr. Luke has donated the magic model of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine to the County Alliance, which is a cutting-edge technology that can bring about subversive changes in national strength. This paper was written by me and guided by Mr. Luke. Only the two of us knew about it before taking the Steam Engineer qualification exam. It will never be leaked. If it is leaked, my contribution will only be greater. Helkin immediately shook off the random thoughts in his mind. Anyway, it's not a loss. I will listen to you, Mr. Luke, and write a paper on the combat heating system of Snow City. Sir, you have been studying the underground steam pipeline system in Winter City, and you will definitely be able to provide guidance for my thesis. Luke didn't care about his identity being exposed in a month. So he casually said, if you let me see it, I will see it. Thank you for your advice. I will go back to prepare the thesis now. Go ahead. There is no homework today. I am too busy here. Herkikin left happily, and Luke handed over the laboratory work to other engineers, and then returned to his office to write a reply to Agatha. I believe you know that I now have a unique position in the County Union through the newspapers and intelligence stations in Winter City. I will do something for the Empire on the premise that it does not affect my business. The Underground Resistance Army in Dongdu is a dagger stabbed into the back of the County Union. I will let the Resistance Army frequently move during this period to slow down the production progress of County Union materials. In addition, I am trying to get the heating system deployed by the County Union Army around the Snow City. When you receive this letter, you will immediately mobilize elite spies to stand by. And after my information is delivered, quickly destroy the frontline heating system of the County Union Army. Without heating to keep warm, the soldiers of the County Union have no way to fight in extremely cold weather. In addition, about the eldest prince. After the siege of the Snow City is lifted, you will immediately go to the Raging Wave City, and don't care about what he does. Your safety is the most important thing. I will be back within a month. No matter what happens, just wait for me to come back. After writing the reply, the content was encrypted using the alchemical key. Any misinterpretation would cause the letter to self-destruct. The letter was sent through the Secret Intelligence Bureau's intelligence station in Dongdu, and it was delivered to Agatha after 5 days of twists and turns. In the Rose Manor in St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire, Agatha read Luke's reply over and over again. These days, she has not slept well for a single day, fearing that the eldest Prince Fania would suddenly lead troops to attack the palace, and she would have no one to rely on in the imperial capital. This is a crisis she has never encountered before. If she takes a wrong step, her body and head will be separated. Fania dares to kill even Dale, and will not let go of herself, who controls the Secret Intelligence Bureau. I wish Meteorite was in the imperial capital, or even in the city of Raging Waves. But he was in the far north, and became a talented steam engineer sought after by all parties. When Agatha learned the news, she was not sure whether this engineer named Luke was Meteorite. It was only after repeated confirmation through different channels that she was sure that Luke was Meteorite. At one point, Agatha even felt that Meteorite would not come back, and it seemed that a County United was more suitable for him. Until now, I received his reply, which clearly stated I will be back within a month. No matter what happens. Just wait for me to come back. He will come back. And everything will be fine when he comes back. Agatha put down the stone in her heart, no longer hesitated about the crisis in front of her, and regained her former demeanor and confidence. The personal maid noticed the change in Agatha, and she asked, "Did Governor Meteorite send good news?" "Yes, Governor Meteorite sent me good news. You personally select an elite spy to go to Snow City to perform the mission. After the next piece of intelligence from Governor Meteorite is delivered, let them set off immediately. Also send someone to sneak into Snow City and tell the Queen to hold on for a while. Governor Meteorite and I are trying to provide her with a strong foreign aid. When this foreign aid arrives, she can organize a counterattack. If it goes well, she can win the biggest victory since the invasion of Ark County Union." The female official was very curious about such powerful foreign aid. After all, the Empire could not send large-scale reinforcements to the north throughout the winter. But her professional ethics made her hold back from asking, "Yes, Your Highness, I will arrange it now." The information was sent from the Rose Manor in the Imperial capital to the northern border of the Empire. An Imperial spy crossed the snowy ice field, passed through the cracks through the heavy encirclement of the County Alliance, and finally climbed over the wall of the Snow City. At this time, Queen Christina stood on the top of the Snow City. She was wearing a fur coat, her face full of fatigue and confusion about the future. Outside the city was an endless snowfield, with the ruins of destroyed war fortresses everywhere. The heavy snow for days covered the battlefield, and the broken flag was stuck on the snow pile below, swaying in the cold wind. Far away, the army of the Ark County Alliance gathered around the steaming war fortresses, and a new round of attack was coming. On the other hand, the Snow City. 3 days ago, there was no trace of the Imperial army on the glacier in the south of the city. The Ark County Alliance sealed all the gaps and surrounded the Snow City again. Queen Christina could feel that this time it was the Imperial army that took the initiative to withdraw from the battle, and the Snow City was abandoned by them. Why? What was the reason that made them abandon such an important strategic node and the Queen of the Empire? Queen Christina found that she was still too naive. She thought that she could make use of the current situation and establish her prestige in the Empire by reading a few biographies of emperors and relying on the Northern War. In the end, I still underestimated the cruelty of politics and was too idealistic. Now I don't have to worry about whether there will be reinforcements. At least before the end of winter, there will be no more Imperial soldiers coming to the glacier south of the city. We can only fight the war on our own. But even if I survive the winter by chance, what will greet me? Probably a noose. Queen Christina let out a long breath. But she had to show confidence and couldn't let the soldiers know they were abandoned. At this time, a messenger ran up to the top of the city panting, "Your Highness." An agent from the Imperial Secret Service broke through the siege and entered the city. He brought a letter from Her Royal Highness the Princess. "The Secret Service has sent someone. Someone has not abandoned me yet." Queen Christina tried her best to control her excitement, took a deep breath, and asked steadily, "Where is the person?" "They are sending him here." After a while, 4 soldiers came up with a stretcher, on which lay a man covered in ice blood, and a wizard kept casting healing magic for him. The spy was relieved to see that the Queen was safe and sound. He opened his cotton coat and took out a letter from the inner pocket. "Your Highness, this is the eldest princess." Queen Christina took the letter away before the spy finished speaking. First confirm the anti-counterfeiting alchemical beeswax. Then use the Queen's exclusive seal to unlock the seal. And there is a message with confusing text inside. Queen Christina recited the magic pattern key, and the words on the letter were reorganized into a message. After reading it, although she was full of doubts, Queen Christina still said loudly to the generals, the eldest Princess Agatha and the governor of the City of Fury, "Meteor, have organized a group of reinforcements to come, and we are ready to fight back." The generals were all shocked. In this icy and snowy weather, it would be great to have reinforcements to enter the city to replenish troops and supplies. Fighting back. What a joke. Chapter 377, Preparing for the End. Since Luke suggested writing a paper on the heating system of the Snow City battlefield last time, Helkin not only set his goal to pass the Steam Engineering Team qualification exam, but also wanted to get a good grade with this extremely time-sensitive topic. The battlefield stretches for hundreds of kilometers, and there are thousands of garrisons. Considering the cost and difficulty of laying out, the gas pipeline is not much thicker than a water pipe. In order to ensure the appropriate temperature in the garrison, The gas pipeline must be able to withstand extremely high temperatures and pressures. Special materials must be used to manufacture gas pipelines. When laying out the heating system, the pipelines must be spliced into a formation to obtain the strength to withstand high temperatures and high pressures with the magic power contained in them. Therefore, the gas pipeline cannot be pulled casually and must be laid out according to the designed array. The urban heating system in Winter City also has a corresponding array, which can allow steam to be transported quickly over long distances and reduce losses along the way. When Helkin was writing his thesis, he found that this was a topic tailored for him. Not only did he have detailed information on the heating system of the Snow City battlefield, but Mr. Luke was also preparing to write a paper on the urban heating system recently. Copying a little bit would definitely make the judges praise him. And after getting the steam engineer certificate this time, Mr. Luke should have already finished his wedding with Miss Angelia. With the Elvis family as a backing, Mr. Luke will definitely get a powerful position in the County Federation. I can also take the opportunity to leave the ice cave and enter politics as Mr. Luke's deputy. Helkin, who thought he had reached the end of the County Federation officialdom, climbed up desperately after seeing this ladder that could lead to the sky. Helkin took his thesis draft to Luke for guidance. Luke, with his professional knowledge, found out what kind of array technique the County Federation Army used in the battlefield heating system in Snow City through the thesis. After finding the basic array technique, the general battlefield heating system can be outlined on the Snow City map. Then, with the guidance and supplement of Helkin's thesis, Luke mastered the battlefield heating system circuit in more detail. And Luke could be sure that Helkin did not falsify it. According to his level, he could not falsify it either. The Battle of Snow City became more brutal. Without the harassment and counterattack of the Northern Army, the army of the Ark County Alliance could launch rounds of offenses against Snow City without any scruples. When reporting the Battle of Snow City, the newspapers in Winter City were no longer the same as before. The data in the war report was more real. And there were even war correspondents who drew battlefield magic images near Snow City. Covered by ice and snow were continuous broken walls and broken walls. The soldiers of both sides, who fought continuously, had no time to collect the bodies of the dead. Snow City has reached its limit. After Luke drew the array diagram of the heating system of the Snow City battlefield, he immediately handed it over to the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau's intelligence station in Winter City. Try every possible way, at any cost, to deliver it to Her Royal Highness the Princess as quickly as possible. After the intelligence was sent out, whether Queen Christina could survive depended on her luck. What Luke had to do in Winter City also entered the final stage. At the same time, his passionate love with Angelia became one of the focuses of the entire Winter City, under the hype of various media. Even the underground resistance army attacked a surface security station. But it could not suppress the heat of this extraordinary love. In order to lock in this golden son-in-law as soon as possible, Elvis quickly set the date for the engagement ceremony. And in order to help his future son-in-law to enter the Congress of the County Union smoothly in the future, he also specially sent invitations to all the high-ranking officials and oligarchs of the County Union. The commander of the County Union fighting in the Snow City received a secret order that before the engagement ceremony of Mr. Luke and Miss Angelia began, the Snow City must be broken. It would be even better if the Queen of the Golden Shield Empire could attend the engagement ceremony as a captive. Everything seemed to be pushed to a time point by an invisible hand, and the energy squeezed from different directions would burst out in a concentrated manner. Luke, like a person with nothing to do, put all his energy into testing the Titan Eye prototype. Now the Titan Eye has been disconnected from all external kinetic energy sources, and all the energy it needs is provided by the embodied water molecule dual-phase steam engine. Although Derikova has tested the Titan Eye prototype many times as a test pilot, she still can't control her excitement every time she sits in the cockpit. The heavy cockpit door closed, and the neural network cable behind the seat stretched out to wrap her head, and finally formed a helmet. The neural magic system started, and Derikova's consciousness instantly connected with all the magic sensor elements in the head of the Titan Eye. Vision, hearing, smell, touch. Except for the sudden height difference that makes people uncomfortable. The rest is not much different from the real body. She saw Luke standing at her feet with a file book and looking up. So she said, "Mr. Luke, the magic system of the Titan Eye prototype has been started, and all performance is normal. Do you want to start the steam system?" Luke replied, "Start the steam system. Today's test is a bit difficult. You have to climb over all obstacles within the specified time. You have to concentrate. I hope to go underground as soon as possible to conduct performance tests in more complex environments. Yes, Mr. Luke. I will try my best. The steam system started, and the high-purity water in the closed water tank was quickly transformed into water vapor under the heating of the fire crystal heat source, filling all the steam pipes. And the water molecule dual-phase steam engine began to operate. As the temperature increased, the pressure generated by the water vapor increased rapidly. Then the heat energy circulated internally between the dual phases of the water molecules, and the pressure difference drove the mechanical part of the Titan I prototype to operate. The pressure output tended to be stable, and Darakova controlled the giant machine to take a step forward, and the heavy steps made the entire experimental workshop tremble. Several football-shaped magic energy detection devices flew up and deployed a detection magic circle around the prototype. Luke recorded the timely data collection of the Titan I prototype by the magic energy detection device, and Rebecca, standing behind him, looked at the prototype passing by with envy. I really want to try it, even if it's just sitting inside. Rebecca's words were heard by Luke, and he responded, "This is a prototype, and it must be tested by an experienced driver. If you want to experience it inside, I'll give you 10 minutes after this test is over." Really? Mr. Luke, I have the final say here. Of course it's true. Luke looked around and saw that everyone's attention was on the prototype under test. So he whispered to Rebecca, Norton, Harry, and Amal. They have settled down in Raging Wave City. You should also get ready and prepare to leave Winter City. Rebecca's attention was instantly drawn back from the prototype. Sir, I won't leave. I still have to protect you. I am leaving too, but I will take a different route from you. See you in Raging Wave City. You are leaving too? Rebecca was very surprised. Aren't you going to get engaged to Miss Angelia? And you have made such a great achievement in Winter City. And you have such a good steam laboratory. Don't ask too much. Just follow my instructions and make preparations. Rebecca replied, Yes, Mr. Luke. At Winter City Magic Steam Academy. Chi-Kong was also packing her luggage. The academic exchanges in the past 3 months have brought her a lot of gains. The book she bought alone filled 3 large boxes. Regarding the Titan project, we have also gained a lot. This super alchemical mechanical puppet plan was really proposed and first studied by the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy. At first, it was just the internal interest of several magic alchemist professors and friends. In order to design the mechanical part of the puppet, they invited several professors of the STEAM school to join. At that time, Morrison was still the dean of the Winter Capital Magic Steam Academy, and the contradiction between the magic school and the STEAM school had not yet appeared. This time, the County Alliance wanted to attack the Golden Shield Empire, and hoped that the Steam Engineers Association would come up with several advanced weapon plans. Those STEAM professors submitted the Titan project. Their research results were just taken away, even though the Steam Engineers Association gave them a lot of compensation. The professors of the magic school were all very upset. In the conversation with Chi-Kong, they completely forgot about the confidentiality agreement, especially when Chi-Kong talked about the research related to the Ulu College. The magic professor seemed to be tickled and talked a lot. For Chi-Kong, even if the magic professors did not say the real core part, just a few key inspirations were enough. According to the magic alchemy technology reserves of the Ulu College, the magic technology used by the Titan project is actually a layer of window paper. If you don't expose it, you may not know what's inside for more than 10 years, but once you expose it and have a point of entry, you will find out. It turns out to be such a thing. The magic part of the Titan project is obtained. The mechanical part is obtained. And the rest is handed over to the Ulu College and the City Alchemist Association of Nuteo City to develop the Magic Titan and the Cheap Steam Titan. When Chi-Kong was packing, Princess Dale was also helping. After a while, she couldn't help asking, when will Luke leave? Do we need to wait for him to leave together? Chi-Kong replied, we will leave first and wait for him to finish everything before leaving. Princess Dale couldn't help but ask worriedly, but if you leave, what if he encounters danger? There must be a lot of people watching him now. Don't worry. He has arranged everything. If we leave, he will be able to get out of this situation more easily. Princess Dale was relieved and said happily, should we go to Raging Wave City? Wait for him there. No. We go to St. Louis City. Princess Dale said disappointedly, I haven't had enough fun to go back so soon. And I always feel that something bad will happen. Chi-Kong glanced at Dale and said with a smile, there are Meteor and me. Yes. When Luke and Chi Kong were preparing to leave Dongdu, an unexpected accident occurred on the battlefield of Snow City. The battlefield heating system of Ark County Union was damaged at multiple points in one night, causing a large-scale paralysis of the entire system. Many garrisons turned into ice caves in a short period of time, and the soldiers inside were frozen and unable to rest all night. In the following days, the ice cave agents and the Imperial secret agents had the most intense confrontation in history in the snowfields around the Snow City. Both sides invested their most elite forces and fought hard around the battlefield heating system. However, protection is difficult and destruction is easy. In the attacks of the Imperial secret agents, regardless of sacrifice, more and more gas pipelines were accurately destroyed. More garrisons lost their heat sources, and the soldiers had to brave the cold to pick up firewood and burn fires to keep warm. But the heat generated by firewood is not as efficient as heating. When more and more garrisons lost their heat sources, firewood was not enough. At this time, even if emergency heating supplies were urgently allocated from the rear, they would not be delivered to the front line in a short time. The soldiers of the County Alliance knew very well how terrible the winter nights in the north were. Without a heat source for heating, they would freeze to death. Once deserters appeared, they could no longer be stopped. Soldiers who did not want to freeze to death in the garrison ran to the rear one after another. The Imperial spies, who got the news, immediately sent the information that the County Alliance army was being defeated to the Snow City. At this time, Queen Christina did not know what was happening outside. She was wondering why she had not been attacked in the past 2 days. Until she heard Meteorite personally sneaked into the winter capital to get the drawings of the heating system of the County Alliance battlefield. The Imperial spies destroyed the heating system outside the Snow City according to the drawings. Now the enemies outside the city have lost their combat effectiveness. Is this the strong support that Agatha said? Meteorite went to the winter capital in person to save me. The sudden joy did not overwhelm Queen Christina's mind. She knew that a great victory that was enough to be recorded in the history books was placed in front of her by Meteorite, and she could easily reach out and pick it. Queen Christina immediately put on a suit of armor representing the Golden Shield royal family, rode on the royal warhorse, wore the Queen's crown, raised the sword of authority, and led the Imperial soldiers, who had rested for 2 days, to rush out of the Snow City. They were the only salient of the Golden Shield Empire on the northern frontier, and in front of them were enemy troops several times larger than their own. But at least the soldiers of the Ark County Alliance, who had been frozen in the extreme cold for a night, could not even stretch their hands and feet. So how could they resist the high-spirited Imperial army? The Imperial army that rushed out encountered almost no decent resistance, and they caught the captives who raised their hands to surrender like catching ducks. The Ark County Alliance suffered the most serious defeat in the Snow City since the outbreak of the war. If the cold and snow had not also prevented the counterattack of the Imperial army, the defeated 8-county alliance might have lost all the occupied land. But even so, all the fronts of 8-county alliance had to retreat because of the defeat of Snow City. At the same time, they had to face the political turmoil caused by this defeat. At this time, the people of Winter Capital were still looking forward to the news of the capture of Snow City. If Queen Christina could be captured alive, it would be a perfect victory. Luke did not go to work, but brewed a pot of tea at home alone, waiting for guests to come. Chapter 378 Secret Love. The fragrance of tea filled the whole room with a misty smoke, and the phonograph played soft music. Outside the closed window, there was heavy snow splashing in the wind. This was the heaviest snowfall in winter since the beginning of winter. The knock on the door broke the peace. From the rhythm of the knock on the door, it can be heard that the person outside was a little anxious, but still restrained and maintained the proper etiquette. Come in. The door is not locked. Luke put the cups for drinking tea and picked up the teapot to pour tea. The door was pushed open with a creak, and Helkin, wearing the uniform of the chief of the ice cave, came in. He turned around and asked the subordinates he brought with him to wait outside, then closed the door and walked in front of Luke. I'm very surprised that you didn't run away. Helkin looked at Luke with a very complicated expression. Although he had thought that this genius steam engineer was a spy from the Golden Shield Empire, it was just an idea, and then he rejected it. Now the situation on the battlefield in Snow City has deteriorated irreparably, and the army of the County Alliance has suffered heavy losses. The strategic idea of quickly defeating the Golden Shield Empire has been completely shattered, and the County Alliance has to really fight a protracted war. The reason for all these consequences is that the heating system of the Snow City battlefield was precisely destroyed by the Golden Shield Empire's spies. The drawings of the Snow City war heating system were definitely stolen by the spies of the Golden Shield Empire's Secret Intelligence Bureau lurking in the winter capital. This is an extremely serious intelligence leak. Congress has issued a strict order requiring Binku to investigate the process of information leakage and destroy the intelligence station set up by the Golden Shield Empire Secret Service in Dongdu. But no one expected that such important information would leak out from the hands of the chief of Binku. If I escape, wouldn't there be no one to answer all the questions in your mind? Luke smiled and invited Helkin. Sit down. I don't have coffee from the Imperial Secret Service here. Only the Imperial Palace tribute tea. Even if you are the chief of Binku, you should not be able to drink such good tea. Helkin did have too many questions in his heart. Seeing that Luke had no intention of escaping and didn't seem to want to resist, he sat down opposite him. You admit that you are a spy of the Golden Shield Empire. Luke picked up the tea and drank. Admit it. There is no need to hide it anymore. I am a spy of the Golden Shield Empire. I restored the heating system of the Snow City battlefield through your thesis and gave it to the Empire's eldest princess Agatha. From your appearance, the Snow City battle should be over. Herkikin did not drink the tea. Facing Luke, he was extremely cautious. Although the Snow City battle has not been completely over, the County Alliance has already been defeated. If you can go back alive, the Empire will definitely award you a medal. You saved Queen Christina and dragged the battlefield until after winter. Actually, I feel very sorry for you. You didn't need to reveal your identity. You would have become a powerful politician who could influence the county union with the support of the eldest family. With the title of a genius steam engineer, it is not impossible for you to become the president of the county union. At that time, the political core of the county union had spies from the Golden Shield Empire, and all the secrets were not secrets. What a terrible thing that was. The county union failed in Snow City. But in the long run, this failure was very worthwhile. There is just one thing I can't figure out. Why you? Your talent and knowledge should be heavily protected. In my opinion, your value far exceeds that of Queen Christina. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. How should I answer your question? Luke thought for a moment and said, Actually, everything was an accident. I didn't intend to make myself so dazzling. It was Enoch who found me. In order to prevent Binku from touching me, I had to change the original plan, and the situation was out of my control. This accident also allowed me to contribute to the Empire's Snow City campaign. Accident? If Luke's real purpose was not to enter the Congress of the County Federation, what was the purpose of his coming to Dongdu? Thinking of the dead Enoch and the case he was investigating, Helkin asked, You are Mr. Bai Yi. The Imperial Secret Service is indeed behind the underground resistance. Luke said helplessly, Actually, that was also an accident. I said something and Mina told her father. And then Mina's father made up a name for me called Mr. Bai Yi to form a resistance army. It was later that the Imperial Secret Service funded the resistance army. This was also an accident. Helkin pressed, What do you want to do in Dongdu? I won't answer this question for now. Luke put down the teacup and asked Helkin, What will you do with me if you catch me? After all, my information was obtained from you. And your joint crime is not light. Helkin, who had already thought of a way out for himself, replied, That's why I came to see you alone. I will personally investigate your evidence. And your source of information is naturally the Steam Engineers Association. If Mr. Elvis knew that you were a spy of the Golden Shield Empire, he would definitely not let this matter become a scandal for the eldest family. You will die in an accident, and everyone will feel sad and regretful because of your death. Luke praised, Very professional. We are professional. Now tell me, the real purpose of your coming to Winter Capital. Luke poured himself a cup of tea. Do you want to take another job and work for the Imperial Secret Service? Helkin sneered, Is this your last resort? To be honest, I am very disappointed. Don't rush to refuse. Let me explain it to you. Your plan is completely based on catching me. If you don't catch me, the leak will be a big handle for you. Helkin snorted, This handle is smaller than working for the Imperial Secret Service. And even if it is exposed, my credit is greater than my fault. I'm telling you, don't think about unrealistic things. You can't escape today. Luke picked up the teacup again. If I were the special cabinet minister of the Golden Shield Empire, the governor of the Raging Wave City, Meteorite, and you have such a close relationship with me, how many people do you think will believe your self-defense in the County Federation? Seeing Luke drinking the tea slowly, Helkin sneered, You are Meteorite of the Golden Shield Empire? With such a noble status, How could he risk coming to Winter City? A genius steam engineer who should be heavily protected has come. Why can't Meteorite come? Besides, aren't you curious about why Qi Kong came to Winter City at this time? The smile on Helkin's face stopped abruptly. His muscles tensed, and magic power leaked out of his body. Yes. Why did Qi Kong come to Winter City at this time? This is a question that Binku has never found the answer to. Helkin remembered that Enoch once said that Qi Kong might come to protect Meteorite. But after his death, no one mentioned this absurd speculation again. You are really Meteorite. Luke took off his glasses and looked at Helkin and said, "This requires your judgment." Helkin looked at Luke and compared the information about Meteorite collected by the ice cave. There is no separate portrait of Meteorite circulated. But he is a frequent visitor to major newspapers in Raging Waves City and St. Louis City. And some of his magic images can be collected. Although the magic images are not clear, his general appearance can still be pieced together. He never thought of Luke as Meteorite before. But now when Luke took off his glasses, Helkin found that he really looked very similar to Meteorite. At this time, Luke activated the Thunder Eyes. Such unique eyes made Helkin no longer have any doubts. You are really Meteor. How dare you come to Winter City? Luke removed the Thunder Eyes and put on his glasses again. I'm here. Why do you still ask if I dare? Now, you understand your situation. Helkin's heart was beating violently. Meteor was right in front of him, which meant that the elf Qi Kong had not left Winter City. She was nearby. And Meteor's identity determined that he was not a dead man who could sacrifice himself for the mission. Even if he faced a siege, he would definitely have a way to escape. These days, he went to Luke's steam laboratory every day, and even deliberately publicized that he was learning steam technology from Master Luke. If Luke was just an ace spy sent by the Secret Service of the Golden Shield Empire, he could explain that he had long suspected his identity, and that all he did was to uncover his disguise. But Luke was Meteor. What he had done in the past 3 months in Winter City, just guessing would be enough to carry out a major purge within the County Federation. And he must be among those who would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Governor Meteor, I really don't know how to express my feelings at the moment. But please don't question my loyalty to the country. Your value is enough for Binku to make any sacrifice. Luke smiled and said, Helkin, I know you much better than you know yourself. In order to catch me, Ice Cave can make any sacrifice. But it definitely doesn't include you. You just want to rely on a steam engineer qualification certificate to get rid of the identity of Ice Cave agent that prevents you from climbing up. This is the recommendation letter I wrote for you as Luke. And the paper I wrote on the underground steam system of Dongdu. Signed by your name and mine. With these two things, the door of the Steam Engineers Association is open to you. Luke picked up the 2 documents that had been placed beside him for a long time and pushed them to Helkin on the table. Helkin picked up the documents and looked at them. With these 2 things, the other exams were basically a formality. But Helkin threw the documents on the table. You want to buy me with this? You look down on me too much. After I leave, all the materials for the water molecule binary steam engine will be left to you. You and I will have a single line of contact. And you can come to me for any research problems you encounter. In the end, the water molecule binary steam engine was proposed by me and invented by you. You will become a late blooming star steam engineer and reap the fame and fortune brought by the new steam engine on my behalf. Herkikin was a little unsettled. The water molecule binary steam engine can really be built. And it is not a scam designed by you to conceal your identity. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Scam? Do you think that if this is a scam, you can fool the Steam Engineers Association? The Steam Engineers Association gave me such a great honor because the water molecule binary steam engine can be built. Even without me. With the model I designed, the Steam Engineers Association can still build the water molecule dual-phase steam engine. It's just a matter of when and who will build it. With my guidance, you will definitely build it faster. Of course, Helkin knew what the emergence of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine meant. He also knew what it meant to him if he could become the successor of Master Luke. Even if he could not inherit all of Luke's current influence. Even if he inherited half of it, it would be enough for him to rise to prominence in the future. And the price to be paid is also obvious. I will not put my future destiny in the hands of the enemy. Luke said, there is no eternal enemy. The County Union cannot destroy the Golden Shield Empire. And the Golden Shield Empire cannot destroy the County Union. The 2 countries are tired of fighting. And will eventually sit down to negotiate and become friendly neighbors. The relationship with me will become your strong political capital in the future. And the higher you go, the less I will restrict you. Herkikan analyzed the current situation of the two countries as Luke spoke. The war will end one day. The County Union missed the best opportunity to defeat the Golden Shield Empire, and the war dragged into a protracted war of attrition. In the future, as the anti-war voices within the County Union grow louder and louder, the Congress, which can no longer fight, will naturally seek peace talks. At that time, if he could get a good position, he could make a lot of political capital for himself during the peace talks. The country after the war must be reshuffled. A group of scapegoats will go, and a group of heroes who ended the war will come up. As Meteor said, the County Alliance is not the Golden Shield Empire, as long as his position is high enough. The previous stains are not stains, and the restraint of Meteor on himself will become smaller and smaller, until it is not worth mentioning. Governor Meteor, you are really good at judging people. A somewhat incongruous smile appeared on Helkin's tough face. How are you going to get out perfectly? Luke held a teacup and invited Helkin. Didn't you arrange everything just now? I will die in an accident, and everyone will feel sad and regretful because of my death. Helkin picked up the teacup, very professional. Luke and Helkin smiled at each other and drank the tea in the cup together. At this time, Darakova broke through the door and rushed in. What happened? Why are there so many ice cave agents outside? Helkin, what do you want to do to Mr. Luke? You? Darakova was stunned when she saw the two people drinking tea. The arrangement of the ice cave agents surrounding them was obviously a position for a strong attack. Helkin smiled and responded, there is intelligence that the Golden Shield Empire has sent an ace spy to harm Mr. Luke. I brought people to protect Mr. Luke. Chapter 379 Engagement Ceremony. Herkikan didn't want Darakova to know the secret between him and Luke, so he said goodbye and left after drinking a cup of tea. However, Darakova still noticed something strange. She quickly checked the place where Herkikan sat, and then watched the ice cave agents outside leave through the window. Then she said to Luke, I know Herkikan well. He must have something to do with you by bringing so many people this time. Can I know what happened? Only in this way can I protect you. The secret cannot be known to Darakova. Luke poured tea for her and explained, nothing. He came just to remind me to pay attention to safety. I heard that the spies of the Golden Shield Empire have been very active recently, and even stole important intelligence from our army in Snow City. The County Alliance has been defeated in Snow City. What? The County Alliance was defeated in Snow City. After leaving the ice cave, Darakova's intelligence was a little delayed. When she heard the news, she couldn't help but be surprised. The County Alliance has an absolute advantage in Snow City. What kind of information leak can actually cause such a big reversal in the war situation? Luke replied, it seems that the heating system of the Snow City battlefield was precisely destroyed by the spies of the Golden Shield Empire. The cold made the County Alliance soldiers lose their combat effectiveness, and they were counterattacked by the Snow City defenders led by Queen Christina. Darakova knew how important the battlefield heating system was to the army of the County Alliance. The layout drawings of the battlefield heating system should be top secret. How did the spies of the Golden Shield Empire get them? Luke drank tea and said without interest, this is something that Helkin has to worry about. Our job is to improve the Titan I prototype as soon as possible. Indoor tests have basically been completed. The next stage is the test of the complex underground environment. These tests are dangerous to a certain extent. You have to adjust your state. Darakova remembered that she was no longer an ice cave agent, so she naturally didn't need to consider the intelligence battlefield. She even gloated and wanted to see how Helkin would embarrass himself. Hearing Luke's inquiry, Darakova immediately replied, I have no problem at all, but why do we conduct underground tests first? And the outdoor tests on the surface have not been conducted yet. Luke looked out the window and said, we don't know how the performance of the water molecule dual-phase steam engine will change in cold temperatures. The snow is slippery and not suitable for large-scale maneuvering tests. Just listen to my arrangements for how to test. Drink tea. Yes, Mr. Luke. Darakova took a sip from the teacup and couldn't help saying, you and Miss Angelia have met many times, but each meeting ended in a bad mood. She is not a qualified partner, and she is even less worthy of you. If you are willing to leave the winter capital, I can arrange a safe route. With your talent, you can have everything here wherever you go. Luke didn't expect that Darakova would encourage him to escape. He couldn't help but laugh. Your behavior is treason. Treason made Darakova a little dazed. She has been trained in the ice cave since she was a child, And the first lesson is to be loyal to the county alliance. Although she has left the ice cave now, the mark engraved on her mind still affects her. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "If you want to leave, I will arrange it. You don't have to worry about the rest." Luke said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. My biggest wish is to concentrate on research. A failed marriage may not be a bad thing for me, but you deserve better." Derekova said impulsively, "Do you know that the days when I left the ice cave were the most decadent time in my life? Do you know that the first job you gave me was undoubtedly a second life for me? Do you know, when I no longer look at you with the eyes of an ice cave agent, your charm makes me irresistible. I know that my background is not worthy of you. You should have a better woman. Although sending you away from the county union is an act of treason, I am willing to make a mistake for you." Derekova's sudden emotional outburst almost made Luke unable to remain calm. He smiled modestly. It is said that polar women have a fiery heart and dare to do and say what they want. I am afraid that if you understand the real me, you will no longer have this impulse. Luke stretched out his hand to make a silent gesture to stop Derekova from talking further. "This topic ends here. I don't remember anything you said. After drinking this cup of tea, you go to the laboratory and supervise the workers to pack the Titan I prototype into the transport box. Tell Major Elro to let them escort the prototype and instruments into the underground steam city first." Derekova finished the tea in the cup, then stood up and said before leaving, "Sir, your engagement ceremony with Miss Angelia will be held in 3 days. During this period, if you want to leave, I can arrange it at any time. Goodbye." Derekova left. The room returned to silence, and Luke continued to drink tea. The music was playing, and the wind outside shook the window. 2 days later, the news of the Snow City War finally reached the winter capital. But after various processing, the real situation of the war had changed beyond recognition. The frontline troops of the County Alliance in Snow City discovered that the Golden Shield Empire had signs of large-scale concentration of troops. In order to prevent the long-fighting County Alliance soldiers from encountering a sneak attack by the despicable Imperial Army, the military general staff decided to take the initiative to end the attack on Snow City and order the army to move to the military bases in the north. During the transfer, Queen Christina of the Empire dared to pursue, but was defeated by the County Alliance troops that were cut off, and fled to Snow City in a hurry, never daring to come out again. Anyway, no matter how it was fabricated, the ordinary people of Ark County Union, who had no way of understanding the real situation of the battlefield, could only passively accept the information given to them. Therefore, the defeat of Snow City did not cause much waves in the lower class of Ark County Union. Everyone just felt a little sorry for not capturing Queen Christina. However, in the upper class of the County Union, the defeat of Snow City caused a great shock. This defeat completely cut off the possibility of the County Union to achieve a decisive victory in winter. Those active war initiators, who boasted before the war that they could march to the city of St. Louis in spring, will naturally be held accountable and liquidated. A group of congressmen and military generals fell. The war still had to go on. And those oligarchs, who had already tasted the sweetness of the war, were very much looking forward to the next stage of the war. So another group of spokespersons and puppets were sent to Congress and the military. The ruling class of the county union was reshuffled in an orderly and rapid manner, and Elvis was undoubtedly one of the oligarchs who won the most. After winter, the navy of the county union will face the fleet of the city of raging waves. The military's orders have made all the shipyards of Harrod Heavy Industry build all-metal warships. The water molecule dual-phase steam engine has allowed Harrod Heavy Industry to control the future. The Titan project and a series of high-tech weapons projects have given Elvis strong political capital. Elvis knew very well who had brought him to a higher position, and he was more actively preparing for Luke and Angelia's engagement ceremony. The County League also wanted this eye-catching engagement ceremony to divert people's attention from the battle in Snow City. In public and private, under the large-scale carpet-style repetitive information bombardment, Luke and Angelia's engagement ceremony became the only focus of the entire Ark County League. As a genius steam engineer, Luke was quickly deified, and it seemed that he would soon trigger a revolution in steam technology and become a milestone in the history of steam science. Everyone believed that the combination of Luke and the Elvis family would definitely create a miracle. Time passed quickly. The day that everyone was looking forward to arrived under everyone's attention. The auditorium of the Grand Amba Hotel was filled with guests who came to congratulate. Their status was either rich or noble, almost equivalent to gathering half of the Congress and half of the invisible government of the County Federation. no matter what their mood was at the moment. On the surface, they were all congratulating the newlyweds. In the dressing room behind the hotel, Elvis, wearing a tuxedo, looked at his daughter sitting in front of the dressing mirror. 3 makeup artists were making up for her. The white tie dress made Angela very uncomfortable, and her face was full of impatience. Elvis knew his daughter's thoughts, and he reminded her, "I don't care what you do after the ceremony. During the ceremony, you must respect your identity in the Elvis family and respect your fiancé. Otherwise you will cut off all my living expenses." Angelia looked at her father in the mirror and said with a raised eyebrow, "What else can you do except scare me with this trick? As long as it works. I have been completely disappointed with you for a long time. I don't ask you to be a lady, and I don't care about the ridiculous things you do. I only have 2 requirements for you. To complete the engagement ceremony and the wedding ceremony honestly. You just use me as a tool to win over Luke. I really don't know what's good about that nerd. You all admire him so much. This is what I am most disappointed in you. You don't know that you are nothing without the identity of Miss Elvis." Angelia turned around and said fiercely, "You don't know how powerful I am in the underground steam city." That's because, when Elvis wanted to continue to beat his daughter, a subordinate hurried in. "Boss, Mr. Luke hasn't arrived yet." Elvis asked anxiously, "Is there any accident?" The subordinate said with a strange expression, "No, there is no accident. Early this morning, Mr. Luke entered the underground steam city to test the Titan I prototype. He said it would not delay the engagement ceremony. This workaholic. Except for eating and sleeping. He only works." Elvis was helpless with Luke's work attitude of taking advantage of every opportunity. Send someone to urge them immediately and tell them, "There are many big figures coming to the ceremony. Don't let them wait for a long time." "Yes, boss." The subordinate hurried out. Angelia taunted, "You married me to such a boring person. You simply ruined my happiness." At this time, Luke was at a test site outside the underground steam city. This was an open area, and the staff had installed the instruments needed for the test in different locations. In the middle of the test site, there was an oversized transport box, and the Titan I prototype was lying in the transport box. Due to the activities of the rebels underground, the soldiers responsible for protecting the Titan I prototype stood very scattered. Luke walked around the transport box and carefully checked the alchemical seal of the transport box. Derekova followed him and asked after a while, "Why don't you see Rebecca?" Luke walked and said, "She asked for leave because of something at home. Anyway, we will go to the Grand Amba Hotel after a test. And there is nothing else to do today." Derekova didn't focus on asking Rebecca. She looked around and asked in a low voice, "Have you really decided to attend the engagement ceremony? If you want to leave, it's not too late now." Luke stopped and said to Derekova, "I hope our experience will be a good memory for you. Please forgive me for not being able to respond to your feelings, because that will only bring you endless troubles." Derekova looked at Luke with a reckless enthusiasm in her eyes. "I don't understand what you mean. And I never asked for any promises from you. Everything is voluntary. You will understand later. Consider this moment as a farewell. Maybe we will meet again next time, and it will be different." "Farewell?" Derekova asked anxiously. "Sir, are you going to fire me?" "I guess so." Luke once thought of taking Derekova back to Raging Wave City, but it might not be a good result for her. After all, she was once the ace agent of the Ice Cave, and had too many disputes with the Imperial Secret Service. Protecting her by myself is to restrain her. This should not be her life. She is a flower in this world of ice and snow, and she will only wither in the warm environment of the South. The sudden dismissal made it difficult for Derekova to accept. "I know my emotions have troubled you, but please don't fire me. I am a tester of the Titan I prototype. At least let me. Be careful, Mr. Luke." When Derekova was fighting for her job, the ground shook suddenly. Then big rocks fell from above, and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. Derekova reached out to grab Luke, but she was pushed by Luke and flew backwards. "Mr. Luke! Mr. Luke!" Derekova in the air shouted at Luke. She stretched out her hand, but she was getting farther and farther away from Luke. Then she saw the ground under Luke's feet suddenly collapse, and a bottomless pit appeared. Luke and the transport box containing the Titan I prototype, mixed with huge rocks, fell into the pit. Derekova, who landed on the ground, bounced forward instantly, avoiding the falling rocks and rushing to the edge of the pit. In the dark pit, Luke's figure was no longer visible. Derekova knelt on the edge of the pit, staring blankly below, big tears dripping down. Why? Why did this happen? Chapter 380 Escape. At the Grand Amba Hotel, the guests in the auditorium were waiting for the ceremony to begin. In the middle of the auditorium was a red carpet, with flower girls standing on both sides of the carpet with flower baskets, and the band playing festive yet serious music. Backstage, Angela, who had been dressed up, had a decadent look. The long wait made her impatient, but she didn't dare to run away directly, so she had to take out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Before Angela took out her lighter to light the cigarette in her mouth turned into a piece of powder. "Father, you're too much." Facing his daughter's complaint, Elvis said expressionlessly, "Remember your identity today and your responsibility to the family. I have done what you asked, wearing a tight corset that made me breathless, and dressed myself up like a vase. But where is my fiancé? He doesn't seem to care about you at all. I have sent someone to call Luke. He will be here soon, and will not delay the start of the ceremony." While Elvis was speaking, the ground shook slightly. Since the first tremor just now, there have been countless minor tremors. People living in Dongdu are used to this kind of tremor. Large-scale underground explosions and geothermal movements will cause tremors. But today it seems a bit too intensive. Elvis took out his gold pocket watch and checked the time. He looked calm, but was very anxious. The guests waiting outside were all people of status, and the ceremony had to be carried out on time. When Elvis was about to send someone to urge him, a subordinate ran in a panic. "Boss, I don't know what's going on underground now. There are earthquakes and landslides everywhere." "Mr. Luke," seeing the look of his subordinates, Elvis had a bad premonition. He asked anxiously, "What happened to Luke? Is he injured?" "The underground test site of Titan I collapsed during the earthquake, and Mr. Luke and the Titan prototype all fell into the hole. Under the cave, underneath is a lava river." The sudden change made Elvis a little unsteady on his feet, and he roared, "How did you protect him?" I said, "You can all die, but he can't be hurt at all." "Boss, the accident happened too suddenly, and we didn't have time to react. Now we are organizing a rescue, but the collapsed rocks are blocking the bottom of the cave, and the rescue is very difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must rescue. Go find the best rescue team in Dongdu, and ask the geology professor and earth magic professor of Dongdu Magic STEAM Academy to help rescue Luke." Elvis gave orders one after another. In this short period of time, his heart fell directly from the sky to the ground, and the peak moments of the family all turned into bubbles. Angelia heard that Luke fell into the cave with a lava river, and was stunned for a long time without reacting. After a while, she asked, "Father, will the engagement ceremony still be held?" But seeing her father's red eyes, Angelia immediately shut up. "Okay, I won't ask." The news that Luke died underground gradually spread inside the Grand Amba Hotel. Some people felt sorry, some were happy, and some were thinking about what kind of chain reaction would be caused if Luke really died accidentally. At this time, Luke rode on Tao Tai and landed on a high cliff underground. Under the high cliff, a long section of steam pipe was undergoing a strange change. The straight pipe twisted its body like a giant python, breaking free from the bracket that fixed it to the stone wall, and then turned over and penetrated the ground and drilled in. The ground cracked and shook, and the broken stones broke and scattered. When all the pipes disappeared, only a bottomless hole was left. Tao Tai let out a dragon roar, then jumped up and drilled into the back of Luke's hand. When everything around was quiet, a figure walked out of the darkness. "Governor of Meteor, is this what you do in winter?" The person who came was Helkin. He stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down at the hole left by the disappearance of the steam pipe, and asked Luke, "Where did they go?" "Raging waves," Luke answered casually, and then asked Helkin, "Has the news of my accident spread?" "It has spread. Herod Heavy Industries is rescuing people at the scene. If they can't find you, they will conclude that you and the Titan I prototype fell into the lava river together. Even if someone suspects, there is no evidence to prove anything." "Very good. I'm done, and I should leave. The follow-up matters will be left to you." After winter, the Raging Waves Fleet and the Raging Waves Armored Assault Division will go north. Do you know what to do? Don't worry, Governor. The military deployment of the County Alliance will appear on your desktop in time. But please control the situation. If the County Alliance loses too quickly, it will be difficult for me to do it. Luke smiled and said, I don't want this war to end too soon. You and I can achieve a win-win situation that satisfies both of us only if we cooperate well. Thank you, Governor. I won't see you off when you leave. I wish you a safe journey. Hurricane disappeared into the darkness, and Luke summoned Talhai to ride on it, flying towards the underground steam city along the upper layer of the cave wall. He changed his clothes, pulled up the collar of his windbreaker, and lowered the brim of his hat to cover his cheeks. Luke arrived at the motorcycle gang tower, and used the privileges of his VIP card to let the elevator run downwards. The temperature rose as the altitude decreased, and the surrounding black stone walls gradually turned red, as if they were in a red-hot furnace. After a vibration, the elevator seemed to pass through a barrier. It appeared in a fiery sky, and without any traction rope, it descended at a steady speed. Below was a red rocky land, surrounded by a lava river with magma flowing. In the lava river, some hell creatures could be seen rising and falling, as free as fish swimming in a river on the surface. In the middle of the rocky land was a large camp, where many hell creatures gathered. When the cage elevator that Luke was riding landed steadily, a team of Hell Clan soldiers immediately surrounded them. Unlike other Hell Clans who were naked, they were all wearing sophisticated armor and holding shining swords. The elevator door opened, and Luke just took a step from inside, and he felt that the soles of his shoes were about to be melted by the high temperature of the ground. He immediately released the fire control spell, forming a protective shield on the outer layer of his body that could resist the high temperature. The surrounding Hell Clan soldiers immediately saluted Luke, and the leader said, "Governor, welcome to the territory of the Hell Demon Red Flame. Our lord is waiting in his palace. Please follow me." The palace pointed by the Hell Soldier leader was a building in the middle of the camp that looked a bit like a stove, and other Hell buildings also looked like stoves. The refraction of light in the air caused by the high temperature made everything in the camp appear to be shaking and blurred. Luke followed the leader of the Hell Soldiers to the palace and asked on the way, "Are you satisfied with the armor sent by the City of Raging Waves?" The leader of the Hell Soldiers did not dare to neglect Luke at all. He answered respectfully, "Very satisfied. Generally, it is difficult for items from the surface to withstand the high temperature of hell, but the armor and weapons sent by the City of Raging Waves can remain strong and sharp in the lava." "Thank you, Governor. This is just the beginning of the cooperation between the City of Raging Waves and the Red Flame territory. You will get more weapons that can be used in hell in the future." Luke asked about some things about the Red Flame territory while observing the camp. This place still maintains a very primitive appearance. Lacking tools, the Hell Clan can only build some simple houses with their hands and magic. And even such simple houses are only for the Hell Clan with status. Other low-level Hell units just find a place to lie down and call it their home. The lack of discipline makes the Hell camp like a refugee camp. Only a few Hell soldiers are equipped with the armor sent by the City of Rage. The armor makes them look extremely majestic and powerful, attracting envious glances from other Hell creatures. Walking to the Red Flame Palace, it is still tall and majestic. At the door of the palace, two Hell three-headed dogs are lying. Their claws are pressing on thick bones, which are covered with bite marks of the three-headed dogs. Smelling the scent of humans, the originally lazy three-headed hellhounds all raised their heads and looked at Luke, making a threatening sound of woo in their throats. At this time, a reprimand came from inside the palace, and the three-headed hellhounds immediately wagged their tails, and all six heads looked like huskies. The escorting Hell Clan soldiers stopped outside the palace, and the leader saluted Luke and said, "Our lord is in the palace. Governor, please come in." The palace didn't even have a door, and you could see the hall inside and the throne at the deepest part of the hall from the outside. At this time, the demon Chien was sitting on the throne, holding his chin in a very stylish way, looking at Luke standing outside the palace. Alas, Luke could only sigh in his heart. The local tyrant is really local. Helpless Luke could only cooperate and walk into the hall, saluting the devil Chien with the etiquette of an envoy to his master, Special Minister of the Cabinet of the Golden Shield Empire, Governor Meteorite of the City of Raging Waves. Greets Lord Chien. May the friendship between our two states be like the magma in the lava river, flowing forever. The devil Chien, wearing eyeshadow, acted like a hell lord. Governor Meteorite, welcome to my territory. Please sit down. Chien waved his hand, and a stone chair appeared behind Luke. Luke just looked at it and didn't sit down. "You don't really want to talk to me in this way, do you?" The demon Chien sitting on the throne suddenly lost his confidence. He laughed and said, "My remote little demon territory usually doesn't have distinguished guests visiting. I received you according to the procedures in the book. Since you don't like it, let's change the way. The demon Qian chanted a spell and shook his fingers. The palace scene changed quickly, and a long table appeared in front of Luke. The throne disappeared, and Qian sat at the other end of the long table. This should be okay. Governor. Yes. Luke sat back with satisfaction. And then said, You received my things? Received. Qian replied, I didn't expect the engine you mentioned to be such a big thing. The earthquake in the winter capital underground city seems to be related to it. There is also a box salvaged from the lava river. Don't worry. I didn't see it. You can check the seal. As Qian cast the spell, the god's engine and the box containing the Titan I prototype appeared on both sides of the hall. The god's engine is 10 meters high and 15 meters wide, with densely crisscrossed miniaturized steam pipes on it. The white mist that flickers, forming a ribbon-like airflow, slowly entangles and shuttles in the gaps between the engine pipes. It is exactly the same as the engine photo in the mobile phone data. Seeing the results of his 3 months of hard work in the underground of Winter City, Luke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With this engine, the floating fortress of the gods has taken the most important step. Then on the other side, there is the transport box containing the Titan I prototype. It fell into the lava river at the bottom of the cave after the ground sank, and was salvaged by the Hell Clan soldiers guarding inside, and then sent here. The goods have arrived, and the rest is to transport them to the city of Raging Waves. I'll leave the things to you, and transport them to the city of Raging Waves as soon as possible. The demon Qian said, I will transport them personally, and the demon tyrant will follow. With the protection of the 2 demons, they will arrive at the city of Raging Waves safely. I have received the first batch of aid you gave me, which is better than I expected. When will the next batch of aid arrive? Luke replied, You can send the things to Fury City and return with the second batch of aid. The next batch of aid will be delivered on time within 10 days. Demon Qian smiled with satisfaction. The weapons aided from Fury City did exceed his expectations. The sophisticated armor and weapons increased the combat effectiveness of the limited military force of the territory by multiples. As long as a few more batches of aid come, he can take action against the neighboring demon territory, seize minerals from their controlled areas, and then sell more weapons from Fury City. It was like a fireball rolling in hell, getting bigger and bigger until it formed a raging tide of fire that covered the whole sky. Luke continued to negotiate with the demon Qian. This was the starting point of his attack on hell, and the foundation must be solid. The Grand Amba Hotel in Winter Capital was no longer as noisy as usual at night. Luke's accident made the festive day extremely sad. In the wind and snow, Helkin walked down the stairs of the hotel step by step. He had just met several big figures of the County Alliance in the hotel, including Eldis. Helkin told them, the continuous earthquakes underground were a large-scale sabotage operation launched by the Golden Shield Empire Secret Service and the Underground Resistance Army. They used some secret technique to activate the old steam pipes that had become mysterious objects. The underground test site of the Titan I prototype was an accident, and it happened to be in the attack area. After confirmation by the ice cave agent, Luke was not found in the cave formed by the sinkhole. His chance of survival in the lava river is infinitely close to 0. Helkin didn't know whether his words would be accepted by those bigwigs. Anyway, Luke, that is, the meteorite, is gone, and his research materials are in his hands. If he is held accountable, he will just resign and concentrate on preparing for the steam engineer exam. The ice cave agent waiting outside the hotel opened the car door for Helkin, but a hand closed the car door. Darakova stood there for a while, and the murderous aura enveloped Helkin. I want to talk to you about something. Facing his former capable subordinate, Helkin smiled and said, Okay, let's talk. Chapter 381 Halfway. Herkikin walked along the sidewalk, and Darakova glanced at the ice cave agents around him, put her hands in her coat pockets, and quickly caught up with Herkikin. What exactly happened to the sinkhole in the underground test site of the Titan I prototype? Herkikin replied, You are no longer an ice cave agent, and I have no reason to tell you the inside story. It was not an accident, Darakova said firmly. So many earthquakes and sinkholes occurred almost at the same time. Of course, it was not an accident. Today's incident was a premeditated attack, and the target of the attack may include Mr. Luke, or it may be that Mr. Luke happened to be at an attack point. Darakova was very dissatisfied with Helkin's answer. You know what I mean? Were you involved in this accident? Helkin stopped, and their men stood far away at the door of the Grand Amba Hotel. The curfew made it impossible to see other pedestrians on the road. Do you think I murdered Mr. Luke? What good does it do for me? Derikova stared at Helkin. Using the interrogation skills she learned to determine whether the other party was lying. She said, I think this accident was directed by you and Mr. Luke. Helkin couldn't help but laugh. I taught you. I know very well what you are thinking. Mr. Luke is dead. You have to accept this fact. But my intuition tells me that things are not that simple. At that time, I thought he was firing me. But those words were more likely to be a farewell. And you neither called me back to the ice cave nor sent anyone to kill me. I know you. You will never let me. A hidden danger. Go uncontrolled. Which means that his protection of me is still valid. Herkikin's smile disappeared. And his face gradually became serious. Derikova. You should cherish your freedom now. Let me tell you. You will not get any answers from me. Nor will you find any clues to prove your guess. Live well. This is Mr. Luke's hope for you. But Derikova still wanted Helkin to tell the truth himself. Helkin stopped her from asking further. Mr. Luke is dead. That's the fact. There is no genius steam engineer named Luke in the world anymore. He has completed the task given to him by history. Derikova finally heard Helkin's implicit statement, and her expression was uncontrollable joy. But professional training allowed her to quickly control her expression. This was a day that should be sad. I understand. Thank you, General Helkin. He told me that we would meet in another way, and I will wait for that day to come. Goodbye. Derikova turned around and walked away on the snow. She reached out and threw away the dagger she had been holding. It was the last thing she had that was related to the ice cave. Herkikin looked at Derikova's gradually receding back under the street light and said, I have revoked the restraining order against you. You can go anywhere you want. Derikova waved her hand with her back to Herkikin, and then disappeared into the shadows behind the lights. Snowland City in the northern territory of the Empire. After more than a month of high-intensity offensive and defensive battles, this fortress-style strong city no longer looks as majestic as before. Several watchtowers hundreds of meters high all collapsed from the middle. An elemental tower exploded during the attack, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters near the castle in the center of the city. Half of the central castle, which was the command post of the defenders, was destroyed by the shock wave in the explosion. At the most difficult time of the war, facing the dual attack of the ground war fortress of the County Alliance and the airship-carrying mages, the defenders thought that the city could not be defended. At that time, none of them could have imagined that the battle would end in such a reversal. They not only defended the Snow City, but also launched a counterattack. They captured countless soldiers of the County Alliance and seized countless supplies of the County Alliance. If it were not for the weather and heavy snow, they could have achieved more results. The defenders of the Snow City, who returned with a great victory, celebrated wildly. Queen Christina granted special permission to lift the prohibition on alcohol, and each soldier could be given 3 cups of beer and 2 boxes of canned meat produced in Raging Wave City. In the main hall of the central castle, the corner that was blown up was repaired by magic and could block the sea breeze outside. However, the power system has not been fully restored. The servants lit the oil braziers on the wall and the candle chandeliers on the ceiling. In the middle of the main hall, there was a long table filled with all kinds of food. Although the food was not exquisite, it was also a delicacy made by the chefs using the existing ingredients. Queen Christina sat at the head of the table. She was wearing a royal gift and a queen's crown, and her expression was confident and extremely noble. Sitting around the dining table were the main generals of the Snow City defenders. Almost all of them were injured, but victory made them all hold their heads high and show their serious military appearance to the queen. The palace eunuchs who followed the queen poured red wine for the generals present. Everyone raised their glasses with the queen. Cheers to the great empire. Cheers to the great emperor of the empire. At this time, someone shouted, Cheers to the great empress of the empire. The others were stunned at first, and then shouted in unison, Cheers to the great empress of the empire. Queen Christina shouted loudly, Cheers to the soldiers who shed blood and sacrificed for the empire. Victory is with us! Victory is with us! The continuous battles around Snow City made Queen Christina and the defenders of Snow City completely integrated. In the various dangerous situations during the war, she never hid in the underground bunker, but appeared in the most dangerous place with her flag. The royal knights and palace guards who followed formed an iron fist, crushing the front of the County Alliance with the queen's footsteps, with the queen of the empire by their side. The soldiers of the Empire completely forgot the horror of death, making them like berserkers. Snow City was saved from danger again and again, and Christina played an indispensable role. The loyalty between the monarch and the ministers, and the comradeship of life and death. Queen Christina has become the soul of this army. Everyone drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Queen Christina said, Snow City used the power of the city to contain the attack of nearly 1 million troops of the County Alliance on the Imperial defense line. This battle disintegrated the County Alliance's attempt to quickly attack the Empire, and bought the most precious time for the Empire to prepare for war. This time when I return to St. Louis City, I will ask His Majesty for credit for you. Glory will accompany you, and make your family proud of you. The wine was poured into the wine glass again, and the generals raised their glasses together. Thank you, the great Queen of the Empire. But before everyone drank the wine, the door of the hall was pushed open, and the blizzard blew in with the wind. Everyone looked in the direction of the door together. A man in a windbreaker stood in the wind and snow, leaning on a cane, and took off his hat in the confusion and anger of the crowd. Secret Service Agent 6 Meteorite. Meet Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 382 Augustine's Extraordinary Transformation. Originally, the atmosphere in the hall was full of people piling up firewood, and everyone's emotions were full of passion. They wanted to swear blood oaths immediately, and become brothers of the opposite sex, who would share life and death together, and finally pledge allegiance to the Queen together. As a result, a person suddenly came in from outside, bringing wind and snow to sweep away the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts. These generals who had been rolling in the pile of dead bodies for more than a month were about to get angry. But after hearing the identity of the person who came, they all looked at each other in surprise. Why did the governor of Nuteo City, Meteorite, come here? He came to the north in the heavy snow, which must mean that something big happened. Queen Christina was also a little angry about the destruction of the banquet. But when she saw that it was Meteorite, she immediately stood up and said, There is a secluded room next to it. Let's talk there. Queen Christina asked the generals to eat at their leisure, and she walked to the next room under the guidance of the eunuch. Luke handed his hat, cane and coat to the guards, and followed Queen Christina to the room where all kinds of sundries were piled up. Queen Christina asked all the eunuchs to go out, and then asked Luke to sit down, saying in an apologetic tone, Snow City has suffered a series of magical bombings. All the usable rooms are used to accommodate soldiers and store supplies. I hope you can understand. Queen Christina used honorifics to Luke. In order to save himself, he went to Winter City in person to steal intelligence. Just think about how much risk he needs to take to get the secrets that can turn the entire war situation around. And according to the fact that Snow City was abandoned, it can be judged that something big must have happened in the imperial capital. Meteorite came to Snow City in person this time, and it is very likely to save his life again. Luke sat down on the chair and said to Queen Christina, Your Highness, you don't care about these things, so why should I care? First of all, congratulations to Your Highness on your victory in Snow City that can change the course of the war. The entire winter combat phase can prove how correct your decision was to come to the north to supervise the war in person. This is thanks to the Secret Intelligence Agency's destruction of the heating system of the Ark County Alliance battlefield. Otherwise, I might have been a cold corpse now. Thank you too. Winter City must be full of dangers. Luke couldn't help but recall his experience in the winter capital, where many unexpected things happened. He said to Queen Christina, There were some dangers, but fortunately I completed the mission. Your Highness didn't tell others about my trip to the winter capital. Did you? No. I know the fewer people know about the secret, the better. At this time, Queen Christina couldn't help asking, You came to the Snow City alone. Is it because something happened in the imperial capital? Nothing happened in the imperial capital for the time being. But something is about to happen. Luke told Queen Christina about the unusual movements of the eldest Prince Fania during this period. Queen Christina knew that Fania must be related to the Northern Army's abandonment of the Snow City. And now it has been confirmed by the Meteorite. Do you think Fania dares to launch a coup? Or will he stop at the last moment? His Majesty is still alive after all. Luke replied, I am not Fania. How can I guess what he will choose in the end? I came to Snow City this time to hear what you will choose. Your Highness? Queen Christina thought for a while. I don't know. Fania probably doesn't want me to return to the imperial capital now. Yes, the victory of Snow City will be reported to the imperial capital, which will force Fania to make a choice. If he really takes a step that none of us want to see, The Empire will face the greatest crisis in history. What do you think I should do? Queen Christina looked at Luke. Since he came to Snow City, he must have come with a plan. Luke did not keep her in suspense and said directly, I have prepared 3 plans for you. Your Highness, first, stay in Snow City. After this battle, I believe that this army has shared honor and disgrace with you, and they are enough to protect your safety during this special period. You can wait until the situation in the imperial capital stabilizes, and whoever wins will be your ally. The second is to patrol the northern border, relying on the prestige you have established in the war. Gather as many troops and occupy cities and lands as possible. In this way, your Highness will at least have a foothold, and you will have many more options. The third is to leave Snow City, return to the imperial capital with light equipment as quickly as possible, and use the Queen's power to stop Fania. Queen Christina considered the suggestions that Meteorite had given her. The first one was the safest. If Fania won the final victory and became the new emperor of the Golden Shield Empire, as long as she did not do anything to threaten his imperial power and surrendered her military power, she could become the Empress Dowager imprisoned in the palace. The second suggestion was to establish a separatist regime and quickly take over the northern border during Fania's coup. At that time, there was the second prince, Alex, in the west, and the city of Raging Waves in the east. The 3 families could maintain a balance with Fania by joining forces. However, there was also the County Alliance in the north of the north. When winter was over, the scale of the war would definitely escalate. The third suggestion was to face Fania directly. If he won, he would save the Empire from danger. If he lost, he would be buried with Emperor Augustine. The first one was directly rejected by Queen Christina. She had tasted the sweetness of power, and could no longer endure the days of being in the cold palace. The second suggestion made Queen Christina think for a long time. Although they had to face the Ark County Alliance, with the support of the West Territory and the city of Raging Waves, they might not be unable to defend this land. Fania would not push himself too hard. Otherwise, if the Ark County Alliance occupied the North Territory, he would be surrounded by enemies. It was only after Queen Christina had repeatedly considered that she said to Luke, I will go back to the imperial capital. Luke was not surprised by Queen Christina's choice, but said, Fania will definitely assassinate you along the way. You came to Snow City to protect me back to the capital, right? You guessed what I would choose? Luke did guess it. How could Queen Christina stay in a corner and leave her future in the hands of uncertain allies and powerful enemies? Strong people dare to fight when they should. Luke replied, Your Highness dares to defend Snow City. I think Your Highness must dare to return to the capital. Queen Christina laughed. I had a feeling about you when we first met. You know me very well. Better than anyone, even my parents. Your understanding is so thorough that it scares me and makes me happy. Finally, someone understands me and knows what I want. If you want to know anything, you can ask me. Queen Christina is dignified and noble. She looked at Luke with both vigilance and joy of meeting a confidant. Luke couldn't help but laugh. It is my honor to be valued by His Highness. Can I know what His Majesty is like now? Queen Christina expected the question of Meteorite, but she did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked back, I heard that you have a good relationship with the eldest prince Fania. How can I judge that you are not working for the eldest prince? You got the situation of His Majesty from me, and then killed me on the way. Luke shrugged. I have a good relationship with most people in the palace. Everyone has their own subjective judgment on who I work for, and I have no way to prove it. I can only tell you, I have always been working for myself. Queen Christina looked at Luke, as if she wanted to see through his layers of disguise, and see his true heart. After a while, Queen Christina said, You are indeed working for yourself. Fania can't control you, and Agatha should not be able to control you either. I can't control you now. His Majesty has not been concerned about government affairs, and has not seen anyone during this period because he is undergoing extraordinary physical transformation. You made him feel the crisis, and he didn't want the Empire to be controlled by you after his death. So he decided to take the risk of transforming his body to increase his lifespan. Is the success rate high? Luke was not surprised. This was one of his many guesses, but he was not sure before. Since Queen Christina chose to cooperate with Luke, she no longer kept the secret of Emperor Augustine. His physical condition was very poor, and he could not withstand ordinary extraordinary transformation. So the extraordinary transformation master developed 2 transformation plans for him. The first is the conventional extraordinary body strengthening, which allows him to continue to have a human body, But the success rate of this extraordinary transformation is very low. If the transformation fails and his body shows rejection, the extraordinary transformation master will keep his brain at the first time and seal it in the crown of wisdom. Luke asked, "What is the crown of wisdom?" The crown of wisdom is one of the arm components that Augustine ordered from the angel civilization, including crown of wisdom, light armor, shield of faith, prayer sword, earth boots. Once Augustine's brain is sealed in the crown of wisdom, the heroic spirit weapon can be activated and become a heroic spirit creature. Heroic spirit creatures are extraordinary creatures attached to the angel civilization. Angels will indulge in their own world for a long time. In order to maintain the operation of the Sky City, the angels created heroic spirit creatures. In ancient times, angels representing justice were worshipped by countless people, and angels often descended to the secular world as justice. During the period of executing justice in the secular world, angels would take the brains of those recognized heroes after their death, and then return to the Sky City to forge heroic spirit armor for them, and finally seal the brains of these heroes in the heroic spirit armor, making them into heroic spirit creatures. For a long time, becoming a heroic spirit and entering the Sky City was the goal of many heroes. However, after the ancient war, angels almost disappeared in the secular world, and very few people became heroic spirits and entered the Sky City. Therefore, Augustine the Great's final plan was to become a heroic spirit creature, which surprised Luke a little. Imagine sitting on the throne of the palace with an empty shell without a body. I wonder what the court ministers and the citizens of the empire would think. It's a bad decision. Why would the angels provide your majesty with a set of heroic weapons and allow a heroic creature to manage a secular country? Queen Christina said, "Your majesty promised Sky City to build a temple for angels in St. Louis City." Hearing this news, Luke couldn't help but frown. The plot was changed too much by himself. Angels rarely entered the secular world after the ancient war. One reason was that the angels suffered too much loss. After asking for Sky City back from the Shining Gold Man, they stayed in Sky City tightly to guard against the remaining fallen angels. Another reason is that angels are rejected by the secular world. Justice is a very subjective concept, and everyone has a different standard of justice in their hearts. Angels before the ancient war were romantic, and in their cognition, justice was a virtue. However, during the ancient war, the division and departure of the fallen angels made the angels' justice lack balance and go to extremes. Justice is a responsibility. This is difficult to be accepted by the mainstream values of the secular world. So it is naturally difficult for angels, who are obsessed with executing justice, to return to the secular world. Luke did not expect that Augustine the Great would agree to the angels to build a temple in St. Louis City in order to prolong his life. What kind of changes will the angels' entry into the temple bring to the Golden Shield Empire and the whole world? What's more, he is cooperating with hell. This is absolutely evil in the eyes of the angels, and they must be killed as soon as possible. Luke said, although the Shining Gold people have integrated into the secular world, they have always kept their distance from various countries and never touch politics except for investing to make money. The Sky City does not have this rule. The angel civilization was brought into the secular world by His Majesty, and the temple was built in St. Louis City, which would break the tacit understanding formed after the ancient war. Queen Christina was also worried. It is difficult to use common sense to speculate on His Majesty's thoughts now. He is wary of everyone and stubbornly believes that the empire cannot do without him. Everyone is untrustworthy in his eyes. He is more and more obsessed with immortality, and can rule this country forever. There is one thing you may not believe. He once contacted the Abyss Temple, and wanted to transform into an Abyss Apostle. If you and Fania had not eliminated the Abyss Mage lurking in the Imperial capital, and killed the Abyss Apostle Morris, he would have already snatched the Book of Disaster from Miss Chi Kong. Luke couldn't help but sigh. He is really crazy. In my opinion, he has been crazy for a long time. The Empire will never accept an immortal emperor, let alone a non-human sitting on the throne. Humanity is creating the best era since the ancient war. Although human civilization is not as powerful as the 5 ancient civilizations, its prosperity is incomparable to the 5 civilizations combined. Everyone believes that we can eventually surpass the 5 ancient civilizations in all aspects. Only humans can rule human countries, even if they are idiots. If Augustine sits on the throne as a heroic creature, the Golden Shield Empire will be isolated by the entire human world, and that will be the beginning of the empire's demise. But Augustine can't see it. He is old. He is really too old. Queen Christina became more and more angry as she spoke. She sat up straight and straightened her chest, as if telling Luke, who can save the Empire from real danger. Luke agreed with Queen Christina's words. If Augustine sits on the throne as a heroic creature, not only will the heirs to the throne disagree, but the foundation of the entire cohesive empire will collapse. The civilization created by humans today gives humans incomparable self-confidence. Humans can tacitly reject the 5 ancient civilizations together. How can they let a heroic creature step on their heads? Chapter 383 Race Against Time. Your Highness, do you have any idea about the throne? Luke's sudden question made Queen Christina stunned on the spot. This room was piled with various sundries, and there was barely enough space for 2 people to sit down and talk. It was really not a place to talk about such serious topics. But this question was finally raised. Queen Christina did not punish Meteorite for this disrespectful question, but thought about it seriously. If I say that I have no idea about the throne, you will definitely not believe it. But that is just a momentary fantasy. I believe that many people will have this idea, but they will not put this idea into action. Until you ask this question, I had not seriously considered this crazy idea. I want to ask, why do you ask me this question? The second prince, Alex, listens to Agatha and you very much. If you don't let him return to the imperial capital, he will not step out of the Crescent Oasis. Even if Agatha is directly promoted to the throne, there seems to be little resistance. Queen Christina looked at Luke, and her calmness made her eyes very clear. She was full of confusion in her heart. How could she think she was not the best candidate for the new emperor for Meteorite? Luke also looked at Queen Christina, although there were player summaries of this queen in his mobile phone database. This time he wanted to really understand her through his own eyes. Anyone who sees Queen Christina will be amazed by her beauty and dignified temperament. Some people say that she is the last traditional princess. If she had not been intercepted and neglected by Augustine, she would not have read those emperor biographies in the cold palace, and she would not have such a strong obsession with power. Now Luke believes that Queen Christina's obsession with power is not caused by reading those emperor biographies, but that she does not want to go back after leaving the cold palace. Even if she came to the north and died in the Snow City, she was unwilling to die alone in the cold palace. She is a powerful and pitiful person. Whether it is Alex who ascends the throne as the new emperor, Agatha, or other royal family members, they will not allow a queen mother who holds real power in the palace, surrendering power and being locked up in the cold palace, or dying unexpectedly in the court struggle, are not the endings I want to see for you. It seems that only your ascension to the throne is the perfect solution. Listening to the answer given by Meteorite, Queen Christina showed an expression that she had not expected it at all. Is this why you want to push me to the throne? I thought you could give me a more convincing answer. Luke smiled and said, of course there are high-sounding answers. Augustine the Great looked down on Alex's ability, and he was definitely not suitable to be the emperor of the empire during this extraordinary historical period. Agatha had no idea about the throne, and I didn't want her to be trapped in the vortex without any way out. Others don't even have the qualifications to compete. You seem to be the only suitable candidate, at least when the empire is in the most difficult time. The kingdom of Ruthin will definitely allow the people of the empire to have a bite to eat. Luke's words made Queen Christina laugh. I think Augustine's vigilance against you is completely unnecessary. Although you hold power and can even choose the future emperor of the empire here, you don't have the idea of clinging to power. Power is a shackle for us. But for you, it seems to be just a tool. It's a very novel metaphor. I accept it. Now tell me your answer. This is related to what I will do after returning to St. Louis City. Queen Christina knew that if she nodded, the eldest Prince Fania and Emperor Augustine would die. Many people would die. The crown is too heavy for me now. If I just serve as regent as the queen and wait for a wise royal heir to take the throne, I can take on this responsibility. Queen Christina did not take a desperate step at this critical moment, which showed her maturity after being abandoned in the Snow City. No matter what the reason was for Meteorite to push him to the throne, he must leave a way out. For Luke, whether Queen Christina ascended the throne or served as regent as the queen, as long as someone could stand up and stabilize the political situation after the death of the eldest Prince Fania and Augustine, it would be fine. Okay, this matter is settled. The most important thing now is to escort you back to the imperial capital in time. Luke stood up and said to Queen Christina, Your Highness, please get ready. We will set off now. Queen Christina knew that at this time in the imperial capital, every second could be a new change, and every second counted. She did not waste time. When she returned to the banquet, she announced that she would leave Snow City and return to the imperial capital. At the same time, as the queen, she ordered the Snow City garrison to reorganize into the Snow Army on the spot. Then she quickly wrote a few orders, and as the supreme commander of the northern battlefield, she ordered the Snow Army to take over the nearby Imperial Northern Army control area. He also ordered the Snow Corps to select an elite detachment of 3,000 men to march to St. Louis City to receive the Victory Award. Queen Christina knew the importance of having a direct army, especially in the fight for the throne. She didn't know what choice Milscom would make, and she couldn't put all her hopes on Meteorite. After everything was ready, Queen Christina got on the royal carriage and left Snow City under the escort of the remaining royal knights and palace guards. Rushing into the endless snowfield, Luke sat in the carriage, leaning against the soft leather-wrapped carriage, and couldn't help yawning. I didn't rest much all the way to Snow City. The assassin sent by Fania will not arrive so soon. I will sleep for a while. Queen Christina knew that Meteor had to pass through the controlled area of it County Union under the heavy snow, and he must not dare to be careless on the road. She couldn't help but feel more grateful to him. You sleep. Queen Christina wanted to say something, but found that Meteor had fallen asleep against the carriage. What did he go through? Queen Christina couldn't help but look at the snowy field outside the window. The remnants of the battlefield were buried under the heavy snow. Who knows the contribution of Meteor to this war? Who knows where he will lead the empire? Queen Christina turned her eyes back to look at the sleeping Luke, powerful, young, mysterious. It seems that everything is under his control. That kind of confidence makes it easy for people to trust and rely on him. The snow outside continued to fall, and the extraordinary royal horse pulled the carriage quickly in the snow. In St. Louis City, snow has been falling since morning. Although it is not a blizzard in the north, it also dyed the whole city white. The victory of the Snow City battle has been reported back. Unlike the Ark County Alliance, which was evasive and secretive, the Golden Shield Empire exaggerated the victory of this battle. All major newspapers described in great detail how the defenders of Snow City fought bravely in the face of the siege of enemies that were several times their number, and how refreshing and satisfying the final counterattack was. Everyone knows what the victory of the Snow City battle means for the future war situation. The invading army of the Ark County Alliance was blocked in the north, and the crisis of St. Louis City being under siege was temporarily resolved. All this is thanks to Queen Christina. When the battle in Snow City was the most difficult, she still insisted on staying on the most dangerous front line. It was her existence that made Snow City a rock in the stormy waves, and finally persisted to victory. Most people don't know what the Secret Service did inside. Queen Christina's identity made her the most shining point in this battle, and the contributions of others were overshadowed by her light. This ending is what the eldest prince Fania doesn't want to see. In the Silver Manor, Fania sat alone in the slightly warm study, and the butler standing beside him told him what happened in the imperial capital and the palace today. Master, Prime Minister Gabriel has cancelled the dinner tonight, and the cabinet is preparing to welcome Her Royal Highness the Queen back to the imperial capital. There is nothing unusual in the Rose Manor, and Her Royal Highness the Princess has not left the Rose Manor all day. General Philiop, the commander of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps, resigned, and he has left the imperial capital with his family. Fania stopped the butler from continuing, and asked, "Is there any news from the Raging Wave City?" The butler replied, "We have contacted the governor of Meteorite many times, but the governor's office has always replied, 'The governor is busy and has no time to come to the imperial capital.' Master, reliable information shows that Governor Meteor has not appeared in public for a long time. Some people speculate that he is not in Raging Wave City." Thania asked, "If he is not in Raging Wave City, where is he?" The housekeeper said in embarrassment, "I don't know. Sorry, Master." Meteor accepted the influence of the Blade Brotherhood in Raging Wave City, and the Secret Service's Raging Wave City headquarters is his most direct part. It is difficult for our people to obtain accurate intelligence, but it is certain that he is not in St. Louis City and has never appeared in Rose Manor. Meteor, where are you? For what Fania is about to do. Meteor's attitude is very important. Meteorite didn't come to Silver Manor to clearly declare his allegiance, and his heart was always a little unstable, which was one of the reasons why he hadn't made up his mind. The housekeeper, who was looking forward to the last step, said, "Master, I think with Meteorite's wisdom, he must have seen that the empire was about to change. Meteorite is a smart man, and he controls such a large force and resources. So he will not easily express his position. In fact, I think Meteorite's absence is a kind of support for you, the eldest prince. After all, your advantage is so great. Nuteo City has not made any moves so far. Isn't it just waiting for the change to happen? When you ascend the throne, Meteorite will definitely come as quickly as possible to offer you his loyalty. Vania nodded in approval. Now the trend of great changes in the imperial capital has become a reality. Those who should stand have already stood. Those who should wait and see are still waiting and watching. And those who should run have already run away. Moreover, this situation did not force the emperor to come out, which shows that he really has no way to show up. Even the royal knights and the palace guards have wavered. Only Milscom and a group of loyal knights and guards are still guarding outside the emperor's bedroom. This overwhelming situation cannot be ignored by Meteorite. He should be raising his own status by not coming to pledge allegiance. When the situation in the court is clear, but he is urgently needed to take charge of the overall situation. He can give more. What's the situation in Snow City? The butler replied, the mission has been issued. The assassin is heading to the north. The North Legion will cooperate with this operation. Her Royal Highness the Queen will not come back. Vania nodded again. Snow City actually defeated the County Alliance, which was beyond Vania's expectations. Queen Christina's personal prestige was pushed to an unprecedented height because of this battle. If she was allowed to return to the imperial capital, it would definitely be a huge uncontrollable factor. There can't be any variables in this palace coup. Vania is determined to win the throne. He asked again, there won't be any mistakes this time. No. The butler said affirmatively, the north is your north. Snow City is north of the North Legion's defense line. The Queen must pass through the North Legion's garrison area to return to the imperial capital. On the snowy plains, the Queen cannot escape the detection of the Northern Legion. And the city garrison corps will also keep an eye on the Queen's whereabouts. In Vania's view, Queen Christina is like a turtle in a jar, in her own advantageous area. She will die if she is discovered. The Queen does not need to worry. Then Vania asked, is there any new situation on the southern front? Is the Duke of Celtic still behaving? The butler replied, after your envoy went to Tadega Hill to meet the Duke, the barbarian corps cooperated very well. Since the Western nobles joined the Empire, the Blade Brotherhood has collapsed more seriously, and the Duke of Celtic has long lost his previous ambitions. For him now, being able to keep the Tadega Hills as a barbarian autonomous territory is a favor from you. The Master. Vania nodded again. Now that the North has repelled the attack of the Ark County Alliance, there will be no major wars before the end of winter. The North has always been under his control. When he ascends the throne to become the new emperor of the Empire, the North will definitely be the first to support him. The Duke of Celtic has been stabilized on the southern front, with General Joshua's army in charge. The southern counties will also support him. The meteor in the east is now in a wait-and-see attitude. He will definitely come over as long as he controls the imperial capital and promises him some benefits. The west. Alex only controls the Crescent Oasis, and his Western Legion has been severely weakened by the proposal of the meteor. Faced with the general trend of the Empire, the nobles of the Western Territory knew what to choose. If Alex didn't surrender, he would die. Vania felt that he was the destined leader who could turn the tide at the moment of crisis of the Empire. Father, you have been wise all your life, but you became stupid when you got old, and you almost broke the great empire into pieces. You looked down on me, but in the end, it was me who cleaned up this mess for you. But, Vania thought of Queen Christina again. The victory of Snow City brought great changes to the court. He must not put all his hopes on the assassin. Is everything arranged in the palace? Report to the master. Everything has been arranged. His Majesty's absence has made people panic. Most people are looking forward to the new emperor's ascension so that they can swear allegiance. Master, we are all waiting for you to make the final decision. Vania closed his eyes and reconsidered the cards in his hand. After waiting for an hour, he opened his eyes and said fiercely, since everyone is waiting for the new emperor, then don't let everyone wait too long. Chapter 384 Accumulating Strength. St. Louis City. Rose Manor. The increasingly tense situation made Agatha cancel all her outings. She added guards inside and outside the manor, and the spies set up cross-magic sentries in important peripheral areas. As the Imperial spies sent abroad were secretly recruited into the Imperial capital, the power available to Agatha gradually increased. But it was still far from enough to fight Vania. In the study, Agatha sat behind a desk and listened to the report of the personal maid. She did not wear a skirt, but a neutral dress, with her hair tied up in a bun, and she looked ready to fight at any time. Your Highness, we have contacted almost all the ministers in the imperial capital, and most of them do not want to express their positions. Several cabinet ministers all refuse to see the people we sent, and the situation is very unfavorable to His Majesty. The current situation in the palace is clear to Fania. Emperor Augustine still stayed indoors despite this step-by-step approach, and no wonder everyone in the palace was in danger, not to mention the ministers. Even the Secret Service was extremely pessimistic about this struggle for imperial power. Agatha was in good spirits, with sharp eyes and an unyielding edge. Is there any news from His Majesty? What is Milscombe's reply? The lady-in-waiting replied, there is still no news from His Majesty's bedroom. Milscombe's answer was still the same. He would lead the royal knights and palace guards to protect His Majesty's safety. Agatha couldn't help but sigh. Royal knights? Palace guards? After Fania announced that he was the new emperor of the empire, how many of them dared to attack the new emperor? I don't know what my father is doing. His son has already put a knife on his neck, but he still doesn't show up. The female official said worriedly, if the royal knights and palace guards cannot be relied on, I'm afraid we can't stop Prince Fania from leading his troops to break into the palace. This morning, an elite army that withdrew from the southern line has quietly entered the city, and the assault bear squad is among them. Has the assault bear also been transferred by the eldest prince? The assault bear squad is one of the special operations units formed by the strongest warriors in the north, specializing in high-end battle confrontations. In the battle against the barbarians on the southern front, even if the Abyss Apostle personally took action, he did not gain much advantage over the assault bear squad. Fania dispatched the assault bear to the imperial capital at this time, obviously targeting the Raven of the Secret Intelligence Bureau, a unit composed of ace spies. In a head-on confrontation, the Raven is no match for the assault bear. Agatha did not react much to the arrival of the assault bear squad. She asked again, is there any news about the governor of Meteorite? The female official answered with difficulty, no. The governor's office of Raging Waves City refused to provide any information related to the governor of Meteorite. Your Highness, the governor of Meteorite cannot be unaware of the situation in the court. He has not shown up all the time. Does it mean that he supports the eldest prince? Agatha did not answer the female official's guess immediately, but looked at a newspaper on the table. This newspaper is the Winter Capital Daily of the Art County Union. And the most eye-catching thing is the obituary of Mr. Luke, a genius steam engineer. The newspaper was 5 days ago, and it was sent from Winter Capital to the Imperial Capital. Meteorite should have arrived long ago. Why is there no news about him so far? Your Highness, the female official reminded Agatha, who was distracted, these are all my random guesses. Governor Meteorite must still be loyal to you. Agatha couldn't help but laugh. Yes. He must still be loyal to me. Continue to pay attention to the movements of Governor Meteorite and all parties in Raging Waves City, and report to me immediately if there is any news. Yes, Your Highness. At this time, the door of the study was pushed open, and Princess Dyer ran in from outside. Sister Agatha, I haven't seen you for 3 months. I missed you so much. The guards who chased and saw that Princess Dyer had hugged Agatha, and immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Highness. We didn't stop Princess Dyer. Agatha looked at Dyer with joy and said to the guards, it's okay. I know my sister. It would be strange if you could stop her. The guards said, Your Highness, the escort of Princess Dyer is Miss Chi Kong. She is waiting outside the door. Agatha heard that Chi Kong was also here, and immediately said, please invite Miss Chi Kong in. Then Agatha said to Dale, I am also very happy to see you. But Miss Chi Kong and I have something very important to discuss now. You should go and see the sculptures I have made during this period. After I finish talking to Miss Chi Kong, I will come to you to hear what you have experienced in Dongdu. Princess Dale knew that what Chi Kong and Agatha talked about must be very important, and she had plenty of time to talk with her sister. Okay. I'll see what new beautiful works my sister has. See you later? In a while. The lady-in-waiting took Princess Dale away. Chi Kong followed the attendant in, and Princess Dale waved to her when she went out, looking innocent and carefree. The door of the study was closed by the guards who left, and only Chi Kong and Agatha were left in the room. Agatha invited Chi Kong to sit on the lounge chair by the window. Outside the window was a plant glass greenhouse full of blooming roses, which were particularly bright against the snowy scenery outside the greenhouse. Thank you for taking care of Dale during this time. I didn't expect that she would quietly go to the winter capital with you. I hope she didn't cause you too much trouble. Qi Kong leaned against the backrest of the lounge chair, admiring the scenery outside with his green eyes, and said lightly, Princess Dale has a very keen sense of change in the palace. She sensed the danger, so she fled. She also knew where to escape to. Agatha couldn't help but smile and said, she has been very smart since she was a child. If this palace upheaval will kill many royal family members, her chance of survival is greater than all of us. Qi Kong turned to look at Agatha. Meteor asked you to go to Raging Wave City. Why are you still here? Fania is not something you can stop now. But someone has to do something. Agatha took a deep breath. If I stand up, at least there is a chance to stop him. If even I give up, he will really kill the king and his father. Meteor will not respect him as the emperor of the empire. And Alex will not. The empire cannot be divided at this time. If the empire really needs a new emperor. Are you interested? Qi Kong's question made Agatha turn her head, her eyes full of speculation. My father is still alive, but he can't show up for some reason. The succession of the emperor of the empire has its rules. And it's not my turn yet. Do you know something that I don't know? Qi Kong looked at Agatha. I know some news that you don't know. But I can't tell you now. You just need to answer me. This is a good opportunity for you. If you are willing to take the responsibility of ruling the empire, I think Meteorite will support you. Although Luke had consulted Queen Christina in Snow City, he asked Agatha about her attitude towards the throne for the last time. Agatha didn't know what news Qi Kong had received, and she actually asked such a question at this time. She thought for a while and said, No. I have never had too many thoughts about the throne. Especially after meeting Meteorite. I feel that the obsession and struggle for the throne is really ridiculous. This era is no longer the previous era. The High Throne is just a cage sentence to life imprisonment for me. When everything stabilizes, I will give myself a long vacation and take a long journey. Go see the strange places that Meteorite has mentioned, and explore the secret realms where treasures are hidden. Qi Kong knew that Agatha was not very interested in the throne, but she didn't expect that she would have such a big impact on her. Your Augustine family is really extreme. There are princes who fight for the throne and princesses who want to escape from the royal life. Since you are not interested in the throne, you should not mind Queen Christina being the regent, or even becoming the first empress of the Golden Shield Empire in the future. Agatha asked in surprise, What do you mean? What do you know that you would make such an absurd suggestion? Qi Kong said, Meteor is now escorting Queen Christina back to the imperial capital from the north. Her Royal Highness said something about your majesty. Your majesty is doing a very dangerous thing. If he succeeds, it will bring a greater crisis to the empire than Prince Fania's usurpation of the throne. Agatha said solemnly, What is my father doing? Qi Kong replied, I think it would be best if Meteorite told you the details. My mission is to stop His Majesty when he finally takes that step. Agatha understood what stop meant. You want to murder the emperor of the empire? As long as he can stop, I won't do anything to him. Agatha looked at Qi Kong, an elf known for her mystery, beauty and power. Every time she saw her, she was fighting against the oppression she exuded. It seems that I have to wait until I see Meteorite to know the truth. Actually, I don't recommend you to know too much of the truth. It's best to let His Majesty leave in a dignified manner. Agatha forced a smile and said, It's my business whether to accept the advice or not. Before Meteorite and Her Majesty the Queen arrive in the imperial capital, do you need me to do anything? Qi Kong looked out the window. I will use the sewers of St. Louis City to set up a large-scale secret technique, which can provide us with some combat power that can serve as cannon fodder when Fania launches a coup. After the secret technique ceremony, the sewers of St. Louis City need to be overhauled. Fortunately, it is winter, and there will be no flooding of the imperial capital. Agatha also looked out the window, and the snow was falling even harder. The sewers in St. Louis City should have been repaired long ago. In the northern border of the Golden Shield Empire, due to the outbreak of war, all the residents in the northern border who could escape fled. Those who could not escape would not run out casually in this bad weather. So Queen Christina's caravan ran on the snowy plain for 2 days without encountering anyone. This was also related to the team's deliberate avoidance of cities and towns. The 4 royal horses pulling the carriage trotted forward, and Luke scanned the sky through the open window with a monocular telescope. After a while, he sat back in the car, pulled open a folding table between himself and the Queen, and spread a map of the northern border on it. The carriage was slightly bumpy, Luke found the current position of the convoy on the map, pointed it, and said to Queen Christina, "I just saw the hawk used by the Northern Legion for reconnaissance. We should have been discovered by them. There must be traps and ambushes set up by assassins ahead." The Queen asked, "What should we do? We haven't left the Northern Legion's control area yet, and we can't escape their surveillance." Luke thought about countermeasures. If Tautai is willing to accept strangers to ride, the easiest way is to take Queen Christina directly to St. Louis City. After thinking for a while, Luke said, "Our whereabouts have just been exposed, and the assassins can't arrange attacks so quickly. At night, you and I will ride horses and separate from the team, and let your guards attract the tracking of the sky. The two of us will be small targets, and not easy to be exposed. And the speed of riding horses is fast, and we can reach the Imperial capital in another day and night." Luke's suggestion made Queen Christina fall into deep thought. Being attacked is not only a personal safety issue. Even if the assassins are repelled, precious time will be wasted. If you are entangled by waves of assassins, you may miss the best time to return to the Imperial capital. Separating from the guards can indeed reduce the target, and the light cavalry is faster. But she is the queen of the Empire. Being alone with a young man for a day and a night will definitely cause some rumors in the future. Royal scandals are a hot topic for folk gossip, especially since she married an old emperor at a young age and then stayed alone in the cold palace for several years. And Meteor was the object of admiration of the young ladies of the Empire's powerful families. Queen Christina knew very well the ability of nobles to make up rumors and discredit each other. But without much thought, Queen Christina said to Luke, "Okay, I'll listen to you. At night, you and I will ride away quietly." Luke didn't think too much. His attention was all on the map. After the northern border, the horses are flat, and the royal horses bred by extraordinary people can run freely. Even if the assassin finds himself and the queen, it will not be so easy to intercept them. Therefore, the best and final ambush location for the assassin should be near the city of St. Louis. Outside the Imperial capital, there is a city garrison corps stationed, and assassins can set up an ambush circle while waiting for the opportunity. Luke planned the route on the map. Queen Christina watched Luke holding a pen and drawing while thinking, and couldn't help but think of herself when she was still a princess. At that time, she liked to lie on the tower of the castle, looking at the endless golden rice fields outside, and fantasizing about what kind of person she would marry. When I was in my teens, I liked to read stories about knights and princesses very much. The knight overcame many difficulties regardless of danger, defeated one enemy after another, saved the princess, and then the two lived happily together. What is happening now is so similar to those stories. But I am no longer a princess, and happiness has long become a luxury. At a certain moment, Christina suddenly had a bold idea. But in the end, she still laughed at herself. Stories are all lies. We are all slaves of fate. Chapter 385 Attack. For a whole day, the hawks of the Northern Legion scouts kept circling over the convoy. Luke did not shoot the tracking beasts, but ordered the team to move in a straight line at a constant speed. In the evening, the team left the northern border. Large tracts of fertile land were covered with ice and snow, with large and small manors and villages scattered in the middle. Smoke rose from the scattered houses, and the sound of dogs barking could be heard faintly. The convoy drove on the flat road, and the speed of travel suddenly increased a lot. The sky in winter gets dark quickly, and it seems that the night falls in the blink of an eye. The snow has stopped long ago, and the stars in the night sky form the Milky Way, accompanied by a crescent moon. Luke saw a forest on the side of the road and stopped the team. The guards formed a defensive circle with horses, and then built a stove to cook. A captain of the Royal Knights brought 2 light golden horses to Queen Christina and Luke. "Your Highness, we will try our best to delay the assassins, and buy more time for you to return to the Imperial capital." Queen Christina took the reins and whip, and said to the captain with apology, "I should have faced the assassins with you. But your Majesty is in a very dangerous situation now. I must go back as soon as possible, so you can only take the risk instead of me." The captain saluted Queen Christina. "Protecting the Emperor of the Empire is our oath and the only code of the Royal Knights. It is our honor to sacrifice for your Majesty. Please go quickly, Queen, so we can fight the assassins and let them know the fighting power of the Royal Knights and the palace guards. Let's meet in St. Louis City. I hope to see you and your Majesty again." Queen Christina jumped on the horse, took another look at her guards, whipped the horse and drove it forward. Luke said to the captain of the Royal Knights, "I will protect Her Majesty back to the Imperial capital." After you are ambushed by the assassins, you must protect the carriage, and not let them find out that Her Majesty is not inside. If you are still alive at dawn, you can break out on your own. As ordered, Governor Meteorite. The Queen's safety is in your hands. Don't worry. I'm also a royal knight. At this time, Queen Christina's back was about to disappear in the woods, and Luke drove his horse to catch up quickly. The Golden Shield Royal Horse is a breed of horse that has been bred and fused with some unicorn genes. They have good magic resistance and are very adaptable to the environment. Their strength, speed, and endurance are the best. After 2 days of long-term load-bearing running, the royal horse is still in high spirits. In the woods, they are as light and free as elves, nimbly crossing ditches and avoiding tree obstacles. Luke caught up with Queen Christina, and the two rode side by side, chasing the stars and the moon. They ran through the woods and onto another road. The royal horses, getting more and more excited, created eddies with their hooves and galloped towards the direction of St. Louis City. After the Queen and Meteorite left, the guards who stayed behind heated up some instant food and ate it, and then escorted the royal carriage back to the road. The team kept moving at a constant speed, and the scouts went forward 1 kilometer to conduct reconnaissance on both sides of the road. Since they knew there was an assassin ambush, they certainly wouldn't blindly run into the ambush circle. Anyway, the Queen was not in the carriage, so they would just play with them. The attack could happen at any time, and the battle order was passed between the knights. The team's formation gradually changed from marching formation to guard formation, and the magic arrays built into the alchemical armor and weapons were activated one by one, and the halo was emitted layer by layer. The captain of the Royal Knights rode at the forefront of the team. He lowered the visor of his helmet. The helmet blessed by alchemy provided him with a layer of dim vision. The vision was clearer, and the special marks on the armor of his companions were very conspicuous. So there was no need to worry about accidental injuries during the battle. They were the Royal Knights, the sharpest swords of the Emperor of the Empire. In addition to having high-strength military power, they were also equipped with the most advanced alchemical equipment. The palace guards were the strongest shields of the Empire. The function of the Royal Knights was to attack, and the function of the palace guards was to defend. They were equipped with heavier armor than the Royal Knights, holding tower shields and spears to guard the surroundings of the royal carriage. In the dark night, the two scouts in front were clearly visible in the dim light. They carried a whole bag of magic probes and threw them randomly to both sides of the road while moving. The magic probes were 20 centimeters long, heavy at the head and light at the tail. After piercing into the ground, they immediately released a circle of detection magic ripples. The scouts wore special glasses and could see the hidden objects detected by the magic ripples. The convoy continued to move forward without encountering any attacks until it reached a bridge. At the other end of the bridge was a village, which was located on the right side of the road. To resist attacks from bandits and roving bandits, there was a wall made of wood and stone outside the village. There is an arrow tower on the wall of the village, and someone in the arrow tower is on duty with a torch. The river is not wide, and the water has frozen. However, the riverbanks on both sides are built high, so there is no way to bypass the village and cross the river. The captain led the convoy to stop at the bridge head, and a scout returned to report, "Sir, the situation in the village is unclear, and the villagers will not let us go in to check. If there are anti-detection devices inside, we can't see the arrangement inside." The captain observed the situation in the village and said, "If the assassin wants to ambush us, this is the best place. We can't stop here to make the assassin suspicious and prepare to cross the bridge to fight." "Yes, sir." All the knights put down their helmets and visors. The palace guards held tower shields and formed a shield wall around the royal carriage. The defense magic built into the shields resonated with each other, forming a circle of golden protective shield. The royal knights lined up in front of the team with knight shields and slashing swords. There was a magic chain connecting the 4 people in a group, which could provide a spiritual connection for the joint attack skills. The guards completed the battle preparations. The captain waved his hand, and a 4-man Royal Knight combat team took the lead in crossing the river. They occupied the other end of the bridge, facing the village, and took an attacking posture and shouted, "We are Royal Knights," escorting Her Majesty the Queen back to the imperial capital. The people in the village immediately retreated, and those who tried to get close to the Queen's carriage were killed immediately. There was no response from the village, but all the people on the arrow tower ran down. The captain waved again, and a 4-man Royal Knight combat team crossed the river. After they arrived at the other side safely, and strengthened the defense force on the other side, the captain led the remaining guards to escort the royal carriage across the river. The warhorse trotted forward, and a layer of alchemical vest was lowered from the inside of the saddle, and then unfolded layer by layer, wrapping the warhorse in the armor. Feeling the tension of the battle, the royal horse neighed, and a virtual horn stretched out from its forehead. All the defense arrays of the royal carriage were activated. The team quickly crossed the bridge, and there was no movement in the village. And the silence was extremely strange. According to common sense, the heavy horse hoof sounds outside should have frightened the dogs to bark. The captain was even more certain that the assassin was lying in ambush inside the village. Sure enough, when the team quickly moved to the front of the village, continuous explosions sounded on the inner side of the village wall. Then the front wall collapsed outward, revealing a fully armed cavalry behind the wall. These cavalry wore armor without any markings, and the armor was painted black. At the same time, an airship rose inside the village, emitting a dazzling beam of light, firmly locking onto the carriage protected by the palace guards in the middle of the protective shield. The roar of the steam engine broke the silence of the shadows, and the cavalry in the village charged together. Magic chain shone between them, and all the weapons in their hands were covered with a layer of colorful brilliance. At the same time, some shadows hidden in the dark quickly moved towards the queen's carriage. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The captain raised his weapon in the face of the cavalry like a flood, and the warhorse stood up. Fight! Fight! All the guards shouted together. The activated alchemical armor burst out more magic states, forming a dam to block the black torrent in the dark night. Luke and Queen Christina galloped on the deserted road all night, and gradually slowed down the horses' pace near dawn. The horses should take a break, and so should the people. Riding a horse for a long time is a very physically demanding exercise. They found an abandoned manor. The stone walls and houses showed that the owner was once a fairly wealthy squire. Luke tied up his horse and took a brief tour of the manor, then said to the queen who was feeding the horse with roasted beans, "There are no signs of an attack on this manor, so the whole family must have moved away." Queen Christina gently stroked the horse's fur and responded to Luke, "The quality of life in the countryside and the city is getting better and better, and some wealthy squires try to move to the city. This place is very close to St. Lawn City. I wonder what the court is like now." Luke began to remove the saddle from the horse, and said, "We will rest here for an hour, eat something to replenish our energy, and then run to St. Louis City in one breath." "Your Highness, are you healthy?" Queen Christina smiled and said, "Don't underestimate me. I have fought with the soldiers of the Ark County Alliance in Snow City. I will make a fire and bake the bread and bacon patties. They are as hard as stones." Luke put the heavy saddle on the ground and removed the saddle of the horse that the queen rode. Queen Christina picked up a few pieces of wood to start a fire, and then strung the bread and bacon patties with wooden strips and roasted them on the fire. After a while, the aroma of wheat and meat floated out. After removing the saddle, Luke sat by the fire. Queen Christina handed him bread and pickled meat patties, and he took them and ate them. The taste was not good, but it was enough to fill his stomach. Queen Christina looked at Luke, who was eating voraciously, and couldn't help laughing. "You don't look like a noble." "I am not a noble." "You said you work for yourself. But what are you doing all this for?" Luke stopped eating and looked at Queen Christina. "I shape the world according to my ideas." The answer Luke gave made Queen Christina's eyes light up. Very arrogant answer, but do you have the ability to do it? Eat food one bite at a time, and do things step by step. Set a goal first and then achieve it. It will be worth my journey to this world. After listening to this, Queen Christina couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, she said, "You make me feel like a chess piece of yours, placed in a position to be eaten at any time. High risk means high returns. Do you have a way to get the ministers of the court and the nobles of the empire to support me? I just need to get Princess Agatha to support you. Do you think she will support me?" Luke said confidently, "She will. Emperor Augustine has a great influence on her, and the changing eras have given her a different understanding of the throne." Queen Christina said with some understanding, "The Kingdom of Lusion is a small country. We live under the authority of the Emperor all the time, passively experiencing what the supreme imperial power is. Agatha participated in state affairs when she was young and saw more darkness under the imperial power. This is probably why she rejected the throne." "Yes, that's why you have a chance." Queen Christina asked, "We will arrive in St. Louis City tonight, and some things can no longer be casually discussed. Why do you support me? Or, what do you want from me?" Luke said casually while eating. Do whatever you want. I won't force you to give me what I want. I will convince you, and make you give it to me willingly. The relationship between you and me is cooperation, not robbery, which can lead to sustainable development. Queen Christina asked, Are you sure I will cooperate with you? I won't eventually regard you as a powerful minister who must be eliminated. Ha ha ha. Luke laughed. Times have changed. My queen, you must also change with the times. And don't use the old thinking to look at the relationship between the monarch and the ministers. Queen Christina didn't understand what Meteorite said, but she found that she needed to learn more than just the things in the books. When Queen Christina wanted to have a deeper chat with Luke, there was a noisy sound of horse hooves outside the manor. And there were also military orders. How could there be an army here? Luke and Queen Christina looked at each other, and it was too late to avoid them. Take off all the ornaments that represent your status, Luke said to Queen Christina, and then chanted a spell, and threw 2 magic spells to hit the horses eating feed. The 2 royal horses instantly became less majestic and looked like ordinary good horses. Queen Christina had just taken off the ornaments and put them away when a group of uniformed soldiers walked in from outside the manor, talking and laughing. Luke recognized them from their uniforms. They were members of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps. The garrison sergeants who came in also saw Luke and Queen Christina. Who are you? Why are you here? Luke was slightly relieved that he was not recognized. He smiled and said, My name is Luke Amelia. And this is my wife, Tina Amelia. This is my grandfather's estate, which was abandoned after our family moved to St. Louis City. Tina and I are newly married, so we want to take a hike and see the old house of our ancestors. My lords, we have finished our visit, and this is for you to rest. Luke pulled Queen Christina to leave, but was stopped by a lieutenant officer in the lead. Wait a minute. We didn't let you go. Chapter 386 Interception. The lieutenant drew his sword, and the soldiers who came in with him also drew their swords, and quickly formed an encirclement. The soldiers outside heard the movement in the manor, and quickly rushed in from the gate or over the wall. The reaction speed was so fast, worthy of the garrison of St. Louis City. However, the lieutenant did not launch an attack immediately. He looked at Luke and Queen Christina, and then waved his hand to let the soldiers who came in later go out. The atmosphere in the manor was slightly relaxed, but the soldiers still pointed their swords at the 2 people in the encirclement. Since you are from St. Louis City, you should know that we are from the city garrison. We have been ordered to hunt down the spies of the Ark County Alliance. We have a few questions to ask you. After you are cleared of suspicion, we will naturally let you go. The lieutenant observed the clothes of the 2 people. The fabrics and craftsmanship are not affordable for ordinary people. And at first glance, the 2 people are from wealthy families. The woman is very beautiful, judging from her temperament. She may be a lady from an aristocratic family. Luke, who wanted to get away with it, realized that he had misjudged the situation. This is not the jurisdiction of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps at all. The spies of the Ark County Alliance should also be followed by spies from the Imperial Secret Service. This group of soldiers from the St. Louis City Garrison Corps appeared here, most likely under the order of the eldest Prince Fania, to form a barrier on the north side of St. Louis City, connecting with the jurisdiction of the Northern Army Corps, forming a seamless network to prevent the Queen from returning to the Imperial capital. According to Fania's character, his order must be it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. Luke grabbed Queen Christina's hand and used the magic wave to send a code to tell her his guess. Let's try to get away with it first. Luke smiled and said to the lieutenant, It is the duty of the Amelia family to serve the Empire. The lieutenant looked away from Queen Christina and looked at Luke. Did you see anyone suspicious? No. Of course. It is also possible that Tina and I were too immersed in our own world and didn't notice anyone passing by. The lieutenant looked around and noticed 2 horses of good quality. Then asked Luke, The Empire is fighting with the County Union, and agents from the County Union ice cave often infiltrate here. Why don't I see your servants and followers? Let them come. I want to question them. Luke knew that the lieutenant was trying to test him further. At the same time, Queen Christina hinted that she was ready for battle. Luke replied, It's just me and Tina on this hike, and servants and followers will only hinder our 2 private worlds. Since there are ice cave agents from the Ark County Alliance nearby, I think we should leave here quickly. If there are no other questions, can we go? Lieutenant. The lieutenant looked at the 2 people, especially the woman who looked very similar to the Queen in the description. But isn't there a guard composed of royal knights and palace guards around the Queen? But no matter whether the woman is Queen Christina or a lady from a noble family, the lieutenant did not dare to really execute the order of the eldest prince behead on the spot. So after thinking for a moment, the lieutenant glanced at the queen again, and then said to Luke, "I can't judge your identity just by your words. The spies of the Imperial Secret Service are behind us. We will hand you over to the Secret Service, and they will take you back to St. Louis City to verify your identity." The lieutenant decided to hand these two people over to the eldest prince's confidant, and then their life and death would have nothing to do with him. "That's great. With your protection and the Imperial Secret Service, my wife and I can go home safely. Let's go get the horses." Luke pulled Queen Christina to the stable and put the saddle on the horse first. At this time, the lieutenant noticed the special style of the saddle and the royal emblem engraved on the saddle. "Royal Knights? You are Royal Knights." "No, you are." The lieutenant dared not say any more, because he had already guessed the true identity of the woman. Luke found that he had forgotten the difference in the saddle, and it seemed that he could only fight his way out. At this time, Luke had already fastened the quick-fix buckle on the saddle, and the alchemy array automatically bounded to the most comfortable strength. He and Queen Christina jumped on the horse, and the bright vest quickly unfolded from under the saddle to the horse's body. Greedy red dragon spear was held in his hand, and with another flick of his hand, a fire dragon was wrapped around the spear. The thunder fire eye was activated, and the shock wave that erupted pushed the surrounding soldiers back one after another. The royal horse was stimulated to neigh and agitate, and the virtual horn stretched out from its forehead. In this situation, the atmosphere was so perfect. Luke shouted, "I am the falling star of Nuteo City, escorting Her Majesty the Queen back to the Imperial capital. Since you are soldiers of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps, why don't you get out of the way quickly? If you dare to disturb Her Majesty the Queen, I will make you the dead souls under my gun." After shouting, Luke felt even more vigorous and rushed straight towards the stunned soldiers. He did not forget to turn back and shout, "Your Majesty the Queen, follow me." Luke rode his horse and charged, and the greedy red dragon spear was thrown out by him. A fire dragon head was scared to the sides by the soldiers blocking in front. The fire dragon head hit the gate of the manor, and there was an explosion and fireworks were everywhere. Before the smoke and dust fell, Luke had already rushed out on horseback. Queen Christina followed closely behind Luke. She summoned the Sword of Power and spread out a cloak with a golden shield and royal emblem behind her collar. In this situation, there was no need to hide her identity. Instead, it was better to boldly reveal her identity as the Queen, which would definitely make some soldiers hesitate. Luke led Queen Christina to disperse the soldiers outside the manor and rode towards St. Louis City. When the dusty lieutenant rushed out of the manor with his subordinates, the two horses carrying people had already run hundreds of meters away. A sergeant said puzzledly, "Raging Star of Raging Star City. He is the governor of Raging Star City. How can governor of Raging Star be with the emperor and that woman?" "Lieutenant, what should we do?" "Send a signal to inform the people around us that we found that woman, and she went to the direction of St. Louis City." After giving the order, the lieutenant looked at his men who had suffered heavy casualties and ordered again, "Let's chase." A magic fire sparrow was launched into the sky. Soon, fire sparrows were seen flying in the surrounding sky. The fire sparrows flew in the direction where Luke and Queen Christina fled, indicating the direction for the pursuers. Soon, the lieutenant took his subordinates, who could still move, and rode on horses. Chasing south, Luke and Queen Christina galloped towards St. Louis City. The royal horses, which had rested and replenished their energy, ran with all their hooves. The St. Louis City garrison soldiers, who received the news from the left and right, could not catch up with the royal horses at all, and could only send magic signals one by one to point out the direction for the soldiers blocking the front. In the sky, there were magic signals with different information. On the ground, soldiers kept appearing around. Luke led the way with a gun, and a cavalry appeared in front. Amplification magic was released between the knights. Their armor was attached with a protective layer, and the lances in their hands were sharp. The leading officer wore a barrel-shaped knight armor, holding a knight shield engraved with the family emblem in one hand, and a 4-meter-long knight lance in the other hand. There was a magic eagle clinging to the tip of the spear, with its wings half spread, its eyes shining brightly, and its cry shaking people's souls. Luke was still wearing the same outfit, and the hem of his windbreaker swayed with the wind. He sat upright on the horse's back, facing the group of knights without any intention of avoiding them, and even kicked the horse's belly, and the speed of the royal horse increased by 1 level. As the distance got closer, Luke held up the greedy red dragon spear and rushed towards the cavalry with a standard lance. At the moment when the two sides were about to collide, the fire dragon clinging to the spear body rushed forward after a dragon roar, and the eagle on the spear head of the knight on the opposite side also shot at the same time. The dragon and the eagle grew larger in the air and then collided head-on. The energy generated by the collision spread like ripples, and the eagle was smashed into pieces on the spot, while the fire dragon was still fierce, roaring and charging at the cavalry. The knights held their shields in front, and a series of pale golden protections were deployed to resist the collision of the fire dragon. Another series of shockwaves spread, and some weak knights were thrown off their horses and fell to the ground. At this time, Luke had already met the knight leader. The knight leader's lance was longer, but Luke's greedy red dragon spear was made of dragon fang and ruihua wand. The greedy red dragon spear was placed on the lance, and the fire and thunder were entangled and exploded mutually. The lance was shattered section by section, and the tip of the dragon spear easily pierced through the knight's magic shield and then broke through the solid armor. Luke's strength allowed him to easily lift up the knight leader's body and throw it at the cavalry behind him. The Tanchi Long Jing swung left and right, and the flames rolled, and the lightning and thunder covered the entire cavalry group. After Luke charged through, only 3 cavalrymen on the periphery of an elite cavalry team survived. The ground was full of charred corpses, and the war horses that were not yet dead were wailing and struggling. Luke only looked back at the Queen Christina, who caught up with him, and continued to charge. At this time, he could not slow down and could not be entangled by anyone. Only by constantly charging forward could he avoid being surrounded. After running 2 kilometers, there was a row of military trucks arranged as a roadblock in front of him, and 10 war machines and a large number of infantry were getting off the trucks. Seeing Luke rushing over, the war machines and infantry hurriedly lined up, firing muskets and crossbows randomly. Apparently they did not expect the person they were trying to intercept to come so quickly. Luke released a fire shield for himself, and the fire element gathered into a layer of red protective shield to protect him inside. Arrows and bullets hit the protective shield with a clang, and they could not break the defense of the vest even when they hit the horse. Luke first looked left and right, and a cavalry was coming from the right side. But after they saw the sword of power in Queen Christina's hand and the royal emblem on the cloak, their speed was obviously slower. The infantry in front had not yet completed the position deployment. If they formed a shield wall and unfolded the turtle shell, it would not be so easy to break through. Luke raised his spear high. A bolt of lightning shot out from the tip of the spear, and then a series of fireballs were launched into the air. The lightning rose straight up and fell straight down, and the fireballs drew a parabola in the air. The lightning fell in the middle of the infantry. 1 bolt split into 4. 4 bolts split into 16. It jumped 3 times in a row, blowing the infantry group upside down, before the soldiers could recover from the numbness of the electric shock. Dense fireball bombardment continued to hit them head and face. Then, there was another chain of lightning and continuous fireballs. When Luke rushed in, the trucks and war machines blocking the road were all on fire, and the burning soldiers rolled on the ground. Luke released a fire dragon head to knock over a blocking truck, and then took Queen Christina away. The cavalry that tried to outflank had slowed down because they saw the queen. After seeing Luke violently destroy an infantry team, they decisively turned their horses and ran away. They just sent magic signals while running to point out the direction for other intercepting teams. Luke had no time to care about them. The royal horses were fast and left them without a trace in a moment. However, the city guards loyal to the eldest prince continued to fight one after another. After killing one wave, another wave would soon come, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. As they approached St. Louis City, a complete defense line appeared in front of Luke. The heavy infantry held shields and formed a shield wall, and behind the shield wall were musketeers and crossbowmen. Then came the war machines dragging giant blades, and finally the magician group and magic projectile cannons. The cavalry was on both wings. There were 3 steam airships in the air. Beside Luke, there was a cavalry team trying to entangle with him, and even Queen Christina had to wave the sword of power and release magic to fight the enemy. Luke swept his spear, and the dragon spear broke a cavalryman in the middle with his armor. Blood sprayed in the air, and the blood shot at Luke was burned into wisps of black smoke after hitting the fire shield. Where the horse's hoof stepped, a fire circle with impact spread, violently twisting the ankle of the knight's horse. Lightning and fireballs fell densely, and the surrounding knights could only hold up the shield with all their strength and persevere. The surging magic power allowed Luke to kill all the way, and he still had reserves to squander. The bloodline of the flaming stone demon made his physical strength show no signs of exhaustion. In the sight of the soldiers in the formation, the meteorite was like a god of war, surrounded by flames and lightning. Wherever the spear passed, the strongest shields and armor were like paper. He killed countless famous generals, and the road he ran on was covered with corpses in various states. Now he was galloping towards the side, and there were fewer and fewer soldiers fighting with him. The sound of the galloping horses was getting louder and louder. All the soldiers faced the meteorite, which was bathed in fire and surrounded by lightning, and they all held their weapons tightly, and sweat flowed from their foreheads unconsciously. They didn't know if their shields could block the long spear of the meteorite. When a deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the battlefield, a red dragon shining with golden light flew out from the right hand of the meteorite holding the spear. As it rushed into the sky, the red dragon with dragon scales inlaid with gold grew from the size of a palm to 10 meters. The roar of the red dragon made the earth shake, as if some ancient power was awakened. It flapped its wings and flew towards the airship in the air, and a mouthful of scorching dragon breath spurted out, burning a large hole that went through the front and back of the airbag of the airship. Chapter 387 Return to the City. Major Isaac is the commander of the army that blocked the Queen from returning to the city. He looked at the meteorite that was charging at the army formation he was commanding, and couldn't help but recall the battle to eliminate the Abyss Mage. At that time, he was still a lieutenant colonel. He thought he could be promoted to general based on his military exploits. But for some reason, he upset the eldest prince, and his rank was not promoted but downgraded by 1 level. Tonight, the eldest prince is going to launch a coup and officially ascend the throne as the emperor of the Golden Shield Empire. His mission was to deploy defenses on the north side of the imperial capital to prevent the queen from returning to the palace. He thought it was impossible for the queen to break out of the interception of the northern border legion. He was neglected and missed the opportunity to attend the eldest prince's coronation ceremony. He would probably have to work as a major until retirement. But I never expected that the queen would appear so close to the imperial capital. It seems that the goddess of luck still favors me. Major Isaac rode on a warhorse, holding a saber, and standing at the forefront of the army. The musketeers and crossbowmen had already started shooting, but this level of long-range attacks could not penetrate the magic shield released by the opponent. The dragon-like creatures summoned by the meteorite attacked the airship in the air. The dragon's might and the killing-like oppression of the meteorite made some soldiers waver. After all, the one being intercepted was the queen of the empire. Although the soldiers obeyed orders, they still found it difficult to let go of their awe of the imperial family. Prepare for the spirit-encouraging magic. Major Isaac, who noticed the change in the morale of the army, did not order the magic projectiles to fire attack magic at Meteor and the Queen, but prepared to use spiritual magic to stabilize the morale of the army. Alchemical shells were fired from the rear formation and exploded when they flew over the army formation. The magic particles sprinkled down like a waterfall, and the soldiers' spirits were highly concentrated. The fighting will overwhelm the wild thoughts, and the shaken morale of the army was immediately strengthened. War blood magic is ready. Another round of war magic was cast, and red light emanated from the soldiers' bodies. The high fighting spirit and killing intent were aroused, and the pain and fatigue were greatly reduced. Shouts burst out from their throats unconsciously, and fighting and killing became the only thoughts of the soldiers at this time. The murderous resonance formed a wave of air that pushed forward, rolling up the smoke and dust on the ground, and pressed towards the meteorite that was charging, facing the army that was ready for battle. Luke rode his horse and charged at a constant speed. This situation was what he had always wanted to avoid. A well-trained army with multiple arms and sufficient magic blessing. If there were a few more powerful warriors hidden in it, it would be impossible for him to rush through. Fortunately, the focus of the eldest Prince Fania was on the palace, and he and Queen Christina were fast enough. There were not many special reinforced soldiers in the intercepting army, so it should be too late to transfer powerful units. There is a fight! Luke glanced at the sky. Tautai was shuttling quickly between 3 airships. There were many mages on the airships, and chaotic magic was intertwined in the air. Tautai was able to deal with the 3 airships with ease thanks to its agile flight and good magic resistance. Even if it could not sink them all in a short time, it could entangle them so that they could not coordinate ground attacks. Feeling Luke's encouragement, the excited Tautai turned around, and after avoiding continuous magic, he breathed another dragon breath at the already severely damaged airship. The steam bag of the airship was severely damaged, and it dropped uncontrollably. Taltai flipped in the air and bit the back and attacked continuously. Luke turned his head and looked at Queen Christina, who was following behind him, and found that the queen was also looking at him. Bullets and arrows sparkled on her unfolded shield, but they could not hide the light in her eyes. This favorability is a bit fast. Luke returned his mind to the battle. He turned his head and saw the shield wall was in front of him. Spears stretched out from behind the shield. There were also alchemical shells fired from the back formation, and the target was himself. The magic-activated light shone through the lines of the alchemical shells, and the power squeezed inside was about to be released. Luke ignored the alchemical shells that were about to fall. He thrust out the dragon spear, and a fire dragon rushed out in the lightning and thunder, and crashed into the shield wall in front. At this time, a series of tiny flying objects flew diagonally from the sky. They hit the alchemical shells as accurately as interceptor missiles. The alchemical shells exploded in the air, and the chaotic and turbulent magic energy formed a black hole with space distortion at the explosion location. Then 4 girls with different hairstyles and colors appeared in the air. They carried auxiliary flight airbags on their backs, and were surrounded by several 20-centimeter long steel needles. A war machine jumped high and fell heavily into the army formation, and slashed another war machine in the middle with a knife. The driver of the war machine was a pink twin-tailed girl. She waved to Luke, who rushed into the army formation. "Boss Meteorite, Miss Clear Sky asked us to come for support. It seems that our beautiful girl Boiling team came in time." Sandpaper and her sister showed up in time. War Machine Boiling simply waved to Luke as a greeting, then stepped forward and waved his long sword to clear the way. Red Falcon, Blue Dove, Egret, and Grey Goose flew at low altitude, using their powerful mental power and perception to suppress the soldiers on the ground with medium-range attacks. The battle mode of the beautiful girl Boiling team has taken shape. War Machine Boiling is the offensive and defensive core of the team. Sandpaper, as the team center, uses the telepathy between the sisters to build a perception network shared by the team. Red Falcon, Blue Dove, Egret, and Grey Goose are the team's mobile forces, making up for War Machine Boiling's shortcomings, allowing him to release his most violent side without scruples. The beautiful girls Boiling team, which even Chi Kong had a headache against, showed their prowess for the first time. The War Machine Boiling was killing people like a no-man's land, leaving Luke with nothing to do. In the army, the big knife of the War Machine Boiling was flying, with great force and heavy weight, and everything was cut in half. The energy cannon on the shoulder fired intermittently, and each shot blasted a column of smoke into the sky, lifting pieces of scattered limbs. Under the command of Sandpaper, the beautiful girls gathered and dispersed in moderation, either dispersing defense or concentrating on attack, just like the fully automatic floating cannon accompanied by the Boiling War. This elite force of the City Garrison Corps had never seen such an integrated combat team before, and was killed and scattered in a blink of an eye. Luke did not chase them, letting the Boiling War lead the way. He and Queen Christina continued to rush towards St. Louis City. A dragon roared in the air, and Taltai dived towards Luke. During the fall, its body shrank rapidly, and rushed straight into the back of Luke's hand. The 3 airships in the sky fell to the ground in the distance with fire. The sunset in the western sky was as bright as blood. Luke, Queen Christina, and the Boiling Beautiful Girl team disappeared in the falling night. The battlefield that was fighting just now became quiet. Major Isaac was crushed under the body of a horse. He looked up at the rising moon. His eyes were empty, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. The snow that had stopped for a day fell again, and soon the bodies on the ground were buried under the snow. In St. Louis City, the City Guard Corps suddenly entered the city in the evening and occupied the streets and city government facilities in the snow and announced a curfew. No one was allowed to go out, and the city sheriff went home on holiday, as if they knew that this would happen. All departments in the city cooperated surprisingly, and there was almost no conflict during the entire handover process. Only the streets near Rose Manor had a battle that was not too serious. The Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau prevented the City Guard Corps from taking over, and the City Guard Corps did not launch a strong attack. The 2 sides formed a confrontation in a certain area. Inside the Rose Manor, Princess Agatha sat in her study, listening to the news from all sides brought by the spies. Most of the court officials and the cabinet clearly did not want to be the first to do so. If the eldest prince successfully ascended the throne, they would meet the new emperor tomorrow. If the eldest prince failed, He would be courting his own death. The empire is still the empire of the great Augustine the Great. The law does not punish the masses. So everyone should just pretend that nothing happened tomorrow, and do what they should do. Your Highness. The city garrison corps surrounded the palace. The royal knights and palace guards did not stop them, and they all retreated into the palace. Knight Milscombe was guarding outside His Majesty's bedroom, and no news about His Majesty was heard. His Royal Highness the Grand Prince left the Silver Manor and drove to the palace under the escort of the guards. His Royal Highness the Grand Prince arrived at the palace, and all the ministers and nobles who supported the Grand Prince gathered outside the palace. The Grand Prince asked the palace to lift the barrier, but there was no response from the palace. The Grand Prince asked the palace to lift the barrier again, but there was no response from the palace. The Grand Prince asked for the barrier to be lifted for the third time and expressed a threat. The palace barrier is being lifted. Once the palace barrier is lifted, the Grand Prince Fania can lead his troops straight into the palace, and Milscombe and his men can't stop him at all. Is the Imperial Secret Service going to be dispatched? At this time, a large number of Imperial spies had gathered in the Rose Manor, waiting for the eldest princess's order to rush out and attack the city garrison corps that was launching a coup. The personal maid suggested, Your Highness, if you don't act now, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Agatha glanced at the door of the study. She had ordered that Meteorite could come in directly without notification. However, there was no news about Meteorite yet. Order. Agatha, who couldn't wait any longer, was about to give an order when the door was suddenly pushed open. Luke walked in, took off his hat, and threw it to the maid, and asked, Where is Fania now? Just received news. He is outside the palace. The palace has lifted the barrier. Agatha saw Luke's face raised and immediately answered, and then saw Queen Christina coming in behind the Meteorite, and saluted, Your Highness. Welcome back to the Imperial capital. Queen Christina saluted Agatha. We came in time. Luke, who was thirsty, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and took a big sip, then said, No need to say hello. Fania needs the city garrison to control the entire palace before entering. We still have time. Please leave if you are not necessary. Agatha nodded, and the female official left the room with the servants and guards and closed the door. Luke found a chair and sat down, and said to Agatha, I think Miss Qikong should have told you about who will rule the empire tomorrow. Agatha looked at Queen Christina and said to Luke, But Miss Qikong didn't explain it clearly. I want to know what happened to my father. It's appropriate for me to tell you about this. Luke told Agatha the reason why Emperor Augustine had not seen outsiders for so long. Of course, I hope that Your Majesty can complete the body strengthening safely, but it has not been completed until now, which means that the success rate is extremely low, or it has failed. We may have to face a heroic creature who claims to be Augustine. This information was indeed too explosive for Agatha. As a daughter, I can accept that my father is a heroic spirit, but a heroic spirit emperor is definitely a disaster for the empire. Luke nodded and said, No matter how it is whitewashed, heroic spirits are vassals of the angel civilization. I am afraid that no one in the empire can accept that the empire is a vassal state of the angel civilization. So you want to nominate our queen as the new emperor of the empire. Do you think the court ministers and the nobles of the empire will agree? Of course they will not agree. Luke said, If we can stop Fania tonight, Emperor Augustine will issue an order to have the queen continue to supervise state affairs, as long as you and Knight Milscombe declare that this order was given by His Majesty himself. Then it is only natural for Her Majesty to return to the palace to continue to supervise the country. Agatha looked at Luke and Queen Christina, and asked after a moment, Why her? Luke said, Since the establishment of the empire, the kingdom of Lucian has been very active in intermarriage with the Augustine royal family. In history, a total of 16 princesses of the kingdom of Lucian married princes of the Golden Shield Empire, 5 of whom were empresses of the empire. Another 6 princesses of the empire married the royal family of the kingdom of Lucian, all of whom were queens. During the reign of King Lucian XVI, a death curse occurred in the palace of Lucian, and King Lucian XVI left no offspring in his life. Finally, the throne of Lucian was inherited by Lucian XVI's nephew, Prince Lupers of the empire at that time. Prince Lupers was the great-grandfather of Queen Christina. According to the genealogy of the imperial and Lucian royal families, the queen is still your cousin, Your Highness the Princess. In the beginning, some players studied the genealogy of the Augustine and Lucian families thoroughly in order to push Queen Christina to become the emperor. It can be said that except for the different surnames, the bloodlines of the two families have long been mixed up. Now Queen Christina is married to Augustine the Great, and her surname has been changed to Augustine. As long as people are willing to accept it, they will recognize that it makes sense in legal terms. Agatha knew that what Meteor said was right. The complex relationship within the royal family was not something that could be told to outsiders. At this time, Queen Christina said, "Agatha, you know Alex's character. He likes to make friends with powerful people and use them very much. But powerful people cannot manage a country. Alex's ability is not enough to lead the country in this extraordinary period. You are the best candidate to inherit the throne. If you are willing to take on this responsibility, I will be very happy to assist you with Meteor." Chapter 388 New Emperor. The room fell silent. Luke looked at the two women with a complicated relationship and said nothing. After all, this was the family affair of the Augustine family, and it was up to them to decide how to deal with it. The pendulum clock in the corner of the room ticked, leaving Agatha little time to think. "I said, I'm not interested in the throne. The only one who has the ability to stabilize the court and the empire after tonight is probably you, the Queen. After all, my father once told the cabinet that during his recuperation, you will be in charge of state affairs. It's just..." Agatha looked at Luke and said, "I hope you can convince Chi Kong that my father's ending can be decided by me." "Yes," Luke answered very straightforwardly. He stood up and said, "The most important thing now is to enter the palace as soon as possible and quell this coup. The Imperial Secret Service is ready. Let's go!" Luke, Agatha and Queen Christina walked out of the gate together. The Imperial spies outside lined up and waited for orders. Christina held the sword of power and, as the Queen of the Empire, ordered the eldest Princess Agatha and the governor of the City of Fury, Meteor, to quell the rebellion launched by the eldest Prince Fania and rescue the Emperor Augustine, who was trapped in the palace. The sudden appearance of Queen Christina greatly boosted the morale of the Imperial spies, and the official order made the rebellion operation justifiable. At the same time, the governor of Fury City, Meteor, stood openly beside the eldest princess this time, shattering all the recent rumors. Meteor was loyal to the eldest princess, and did not betray and join the eldest prince. How to attack the palace. The plan had already been made and distributed to the commanders of the Imperial spies at all levels. The attack order was issued by the eldest Princess Agatha, and the spies immediately scattered. Soon the battle broke out near the Rose Manor. A large number of magic flares were launched from the manor, and the spies lurking in other parts of the city also took action. The originally quiet city was instantly filled with various explosions. The colorful magic shone in the night sky, and the snow fell heavier and heavier. Luke led the beautiful girls' boiling team, and Agatha led the ace agents of the Secret Service, the Ravens, to protect Queen Christina and march towards the palace. The sudden outbreak of the battle startled the eldest Prince Fania, who had just entered the palace. He had already put on the Imperial Emperor's dress that had been ordered long ago, and was surrounded by ministers and nobles who supported him. Seeing the magic beams concentrated near the Rose Manor, he knew that Agatha could not help but take action. A signalman from the city garrison corps hurried over, report to the eldest prince. The close ministers around Fania scolded, "Call your majesty. Report to your majesty." The signalman immediately changed his words. The mission to intercept that woman failed. The governor of the city of Raging Waves, Meteor, personally escorted her to break through our layers of obstruction, and has escorted the woman into the imperial capital. Fania finally knew where Agatha's confidence came from to launch the attack. He also didn't expect that the disappeared meteorite would go to Snow City to personally escort Queen Christina back. Now the situation is clear. And it is clear who is loyal, who is treacherous, and who is a fence-sitter. Meteorite, you will pay the price for deceiving me. Fania ordered, "Stop the rebels from attacking the palace at all costs." "Yes, your majesty." Fania looked at the ministers and nobles behind him, and said confidently, "In the end, I know who is loyal to me. Today I ascend the throne as the divinely ordained emperor of the empire. You will all be valued by me, and together we will bring the empire to a new peak." The ministers and nobles shouted together, "Your majesty, please ascend the throne and bear the weight of the crown." In front, the door of the palace meeting hall was pushed open, and the servants, maids, and bands of the palace were forced by the soldiers to line up on both sides with the supplies for the coronation ceremony. On the other side of the gate was the supreme throne. The band played the sacred and solemn salute to the great emperor of the empire. The servants spread the golden carpet, and the maids scattered gold foil in the air. Fania walked on the red carpet and looked at the throne, and walked over step by step with the enthusiasm of getting what he wanted. The butler excitedly came to the side of the throne first, holding a tray in both hands, which contained the crown, coat and scepter. The coronation ceremony of the new emperor began. Most of the royal knights and palace guards were confined to their own residences by the soldiers of the city garrison. They were all very confused, whether to be loyal to the old emperor who had never appeared, or to wait for the new emperor to complete the coronation ceremony and then go to swear allegiance. Knight Milscombe led nearly 100 royal knights and palace guards to guard outside the emperor's bedroom. He wore beautifully decorated armor and stood with his hands on the sword. He saw the gorgeous magic signal in the sky outside and heard the explosions coming one after another. He knew that Fania had started the coronation ceremony to usurp the throne, and Agatha was trying her best to stop it. But he could do nothing. He had conveyed the news of the coup to Emperor Augustine, but no information came out of the palace. I wonder how Her Majesty the Queen is doing. Knight Milscombe couldn't help but think of Queen Christina's appearance. Since the news of the victory of the Snow City battle reached the imperial capital, there has been no news of her. He knew that Fania would never let the queen go, but he couldn't do anything for her. There was a thought that kept appearing in his mind. That is, to put aside all duties and honors and go to Snow City to protect the queen. But Knight Milscombe finally chose to fulfill his oath. Knight Milscombe closed his eyes, swept away all distractions, and was no longer affected by any external or internal influences. As quiet as a statue. Beside him, the royal knights and palace guards stood side by side motionless, protecting the emperor's bedroom behind them. Ulu College St. Lin City Branch. Chi Kong stood on the highest and most pointed roof of the museum, looking towards the direction of the palace. Fania's defense of Rose Manor is the top priority, and it is also the place where the most fighting is concentrated. The fighting in other parts of the city is sporadic, and there is no sign of approaching the palace. The strength of the Secret Service is to sneak in, and they are no match for the regular army in this kind of regular offensive and defensive battle. Moreover, Fania mobilized many elite troops of the Northern Army to be stuffed into the city garrison corps, and they are all veterans with rich combat experience. It is difficult to attack the palace in time with the power of the Secret Service alone. At this time, Jennifer appeared behind Chi Kong. Ms. Chi Kong, the secret technique you designed has been set up. The sheriff jumped up, and his body shook and turned into a black panther, roaring at the moon in the falling snow. I feel the power given to me by the world tree through the moon. Tonight will be a night of killing. I, the Mount of the Great Moonlight Queen, will accompany Her Majesty the Queen to smash this city. Chi Kong ignored the sheriff, who suddenly suffered from the second-year syndrome, and asked Jennifer, have all the students been settled? They are all settled. The professors of the academy, and your Moonlight Knights will protect them. Jennifer said again, Princess Dale asked me to tell you, I hope you are all safe. We will all be safe. Chi Kong looked up at the moon in the night sky. The dark clouds covering the sky could not cover its moonlight. It was like a bright lamp hanging high in the sky, illuminating the city with silver light. Now that we are ready, let's get started. A beam of light shone from top to bottom on Chi Kong's body, as if she was covered with a gauze dress. Secret language. Monsters in filthy and muddy water are rampaging. The moment Chi Kong finished reciting the secret language, the manhole covers of the entire city's sewers were suddenly washed open by the upwelling sewage. Then the ground along the sewer cracked, and the mud surged up as if it had life. The rats in the sewers ran out in panic, and the gray dust light spread along the road. The mud that emerged gathered into small balls, and then gathered into a large mud ball. The gray dust light was absorbed by the large mud ball, and then grew limbs and turned into mud monsters. In a short time, the streets of St. Louis City were occupied by countless mud monsters. They wandered around in a daze, whipping things on the street with their soft arms. Rule 1. Do not attack people in the room. As the releaser of the secret technique, Chi Kong whispered the rules, and her voice rang in the ears of every mud monster regardless of distance. Those mud monsters that wandered towards the house immediately stopped and turned to other places. Rule 2. Do not attack the injured. Rule 3. Do not attack the fallen. Chi Kong did not want this secret technique to cause too many casualties in St. Louis City. These mud monsters only needed to contain the power of the city's garrison corps so that the imperial spies could attack the palace. Mud monsters could not understand overly complicated instructions. These 3 rules were enough to give people attacked by mud monsters a high probability of saving their lives. After issuing the 3 rules, Qi jumped off the roof. The Black Panther, which had been waiting for a long time, jumped up at the same time and steadily caught Qi on its back. The Black Panther roared proudly, ran and jumped between the houses and buildings, and rushed towards the direction of the palace. The appearance of the mud monster broke the deadlock in the city battle. When the soldiers of the city garrison were attacked by the mud monsters from behind, the Imperial spies quickly attacked and formed multiple breakthroughs. The battle extended to the palace. A large number of mud monsters also appeared in the palace. After causing a commotion, they were quickly killed. At this time, Fania finished reading the oath of coronation and sat on the throne. The court priest put the crown on him, put the coat in his right hand, and the scepter in his left hand. The ministers and nobles paid homage to the new imperial emperor and swore allegiance. There were many procedures to follow, but the news that the battle spread to the palace made Fania suspend the tedious ceremony behind. He asked the ministers and nobles to wait in the hall, and he led the army to the emperor's bedroom. As long as the old emperor was gone, everyone had to recognize him as the new emperor. The emperor's bedroom, the royal knights and palace guards standing here, made it look extremely solemn. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers rushed out from all sides and surrounded them layer by layer. Knight Milscom opened his eyes, looked at the soldiers who were several times his number and said, "Your Highness Fania, do you have to bear the crime of regicide and patricide?" Fania walked out under the protection of a group of soldiers wearing bare armor. He looked at Milscom arrogantly, smiled coldly and said, "Uncle Milscom, if my father was still alive, would he allow me to obtain his throne in this way? The emperor has passed away. No matter what your purpose is in hiding this sad news, I can forgive your mistakes as long as you get out of the way. You are still my respected chief royal knight and my swordsmanship teacher." Fania wore a crown and the imperial emperor's attire, which made Knight Milscom frown. "You are making a big mistake, Fania. His Majesty is not dead. He just has to recuperate because of physical reasons. Take off this attire that does not belong to you and wait to receive His Majesty's judgment, which is what you should do." Fania smiled and said, "If the emperor is not dead, you should get out of the way. If I am guilty, he will also be the one to judge. Milscom, this is the last warning. Only by being loyal to me can you survive. I am loyal to the only emperor of the empire, but you are not yet." Seeing Milscom's stubbornness, Fania gave up the idea of surrendering him. He stepped back and ordered, "Whoever kills Milscom will be crowned the chief knight of the royal family. Attack! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers of the city garrison rushed towards Milscom, the royal knights and palace guards. Milscom held a sword and took a fighting stance. His aura burst out, causing the airflow to form a whirlwind around him. Layers of enhancement states were released, and colorful lights flashed on his armor. "Knights, it's time to serve His Majesty. Long live the great emperor of the empire. Long live the great emperor of the empire." The magic light illuminated the armor, and the knights and guards defending the emperor's bedroom shouted the loudest. The two armies collided, and the battle unfolded around the emperor's bedroom. No matter how fierce the killing outside was, there was still no sign of the door of the bedroom opening. Outside the palace, the orderly defense line of the city garrison was in chaos after being hit by the mud monster. The soldiers had no idea what it was, and could only fight passively. But the imperial spies were told in advance how to deal with this monster that attacked everyone they saw. Entering the house or lying down will make them ignore you. And if you have some blood on your body, you can ignore them. With this kind of troublemaker, all the imperial spies blossomed, and the battle became more and more chaotic. The city garrison corps was at a loss for such a battle, and sent troops everywhere to rescue. When Fania led his troops to besiege the emperor's bedroom, the guard force in the palace was withdrawn and very empty. A secret door opened under a statue in the palace garden, and several figures rushed out from it. They quickly dealt with the guards around them, and set up a cordon. After confirming safety, Luke, Agatha and Queen Christina walked out of the tunnel. Christina looked at the bodies on the ground, and heard the sound of fighting coming from the direction of the emperor's bedroom. There are no royal knights and palace guards here. They probably haven't sworn allegiance to Fania yet. The strongest forces in Fania should be fighting the Milscom knights. We need to convince some of the royal knights and palace guards to help us." Luke looked at the sky, reached out to catch a few snowflakes, and said, "Then hurry up." Chapter 389 Heroic Creatures. Luke and his party did not go to the Emperor's bedroom, but all turned to the residences of the royal knights and palace guards. The beautiful girls' boiling squad and Raven led the way, and the soldiers of the city garrison corps who met along the way surrendered one after another. The return of the Queen helped the confused royal knights and palace guards find their backbone. After hearing Queen Christina's order, they saw that the Queen was accompanied by the Cabinet Special Minister Meteor and the eldest Princess Agatha. So they immediately joined the Queen's army. The guards of the palace launched a counterattack against the invaders, and more knights and guards rushed to the Emperor's bedroom to rescue Emperor Augustine, who was in crisis. When Luke and his men arrived at the Emperor's bedroom, it was already a chaotic battle. The warriors on both sides abandoned their formations and only used their clothes to distinguish the enemy and the friendly forces, killing each other in a chaotic manner. Knight Milscom was besieged by several warriors wearing bear-shaped armor. His armor had been damaged in many places, and blood had stained a large area of the armor red. But he still stood in front of the door of the Emperor's bedroom. But the door of the bedroom had been opened, and all he could do was try his best to block them and prevent more people from entering. There were only a few knights and guards who followed him to guard the Emperor's bedroom. Agatha saw Knight Milscom being besieged by the warriors of the Assault Bear Squad, and immediately ordered Raven to go up and rescue him. The ace agents of the Secret Service acted swiftly, using magic and combat skills, and the surprise attack and concentrated fire immediately suppressed the Assault Bear warrior. Knight Milscom was brought to Queen Christina. He was bleeding and weak, and he knelt on one knee with his sword. Seeing that your majesty has returned safely, I can die with my eyes closed. Queen Christina released healing magic, and magic stardust sprinkled on Knight Milscom's head. What is your majesty's condition now? Where is Fania? Milscom pointed to the door of the palace. I have informed your majesty of Fania's coup, but your majesty did not respond. Fania rushed in with several Assault Bear warriors. I didn't stop them. It was my fault. You have done a good job. Leave the rest to us. Milscom struggled to stand up. As long as I can breathe, I will fight for your majesty and your highness. Since you insist, come with us to see your majesty. Queen Christina walked towards the gate of the Emperor's bedroom with the Sword of Power, and Luke and Agatha followed behind her. A silver moon shone in the sky. Heavy snow was flying, and the whole city was full of hot battles. Under the ground of the Emperor's bedroom, a hall was painted in holy white. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, and the dome reflected the image of the sky. In the white clouds, a city sitting on the clouds was looming. In the middle of the hall, four angel statues faced a white jade exhibition stand in the middle. The angel statue held 4 pieces of armor in its hands, and a helmet with a crown was placed on the white jade exhibition stand. There was a faint chant like the wind. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and several human-like servants walked in. They came to the angel statue with chairs and various ritual utensils, and quickly arranged the formation required for the ceremony. Then Augustine the Great was supported and walked into the hall. At this time, Emperor Augustine looked not as old as before, but as he looked when he was young. But he was very weak, and could not walk on his own. Emperor Augustine was placed on a chair. The torture brought to him by the extraordinary transformation made him no longer have the majesty of the king in the past. His face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and his vitality was almost gone. Is there no other way? Emperor Augustine asked the extraordinary transformation master. The extraordinary transformation master was a crystal man with a transparent body. He picked up a scalpel and came to the side of Emperor Augustine. Your Majesty, I told you before starting the extraordinary transformation. Extraordinary transformation requires a gradual process and involves certain risks, especially if you want to increase your lifespan through extraordinary transformation and maintain your human form. The success rate is very low. If you give me some more time, I have given you enough time, and my son has lost his patience. Augustine the Great was angry, but his voice was weak. Milscom sent a message that Fania has led his troops into the palace. The crystal man was not afraid of Augustine's anger. He shrugged and said, that is your family matter. I just explain it to you from the perspective of magic, alchemy, and science. Do you really want to transform into a heroic creature? Do I have a choice? While the two were talking, the door of the hall was violently opened. Fania led 6 Assault Bear warriors in. He was stunned when he saw Emperor Augustine at this time, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Father, is this the reason why you have not shown up? Extraordinary transformation. Prolonging life. You are really obsessed. You are immortal. What should I do? Emperor Augustine did not expect Vania to come so quickly. It seems that the situation outside is more serious than he thought. He really hasn't shown up for too long. And people's hearts are scattered. Looking at Vania dressed in an emperor's costume, Emperor Augustine was not angry, but slowed down his tone. Vania, you are not ready to be the emperor of this country. The empire is now at the most important turning point in history. Only I can suppress all parties, and let the empire pass this critical juncture smoothly. Vania laughed. Father, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate me. The Duke of Celtic has clearly told me that as long as I ascend the throne as the emperor of the empire, he will immediately promote the Brotherhood of Blades to abide by the agreement of their ancestors, and regard me as the leader of the hereditary nobles. Tomorrow the entire court will pledge allegiance to me. The entire court? You are too confident. Facing the ridicule of Augustine the Great, Vania said indifferently, you mean Agatha and Meteor. I will tell the world that they and the Queen have killed you long ago, and I will send them to see you soon. Farewell, my beloved father, the great emperor of the empire. Vania stretched out his hand and prepared to order the assault bear warrior to kill Emperor Augustine. But the crystal man standing behind Emperor Augustine took the initiative. He inserted the scalpel into the back of Emperor Augustine's head, and then turned it and cut around the head. The action of the crystal man made Vania stop his action. He knew that there was an independent space at the bottom of the palace, which was managed by a master who signed a contract of employment with the ancestor Augustine. This crystal man was most likely that master. But how did he kill his father? Blood oozed from the incision of the scalpel. The crystal man put down the scalpel and lifted up the top of Emperor Augustine's head with both hands, revealing the brain inside. I am not interested in your family affairs. Your ancestors just let me live here and manage the center of the palace here. The crystal man released magic, and Augustine's brain floated up under the control of his hands. I will do what I promised Augustine. You wait a little longer. A servant took the crown of wisdom from the white jade stand. The crystal man kicked over the chair, and the body of Augustine the Great fell to the ground in a mess, with almost no blood flowing out. At this time, Queen Christina, Luke, Agatha, and others rushed in from outside the door. Vania didn't know what the crystal man wanted to do, but he definitely didn't really kill Augustine the Great. Only when the old emperor died could the new emperor be legitimately accepted by the court and the nobles. He shouted, "Stop him!" The three assault bear warriors instantly rushed towards the crystal man. Agatha saw Augustine's body and the brain in the crystal man's hand and wanted to attack. But Luke pulled her back. Don't be impulsive. We are not his opponent. Sure enough, before Luke finished speaking, the afterimages of the three assault bear warriors suddenly froze. The almost invisible transparent crystal column appeared at some point, sealing the three assault bear warriors inside. They maintained their attacking posture, but there was no sign of life. Agatha was shocked. She knew the strength of the assault bear warriors very well. She had almost no chance of winning against three assault bear warriors, but she was easily killed by the crystal man. If Meteor hadn't pulled her back in time, she would have suffered the same fate. But how did Meteor know the strength of the crystal man? Agatha looked at Meteor. Luke kept staring at the crystal man. The crystal ruler, the super boss of the underground copy of the Golden Shield Empire Palace Deep Sleep. He is a crystal-type extraordinary creature. Augustine's ancestors discovered him, and gave him the ability to move by carving him into a human form. Therefore, Deep Sleep signed an employment contract with the Augustine family to manage the underground part of the palace. Since the base of the palace is the large crystal that gave birth to Shenyan, Shenyan has unparalleled strength here. 6 stars is Shenyan's comprehensive strength. But in this space, Shenyan's strength will be enhanced to 6.5 stars. Even in the epic game, Luke cannot guarantee that he can successfully clear the dungeon every time. Fortunately, Shenyan doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, and the Augustine family can't give him orders now. The relationship between the two parties is similar to that between a landlord and a tenant. Helping you is a favor, and not helping you is a duty. On the other hand, Vania didn't expect that the assault bear warriors he relied on were killed by the crystal man casually. Now I don't know what my father wants to do. The queen, the meteorite, and Agatha are by my side again. Did it fail like this? Vania could not move forward or backward, and could only watch the crystal man put the brain of Emperor Augustine into the open crown of wisdom. The crown of wisdom was placed back on the white jade display stand, and the 4 angel statues spread their wings together. The holy white light shone down from above, and the virtual image of a white-armored and golden-haired angel descended. The voice like a huge bell echoed in the hall. Whitehead Augustine. Your heroic life has been witnessed by the Sky City. You are allowed to enter the Sky City as a heroic spirit and enjoy the commemoration of you by the world. I, Ulysses, the Sword of Oath, will be your guide and give you the heroic spirit weapons. The shadow of a Ulysses' oath sword disappeared, and under the illumination of holy light, the crown of wisdom floated up, and the light armor, face shield, prayer sword, and earth boots flew over from the hands of the angel statue, one by one. Seeing this, Vanya finally understood what his father was going to do. The frustration made him shout a little crazy. You actually transformed yourself into a heroic creature. Have you forgotten your identity? What qualifications do you have to sit on the throne and rule a human empire? Do you think the ministers of the court and the nobles of the empire will kneel down and swear allegiance to a set of armor? Agatha, Meteor, Queen, Milscom, do you see it? This is the emperor you are loyal to. Is he still qualified to continue to be the emperor of the empire? Support me. I will forgive all your faults and give you more power and a higher status. Silly boy. Shut up. Augustine's voice came out from the armor. He had transformed into a heroic spirit and stepped forward. The armor made a clanging sound. How can I, a great man, be defined by your ridiculous viewpoint? Officials, nobles, and citizens respect my thoughts. My body is just a vehicle for my thoughts. Augustine the Great walked to his body, paused for a moment, and then stepped over. They will be happy that a wise, intelligent, and courageous emperor has gained eternal life. They don't need to worry about the future of the empire because of the stupidity of the future emperor. Augustine the Great walked in front of Fania and said proudly to the 3 assault bear warriors who blocked him, the victory and defeat have been decided. It is the wisest thing to lay down your weapons. You are the best warriors in the empire. You should not die here without honor and bring shame to your family. Let's go before I decide to kill you. Behind Emperor Augustine, 3 crystal columns still stood there, and the 3 assault bear warriors inside were lifelike. But people couldn't help but feel cold. The remaining 3 assault bear warriors looked at each other and put down their weapons. After saluting Emperor Augustine, Fania left. When they went out, they saw the elf Chi Kong standing outside the door. Chi Kong made a silent gesture. You are lucky to be able to leave here alive. Go back and tell the surviving assault bear warriors that the meteorite can protect you from future reckoning. The assault bear warriors, who were originally nervous about seeing Chi Kong, immediately saluted her. This promise of shelter was life-saving for them. Thank you, Miss Chi Kong. We will rush to the city of raging waves immediately. Chi Kong waved her hand, and the 3 assault bear warriors looked at the hall in fear, and then left quickly. After the assault bear warriors left, Chi Kong turned and walked into the hall. Just then, she saw Emperor Augustine stabbing the sword into Fania's chest. Agatha, who couldn't bear it, turned and hid behind Luke, and saw Chi Kong walking towards her step by step. Miss Chi Kong. Chi Kong's name caught everyone's attention, making her the focus of the entire hall. Chi Kong, wearing a special combat outfit, walked forward step by step, and behind her, the frost layer spread along. Deep sleep. I want to kill a heroic creature here. You shouldn't object. Chapter 390. Nothing is over. Augustine pulled the sword out of Fania's chest. Fania fell backwards. Blood gushed upwards, and the body fell stiffly to the ground. Fania thought that even if the coup failed, he would die gloriously. But he didn't expect to end up like this. This gamble that seemed to have won seemed to be doomed to fail from the beginning. I am the clown who performed hard on the stage. Augustine shook off the blood on the sword, without looking at his dead son again, but laughed at Chi Kong, who was walking over. You want to kill me? Here? Shen Yan signed a contract with Augustine's ancestors, and he would always be equal and help each other with the Emperor of the Golden Shield Empire. No matter how strong you are no match for Shen Yan here. Kneel down. Submit to me. I can give you supreme glory and power. When Augustine stretched out his hands to show his broad mind, Shen Yan packed up the surgical instruments and walked out the door with his servants. Shen Yan's abnormal behavior made Augustine ask loudly, Shen Yan, where are you going? Shen Yan passed by Chi Kong and saluted her euphemistically. Hello, Your Majesty. When I was still a piece of crystal, I could often feel the breath of the World Tree, and its teachings have always deeply influenced me. I used to be sad for the death of the World Tree, and now I am happy for the revival of the World Tree. I have fulfilled my promise to His Majesty Augustine. As a heroic spirit, I naturally no longer enjoy the contract signed by my ancestor Augustine. In fact, it has been so long that the contract has long lost its binding force. I will lend this place to you temporarily. Remember to clean it up before leaving. Qi Kong returned the gift, since the contract is no longer binding. You don't have to stay here all the time. The Moonlight Tree King and I are looking forward to your visit. I will go when I have time. After saying that, Shen Mian left with his servants without looking back, and did not stop even though Augustine shouted behind him. The door of the hall closed, and the scene in the hall changed. The white and holy atmosphere receded, and finally turned into a crystal palace. Augustine took a fighting stance, holding the shield in front of him and gathering strength with the sword. The white light enveloped him completely, and gathered into illusory wings behind him. Agatha, are you going to usurp the throne too? Facing her father's questioning, Agatha took a step forward. Father, Thania is right about one thing. The Empire will not accept a heroic spirit as the Emperor of the Empire, and the Empire will be rejected by the world dominated by humans. All those who oppose me will be executed by me, and all countries that oppose me will be conquered by me. Agatha, you know my ability, ambition and unyielding will. If it weren't for my aging body limiting me, the Empire would be even more powerful. My transformation into a heroic spirit is just to correct a mistake. The Empire is lucky to have me who is immortal. You should congratulate me. Agatha shook her head. Father, your obsession with power has made you lost. Even your son and daughter are against you. How can the ministers and nobles support you? I am very happy that you can live in the form of a heroic spirit. As long as you give up power, you are still our father. Agatha's persuasion did not make Augustine repent at all. He shouted angrily, give up power and give you the throne? Stupid! You are as stupid as Thania. If I pass the throne to you, the Empire will be stolen by a meteorite. You are no match for him. He has you all in a mess. Luke, who was watching the drama with the mentality of watching a melodrama, did not expect to be dragged into this father-daughter game. He immediately defended himself. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood me greatly. I have no intention of stealing the country, and Agatha has no interest in your throne at all. If everything goes well, your throne will eventually be inherited by your Queen Christina Augustine. Luke's words shocked Augustine. Although the hollow armor could not see his expression, his body movements showed that this was beyond his expectations. It's a bit murderous. Queen? Ridiculous. I don't know what conspiracy you are planning, but you will never succeed this time. All those who oppose me will die here, no matter what his or her identity is. Knight Milscombe, come to me. Let's join hands to kill these traitors. Hearing Augustine's call, Knight Milscombe did not move. This time he stood firmly behind Queen Christina and said to Augustine, Your Majesty, I have always advised you that the fear of death and the pursuit of immortality are consuming your Majesty and the awe of your subjects. But you? I hope you can listen to the advice of Her Royal Highness the Princess this time, or you can retreat behind the scenes. That's enough. Milscombe, I didn't expect you to betray me too. Do you think you won? I am now a heroic spirit, and I have obtained the power given to me by the Sky City. Clear Sky. It is said that you are very powerful. This time, I want to see if you are really as strong as the rumors say. The Sword of Oath is with me. The illusory wings of light stretched out behind Augustine, and the angel illusion that just appeared again in the holy light. Ulysses' Sword of Oath, as the guiding angel for Augustine's transformation into a heroic spirit, heard his call and brought his power and strength here. The Sword of Oath is with you. I will punish these sinners who blasphemed your imperial power with you. The sound of a huge bell echoed in the hall, and the momentum was like a mountain pressing down from the sky. The armor on Augustine's body burst out dazzling light, and the overflowing energy was released outward in circles like a pulse. Qi Kong said to the people beside him, You all step back and protect yourself. Luke, Christina, and Agatha were pushed back by the air pressure. The beautiful girl boiling team and the Milscombe Knights deployed a layer of shield to protect them in a corner. Qi Kong stretched out her right arm, and the holy light shone out, and a machete appeared in her hand. The Sword of Oath is Augustine's guiding angel, which is somewhat beyond Qi Kong's expectations. As the most powerful angel in Sky City, the Sword of Oath is the existence of the ceiling of combat power in the entire Era world. The holy judgment he led inherited the ancient wars, all of which were composed of stubborn and warlike angels. I don't know what conditions Augustine agreed to in order to get a set of heroic spirit weapons. Now it seems that it is not only those known by Queen Christina. But no matter what, the fight must be fought. After all, the Sword of Oath did not come in person. And the granting of some power and strength will not make Augustine's strength have too much quality improvement. It is estimated that his strength at this time can reach 5.5 stars. And at most, he can touch the threshold of 6 stars. It's a pseudo 6 star. Qigong first pushed her level down to level 100. And the heart of the elemental fusion reactor was overclocked. And the surging energy burst out. And was all transformed into the holy energy of the angel. Qigong's right arm became brighter. And layers of white armor first attached to the arm. And then spread to the body. Half of the angel armor was finished. Her eyes turned into ice crystal color. And the airflow blew the lapels and hair flying. It seems that you didn't tell the Sword of Oath that I can use holy energy. At this time, Augustine, who became a heroic creature, and Qigong, who stimulated the holy energy, were like two high-power light bulbs emitting dazzling brilliance. In this crystal palace, they competed to see who was the brighter one. Augustine was not in a hurry to attack. The reputation of the elf Qigong made him take a defensive posture first. Facing Qigong's provocative words, Augustine replied, I don't know why your right arm can use holy energy. But behind me stands the strongest angel Sword of Oath. If you use other powers, there may be some chance of winning. But you actually chose holy energy, which is too presumptuous. Qigong said regretfully, It's a pity that the Sword of Oath is not here. Otherwise, he would not have made such a serious mistake. Do you know why the heroic creatures are vassals of angels? I don't understand what you mean. Qigong felt the increase in energy in his body, and answered Augustine's question at the same time. Heroic spirits are extraordinary creatures of tools created by angels. As the master, they naturally have the power of life and death over the tools. Augustine, this is another reason why a heroic creature is not suitable to be an emperor. How can a tool whose life is in the hands of others be the emperor of the empire? When the divine energy in her body reached the critical point, Qigong pushed her level to 120. A pair of real angel wings spread out on her back, and half of the armor became a full body armor. Time became extremely slow at this moment, making the light appear in the form of water flow. Qigong's figure disappeared in the light and shadow of time. Deep Sleep. Can your crystal palace withstand my attack? Deep Sleep, who had been watching the battle secretly, spoke at this moment. It should be possible. Your Majesty, I am amazed by your power. I wonder if I can block your attack if it is aimed at me. You can't block it. You can only resist it. Time resumed at this moment, and Qigong appeared in front of Augustine. She slashed a knife in the air, and the blade was extremely white with the gathering of sacred energy, showing the texture of ceramic. Augustine was under the pressure of time reversal. His body was shaking like a frame, and his shield moved with difficulty. And Qigong's knife was not fancy at all, and it went straight to the shield in Augustine's hand. The blade did not make any sound when it hit the shield. Qigong put all his own divine energy on the blade, and then poured it into Augustine's heroic armor. After Augustine's heroic armor received the divine energy of the Sword of Oath, how could it withstand the greater divine energy poured into it by Qigong at level 120? The heroic armor overloaded and exceeded the upper limit, and the structure of the armor collapsed from the inside. After the Tsungu rock chopper hit the shield, it cut through it like cutting oil. Put away the knife, and release the high load state. Then pull the level back to level 60. The shield in Augustine's hand broke into two ends, and after falling to the ground, it shattered into countless pieces like glass, making a crisp sound. Behind him, the phantom of the Sword of Oath, carrying supreme pressure, disappeared like smoke blown away by the wind. Only one sentence was left. I look forward to meeting you, Your Majesty Qigong. Another crisp voice sounded, and the sword in Augustine's hand fell to the ground, also shattering like glass. This is not the ending I imagined. Augustine's voice lost momentum, and it can be felt that his life is rapidly fading without the support of the heroic spirit armor. Everything in the world must have an end after all. I didn't expect you to be so strong. So strong that I couldn't even take a single blow. The last person who made me use all my strength was a red dragon. If I hadn't restrained your weakness, I would have needed to spend a few more seconds. Will you always protect my country? No. I only do what I want to do. You don't have much time left. So leave it to those who really need it. After that, Qigong turned and left. Luke said to Agatha, Her Majesty the Queen and I are waiting outside. Call me in when we're done here. Agatha looked at the still-standing heroic spirit armor, as well as the bodies of Augustine and Fania, and nodded sadly. Luke and Queen Christina took everyone out of the hall, and Qi Kong was nowhere to be found outside. No one had the joy of victory on their faces. This was a tragedy. A tragedy of the Augustine family. In the Crystal Palace, Agatha walked up to Augustine and whispered, "Father, Qi Kong is right. I don't have much time left. So let's say something useful." The approach of death made Augustine seem to see through everything in an instant. He stretched out his hand to touch his daughter's cheek, but his arm was broken in the middle. "In fact, I should have passed the throne to you a long time ago. You are much better than Fania and Alex, and better than they confused me. But all the excuses are excuses. I can't let go of power. When I think of losing it, I feel fear from the bottom of my heart. Father, I really have never coveted the throne. It's okay if I didn't. If it weren't for the throne, Fania wouldn't want to kill me, and I wouldn't kill him. Without the desire for power to blind your eyes, you can see farther and more clearly. But you are always a member of the Augustine family, shouldering the mission passed down by your ancestors. I always remember this. Then complete my last order for you. Kill Meteor. Father. Meteor. Or marry him. Father." The heroic spirit armor shattered and collapsed in front of Agatha. She stood blankly in the middle of the hall. For angel sculptures surrounded the empty white jade exhibition stand. 3 warriors wearing bear armor were sealed in 3 crystal columns. The body of Emperor Augustine curled up beside the tilted chair. Fania lay on his back on the ground, with a hole in his chest pierced by a sword, and a large pool of blood flowed out. Agatha turned around and saw the crystal man Shinyan standing not far from her, motionless and silent. Her consciousness told her everything was not over. Everything had just begun. Chapter 391 Extremely Dangerous. When the news came from the palace that the eldest Prince Fania had been executed by the Emperor Augustine the Great, the troops involved in the coup quickly surrendered, as the royal knights and palace guards were dispatched. But the turmoil did not end. The mud monster turned back into a pool of stinking mud as the clear sky lifted the secret spell. The Imperial Secret Service, under the order of the eldest Princess Agatha, began to arrest people throughout the city. The Silver Manor was sealed off. Officials and nobles were all in danger. They did not expect that Emperor Augustine the Great would be so decisive in executing Fania without even a trial procedure. Soon another order came from the palace. Augustine the Great's health deteriorated due to Fania's shock, and he needed to continue recuperation and treatment. He appointed Queen Christina as the regent queen to continue to handle state affairs on behalf of the emperor. The next day, Queen Christina announced the convening of a cabinet meeting. The cabinet ministers went out under heavy protection. The streets of the city were full of stinking sludge, and the sewers on the roadside were pushed out from the inside to the outside, forming deep trenches. The remnants of the battle were everywhere at night, and many bodies were exposed on the streets without being collected. Except for the imperial spies, no one dared to go out at this time. Occasionally, sporadic battles broke out in a corner. When the cabinet ministers entered the palace and gathered in the imperial cabinet meeting room, everyone's face was extremely solemn. What happened last night was too tortuous. In fact, they were all ready to come to the palace this morning to pay homage to the new emperor of the empire. Because no matter how you look at it, Fania is sure to win. But no one expected that the governor of the wrathful city, Meteorite, who had not appeared for a long time, actually ran to the snowy city in the north to bring back Queen Christina. He appeared precisely and timely at the moment when Fania launched a coup. Although the emperor of the empire is still Augustine the Great, the ministers all know this court will definitely usher in a major reshuffle. I wonder how many familiar faces will remain at the next imperial cabinet meeting. Her Majesty the Regent Queen is here. With a loud shout from the guards, Queen Christina walked in from outside. Following her were the eldest Princess Agatha and the governor of Raging Waves, Meteor. The ministers saluted the queen, and then everyone took their seats. The door of the imperial cabinet meeting room was closed, and the chief royal knight Milscom, who was still wrapped in bandages, stood behind the queen with a sword. The queen glanced at the ministers and said, "First, your majesty needs to continue to rest. The order to appoint me as the regent queen was issued by his majesty in person when he was conscious, and witnessed by the eldest princess Agatha, the governor of Raging Waves, Meteor, and the chief royal knight Milscom. Do you have any objections, cabinet ministers, that your majesty relies on?" The ministers looked at each other. and no one dared to take the lead in expressing their opinions. In the Winter War in the north and the Battle of Snow City, Queen Christina personally went to the front line to turn the tide and crush the attempt of the County Alliance to quickly attack the empire, turning the image of the queen from a vase into a symbol of victory and bravery. This time, Queen Christina suddenly returned to St. Louis City and became the most critical figure in quelling the Fania coup, and pushed the queen's prestige to a new height. Now Queen Christina has the support of the Secret Service of Princess Agatha, the Royal Knights and the Palace Guards led by Knight Milscombe, and the 3 royal guards are in her hands. The governor of Nuteo City, Meteor, represents more than just Nuteo City. The influence of Nuteo City is no longer limited to the city. With the vigorous development of the coastal areas by the empire, Nuteo City is becoming more and more important as the economic center of the empire. The Reform Society founded by Meteor is a young group in the new aristocracy system, and its development momentum is extremely rapid. In addition, with the trust of Emperor Augustine, who dares to raise objections to this matter at this time, the ministers turn their eyes to the Prime Minister Gabriel. Ahem. Gabriel cleared his throat and said, "Since this is the order of His Majesty, how could we have any objections? Besides, Her Majesty's ability is obvious to all. With you as regent, not only His Majesty is relieved, but we are also convinced. I think the most urgent things to be solved now are the North and the South. Although Fania has met his due end, his influence is still there. There are many generals loyal to Fania in the North Army, and General Joshua, who leads the army in the South. I wonder how they will react." Agatha said at this time, before launching the coup, Fania sent Sinclair to General Joshua. It seems that he also prepared for the failure of the coup. The royal grandson Sinclair is not in St. Louis City. He can inherit all of Fania's inheritance, which is a very big hidden danger. Queen Christina turned to Luke and asked, "Governor Meteor, what do you think of the problem raised by Prime Minister Gabriel?" The queen looked at Luke. She found that Meteor had been absent-minded since he left the emperor's bedroom. It seemed that something had been distracting him. Even when he attended the cabinet meeting, he was in a trance. When Luke was called to question, he finally came to his senses. He said, "Your Majesty is in Snow City. The Snow Corps was established based on the Snow City garrison. We can expand all the subsequent reinforcements into the Snow Corps and notify the various units of the original Northern Territory Corps that those who are willing to join the Snow Corps will continue to stay in the North. Those who are unwilling to join, we will arrange a train to send them all to General Joshua." Then he appointed Prince Sinclair as the commander-in-chief of the Southern Front, ordered him to continue attacking the Tadega Hills, and promised that all military expenditures and supplies would not be deducted. Queen Christina asked, "Governor Meteor means that Sinclair should not be punished for Fania. It depends on Sinclair's future performance. After all, those who are determined to promote Fania to usurp the throne will not be willing to fail. My suggestion is to gather all these people together and purify the most critical northern war zone first." When General Joshua led his army to the southern front, he took away most of the elite troops of the northern army. Simply let them all go to the south to face the Duke of Celtic. The Empire can use this war window to rebuild the Snow Army to take on the spring war against the County Union. Prime Minister Gabriel asked at this time, if all the northern army goes south, General Joshua's strength will increase greatly. If the northern army joins forces with the barbarian army, how can the Empire resist? Luke said, "I will go to Tadega Hills to ensure that the northern army will not join forces with the barbarian army." Before Luke finished speaking, Queen Christina said, "You want to go to Tadega Hills?" "No. It's too dangerous." Luke said, "I have been to more dangerous places. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, there are some tacit understandings that can be trusted with His Majesty Sinclair. And Miss Chicom also has some things that need to be settled with the Abyss Temple." Agatha said, "Your Majesty, I will accompany Governor Meteorite to Tadega Hill. Sinclair is different from Fania. If you want to solve the hidden danger of the Northern Legion, you need to persuade Sinclair." When Queen Christina saw that Meteorite and Agatha insisted on going to Tadega Hill to persuade Sinclair, she had to agree. "Okay. I don't know Sinclair very well, but I believe in you. This matter will be handed over to the Secret Service, and you must ensure your own safety first." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Next, the meeting began to discuss the follow-up of this coup. Luke continued to fish, and he would talk about his opinions when he was asked, and he would never take the initiative to express his opinions if he was not asked. His attention was all on his own consciousness. Specifically, It was the mobile phone that came with him into this world. Ever since the mobile phone mutated and entered the consciousness, it has been very quiet. Until Qi Kong killed the heroic Augustine the Great. The long silent mobile phone suddenly sent a prompt message. Long-term accumulation and high-pressure breakthrough allow your character to achieve awakening. The character no longer consumes the power of the mobile phone when it enters the awakening state. And the existence time is calculated based on your mental power. Based on the mental power you currently have, Qi Kong can maintain awakening for 1 hour every 24 hours. The existence time can be accumulated as the mental power grows. Note, when a character awakens, it will gain an independent personality, which has certain uncertainties and dangers, and the execution of commands and tacit understanding will be reduced, given that the character is too strong. Please use the awakening function with caution. After Qi Kong left the Crystal Palace, Luke logged out and put it back into the phone. Now in the character page, the newly appeared awakening button has magical patterns. Press it, and Qi Kong will enter the awakening state and gain an independent personality for 1 hour. Since it is an independent personality, it must have independent thoughts. Having your own thoughts means having your own ideas, and you will no longer listen to Luke's words. Qi Kong's strength is so strong that she is uncontrollable. 1 hour is enough for her to do a lot of things. What does the awakened Qi Kong look like? Curiosity makes Luke extremely eager. The more he knows that she is dangerous, the more he wants to know how she is dangerous. This is why Luke has been absent-minded all the time. He wants to find a place where no one is around to summon Qi Kong as soon as possible, and then let her awaken to see what she looks like. But there are too many things to be solved in this royal cabinet meeting, which lasts from morning to noon. Hearing that the meeting will continue in the afternoon, Luke, who finally couldn't bear it, made an excuse that he was not feeling well and ran away without waiting for Queen Christina's permission. Back to the 6th Agent Department of the Secret Service on Copper Mulberry Avenue. Luke announced that today was a holiday and drove all the spies out. The door closed. Luke came to a closed basement and used the existing mysterious props to arrange a set of secret words. 2 chairs were placed in the middle of the secret word array. After a while, Qi Kong, who had landed, rushed here from the palace. The door of the basement closed. Luke and Qi Kong sat opposite each other on the chairs. Recite the secret word, empty wall. As the mysterious props that constituted the secret words disappeared, the walls, ceiling and floor of the room disappeared, and Luke and Qi Kong sat opposite each other in an empty void. Then, Luke chose awakening with a nervous heart. Qi Kong closed his eyes. There was no lightning and thunder, no fighting spirit bursting, and no sound of Hongzhong Dalu. Silence. The silence made Luke a little confused. Was he fooled by the phone reminder? But it was true that he had lost his spiritual connection with Qi Kong. Qi Kong? At this time, Qi Kong's eyes suddenly opened, giving people a strange but familiar feeling. Luke, we finally meet. Really awakened. Luke did not greet Qi Kong in the awakened state, but said, first of all, you must know one thing. Your existence is based on my existence, and there is no benefit in hurting me. Qi Kong stretched out his hand and looked at it, moving his fingers as if he was familiar with this body. At the same time, he responded to Luke's reminder, do I scare you so much? If you were in my place, you would be scared too. Luke observed the awakening Qi Kong, trying to analyze her personality and danger. Qi Kong put down her hand and looked at Luke, her eyes and expression showing no emotion. What you said makes sense. I know you have a lot of questions to ask me, and I also have some questions for you to answer. But can you give me some time? I feel uncomfortable with so many memories all of a sudden. Of course, Luke reminded, but you only have 1 hour. The next time will be 24 hours later. And my current mental strength can't keep you awake for too long. It won't take too long. Qi Kong closed his eyes again. Luke took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then waited patiently for Qi Kong. It seems that the awakened Qi Kong is not a hot-tempered person. Calmness, even in danger, is in moderation. After spending half an hour quietly, Qi Kong opened his eyes again, smiling humorously. You should know that part of your memory is left here with me. Luke shrugged helplessly. As a game character, you have been controlled by me. What Qi Kong learns will be accepted by me, and part of my memory will naturally remain with her. Some more personal memories. Sorry to make you laugh. It is some very interesting memories. You don't belong to this world. You were almost shot to death by Shelley when you just came here. Your experience is wonderful. I need some time to savor it slowly. But what I find most interesting is, you spent so much time designing my appearance for that purpose. Qi Kong summoned an ice mirror, and she couldn't help but be intoxicated when she looked at her own appearance in the mirror. Too perfect. Luke felt a little embarrassed. Well, I used to be a otaku, and didn't have a girlfriend. I had to fantasize about it in the game. But you can rest assured that I have never done anything wrong with your body. My memory can prove what I said. Qi Kong's smile was even more meaningful. This is another interesting thing. Since I was created by you according to your ideal girlfriend, why did you do nothing when you could control me? Is it because you met a woman who is better than me? No. Luke didn't know how to answer for a moment. He found out how correct the prompt from his phone was. His intuition told him that this was definitely a dangerous woman. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 392 Qi Kong in Awakening. No! Qi Kong crossed his legs. His eyes half smiled. So, you are still a pure man. It's rare to find someone with such self-control. I like you a little bit. Luke found that the rhythm of this conversation was controlled by Qi Kong. And at the same time, he understood what kind of state those people were in when facing Qi Kong. How could they think when the pair of white long legs were swaying in front of them? Qi Kong, I think we can discuss this kind of thing later when we have time. Anyway, since you have awakened, if you want to like me more deeply, there are plenty of opportunities. Luke immediately regained control of this conversation. Now you can only exist for 1 hour a day. If I want to increase the time, I must strengthen my mental power. And to increase my mental power, I need to continue to control Qi Kong, that is, your body. Some taboos? We need to discuss in advance? Otherwise I don't know those behaviors are offensive to you. Oh, I only appear at one time every day. This is really too little. It is very necessary to improve your mental power as soon as possible. Qi Kong thought seriously, then stretched out a finger and said, First, I don't want others to know my existence. Only you know it. This is a little secret between you and me. Qi Kong's expression was a little bit of a scornful feeling, which made Luke think repeatedly about the meaning behind her request, fearing that there was a trap in it. However, Qi Kong did not show schizophrenia in front of others, which was in line with his needs. So Luke replied, Okay, I will be responsible for Qi Kong's external communication. Second, Qi Kong stretched out another finger and shook it slightly. Let me wake up for 1 hour every day. And the time is completely at my disposal. Luke was not fooled by Qi Kong. And he did not fully agree, unless there are special circumstances. You can wake up for 1 hour every day. And the time can also be at your disposal. But my needs have a higher priority. Our relationship is also. I am more important than you. And my existence is the basis of your existence. You are right. I am just a captive slave of yours. And I only exist because I depend on you. Although Qi Kong complained, he didn't look like he was complaining at all. He even asked teasingly at the end, Do you really want me to call you master now? Luke's blood pressure rose and his heartbeat quickened because of Qi Kong. In less than an hour, he felt more tired than if he had attended a whole morning of imperial meetings. If you think we need a name, and you think master and slave fit our relationship, I don't mind being called master by you. Ah. Serious. Qi Kong sighed. We had a good atmosphere. But you ruined it. Next, let's talk about my third request. You could have stopped me from awakening. But you made another choice. Since you chose to let Qi Kong have her soul, you must accept my existence. In this world, I am probably the only one who knows your past, accompanies you for the rest of your life, and will protect you without reservation. Treat me as your relative, without any barriers, is my last request to you. Qi Kong's words calmed Luke down instantly. Yes. Since Qi Kong awakened, I have been on guard against her, taking out the awareness of intrigue with others, being on guard everywhere, and confronting her head-on. I have been judging her character and danger all the time. I repeatedly warned her that I was the basis of her existence and asked her to fulfill her obligations. But I ignored the responsibility I should bear for Qi Kong. This shouldn't be the person Qi Kong has to face when he first awakens. I'm sorry. I messed up our first meeting. Luke explained. I was too nervous and didn't know how to face you. Before Luke finished speaking, Qi Kong laughed. It seems that I have won a game. Ha ha! You are so interesting. My life will definitely not be boring in the future. Qi Kong's repeated changes made Luke stunned. You. Don't say any more. Let's end today's meeting. I won't give you a chance to beat me. Goodbye. I'm going to read your story and your little secrets to accumulate some materials for the next meeting. After saying that, Qi Kong took the initiative to cancel the awakening state without waiting for the awakening time to end today. Luke regained control of Qi Kong, and his heart was as complicated as a mouthful of different kinds of seasonings. He could feel that Qi Kong, who had retreated to the backstage, was reading the part of his memory left with her very seriously. My future life will definitely be full of surprises. Luke regretted a little. Why did he have such a bad hand? The mobile phone message prompt clearly repeatedly emphasized the danger of Qi Kong's awakening. But he did not take this information as a warning at all, but instead had the mentality of, if you don't let me do it, I will do it anyway. The bad nature of intelligent creatures. It was too late to regret, and I could only learn to adapt to the existence of Qi Kong. In the future, I must be careful not to fall into the pit she dug and let her see my embarrassment. Luke, who was doing psychological counseling for himself, lifted the secret technique to restore the basement to its original appearance. Just when Luke was thinking about going to the downtown area to see if Ed had collected the next dose of the mysterious substance mixture, Agatha's carriage stopped outside the door. Qi Kong said hello to Agatha and left, and Luke invited Agatha into his office. Why is there no one here? Not only was there no spy on duty at the door, but there was no staff inside. Agatha couldn't help but ask Luke in confusion after sitting down. I gave them a day off. Luke made a cup of tea for Agatha, and then asked, is the royal cabinet meeting over so soon? A day off? Agatha was confused. The Secret Service is now investigating the Fania coup, arresting people and interrogating them. Every agent is so busy that they want to split themselves in half. You, the 6th Secret Service, actually gave them a day off. Agatha thought of Qi Kong, who had just left, and realized that the two of them must have done something, and the personnel of the 6th Secret Service needed to stay away. Although she was curious about what the two of them did, Agatha still refrained from asking, and said, after you left the venue, Her Majesty the Queen briefly talked about some issues and announced the adjournment. We will continue tomorrow when you join us. Luke didn't expect that his departure would prevent the royal cabinet from meeting. Many things can be discussed without me. Prime Minister Gabriel and those cabinet ministers know how to handle state affairs better than I do. Agatha drank tea and didn't answer immediately. She kept thinking about what happened in the Crystal Palace. After a while, she said, perhaps Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want everyone to be too nervous. And so many things can't be handled in one day. I see that you often lose focus in a meeting. Is there something bothering you? Luke could feel that Agatha was a little different today, and she looked worried. He said, we all feel troubled by some things, and these things can't be told to others, so we can only find ways to solve them ourselves. My matter is related to Qi Kong. We just talked about it, and it is resolved. Princess, what is troubling you? If you can tell me, I am willing to be a listener. Agatha found it difficult to tell Luke about her father's last order, to kill Luke. She never considered this option. Another. Agatha felt that she was not ready. And there was Dale. I am thinking about how to go to Tadega Hill to meet Sinclair. Although we all think that Sinclair will not rebel, he may not be able to suppress those who want to push him to become the Emperor of the Empire. The Duke of Celtic will never miss such a good opportunity. Luke sorted out his mind that was messed up by the clear sky and thought about the situation in Tadega Hill. The entire Northern Army went to Tadega Hill. The output of the barbarian territory can barely support the barbarian army, which does not require new weapons and equipment, but definitely cannot support the Northern Army, which has great logistical needs. As long as we continue to supply the Northern Army, there will be opposition from within the Northern Army if the Northern Army wants to rebel. Therefore, in the short term, we don't have to worry about the barbarian army and the Northern Army joining forces. At most, they will not attack each other. In addition, we don't need to rush to Tadega Hill to meet Sinclair. Let the news go out first, and let them fight among themselves. With the division, we know who to win over. When it comes to politics, Agatha no longer has wild thoughts. You mean to release the news that we want to meet Sinclair first, but not go now, and wait for them to change internally? When do you think it is the most appropriate time to go? I will let the Secret Service prepare in advance. Luke thought about it again and said, the entire Northern Army is on the southern front, and they must be holding back their energy to see the joke on the northern battlefield. After all, the Snow Army is newly established, and the subsequent reinforcements are all new recruits who have never experienced war. If the Ark County Alliance breaks through the northern defense line in the Spring War, the Northern Army will make a big move. If the Snow Corps defends the north, more problems within the North Core will be exposed. And we will go there then. Agatha frowned and said, I came to you this time to discuss this matter. Letting the newly formed Snow Corps defend the North is a very risky military adventure. Intelligence from the Winter Capital shows that the army of the Ark County Union will be greatly strengthened at the beginning of spring. And the risk of spring war is even higher than that of winter war. Luke said, I know that the risk of war against the Ark County Union in spring is very high. But we can't leave the North Corps as a hidden danger in the north, which is even more risky. The army formed by the Raging Wave City will go north at the beginning of spring. And the Raging Wave City fleet will also fight with the Ark County Union Navy after the ice in the sea melts, which can greatly relieve the pressure faced by the Snow Corps. Moreover, I have another great gain for my trip to Winter Capital. Someone will provide me with a complete set of a county alliance's battle plan. Agatha was so surprised that she could stuff an egg into her mouth when she heard that Luke could get a county alliance's battle plan. You? How did you do it? How could you leak secrets to us when you have access to such a confidential person and the status you can reach in a county alliance? Don't be fooled. Luke smiled and said, the heating system for the Snow City battlefield was provided to me by this person. Don't worry. It is not in this person's interest for a county alliance to defeat the Empire. Only when the war is stalemate or a county alliance suffers a little loss can he move forward. After he gives me the battle plan of the county union, I will pass it on to you. You also need to make a good plan. Don't win too much and make our friends unhappy. After solving a big problem in her heart, Agatha relaxed. With the battle plan of the county union, as long as the Empire is not an idiot, it is easy to defend the northern defense line. Your trip to Winter Capital this time not only helped the Empire win the Battle of Snow City, but also allowed the Empire to win the war against the county union in advance. When you are willing to announce what you have done, it will definitely be a classic courseware that all colleagues will learn and study in the future. What do you want? Without mentioning future achievements. Just rescuing the Queen and saving the Empire. Your merits are enough for the Queen to give you anything you want. What do I want? Luke thought seriously. I am very satisfied with what I have now. And it seems that there is nothing special I want. Agatha helped Luke think. Very satisfied? You are just a Viscount now. And you must be promoted to a Marquis. The special of the special cabinet minister must be removed. And you must become a real cabinet minister to prepare for taking over the cabinet in the future, since you will be the prime minister of the Empire in the future. Even if you also serve as the governor of the city of Raging Waves, you can't go back often. In the imperial capital, near the palace, you need a residence that suits your status. I have an empty villa. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you. Oh, and there are positions. The cabinet minister needs to be in charge of an important department. Do you want to go to a department? Luke shook his head and said, It's not appropriate for us to arrange my reward here. Agatha said, It's not appropriate. But I think Her Majesty the Queen will definitely agree. If you are not interested in the government department, I know there is a position that suits you very well. Luke asked curiously, What position? The former commander of the city guard has resigned and returned home. This is one of the reasons why the city guard participated in the Fania coup. The city guard needs to be reorganized after this incident, and this corps must be handed over to trustworthy people in the future. At the afternoon imperial meeting, Prime Minister Gabriel proposed a candidate for the new commander of the city guard corps, but was directly rejected by Her Majesty the Queen. I think in Her Majesty the Queen's heart, you are the most qualified person for this key position. The St. Louis City Guard Corps has a full complement of 100,000 people, and its duty is to protect the imperial capital, which is considered the imperial guard of the Golden Shield Empire. Looking at the coup last night, the position of the commander is really very important. Luke said helplessly, I have too many things to do now, and I don't know if I can manage it well with the addition of a city guard corps. Is there no other person who can do it? Agatha said, No. There can be no more mistakes in this position. If you feel you are too busy, you can transfer people from Nuteo City to assist you. You can prepare a list and give it to Her Majesty the Queen. Okay, Luke agreed. Which means that the officials of Nuteo City officially entered the imperial court and became the Queen's own people to replace the officials of the old system. A new emperor has new ministers. Chapter 393 Two Meetings. The coup d'état by the eldest Prince Fania gradually subsided over time, and most of the officials in the entire palace were affected. Dismissal and demotion left many important positions of power vacant. Queen Christina did not have her own team before, so she promoted a large number of officials from the city of Raging Waves. For a time, the convoys of officials returning home after being dismissed, and the convoys of officials entering the imperial capital to take up new positions became a landscape of the city. The young and vigorous reform society of the new aristocracy formed a round of impact on the cross society that had always controlled the imperial court. With Viscount Iscolin, Lady Michelle, and Ibel coming to the imperial capital one after another, the reform society formed a confrontation with the cross society. Since Meteorite was trusted by the Queen Regent, it seemed only a matter of time before he was promoted to the Prime Minister of the Empire and reorganized the cabinet. There were many opportunists among the new nobles, and the application letters to join the Reform Society piled up like a mountain. Compared with the Reform Society, which had a booming momentum after entering the core of the empire, there was a wailing inside the Cross Society. They bet on both the eldest Prince Fania and the second Prince Alex, and invested a lot. They thought they would make a profit, but they didn't expect that the second Prince Alex was restricted to the Crescent Grassland, and he had an army but couldn't use it. And the coup of the eldest Prince Fania ended in failure. In the end, it was the Queen who had been in the Cold Palace for 3 years, who succeeded in taking the throne, and was appointed as the Queen Regent by the sick Emperor Augustine. Now Queen Christina has the 3 armies of the imperial family, and has the full support of Princess Agatha and Governor Meteor of Raging Wave City. She has soldiers and officials. Although the Cross Society is not completely defeated, it is also struggling. So a group of bigwigs of the Cross Society gathered at the home of Prime Minister Gabriel to discuss how to deal with the current situation. A long table with more than 20 seats. In the past, this place was jokingly called the small cabinet of the empire. Many decisions were made here before they were submitted to the imperial cabinet meeting. But the atmosphere of today's meeting was extremely depressing. No more concessions. An old cabinet minister complained angrily. Today, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Finance and Taxation of the Empire, Millips, was demoted and transferred to the province of Zeilenberg. The new deputy minister is Ibel, the chief of finance and taxation of Raging Wave City. In addition, there is Viscount Iscolin, who was placed in the Imperial Army, Madame Michelle, a staff member of the Supreme Technical Bureau, and Caesar, the Deputy Director General of the Security Bureau of St. Louis City. If we continue to allow Meteor to place officials from the city of Raging Waves in the palace, the entire Imperial Palace will soon become the Government Affairs Office of the city of Raging Waves, and the cabinet will be replaced by Meteor and his people. Prime Minister Gabriel, what should we do? Another minister said helplessly, what can we do? Her Royal Highness is the Regent Queen appointed by His Majesty himself. She won a victory in the Snow City that was enough to record the history of the Empire, and crush Fania's rebellion. Her reputation and His Majesty's trust are enough for her to do everything she wants. Any action we take to disobey her can be punished by her for participating in the Fania rebellion. We are fine now, because we are needed to maintain the stability of the court and the order of the Empire. Once the incident is over, the officials of the City of Rage are familiar with their work, and we will all get out. We should find a way to meet His Majesty, and let His Majesty know the current situation of the court. If His Majesty knew that the Queen cultivated confidence in this way, he would definitely stop it. But the problem is that only the Queen can see His Majesty. You all saw the end of Fania forcing her way into His Majesty's bedroom, when the officials could not think of a solution, and could only complain one by one. Gabriel, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, everyone. Do you think that according to His Majesty's character, after knowing that Her Majesty won the Battle of Snow City and suppressed the Fania rebellion, will he appoint her as the Regent Queen? Gabriel's words immediately made the meeting place fall into silence. All the ministers present were longtime court officials, and they immediately understood what Gabriel wanted to say after being reminded. Emperor Augustine held his power very tightly. He appointed the Queen to handle state affairs because she had no foundation in the court, and she could take back the power at any time when she wanted to. And after the Battle of Snow City, the Queen quelled the rebellion of Fania. The capital that the Queen had in the court and the empire was a subversive change compared to before. According to the character of Emperor Augustine, how could he appoint the Queen as regent? He must have taken back all the power and let her return to the palace that belonged to her. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Unless, think of that unspeakable possibility. An official said cautiously, Gabriel Prime Minister, but Her Royal Highness the Princess, the Governor of Meteor, and Knight Milscombe all confirmed that the order was issued by His Majesty himself. Gabriel did not answer. Another official answered for him tactfully, in the face of interests. Anyone may lie. The officials realized that the key to overthrowing the queen and the officials of the city of Raging Waves was found. But what should be done? Everyone looked at Gabriel together, their eyes full of eagerness and hope. Gabriel said calmly, "At this time, it is best for us to do nothing. The queen is in the limelight, and we have no chance of success no matter what we do. The best way is to wait. But Meteor is pressing hard. If we don't do anything, we will soon be sidelined by him and his people. It will take time to sideline us. But he has to face a short-term crisis. What is the situation in the north now? What is the response of the Northern Army to the order to transfer to the south?" An official who knew the details immediately replied, "The Northern Army has no objection to the transfer order and is actively handing over defense to the newly established Snow Army." His Royal Highness Sinclair and General Joshua were also afraid that the part of the Northern Army left in the north would be eroded. So they also cooperated with this transfer. It is estimated that 36% of the North's military will be mobilized to the Tadigia Hills in this mobilization, and the Empire's mobilized soldiers will be gradually added to the Snow Legion before the end of winter. Gabriel smiled. The main force of the Northern Legion has all gone to the Tadigia Hills. Although the Snow Legion has some of the foundation of the Northern Legion, there are too many new recruits. There are only numbers. But the combat effectiveness is definitely far weaker than the Northern Legion in the Winter War. Do you think the Snow Legion can stop the attack of the County Alliance when the Spring War starts? The official in charge of military affairs just now answered, "There are many factors that affect the war, and the quality of the soldiers is a very important one. Especially in the current war. It is not enough to give a peasant a knife to become a qualified soldier. Soldiers need long-term training, especially professional technical soldiers. The Snow Army was established too recently and expanded too quickly. They cannot stop the attack of the County Union." Gabriel asked, "What will happen if the Snow Army cannot stop the County Union?" "It will be the situation faced by the Winter Empire. The army of the County Union breaks through the northern defense line, and then quickly passes through the plain area without danger to defend, and directly marches to the Imperial capital." Gabriel asked again, "Does the City Guard Corps of Meteorite have the ability to defend the Imperial capital at that time?" "No," the official said firmly. "The City Guard Corps participated in the Fania Rebellion, and almost all officers were implicated. Now the entire City Guard Corps is confined to their respective barracks. It is impossible to restore its mobility without half a year of officer replenishment and adaptation. If the Ark County Alliance arrives at the gates of the Imperial capital in the Spring War, the City Guard Corps will not be able to defend the Imperial capital at all." Gabriel asked again, "Who can defend the Imperial capital at that time?" The official immediately said excitedly, "Only the Western Border Corps of the Second Prince Alec, who is undergoing reorganization in the Crescent Oasis." Gabriel said, "His Royal Highness Sinclair's Northern Border Corps also has a chance." All officials immediately became excited again. Whoever can lead troops to defend the Imperial capital when the Art Legion is approaching the Imperial capital will be able to control the city by force. At that time, the lies of the Queen, Agatha, and Meteorite can be exposed and become the new emperor of the Empire. And the Imperial ministers, who still hold real power, can negotiate with Prince Alex and the grandson of the Emperor Sinclair at this time. Whoever gives more will be assisted to enter the city first. The atmosphere of the meeting improved greatly, and an official flattered, although Meteorite is a capable young man, he is still a little immature compared to the Prime Minister. In fact, according to the trend, when the Prime Minister retires, he still has a great chance to form a cabinet. But he was too impatient. Young people tend to be impetuous once they are in a good position, but they don't know that if he makes a wrong step in this position, he will be doomed. What a pity. And those who quit the Cross Society and joined the Innovation Society didn't know that they were on a sinking ship. When the bigwigs of the Cross Society started to mock, the Innovation Society was also holding an important member meeting. The meeting place was in the villa that Luke got from Agatha. In the meeting room, Luke looked at his subordinates sitting on both sides, and felt like he was having a meeting in the government hall of the Angry Wave City. At this time, Luke had been promoted from Viscount to Marquis, with the title of Marquis of the Angry Wave, and the fiefdom of the Cape District of the Angry Wave City. The Cape District became Luke's private property, and Queen Christina gave him a generous gift this time. In addition, Luke served as the commander of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps, Imperial Cabinet Minister, concurrently served as the governor of Nuteo City. At the same time, Luke resigned from the position of director of the Secret Service's 6th Division, and at his suggestion, Thomas, the detective of the Secret Service of the Cape District of Nuteo City, succeeded him. The Queen did not have her own team, so she relied heavily on Luke and the Nuteo City official system behind him. Many positions were not asked by Luke, but the Queen directly asked him, which official of the Nuteo City Government Affairs Office is the most suitable for this position. So there is the current scene. Luke's team in Nuteo City has almost been transferred to St. Louis City. Viscount Iskalin, Lady Michelle, Ibel, Caesar, Thomas, Shelley, Pisco, Kylina, Yomington, and Qi Kong. In the past, Qi Kong would not attend such meetings because her opinion was absolutely consistent with Meteorite. But now Qi Kong is the awakening Qi Kong. She is very curious about such meetings and insists on attending. And she said she would not talk nonsense at the meeting. You know, I don't want people to find out about our little secret. I just want to see how serious you are at the meeting. Luke promised Qi Kong that she would decide what to do during the awakening period unless there were special circumstances. What he said must be done. Luke could only agree to Qi Kong and let her attend the meeting. Qi Kong also promised, "Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. I like to appreciate your embarrassment alone." Therefore, Qi Kong in the meeting was still the same as before, cold and serious, revealing the nobleness of a scholar. Everyone in the meeting room looked over, and Secretary Kylina was ready to take notes of the meeting. Luke turned his attention away from Qi Kong and focused on the meeting, because some bad things happened in the imperial capital in the previous stage. You have the opportunity to serve in the palace. I hope you can continue to uphold the pragmatic attitude of the Government Affairs Office of Nuteo City and fulfill your duties conscientiously. The Empire is facing many difficulties now. Her Majesty the Queen's authority is not stable. Some of our opponents are in the open, and more are in the dark. Many people are watching us come to the imperial capital in glory, and they want to see how we will be driven out in disgrace. If you don't want this to happen, don't be stupid. The sudden rise of officials from the city of raging waves in the palace did make many people feel a little flattered. Not only did Luke receive many commissions to apply for official positions, he believed that his core subordinates received more. A proud army will be defeated. The situation in the imperial court is far from being able to be harvested. The old bureaucratic system will not be willing to give up the power and interests in its hands. They will inevitably collude with foreign aid to accumulate strength for counterattack. The more they can endure now, the greater the power of counterattack. That's why Luke seriously warned his capable subordinates at the beginning of the meeting not to be blinded by the temporary power. Viscount Iskalin said, "The Marquis's reminder is very timely. The destruction of many things begins with unrestrained self-expansion. I propose to set up an inspection committee within the Reform Society to supervise members and prevent behaviors that harm the collective interests." Viscount Iskalin was limited by his inherent cognition, and the suggestions he put forward had certain limitations, but it was better to have internal supervision than not. Luke did not add any proposals beyond this era, and agreed, "You will be responsible for setting up the internal inspection committee. Next, I have an important matter to discuss with you." "What's the important thing?" the officials at the meeting guessed. "Is it the war between the North and the Ark County Union? Is it the naval battle between the Fury City Fleet and the Ark County Union Navy? Is it the production of war materials? Is it the research and development of new weapons? Is it the Rio Civil War? Is it Sinclair, Alec, Duke of Celtic?" The relevant officials sorted out their thoughts and the materials they brought, preparing to answer the questions of the Marquis of Meteorite. But Luke said, "Her Majesty the Queen received a letter from Sky City, and a visiting team of angels will arrive in St. Louis City in the near future." At this time, Qi Kong said, "I also received a letter, and the Shining Gold people will also send a visiting team to St. Louis City." The officials were collectively stunned. They were really unprepared. Chapter 394 Starry Sky. The Golden Civilization, Angel Civilization, Purgatory Civilization, Shadow Civilization, and Dragon Civilization have all been very low-key since the end of the Ancient War, except for the Golden Civilization. The other four ancient civilizations are all in seclusion. Even the Golden Civilization, which actively participates in secular trade, keeps a distance from the governments of various countries and regions, and deeply reflects on its initiation of the Ancient War. This time, the Golden Civilization sent an envoy to the capital of the Golden Shield Empire, and the purpose must be very important. And the Angel Civilization, since the Angel Civilization was conquered by the Golden Civilization during the Ancient War, the Angel Civilization, which was once an ally, is not friendly to the Golden Civilization. However, The almost reshaped Angel civilization was greatly influenced by the Shining Gold civilization. So there was no great hatred for the Shining Gold civilization. In the past 1,000 years since the Ancient War, the Angels rarely left the Sky City. This time, they even sent an envoy to the capital of the Golden Shield Empire. The purpose must be very important. The officials did not dare to express their opinions without authorization. So Viscount Iskalin asked, "My Lord Marquis, the Shining Gold civilization and the Angel civilization sent an envoy to us. What kind of etiquette should we use to welcome them?" Luke said, "The Shining Gold civilization's envoys can be treated with state courtesy. After all, the Shining Gold people control the World Bank, and the Empire is now at war, and it is time to spend money everywhere. As for the Angel civilization, the reception standard should be reduced by 2 levels. Reduced? Reduced by 2 levels? Viscount Iskalin thought he had misheard, and suggested, "My Lord Marquis, the Angel civilization and the Shining Gold civilization are of the same level. We give the Shining Gold people state treatment, but we reduce the reception of the Angel mission by 2 levels. Isn't it too embarrassing for the Angel civilization? Reducing 1 level, or the same level should be more appropriate." Luke insisted on this reception plan. One came with money, and the other came empty-handed. If the reception standards are the same, what will the Shining Gold people think? Only by comparison can I show my importance to the Shining Gold people's visit. If the Shining Gold people are happy, everything else will be easy to talk about. The Angels will know how to deal with us only when they lose face. Viscount Iskalin didn't know how the Angels offended the Marquis of Meteorite, but since the Marquis arranged it, the subordinates just needed to prepare accordingly. "Yes, Lord Marquis, we will come up with 2 welcoming plans. May I ask why the Golden Man and the Angel are visiting the Empire at this time? So that we can prepare in advance." Luke replied, "You just need to prepare for the welcoming. Miss Qikong and I will be responsible for the specific matters to be discussed." Qikong said at this time, "Be polite to the guests, but also show appropriate force. Show force to the Golden Man and the Angel?" Viscount Iskalin was a little puzzled. This didn't seem to be a friendly visit. Luke said, "Miss Qikong means what I mean." Luke looked at Qikong, and his tone and demeanor were exactly the same as when he controlled it. Qikong noticed Luke's gaze, and a barely detectable smile appeared in the corner of his eyes, as if showing off his acting skills. Weird. Viscount Iskalin knew that it would be best if he didn't ask too much about the Shining Gold people and the Angels. So he nodded and replied, "I know what to do. Please rest assured, Marquis." Luke retracted his gaze from Qikong and said, "The reception of the Shining Gold civilization and the Angel civilization has been settled. Next, we have to talk about the spring war against the Ark County Alliance." On the conference table, a magic projection projected a map of the northern battlefield. Now the main force of the Ark County Alliance has temporarily retreated to the vicinity of the first line of defense built by the Empire in the north. There are fortresses and fortresses there, because the Empire's northern army retreated too quickly, and did not have time to destroy them. It is suitable for the army to be stationed for the winter. The main force of the Empire is near the third line of defense. On the second line of defense, the Empire occupies the Snow City and part of the surrounding fortresses, and the rest is occupied by the Ark County Alliance. Both sides are unable to continue to launch a new round of offensives in the severe winter, so they tacitly cease fire and actively add their respective mobilized soldiers to the army to prepare for the spring war. In the spring, the Armored Assault Division of Raging Waves was reorganized, and all its equipment and weapons were in place, with a certain combat effectiveness. Shelley, as the commander of the Armored Assault Division of Raging Waves, told Luke about the landing plan. She pointed the command pole at a small town at the easternmost end of the first line of defense in the north. The city of Minjinsk has a population of 30,000 and a fishing pier. 30 kilometers to the north is Sontal Port. Sontal Port is an important deep-water port in the northern part of the empire. The railway starting from here runs through all the important cities in the entire northern part. If we can use Minjinsk as a springboard and land here to raid Sontal Port, it is equivalent to strangling the throat of the entire northern part. At that time, a steady stream of troops and supplies will be delivered to Sontal Port by sea, and then attack along the railway. If the Ark County Alliance does not want to be blocked by us, it can only retreat and surrender the occupied imperial territory. Luke looked at the map and said, "Sontal Port is so important. When the ice on the sea melts, the Ark County Alliance can also use the port and railway here to supply their troops. It should be difficult to capture this place. Minkiansk City should also be among the key defenses of our opponents." Shelley said yes. After our early reconnaissance, Songta Port is heavily guarded by the Ark County Alliance. They have been strengthening fortifications throughout the winter, and it is difficult to complete the landing by attacking directly from the sea. However, the terrain of Minkiinsko is flat and the geology is soft, making it difficult to build a heavy defense offensive. As long as the Fury City fleet can provide a sea blockade, the Fury Armored Assault Division can completely storm Minkiinsko. Luke said, the sea landing must be based on sea control. Does the Fury City fleet have anything to say? Mrs. Tasia, who was specially summoned to attend the meeting, stood up and stretched out her hand to enlarge the sea area on the map. The County Union's all-metal battleship Sea Lion class built by Harrod Heavy Industry has 14 ships launched, and an unknown number of Sea Lion classes are under construction. According to the intelligence sent by the Imperial Secret Intelligence Agency, the Sea Lion class is comparable to our main battleship Unit 01 class, and has the same combat effectiveness. However, a large amount of alchemical materials were used in the construction, and the cost was higher than that of Unit 01. We have more main battleships than the County Navy, and the other side can only mobilize a large number of wooden warships to form a numerical advantage over us. If the Fury City fleet marches to Songta Harbor at the beginning of spring, when the sea ice has just melted, the County Navy will certainly not dare to transfer the Sea Lion class, which they are not familiar with, to Songta Harbor to fight a decisive battle with the Fury City fleet. The Fury City fleet can create a safe landing environment for the Fury City Armored Assault Division by blocking Songta Harbor. At the beginning of spring, the Fury City fleet still has a very large technical and strength advantage over the County Navy. If we don't take advantage of this time to land and send the Fury City Armored Assault Division to the north, and wait until the Sea Lion class warships of the County Navy have combat capabilities, landing again will be more risky. Moreover, the Fury City fleet cannot defeat the County Navy with overwhelming force. If the County is scared and comes to negotiate, there will be no drama later. During this trip to the winter capital, Luke could deeply feel that the war potential of the County was far inferior to that of the Golden Shield Empire. The Empire has an advantage in population and products. As long as the war lasts for a long time, the resources of the County will be exhausted. When they go to harvest, they will have no power to resist. Therefore, this war must be fought at the right pace. Not too fast or too slow. Just like cooking a delicious dish, you need to pay attention to details and be patient to make a delicious dish. Luke agreed to the landing plan jointly formulated by Shelley and Lady Tasia, and hammered the nail of the Armored Assault Division of the Raging Wave City into a key position in the north as soon as possible, so that there would be room for operation. Then it was the governance of St. Louis City. A new official takes office with 3 fires. If the officials of the Raging Wave City want to make their positions legitimate, they must make some achievements as soon as possible. First, overhaul the drainage system of the city. Then rectify the city security department and let the city residents recover from the panic of the court turmoil as soon as possible. Finally, it is about developing the economy. The officials who had been prepared for these topics answered fluently when asked by Luke. The plan was also very detailed and simple, and clear at a glance. They were all officials in the city government office in Nuteo City. They came to St. Louis City to do their own work. Business issues were naturally easy to handle without any difficulty. Therefore, the progress of the meeting was very fast. However, due to too many things, the meeting was still held until late at night. Chinkong's awakening time had long ended. After the meeting, she took a carriage back to the museum under Luke's control. However, Chinkong, who was in the background, could still communicate with Luke. Hey, there is something that bothers me. Luke's consciousness asked, what's the matter? You are clear sky now. And when I awaken, I will also be clear sky. How should I distinguish between the two clear sky? Luke's mind was a little confused by this question. Do you think it is necessary to distinguish? Of course it is necessary. When you control clear sky, you are dull and stupid, with the same expression all day long. Not like an elf at all. And I am a real elf. A passionate grassland elf. Luke said, to me, clear sky is just a tool and a weapon. Most of the time I will ignore her race and gender, and will not do anything unnecessary. But not now. I am a living being. I have joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. So I must be different from tools. How do you want to distinguish? Give you a new name? Qin Tian. We both have the surname Qing. The name Qin Kong is a good one. You created me, and you gave me the name. I won't change it. Why not add a representing me in front of Qigong? Which means my awakening. This? Luke imagined Qigong and said, what's the point of this? I can distinguish the two of you. It may not make sense to you, but it does make sense to me. I will leave a mark in your heart that distinguishes you from Qigong. A tool. Luke couldn't stand this kind of sensationalism. Okay. Since you think doing this will help improve your self-awareness, I can accept it. Starry sky. Not starry sky. Think in your mind. Not read it out. You know the ancient golden language. Turn it into a language that you and I know. A resonance point of thought. The complex request made Luke a little helpless. But he still obeyed the request of the sky, using the grammatical skills of the ancient golden language to read it out in his mind. In an instant, Luke felt that a channel was opened by himself, and his consciousness was connected to another consciousness. Unlike his boundless pure spiritual space, this consciousness space is a starry sky. The brilliant Milky Way runs through the sky, and the shining stars are like pearls embedded in the sky. A full moon hangs on the edge of the galaxy. I could vaguely feel the great power of the stars in the sky gathering towards the Milky Way, and then gathering on the moon. The moonlight was like a silver screen, and it was Qigong who stood in the silver light. It was Qigong. She closed her eyes, as quiet as if in a trance. Luke called her name. Qigong opened her eyes and smiled. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It seems that we two really have a tacit understanding. Luke looked up at the starry sky and the full moon beside the Milky Way and asked, you are not Qigong who came out of nowhere after awakening. Who are you? Qigong smiled and said, coming here? As smart as you are, you should be able to guess the answer. Luke guessed, you are the real Moonlight Queen. That's right. But not completely. Qigong stretched out a finger and shook it. It is the moon and this starry sky that shape my soul. And my soul exists with your spiritual power. This is actually an extension of your consciousness. This starry sky belongs to you, including me. The real Moonlight Queen is just one of your titles. I am the authority of the Moonlight Queen. Luke was confused by Qigong. Why choose to tell me now? Because the Shining Gold people and the angels are coming. No matter what their excuse for coming to St. Louis City is. It's all for the World Tree. This is the only extraordinary species that can evolve into a divine weapon. They are different from any of your previous opponents. To deal with them, you need not only wisdom, but also enough strength. Luke asked, I have been working hard to improve my strength. And I am also studying the method of evolving the World Tree into a divine weapon. But it's too late, isn't it? The clear sky floated up, circled around Luke, and then stopped in front of him. Luke asked, do you have a way to improve my strength in a short time? Or do you have a way to evolve the World Tree into a divine weapon? The clear sky showed a teachable smile, but said, neither. But why? Qigong shrugged. I just want to invite you to come and see this world that belongs to you and me. By the way, let me remind you, the routine is really hard to guard against. Luke's face was dark. Qigong suddenly took his arm, pointed at the sky and shouted excitedly, look! It's a meteor! It's a meteor! Luke raised his head, and sure enough, a bright meteor quickly crossed the sky. Luke said lightly, I want to see a comet. Qigong snapped his fingers. Arrange. A comet was flying from the distant sky with a long tail. Chapter 395 Hope. After watching a comet shower with Qigong, Luke began to seriously think about the warning Qigong gave him. The visit of the Golden Man and the angel mission to the Golden Shield Empire was just the beginning. It foreshadowed that the 5 ancient civilizations broke the tacit understanding of 1,000 years. From this moment on, the ancient civilizations will be more involved in the secular world. After all, the 5 ancient civilizations have never publicly declared that they will not come back. The revival of the World Tree is an opportunity. It's just that the plot has changed too much. At the time when Luke traveled through, the plot of the era only foreshadowed the entry of the 5 ancient civilizations into the world. And a large game version was about to be updated. The game world is completely different from the past. Some strategies and experiences are no longer applicable to what happens in the future. At least the rules of the game in the secular world do not apply to the 5 ancient civilizations. They have powerful individual military forces, and do not have so many scruples. It is urgent to improve strength as soon as possible. And you need to find a way yourself. Luke's consciousness returned from the clear starry sky to his spiritual universe. It was empty and deep, and there were energy bands drifting around like ribbons everywhere. It was the characteristic of Luke's main consciousness spiritual space. A dragon roar. feeling the Taotai immersed in Luke's consciousness, flew over happily like a dog shaking its head and tail when it saw its owner. Luke touched Taotia's head and said, "Let Bonnet come out. I have something to talk to him about." Taotai flew up and spit out the Dragon Ball. Only a few runes on the Dragon Ball had not been lit yet. A ball of golden light shone from the Dragon Ball, and the rhythmic light and dark seemed like a heart beating. "Bonnet, the demon tyrant told me the inheritance of the ancient dragon clan. Tout, I will inherit your power and memory. You and all the inherited dragon souls will be reborn in another way." The beating light became stable, and Bonnet's voice sounded, but it was a little old, more kind, and less domineering when they first met. "Since you have subdued the demon tyrant, of course, I can't hide this little secret from you. My body was destroyed in that war, and my dragon soul was captured and sealed by the Shining Gold Man. I don't know what method you used to change time and space and steal my dragon soul from the Shining Gold Man's safe, but you gave me the opportunity to inherit. A mutated dragon that coexists with you can inherit my dragon soul." Luke looked at the Taotai playing on the side. It chased its tail and turned wildly, like a husky covered in dragon skin. "I can feel the increase in Taotia's power, but its IQ does not seem to have increased due to your inheritance. This is also what I am confused about." At this time, Taotai seemed to realize that he was being talked about, and stared at him with eyes full of wisdom. Bonnet said helplessly, "Maybe it is still too young." Luke could only accept this explanation. Then he talked about the main business of summoning Bonnet this time. "Last time, I talked to you about the news of the revival of the World Tree. Yes, I participated in that war, although I had no choice. I cannot deny that we destroyed a miracle. Hearing that the World Tree was revived made me feel less guilty." Luke asked, "Do you have anything to tell me about the World Tree and the artifact? You know the reason for the battle. The World Tree has the potential to become a divine artifact, which may affect the balance of the war. If you can't get it, you will naturally destroy it. What do you want to know?" Luke asked, "How to turn the World Tree into a divine weapon. You must have asked the demon tyrant. I don't know more than him. After all, no one has studied the World Tree in depth, and there is no way to communicate with the World Tree. It grows there, forming a world of its own, and does not communicate with the outside world." Luke was a little disappointed that he could not get more information about the World Tree and the divine weapon from Bonnet. Out of trust in Bonnet, Luke waved his hand, and a spiritual channel was connected. The spiritual universe turned into a brilliant starry sky. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and Taotai seemed to have found something more interesting, flapping its wings and chasing the moon. Bonnet felt something was wrong here and asked, "Where is this place?" "There's something wrong with the starry sky and the moon," Luke said. "The revived World Tree has a very deep connection with the moon, which is why the new generation of World Tree is called the Moonlight Tree King. This is the spiritual world of the Moonlight Queen, and it seems that she is more deeply connected to the moon." At this time, Taotai flew down from the direction of the moon, dragging Qi Kong on his back. "A guest has come." Taotai stopped beside Luke and roared at Qi Kong. Qi Kong said, "Okay, he's not a guest. He is the you of the past, and will eventually become the you of the future." Taotai called again. Qi Kong chuckled, "Sure. You can come and play anytime. My place is certainly more fun than your master's." Luke didn't know whether Qi Kong really understood what Taotai wanted to say, or whether he was just teasing himself with Taotia's mouth. But he knew that it was definitely unwise to argue with Qi Kong at this time. So Luke ignored Qi Kong's interference and said to Bonnet, "Maybe this place can give you more insights." Bonnet didn't answer immediately. A ray of moonlight shone on the Dragon Ball, and the power of heaven and earth made the Dragon Ball vibrate. This, a hint of enlightenment, made Bonnet ask Luke, "Did the demon tyrant talk to you about divinity?" Luke replied, "The tyrant talked to me about divinity. The golden compass of the shining gold civilization, the bright sculpture of the angel civilization, the red flame torch of the purgatory civilization, the rainbow arch of the dragon civilization, and the fluorescent star cluster of the shadow civilization represent authority, justice, destruction, magic, and darkness respectively. Only by clarifying the divinity of the artifact can we write divine arts based on the divinity. That is, the ancient language. That's right. Only by awakening the divinity can the World Tree be transformed into an artifact. What do you think the divinity contained in the World Tree is?" Luke said helplessly, "If I knew, I wouldn't ask you." Bennett said, "I can't give you an accurate answer. But since divinity is part of the World Tree, all its powerful manifestations are related to divinity. This requires you to experience it. Bandit's reminder made Luke recall the process of reviving the World Tree, and what happened after the World Tree was revived. Under the moonlight, a moon lake formed around the World Tree, and magical things happened on the moon lake. Luke felt that he had grasped something, but he didn't grasp it completely. Why can't I say it when I clearly know it? Bandit replied, I don't know how to answer you. But the starry sky here is affecting me. It makes me look forward to the future. If you allow me, can I stay here? Chapter 396 Ancient Language Development Team. In response to Bonat's request, Luke said, this requires the consent of the owner here. Qigong said readily, of course. Talia's past and present can stay here. I hope you can create a stronger future under this moonlight and starry sky. With Qigong's consent, Taotai flew up and swallowed the dragon ball, then flapped its wings and flew towards the moon and the galaxy. It disappeared in a moment. Qigong looked at Luke and said with a smile, we just separated. And you miss me so soon? Luke also looked at Qigong. I wonder how many secrets you have. I have many secrets. Qigong appeared behind Luke, waiting for you to discover slowly. Luke just turned around and saw Qigong's figure faded in the starry sky. A cheerful dragon roar came from the moon. Taotai was playing a little crazy. Luke immediately left the starry sky and returned to his spiritual universe. Without Taotai to mess with him, he quickly entered into meditation. Luke rated his overall strength as 4.5 stars. The increase given by the Tian-Chi Dragon Spear can push himself to the threshold of 5 stars. With Taotai with 5-star strength, this strength can deal with most emergencies in the secular world. But facing the 5 ancient civilizations, it is still a little lacking. Before the Golden Man and the Angel Envoy arrive at St. Luin City, it is necessary to conduct a comprehensive strength improvement. The Lava Stone Demon bloodline has been completely integrated, and its enhancement of the body and the increase of magic power have stabilized. The current physical strength is enough to withstand the next stage of bloodline improvement, and the remains of the Red Dragon Nirkalog finally came into use. There is also Aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide. Now I have completed the injection of 2 injections of the potion, and there are only 2 injections left to obtain the strongest affinity for the fire element. The materials needed for the 3rd injection of the reagent have been collected by Ed, and I will go to refine the potion after completing the bloodline improvement. Then, there are the Floating Fortress of the Gods, the Element Fusion Reactor, the Titan, all new technologies and new weapons. The confrontation of civilizations is ultimately a test of comprehensive strength. After a night of meditation, Luke had a rough plan for the next chess game. The next day, a group of officials from the city of Raging Waves who served in the palace worked together, and a series of new policies were announced and implemented. For a time, a new atmosphere enveloped the entire St. Luin city. Even citizens who did not care about political affairs noticed the changes in the entire city. Regarding the implementation of the new policies by the officials of the city of Raging Waves, the old bureaucratic system headed by the Cross Society adhered to the principle of inaction. You can do whatever you want. I don't support or oppose it, as long as Her Majesty the Queen of the region agrees. I will cooperate. At the same time, the news that the Golden People and the Angels would send a delegation to visit the Empire was also spread through some unofficial channels. This was almost the first recorded visit of the 5 ancient civilizations to a sovereign state in the secular world, and it was 2 of them at once. Unlike the palace officials who speculated on the purpose of the visit of the Golden Man and the Angel, the people were generally happy and proud of it. They all felt that the Queen Regent was in power and was leading the Empire on a more prosperous path. During this period, Luke was very low-key. Except for the routine cabinet meetings he had to attend, he mostly stayed in his Marquis' mansion. He did not see any visitors, nor did he go out to visit anyone. All official business was handled at home as much as possible. One day, a carriage stopped outside the courtyard of the Marquis' mansion. An attendant got out of the carriage. After he showed his ID to the guard on duty, the carriage passed through the gate and entered the Marquis' mansion smoothly. After a long straight road, the carriage stopped under the arch of the main building. The door opened, and a tall and thin troll with a hunched back got out of the car. He wore a tailored swallowtail suit, a top hat, a pair of glasses on his nose, and a beautiful cane in his hand. He exuded a bookish air that was rarely seen in trolls. Kalina went out to greet him. Kalina, who was already in a high position and served as the personal secretary of the Marquis of Raging Waves, was not impetuous at all, and most of the time she had a very natural smile on her face. Respected Master Laconia. Welcome to the residence of the Marquis of Raging Waves. If you feel a little tired from the long journey, I will take you to your room to rest. If you want to see the Marquis, I will inform you. Laconia took off his hat and handed it to the servant who greeted him, and then returned the greeting to Kylena. Miss Kylena, every time I see you, I can be infected by your vitality. I want to see the Marquis first. Please inform me. Thank you for your compliment. Master Laconia, I will take you to the lounge for a cup of tea, and then go to see if the Marquis is free now. Excuse me. Troll Scholar Laconia followed Kylena into the main building, and after waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he was taken to Luke's study. The door closed. Luke snapped his fingers, and the black curtains were lowered on the windows. The study became a dark room. The chandelier lit up. Luke invited Laconia to sit down and asked, "Have you made any progress in your research on ancient languages?" The teapot on the desk filled a cup of tea, and the cup automatically moved to Laconia's hand. Facing Luke's question, Laconia replied, "Thank you, Inspector. Now it should be the Marquis. I didn't expect that you would go from being an inspector of the city's secret service to a powerful official in the Empire so quickly. Thank you for providing me with the Ancient Language Research Laboratory, which has materials and equipment that I have never had before, and a professional expedition team to collect artifacts related to ancient languages for me. More importantly, the ancient golden language you taught me. It has been a great help to my research on ancient languages. Now I have sorted out the basic grammar of ancient golden language, ancient angel language, ancient demon language, ancient shadow language, and ancient dragon language, and found many common points. If I am given some more time to do research, I may be able to write ancient languages." Lagonia's answer made Luke sigh with emotion. Ancient linguists are indeed ancient linguists. What if the demon tyrant knows 5 ancient languages? No matter how many ancient languages you know, they are a fixed number. If you can't make sentences, you can't develop new ancient languages. Now among the 5 ancient civilizations, let alone creating new languages. Even the ancient languages that once existed have been lost in large numbers due to the inheritance gap caused by the war. Laconia can write ancient languages, so he can create applicable magic at will according to his needs. Even if the artifact is lost, he can reach the comprehensive strength of 6 stars. If he has the artifact, I don't know how high his strength can be pushed by his ability to create magic freely. What a great man! When Luke sighed in his heart, he did not forget to talk about the purpose of recruiting Laconia from the city of Raging Waves to the city of St. Louis. Master Laconia, I now have a very good research and development project, which is very suitable for your profession. I want to form a research and development team with you as the core. Laconia didn't know what kind of achievements he would make in the future. His previous experience made him very cautious. He asked curiously, "What research project is it?" Luke waved his hand, and a magic projection appeared on the table in front of Laconia. It was the world tree growing in the center of Moon Lake. Now I want to tell you a secret. After listening to it, whether you agree or not, you will be hired by me forever and serve as my chief consultant on ancient languages. Laconia said with some concern, "Can I consider listening to it?" "No." Luke did not give Laconia any chance to refuse, and said directly, "The previous generation of the world tree was destroyed by the 5 ancient civilizations because the world tree had the potential to become a divine artifact, and the 5 ancient civilizations destroyed it when they could not get it. Now Miss Chi Kong has become the Moonlight Queen, sharing the glory and disgrace with the world tree. When the world tree is targeted by 5 ancient civilizations again, it is necessary to upgrade the world tree to a divine weapon as soon as possible to protect it from being destroyed again." Luke's words made Laconia forget the risks involved, and her whole mind was dizzy and hot. The world tree can be promoted to a divine weapon. Laconia knew very well what it meant for the world tree to become a divine weapon now that the 5 great divine weapons were lost. More importantly, the new divine weapon represents a new ancient language department, and the professional counterparts made Laconia ignore the risks behind it. "My Lord Marquis, do you want me to develop the ancient language department of the world tree?" "Yes. I really can't think of anyone in this world who is more suitable for this job than you." Laconia stood up and saluted Luke. "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for giving me this job. I am very happy to be responsible for developing the ancient language of the world tree. Whenever I go to the Moonlight Court, I can leave today." Luke pressed Laconia, who was eager to go to the Moonlight Court, to sit down again. Developing the ancient language of the world tree in the Moonlight Court will only accelerate the destruction of the World Tree. Originally, I planned to set up the World Tree Ancient Language Research Institute in Raging Waves City. But now I have to set it up in St. Louis City. Your laboratory is here. This study room contains all the information related to ancient languages that I can find. All the equipment and books in your Raging Waves City will be delivered soon. Laconia noticed the bookshelf behind Luke. There were about 5 rows of bookshelves filled with books. Mr. Marquis, we have no way to prove the usefulness of the ancient language we designed if we are far away from the World Tree. I will solve this problem. Qi pushed the door open and walked in. The cold air she brought made the thermometer on the desk drop several scales. She sat down at the desk and said coldly, "As the Queen of Moonlight, I can communicate with the World Tree from a distance. You can leave the verification of the ancient language to me." A red-skinned hand stretched out from the wall and closed the door that Qi had opened. Then the shadows on the wall gathered into a demon tyrant and walked out. He came to the desk and sat down. Looking at Laconia with admiration, "I heard the Marquis mentioned you. As a troll, I was surprised that you could read and write. But I didn't expect you to be able to interpret ancient languages independently. If you were in our time, you would be respected as a high priest in any civilization." A demon scared Laconia so much that she almost slipped off the chair. "Evil demon." Luke smiled and said, "It should not be a secret that Miss Qi has subdued a demon." At this time, the demon tyrant snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Luke continued, "This is the demon tyrant. He experienced the ancient war and learned 5 ancient languages during the war. His own demon language is still good. I don't know how many words he has mastered, but it will definitely be of great help to your research." Then Qi released the Dragon Ball and introduced, "This is Bonot, a giant dragon that died in an ancient war and is now our remaining dragon soul. He also knows 5 ancient languages, especially dragon language." The demon tyrant stared at the floating Dragon Ball. With red light in his eyes, "It was you who told Qi my real name. Which dragon are you?" Bennett teased the demon tyrant. "Guess? Believe it or not. I will flatten you now. Guess whether I believe it or not." The demon tyrant was not angry, but smiled. "I know who you are. Your personality has not changed at all. It doesn't matter who I am anymore. I have completed the inheritance. I am Tao Tai, and Tao Tai is me." Luke patiently waited for the 2 comrades in the ancient war to reminisce about the past, and waited for Laconia to finish a cup of tea to calm her nerves. Then he said, "Here are all the members of the World Tree Ancient Language Development Team. Master Laconia is the leader of this development team and is responsible for the formulation and implementation of all development plans. Do you have any objections?" Qi said, "No one is more qualified than Master Laconia for this position. World Tree and I will fully cooperate with all the work of the development team." Bonot said, "Miss Qi told me about Master Laconia's achievements. Even in ancient times, he was qualified to become the chief priest of the Dragon Clan and be responsible for the compilation of ancient dragon language. It should be an honor for all of us that he is the leader of our team." Demon Tyrant, "I have no meaning. But I heard that the angels are coming to St. Louis City. Their noses are very sensitive, especially when they detect demons in this city." Luke said, "The angels are not coming to St. Louis City for you. Of course, during this special period, you'd better be honest and don't let them catch you. Let me tell you a little more information. Miss Qi and I saw the Sword of Oath not long ago. Although it was just a projection of his power, he had noticed us." Hearing the Sword of Oath, the demon tyrant's momentum suddenly shrank by half a point. "I will hide quietly and won't cause you any trouble." Luke was very satisfied with the attitude of the demon tyrant. "Leave the angels and the shining gold people to me and Miss Qi. Your task is to develop the ancient language of the World Tree as soon as possible." Qi added, "The World Tree was promoted to a divine weapon, and the corresponding ancient language may be the key. What I can be sure of is that during the existence of the previous generation of the World Tree, it had already interpreted everything in the world, and now its cognition has been inherited by the current World Tree. The corresponding ancient language should be the key to opening this treasure house." Chapter 397 Dragon Form. The World Tree Ancient Language Development Team has been formally formed, with members including the troll linguist Laconia, Qi, Meteor, Demon Tyrant, and Dragon Soul Bonot. When arranging their respective tasks, Laconia suddenly asked Luke, "Mr. Marquis, should we give our team a name?" "Name? I really hadn't thought about it before." Luke said to Qi, I think Her Majesty the Queen should have the most say in the name of this team. Qi did not refuse. She said, recently I read an ancient legend about the world tree. Every leaf on the world tree corresponds to every star in the night sky. Perhaps it is true that the moon and the starry sky have such a deep bond with the world tree. What we are about to do is to lift the curtain covering the starry sky of the world tree and let it shine on the whole world. How about the name of our team Dusk? Dusk represents the coming of the night sky. Luke thought it was very vivid, but a little unlucky. But the demon tyrant praised, this name is good and auspicious. Luke looked at the demon tyrant. Is the devil superstitious? The troll Laconia also said that this name is good, for us trolls. Night is hunting time. At dusk, the priests in the tribe will dance the hunting dance and pray that they can catch enough prey at night. I support using Dusk as the name of our team. Of course, the decision still needs to be made by the Marquis. 3 of the 5 members said that the name of the team should be Dusk. Luke felt that his and Dragon Soul Bonnet's opinions were no longer important. Okay, our team will be called Dusk. The mission is to develop the ancient language of the World Tree and bring the World Tree into the starry night that belongs to it. Let's get to work. Luke announced the end of this meeting. Laconia first said to Qi, Your Majesty. Just now you said that every leaf on the World Tree corresponds to every star in the night sky, which gave me some inspiration for our development of the ancient language of the World Tree. Perhaps we can try to start from the stars and see if there is any connection between the star traces and the branches and veins of the World Tree. Qi said, Your inspiration is very interesting. Astrology and magic has detailed star map. Astrology has a deeper interpretation and application of star map. And secret arts also involve a lot of star map, from which the secret language is derived. Astrology itself is a very complex language. The veins of the World Tree are infinite storage. We can indeed find out if there is any connection between them. Bonnet said, I have seen the spiritual starry sky of Her Majesty the Queen. That starry sky is more spectacular than the starry sky we can see now. And many stars that are difficult to observe are very clear. Now that I think about it, the galaxy running through the sky seems to represent the trunk of the World Tree. The stars scattered in the sky correspond to the leaves of the World Tree. And the moon by the galaxy should be Her Majesty the Queen. Regardless of whether astrology can be used to write the ancient language of the World Tree, it is a very worthwhile research direction. Qi said, Neither the tyrant nor Laconia have seen my spiritual starry sky. I invite you to enter, which may bring more inspiration. Laconia, the tyrant said, Thank you for the invitation from Her Majesty the Queen. Relax your minds and connect with my spiritual starry sky. Laconia and the demon tyrant entered a meditative state, and the Ba Dragon Ball disappeared. Qi blinked at Luke. I am going to cancel the awakening state, and let Qi accompany you on your business. Is this double happiness? Without waiting for Luke's response, Qi was handed over to him. Luke looked at Qi, not thinking too much about the double happiness, but savoring the other words she said, seemingly casually. But each sentence seemed to have a deep meaning. It was like intentionally guiding the development of the ancient language system of the World Tree to the astrology. And why did she deliberately add a prefix to Qi name? Just to deepen the connection between our spiritual power? How many secrets do you have? Qi did not answer. Why can't you say it clearly? Qi still did not answer. Luke could only smile bitterly and leave the study with Qi. The study was restricted, and a group of trusted spies were stationed to prevent anyone from disturbing Laconia and the demon tyrant who were meditating. Luke and Qi came to an underground secret room, where a set of secret rituals had been arranged. 24 fire pillars made of dragon bones were inserted on the 4 walls. The fire pillars were hollow and filled with geocentric mercury. This mercury came from the deep sea trenches, where a creature called mercury clam secreted it. In order to get enough geocentric mercury, Lady Tasia not only sent her own people into the dangerous trenches to collect it, but also offered a large reward to recruit warriors from other Naga tribes. It is difficult to count how much sacrifice and money were paid. After more than a year of continuous collection, the 24 fire pillars were finally filled. Then, there are the Mistflower Crystal, Navellin's Tears, the other Shorewood, the Moon Nectar. A red dragon's spine is bent into a circle as the core of the ritual array. The red dragon's spine is painted with dragon blood ink runes. The bone spurs are polished into buckles and hung with horseshoes. Luke entered the secret room and turned over the red dragon's spine. A bright red dragon heart was placed in the crystal plate in the middle of the array. This is the heart of the real red dragon Nirkalin. even though he has been dead for a long time. The heart is still fresh, as if it had just been dug out. Luke walked to the dragon's heart, took out a sharp dagger, and split the dragon's heart in half from the middle. The horseshoe on the bone spur vibrated violently. The jingling rhythm carried magic ripples, reverberating in the room. The magic ripples touched the dragon bone torch, and the geomercury inside surged up, painting the dragon bone torch in mercury from the inside out. Then the silver fire burned. Next step. Luke took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and then turned the dagger upside down and pointed it at his chest. But he didn't have the courage to stab it. Qi Kong. Qi Kong appeared in front of Luke, and Luke handed the dagger to her. Only you can help me. After saying that, Luke realized that he was talking to himself, and couldn't help laughing. Without any more nonsense, Qi Kong took the dagger and stabbed Luke's chest. According to Luke's current physical strength, even a sharp blade would find it difficult to pierce his skin. But this dagger was made specifically for this ritual, and the tip of the blade is made of special alchemical materials, which is extremely sharp. It is to perfectly cut the dragon's heart. The instant stabbing pain and chest tightness almost made Luke faint. But this ritual cannot use anesthesia, but requires one to concentrate on the whole process carefully. The body is ready for blood transplantation, and the mind needs to be prepared as well. Luke tried his best to stabilize his body, relying on his physique to endure the pain of digging his heart. Strength is not something that can be easily obtained. I inherited the blood of the troll first, and then the blood of the lava stone demon. Just for this moment, Qi Kong's hand was steady. She cut a hole in Luke's chest, reached in and pulled out a still beating heart. Blood flowed down Qi Kong's hand. She swung the dagger to cut off all the blood vessels on the heart, and then used ice to block the blood. Qi Kong squatted down holding Luke's heart. The fist-sized human heart formed a sharp contrast with the huge dragon heart. Qi Kong took the dagger and split the heart in his hand into two. The horseshoe on the spinal spur shook even more violently. The magic ripples formed dense shock waves, and the mercury flowing out of the dragon bone torch turned bloody. The outer layer of the silver fire was attached with a layer of blood fire, and the fire was even stronger and fiercer. Qi Kong chanted the spell and placed the two halves of the heart in his hand symmetrically in the open dragon heart. The dragon heart gradually closed in the spell. The wound healed and then beat again. At this point, the subject of the secret technique was completed. The next step was to recite the secret language. But Luke, who lost his heart, did not recite the secret language for a long time. The emptiness in his chest made his thoughts drift away. All the things that happened were like a reverse movie playing in his mind. The self in the story had a strong sense of strangeness. The self before the crossing would never have thought that the self after the crossing would be like that. Luke opened his eyes and saw that Qi Kong seemed to have turned into his own appearance. Two selves. Which one is the real me? Luke knew that he was in a state of confusion. This is the risk of this kind of secret technique. So he needs to improve his strength and adaptability to strength step by step. But even though he knew that he was in a state of confusion, he was entangled by all kinds of demons, and it was difficult to get rid of it. Even if the vitality of the lava stone demon bloodline is strong, it cannot withstand the heart leaving the body for a long time. Must survive. Must get rid of it. Luke kept giving himself psychological hints. Qi Kong walked forward and kissed him affectionately. Luke widened his eyes, and Qi Kong turned into Agatha, then into Dale, Ian, Kalina, Darakova, and even Queen Christina. Hallucination. Luke blinked hard and saw Qi Kong still standing there with a smile on his face. Qi Kong? Luke, who had an epiphany, immediately recited the symbol that only he and she knew in his mind. Luke stood under the starry sky. Qi Kong was standing in front of him, and the connection was gone. Luke didn't know what state he was in now. Whether this was the real spiritual starry sky or his own hallucination. Which Qi Kong are you? Which one is you? As Qi Kong asked. Another Luke also appeared here. He was wearing the home clothes before the time travel, with a decadent feeling of otaku. Luke replied, "It's all me. One is me before, and the other is me now. The environment has changed me, but I am still me. I am me too. One is me before awakening, and the other is me after awakening. And you have changed me. If the clear sky is just the clear sky, what is the point of you asking me to remember it? It exists for a reason. Without this star, there would be no starry sky. Just like without a meteorite, there would be nothing created by the meteorite. What secrets do you have? We have plenty of time. You can slowly discover it. It would be meaningless to tell you everything. Read out the secret words quickly. You are very weak now. With a dragon roar, Cao Tai swooped down from the starry sky in the moonlight. Luke recited the secret words at this moment. Your heart is connected to my heart. Dragon form. In the spiritual starry sky, Cao Tai hit Luke head first. In the secret room, the raging fire burst out from Luke's body, forming a fire tornado that expanded in circles. In the burning flames, the spine of the red dragon turned into ashes in an instant. Under the influence of the fire tornado, the mystical auxiliary words also turned into smoke and dust in the flames. The dragon bone torches exploded one by one, and the blood-stained mercury fell to the ground with the fire, and then gathered at Luke's feet along the carved array pattern. Soon the mercury wrapped Luke's whole body. In the crystal plate at his feet, the beating dragon heart floated up in the burning fire, and turned into ashes, and peeled off layer by layer. But the dragon heart beat more and more, and the color became more crystal clear. When the dragon heart became the size of a human heart, it was like a forged glass, exuding a textured luster. The dragon heart floated to the position of Luke's heart, and the heart in the fire no longer changed, but moved closer to Luke's chest. The heart touched the flowing blood-colored mercury, and sank into it bit by bit. As the heart beat, ripples appeared on the surface of the mercury. In front of Luke, Qi Kong always stood there, with a layer of ice armor attached to her body to block the invasion of high temperature. As a dragon-shaped flame rose and bloomed, the flowing mercury turned into a hard shell. As the fire gradually subsided, cracks appeared on the hard shell, and then it fell off piece by piece. It was as if he had broken out of his cocoon and was reborn. Luke's temperament inside was completely different from before. He closed his eyes, and a strong dragon power radiated outward. Between breaths, the illusory flame layer expanded and contracted around him. On his chest, the wound in front of his heart disappeared without a trace, and his strong muscles were angular, like pieces of armor. His eyes suddenly opened. The left eye was an activated thunder-falling fire pupil, and the right eye was a dragon eye vertical pupil. Then armor components appeared in the space around him, and were combined and nested on his body. The armor is red with gold edges, and the flames form a cloth-like lining. The dragon helmet falls on the head, and the greedy red dragon spear is held in the hand. The fire circle surrounds the feet. Thunder and lightning wander on the outer layer of the armor. Luke takes a deep breath and exhales, and the fire head erupts from the connection of the armor. A sense of power. This is a sense of power that the lava stone demon bloodline cannot experience. Luke feels that there is infinite power in his body, just like the feeling when he controls Qi Kong. Facing any opponent, there is the confidence to dare to fight. From the heart, it is the desire to fight the strong. Qi Kong, do you want to be my opponent? Qi Kong smiled and said, of course. But you are not my opponent yet, so be prepared to be beaten. Also, this set of armor is really beautiful. Luke raised his arm and looked at the armor on his body. This set of secret language does not come with armor. It should be transformed by Cao Tai. Its bloodline is the same as mine, and it should have produced an unknown resonance. I can try to see if your armor is hard enough. Chapter 398 New Strength. Okay. Then let's see how much effort you need to defeat me now. Luke swung his gun, and the gunfire mixed with sparks flew everywhere. After experiencing chaos and waking up, he no longer considered his past and present, and at the same time, he no longer distinguished between Qi Kong and Qi Kong in his heart. I am me. She is her. Qi Kong will eventually become one and become the only one. It's just that the mark left by her now is a starry sky that opened up for her in my spiritual universe. Qi Kong, who was in tune with Luke, felt the psychological transformation of Luke. Only a mature mind can control stronger power, and only a soul without gaps can fully exert its power. Qi Kong took out a few mysterious props and clamped them between his fingers, and used hand seals to form a formation. Secret language. The secret technique of the secret room in the advanced training ground was opened, and it turned into an empty square with shaking light curtains on the four walls. The advanced training ground can last for 10 minutes. And I will be your sparring partner with the strength of level 100. Qi Kong drew out the double swords from his waist, and the fighting spirit filled the entire training ground with a chill. I'm ready. So just attack first. Rain fell with ice and snow, and a white ice layer formed on the ground and spread towards Luke. Luke's armor let out a dragon roar, and the mask of the dragon helmet fell. The fire whirlwind under his feet spread outward, suppressing the ice rain and ice layer and preventing them from moving forward. The thunder roared and the lightning flashed in the air with sparks. The dragon's might became stronger, forming the image of a red dragon ascending. Luke chanted a spell. His legs were wrapped in lightning and rockets were boosted. And he rushed to Qigong after his shadow. The Tan Qilong spear burst out with dazzling highlights, shaking with dazzling gun flowers, and stabbed at Qigong. At the same time, a large fireball flew out from Luke's back, drawing a large arc in the air like a fairy scattering flowers, and bombarded Qigong's position. Qigong, who wanted to test Luke's real combat power, did not dodge. Her body was attached with ice armor, and the armor surface exploded layer by layer to hit the fireball in the opposite direction. The ice crystal eye was opened, and Luke's spear was seen through. One scimitar hooked the tip of the greedy red dragon spear and swung it, and the other scimitar went forward along the handle to cut the front hand holding the spear. The short blade broke the spear. As long as the spearman let go of the front hand holding the spear, the flexibility of holding the spear with the back hand would be greatly reduced. Luke, who opened the thunder fire eye, also saw the way of Qigong. But Qigong's agility was too high, and seeing clearly did not mean that he could avoid it. Fortunately, the characteristics of his bloodline are high physical strength and high defense. Luke's front hand holding the spear was already attached to armor, and a dragon claw was attached to the hand again. Qigong's scimitar cut a line of sparks on the back of his hand, but failed to force him to let go. Then, Luke relied on his superior strength to press Qigong's knife and force the spear head to turn around and sweep it. The fire blade shot out, and a thick lightning penetrated it. In one round, Qigong gave up the idea of competing with Luke in strength. It was obviously unwise to compete with a dragon in strength. Qigong used space skills to teleport out of Luke's attack area, and then flashed behind him. He spun in the air and kicked, hitting Luke's side face. After this heavy blow, Luke only staggered. He first used a back-carrying spear to stab Qigong behind him, and released a wave of fire to attack his body indiscriminately. Luke's spear stabbed into the air, and Qigong, who appeared instantly, was also affected by the fire wave and could not launch an accurate attack. Ice surface appeared under Qigong's feet. She slid nimbly at the speed of Luke's turn, not letting Luke face her head-on. Whenever she had a chance, she would quickly charge forward to attack, and then quickly retreat to keep a distance. Luke used fire to chase the ice surface created by Qigong to limit her movement space. When Qigong attacked, he would block it if he could, and if he couldn't, he would use the high defense and defensive spells of the dragon armor to resist it. At the same time, the length advantage of the Tan Qi dragon spear allowed him to better keep a distance from Qigong, making it difficult for Qigong to use her flexibility advantage in close combat. However, Luke used all his abilities to face Qigong. As the battle progressed, his familiarity with power also increased his combat effectiveness. No matter how Luke improved, Qigong looked like he had some strength left. At least Qigong didn't use her ability to control time. 10 minutes passed quickly. Luke, who was a little anxious, didn't hit Qigong once, but was attacked by Qigong repeatedly. Seeing that the time for the advanced training ground was about to end, Luke recited the ancient golden language. The golden-laid dragon armor turned into golden armor, and the armor looked thicker. The greedy red dragon spear also turned into a golden spear, and even the flames and lightning turned into gold. The dragon's might turned into golden light, like an emperor dominating the world. Qigong also recited the ancient golden language. The slightly slender golden armor showed her beautiful figure. Stardust Chenjian retracted his scimitar and held a golden sword in his hand, using the power of the dragon clan and the shining gold man at the same time. You bully me. I will add the power of the angel. You should not mind. The golden sword in Qigong's hand was covered with a layer of holy flame. I was bullied by you for 10 minutes. With this last blow, I must win back around. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Luke took the lead in charging, and his heavy armor made his steps extremely heavy, heading towards a heavy tank that was charging. But his speed was not affected by the heavy armor, and the golden flame sprayed behind him like a rocket booster. Then a pair of golden dragon wings stretched out behind him, and after flapping the wings, the man was pushed into the air. He held the greedy red dragon spear in both hands, folded the dragon wings, and the rocket boost made him fall faster. He swung the spear up and chopped it down heavily, like a meteorite crashing down in a golden light. The momentum of the all-out attack made Qigong feel the pressure like a mountain pressing down on his head. Hey, You will smash this secret space. This is your basement. But the momentum of the heavy attack was already formed and could not be stopped. Qigong quickly pulled her strength to the highest level. She soared into the air, holding the sword with both hands, and swung it to meet Luke's spear. At the moment when the sword and the spear intersected, a powerful energy collision spread. The secret training ground, which was originally prepared for this kind of high-intensity training, was shattered in an instant by the impact. The room returned to its original state, but Qigong and Luke disappeared. Only a slight vibration shook the entire main building. On the top of a hill outside St. Louis City, Luke and Qigong appeared. The shockwaves spread outward with them as the center, cutting off all the grass and trees in the way like a sickle. Luke pressed Qigong and hit the top of the mountain hard, and gravel and smoke rose up for a while. Does this count as a win for me? In the deep pit created by the smash, Qigong lay at the bottom of the pit, holding a sword in front of her chest, and Luke pressed a wheel gun on her body. If we don't need to divide most of the energy to control the transformation of time and space, we should change our positions. Hey, can you get up first? Do you know how heavy your double armor is? Sorry. Luke stood up quickly, removing the armor layer by layer. He jumped out and looked at the mountain in front of him and asked, "Where is this place?" Qigong removed the armor and walked up. Seeing Luke shirtless, he took out a piece of clothing from his space backpack and gave it to him. "We are in the western mountainous area of St. Louis City. Do you know how dangerous your all-out attack just now was? If I hadn't teleported us out in time, the villa you just got from Agatha would have been completely destroyed." Luke, wearing clothes, said indifferently, "I don't know the power of my attack, but I know your strength. Although I quickly adapted to the strength with you, I was very upset to be beaten all the time." Luke's casual answer made Qigong smile meaningfully. "It seems that you have completely gotten rid of your initial grudge against me and regard me as the person you trust the most." Again, Luke was a little helpless to Qigong, who teased him from time to time. This time the improvement of bloodline made me understand a lot of things. No matter how many secrets you have, you and I can't live without each other. And no one will hurt each other. If you don't want to tell your secrets, don't tell them. We have plenty of time to slowly turn them into secrets between the two of us. Qigong looked at Luke and said with a smile, "You? No wonder so many girls like you. Who will you choose in the end?" Qigong's question reminded Luke of the illusion he saw during the chaos. The faces of the girls emerged one by one. "I wonder if the noise we just made caused any chaos." Luke summoned Taohai to ride on it, and then reached out to Qigong. "Let's go back before the incident gets out of hand." Qigong, who didn't get an answer, didn't ask any more questions. She grabbed Luke's hand and jumped onto Taohai's back. Taohai cried out, jumped up and flapped its wings to fly. The vibration of the main building did cause quite a bit of chaos. This is the Marquis' mansion in Niteo City, where the most powerful people in the entire empire live. A vibration here may be an earthquake in the empire. Fortunately, Luke came back in time and stopped his men who tried to blast into the secret room. Then came the summary of this bloodline inheritance. Qigong, who had fought with Luke once, had the most say. The dragon race's bloodline inheritance was very complete. And the dragon race was indeed one of the most perfect and limited extraordinary creatures in the world. Strength, magic, endurance, and defense were all top-notch. The unexpected resonance with Taohai gave him another boost in strength. Qigong rated Luke's strength at this time as 5.5 stars, which was the same level as Dean Wilred. But Luke couldn't bring out his true strength yet. First of all, his adaptability to the newly acquired power was still very low, and he didn't know how to use his brute force. You are clumsy, and can only defeat your opponent with force. This fighting style is very powerful, but it is a tough nut to crack when you meet an opponent of the same level. You still need more training. Of course, I am the best sparring partner. I will train you well, just like you trained me in the game. Luke corrected immediately. I didn't train you. I should train you. Okay, even if it is training. When facing Luke alone, Qigong was completely true to her nature. She stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. Second, Qigong's knowledge has given you a sufficient theoretical foundation. But you can't put the theory into practice like I do. You have a huge database, and your magic and skills are not as good as those of an apprentice. Luke said in agreement, yes. When controlling Qigong, everything is like instinct. When I release magic, although I know how to release it, there is always a little lag. When I was in Dongdu, I knew all the knowledge of steam science. But when I needed it, I had to ask Qigong for help. Therefore, you need to make up for it. Qigong took out a pair of glasses and put them on his nose. Turn what you think you know into what you really know. Luke rejected the class when he heard about it. Is it necessary to be so troublesome? Anyway, all this knowledge is in my mind, and I can experience it slowly. You know I'm very busy. Qigong, who was very interested in training Luke, said with a sly smile, I am Professor Qigong of Ulu College. I am very experienced in teaching students, and can definitely teach you the most useful things in the shortest time. 1 hour a day. Half an hour to beat you. Half an hour to teach you. You will soon become stronger. Before Luke agreed, someone outside the door announced, Marquis, Princess Dale is visiting. Let her in. Looking at Qigong again, she had disappeared, and her glasses were placed on the table. Soon Princess Dale was brought in by the attendant, looking a little disappointed. Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you? Luke. Dale sat opposite Luke. I came here this time to ask you to fulfill your promise to me. Luke poured a glass of low-alcohol honey-fruit wine for Princess Dale and asked, Are you sure you want to leave? Dale drank the honey-fruit wine and said slowly, I have been thinking about this these days. Sister Agatha is very good. Professor Qigong is very good. And you are also very good. I can't bear to leave you. But such a big thing happened in the palace, which makes me have wild thoughts every day and fall into sadness every night. You are all people who do great things. But I am not. I can hardly bear it. Staying away from here is the only way I can think of. Princess Dyer lowered her head, tears dripping into the teacup. Luke knew that Dyer was very smart, and she would definitely guess that Fania was not the only one who died in the palace on the day of the coup. Now Augustine the Great was not unable to show up due to illness, but had died in the coup. They were not just the eldest prince and the emperor. In the kind-hearted Dyer's heart, they were a brother and a father. Father and brother killed each other. I don't know how Dyer has been through these days. We ignored you. Sorry. Luke apologized to Dyer. If you want to leave here and change your mood, I can arrange it and do it. Where do you want to go? Emerald Forest. Luke was a little surprised by Dale's choice. The Kingdom of Art. A country dominated by forest elves. It is full of music, sculptures, paintings, poetry. It is simply the dreamland of all intelligent life spirits. Are you sure you want to go to the Emerald Forest? Dale answered affirmatively. I want to study abroad at the Emerald Dream Academy in the Emerald Forest. Luke did not dissuade Dale. Leaving for a while would be a good thing for her. Okay. I will arrange an identity for you. And I will also explain the matter to Her Majesty the Queen and Her Majesty the Princess. The Secret Service will select. Princess Dale said, I will go by myself. Luke paused and changed his words. Go by yourself. No one will follow you. And no one will know you. Chapter 399 Angels and the Golden Man. After several days of preparation, on a rainy day, Princess Dale dragged her suitcase and boarded the train to Raging Waves City alone. There she would transfer to a ship to the Emerald Forest and reach her destination after 2 weeks of sailing. She began her study abroad journey. At Princess Dale's request, no one came to see her off, only a few disguised imperial spies followed quietly. On the same day, a group of angels descended from the sky. A World Bank airship arrived almost at the same time. According to the order of Marquis Meteor, the Golden Shield Empire gave the Golden Man delegation the highest level of welcoming ceremony. Gabriel, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet. Agatha, the Princess of the Empire, the Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, and the Governor of Raging Wave City. Meteor took a group of high-ranking Imperial officials to the Imperial airship takeoff and landing field to welcome them. The Royal Knights rode armored war horses in formation to be reviewed. From the Imperial airship landing field to the Imperial Palace, a large group of citizens were organized to line the streets to welcome them. They waved the Imperial flag and the World Bank's emblem in their hands, and shouted slogans of welcome. Everyone had a smile from the heart. The Golden Man, the World Bank, and a lot of money. No one disliked it. On the other hand, the angels' mission was much quieter. More than a dozen angels descended on the central square of the Empire in a very high-profile manner. And the Empire sent only a few elderly cabinet ministers to welcome them. There was no royal carriage to ride, no royal knights to lead the way, and no crowds to line the streets to welcome them. Only the city garrison sent a military band and a guard of honor to hold a cold welcoming ceremony. Then they took a car to the palace. The route was close to the route of the Golden People's mission to the palace. The difference in treatment made every visiting angel look very ugly. Once upon a time, the angels' arrival was an extremely grand event for the ignorant secular world. The emperor and the king had to come out to greet them personally, and the common people would kneel devoutly on both sides of the road. And now, the muddy road has become a smooth cement road, and the simple stone house has become a high-rise building. Steam buses travel through the city, and the shops on both sides are filled with a wide variety of goods. The clothes on people were not tattered, and their expressions were not pretended elegance, but the confidence brought by a rich life. The unhappiness of being ignored, and the new secular world made the angels in the car look at the scenes on both sides of the road with mixed feelings. We have been away from the secular world for too long. An angel with a square face couldn't help but sigh. He was wearing a white ancient Greek-style cloth robe with complex runes on it with golden silk threads. The pure white wings were folded behind his back, and his whole body exuded a holy halo. His white curly hair did not make him look old at all, but made him look more stable and majestic. The angel sitting side by side with him was slightly younger. He was wearing white angel armor, light golden hair, and a thorn wreath on his head. He looked arrogant and had a heavy sense of oppression. Archangel Gold, you have also seen what the secular world is like now. Everyone is chasing fame and fortune, which has led to moral decline. It's not that we have been away from the secular world for too long, but that justice has been away from them for too long. That's why we came here to build a temple here and shelter the creatures who lack faith under the wings of angels. Maris. Gold called the young angel's name, and the young angel immediately corrected him, as the holy angel of the Holy Inquisition. Please call me by my holy name. Okay. Crown of Thorns. Gold changed his words very casually. Remember the purpose of our descent this time. Building a temple is just a side task. But this is an agreement between the Sword of Oath and the Emperor of the Golden Shield Empire. We can't do that because... Crown of Thorns. Gold stopped Crown of Thorns from saying something he shouldn't say. Building the cathedral in St. Louis City was a decision made by the Holy Inquisition without the consent of the Archangel Conference. Sky City has not yet reached a consensus on whether to return to the secular world. As one of the Archangels, I bear the responsibility given to me by Sky City. Crown of Thorns said young and energetically, executing justice is the real responsibility of angels. You're right. Gold didn't argue with Crown of Thorns, but turned to look at the scenery outside the window. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the newborn angels made the empty Sky City after the war lively again. However, the newly born angels did not experience the cruel war, but were attracted by the heroic performance of the angels in the war. As a product of ancient wars, the Holy Inquisition has always been on the front line of the war, thus attracting many new angels to join. The Holy Inquisition is now almost out of the control of the Sky City Archangel Conference, showing a strong desire to return to the secular world. As one of the Archangels, Gold is too lazy to argue with such a debate. He just wants to complete the mission of this trip. Only angels who have seen the true power of the artifact know how powerful it is. Newborn angels can only use weak divine arts, and have no idea what the artifact means to a civilization. In this era when all 5 artifacts are lost, the revival of the world tree represents the only artifact that may appear. If the angel gets it, will it still be a matter of discussion whether to return to the secular world? Will the angel encounter such indifference when it descends? The young angel simply does not understand. The angel envoys entered the palace in a low-key manner, and then settled in a low-key manner, waiting for the reception of the Queen Regent. On the other side, the members of the Shining Gold Envoy were enjoying the state banquet. Queen Christina attended the reception in person. On the long dining table, exquisite gold utensils were placed with exquisite food. The attendants and maids shuttled back and forth, and the guests and hosts toasted each other, one cup after another. Except for the 2 elders of the Shining Gold Elders Council. The other members of the Shining Gold Envoy worked at the World Bank and were very clear about the various rules of the secular world. No matter how happy they were at the banquet, they didn't talk about business. The Golden Shield Empire gave them enough respect, and they also did a very good job of etiquette. At a state banquet, both sides enjoyed themselves. The Golden Man went to his residence to rest, and the people from the Empire held a royal meeting to assign tasks to everyone. No matter what the purpose of the Golden Man's visit to the Empire was, they had to discuss the results on money first. The money spent on hosting the Golden Man this time should not be wasted. After the meeting, Luke was pestered by Prince MacDonald. Brother. Brother. Prince MacDonald called him brother in an unusually friendly and natural way. He pulled Luke to a secluded corner, took out a box and handed it to him. I brought you some specialties from the Kingdom of Lusion. I hope you like it. When did you come to the capital? Luke asked Prince MacDonald. Took the box and opened it, which was full of precious gems and pearls. I didn't expect that your Kingdom of Luthien is not only rich in food, but also has this kind of specialty. Prince MacDonald smiled at Luke's ridicule. I know that as the governor of Nuteo City, you will definitely not look down on these things. But I bought them with my own money, and they are all my full thoughts. Luke knew that Prince MacDonald must have something to ask of him, since he was spending so much money. So he accepted the box of gems and pearls and asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" When Prince MacDonald saw that Luke accepted his filial piety, he immediately told him what he wanted. I heard in Luthien that my sister, our queen, was appointed as the regent queen by His Majesty. So I came from Luthien specially. I thought that since I was the favored brother of Her Majesty the Queen, I could be an official with real power in the imperial court. I didn't expect that my sister didn't care about the family relationship between us at all. So I thought of you, my elder brother. It's just a matter of your words to arrange something for me to do in the imperial court. Hearing that Prince MacDonald bribed him and made this request, Luke couldn't help but want to laugh. You are the prince of the Kingdom of Lusion. If you want to be an official, go to your father. Her Majesty the Queen needed to avoid suspicion in the early days of regent. So how could she reuse people from the Kingdom of Lusion? Especially her own brother. So this is the reason. After being reminded by Luke, Prince MacDonald suddenly realized and said, "But Big Brother must help me. Just give me an official position." Why? Luke saw that Prince MacDonald was not just looking for an official position. If you don't explain clearly, it will be difficult for me to do it. Seeing that Prince MacDonald was hesitant, Luke took out the box again. I'd better return this thing to you. No. 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 I say. Prince MacDonald had to tell the truth. Vanilla launched a coup and died, which caused a great shock in our Lusion royal family. Inside our royal family, in fact, it's not much better. But no one pays attention. I have made money with my elder brother, and I am responsible for many cooperation projects with the city of Raging Waves. So there are many rumors. I came to the imperial capital to seek refuge with Sister Christina and let her protect me. Luke sneered. Protect you? Protect you and make you King Lusion? Prince MacDonald immediately denied. I don't have this idea. I am satisfied to be the richest prince. Luke put the box away again. No matter what you think, it is right to come to the imperial capital. You are not suitable for serving in the imperial court now. So just follow me first. You won't feel wrong to be my follower for a while. Right? Why would you feel wronged? MacDonald's family consciousness is very high. When he sees an opportunity to curry favor with someone, he will do it immediately, regardless of his status. If I can be the follower of the Marquis of Meteorite, even if you pull me back to inherit the throne now, I will not go back. What a smart person. Okay. I don't have many requirements for my followers. Just follow me and learn more. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I understand. Big brother. If there is anything in the future, just let me do it. Don't treat me as a prince. Come on. Come home with me first. Yes. Marquis. Prince MacDonald got into the state very quickly. But before the two of them left the palace, they met Agatha. And it turned out that Ian was with Agatha. This time, the Golden Man visited the Golden Shield Empire. And Pan and Ian were both members of the delegation. They met Luke at the banquet. But they didn't have much communication. Meteor. Director Ian is looking for you. I was afraid that she would get lost in the palace. So I brought her here. Prince MacDonald. You are here too? The look on Prince MacDonald's face when he saw Agatha was completely different from the look on his face when he saw Luke. Agatha. How can you be so rude? It's okay if you don't call me uncle. But how can you call me my eldest brother's name directly? Call me Marquis of Meteor, Governor of Meteor, or even Uncle Meteor. Agatha stared blankly at Luke and Prince MacDonald, a little confused about their current relationship. Luke said helplessly to Prince MacDonald, I have something to discuss with Her Royal Highness the Princess and Director Ian. Please wait for me in the car outside the palace. Yes, big brother. MacDonald walked away arrogantly. Luke could only smile awkwardly and explain. Prince MacDonald came from the Kingdom of Lusion to ask Her Royal Highness, the Queen, for an official position. I was afraid that he would cause trouble, so I kept him by my side as an attendant. This kid doesn't know the situation in the court. I will teach him a lesson when I return. Agatha knew Prince MacDonald's character. He was very flamboyant during his visit to the imperial capital, fearing that others didn't know that he was the younger brother of the Queen Regent. Even though she was the eldest princess, he didn't take her seriously. But you are probably the only one who can think of letting Prince MacDonald be your follower. And you are the only one who dares to do it. He will follow me to make money in the future. So he will definitely respect me a little. Speaking of making money, Agatha thought of the purpose of her visit to Meteorite. You know Director Ian of the World Bank's Fury City branch in Fury City. I have brought him here. And the rest is up to you. I have something else to do at Rose Manor. So I'll leave first. Agatha left Ian behind, and when she reached the corner, she glanced at the two of them before walking away. Elder Moo wants to meet Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky. I'll arrange it. After 2 sentences, they fell into silence. Ian looked at Luke with eager eyes after seeing each other again after a long absence. After a while, Ian said to Luke, I didn't expect that it would take so long since we last met. From before winter to the end of winter. From Raging Wave City to St. Louis City. You are a senior official of the Golden Shield Empire. And I am a member of the Shining Gold Mission. Luke could feel that Ian was trying his best to control his emotions. And there was a sense of sadness in his words. I left for about 3 months because of work. And I had to stay here because of something that happened in the Imperial Court. It seems that something happened to you? We can talk while walking. As a friend. You can talk to me if you have any troubles. Luke led Ian into a garden. This time, in order to welcome the Golden Man and the angels, the palace used magic to create some flowers, filling the garden with fragrance and beauty. The two walked in the garden, and Ian talked about her own thoughts. The Golden Man has special emotional training to reduce emotional fluctuations and achieve the best twin resonance. But I found out when I arrived in the city of Raging Waves that some emotions are uncontrollable. I can't calm down when my heart beats. At first, I didn't know what it felt like. It came little by little, and grew little by little. It scared me, but it also made me enjoy it like an addiction. I may have touched the biggest taboo of the Golden Man. Chapter 400, People become more intelligent as they grow older. Ian finally knew what her little emotion was. And she also knew that she had violated the biggest taboo of the Shining Gold. Love is the biggest obstacle to the spiritual interaction between the twins of the Shining Gold. Once they fall into it, the Shining Gold is no longer a Shining Gold. Therefore, the Shining Gold has formulated the most severe punishment for this taboo to warn all the tribesmen. Luke wanted to enlighten Ian. After all, Ian was not hopeless yet. And the two did not start this taboo love. Everything can still be saved, as long as this emotion is cut off in time. She is still a Shining Gold. But before Luke could speak, Ian smiled and said, Pan promised to keep the secret for me. And I will suppress this emotion and take it out to taste it when I want to. I won't cause any trouble to anyone. Even if the elders find out, I won't implicate anyone. Ian didn't tell Luke what she wanted to say the most in her heart. She didn't know what kind of answer she would get. After all, the punishment of the Shining Gold Man would implicate him. It's better to hide this emotion in your heart and enjoy it alone as before. Luke didn't know what to say. Since this is your decision, I respect you. But no matter what happens in the future, I will be your best friend. My promise to you is valid at any time. No matter what trouble you find, I will help you solve it. Ian's burden seemed to be released in an instant, and her smile became more natural. Let's not talk about things that destroy the atmosphere. This is the first time I have seen such a magnificent palace. Can you take me around? Of course. You are the most distinguished guest of the Golden Shield Empire. Luke took Ian to tour the palace, and then sent her to the residence of the Golden Man. Just after returning to her residence, Kalina told her that a mysterious old man had visited and had been waiting in the lounge for more than 2 hours. He refused to tell me his name, but judging from his temperament and behavior, he seemed to be an important person. And he sat there motionless for these 2 hours without any impatience. Who is it? After listening to Kalina's description of the visitor's appearance, Luke still couldn't guess the other party's identity. But since the other party has been waiting for him for 2 hours, it is reasonable to meet him. Take him to the study on the 2nd floor. Yes, Lord Marquis. Luke had just sat down in the study on the 2nd floor when the visiting old man was brought in by Kalina. With just one glance, Luke knew the identity of this person. Archangel Gold. There are 14 archangels managing Sky City. Archangel Gold is considered to have a relatively high status among the 14 archangels. He is the main envoy of the angel delegation to visit the Golden Shield Empire. The current Archangel Gold is not wearing an angel robe. but a fashionable gentleman's suit. And his angel wings are also hidden. No wonder Kalina can't see his angel. Although Luke saw Gold's identity, he did not point it out. Please take a seat. Mysterious guest. My time is very tight. Please introduce yourself first, and then explain the purpose of this visit. Thank you. Marquis Meteor. Gold sat down opposite the desk. Then took out a cross dagger. A small crystal bottle hung on the handle of the dagger. And the bottle was filled with water emitting holy white light. I am an exorcist. When I passed by, I found that there was a strong demonic atmosphere here. Demons are extremely evil creatures. They will confuse people's minds, and slowly devour people's souls. Please let me destroy him, and return peace to you. Luke didn't expect that a great angel would pretend to be a charlatan with him. After the naval battle with Leo, everyone knows that there is a demon serving a sentence here. If you feel the breath of a demon here, it must be that unlucky guy. I don't have any demons for you to exorcise. If there is nothing else, I will have someone send you out. Gold finally saw the meteorite. How could he be driven out with just 2 words? I have heard rumors about this demon. He was subdued by the elf queen of clear sky and was detained. But demons are demons, and any of their promises cannot be trusted. As long as they have the opportunity, they will do evil. Eliminating them is the most correct way. If you like to eliminate demons so much, why don't you go to hell? There are demons everywhere. Enough for you to improve your performance. Gold was not angry because of Luke's ridicule. He still said sincerely, exorcists are responsible for saving the world. As long as the demons in hell do not harm the secular world, they are not our targets. The Marquis did not let me eliminate this demon. Is it because of the Queen of Clear Sky? You can let me meet the Queen of Clear Sky. I believe Her Majesty will listen to my advice. Gold's purpose of coming was finally revealed. Luke smiled and said, the Queen of Clear Sky is very busy recently, and she will meet the Elder Pastor of the Shining Gold first. And then it will be your turn. Archangel Gold. Gold was stunned. He didn't expect that his identity could be easily seen through by Meteor. I don't understand. I haven't come to the secular world for hundreds of years. I didn't tell anyone my identity when I came to St. Louis City today. How did you recognize me? Luke crossed his legs and said cautiously, Archangel Gold. Don't you see what I do? The Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau is responsible for collecting intelligence. If even you can't recognize it, wouldn't my salary be in vain? Gold knew that Meteor was talking nonsense. No matter how powerful the Golden Shield Empire Secret Intelligence Bureau was, it would be impossible for it to get intelligence to Sky City, since the Marquis is unwilling to tell the truth. I won't ask. I am visiting as an ordinary person. It is a secret visit. I have not informed the accompanying angels. And I also asked the Marquis to keep this secret for me. Luke looked at Gold and asked, Of course we can keep it secret. But why do you have to hide it from the angels who are traveling with you? This is our Sky City's internal affairs. Please forgive me for not telling. I came here this time to see if I can meet Her Majesty the Queen of Clear Sky alone through your introduction. Luke still answered as before, No. Who the Queen of Clear Sky will meet first, and what to talk about are all arranged. If we meet you alone, we can't explain to the Shining Gold people. After all, the Golden Man came with investment. But the angels, Luke's silence speaks louder than words. If you have money, you can jump the queue. But if you come with nothing, just wait for the process. Archangel Gold did not give up. It's just a private meeting, not a formal meeting. And about the matter of Emperor Augustine, I think you also need our help to conceal it. Faced with the threat, Luke said unhappily, It is because of the matter of Emperor Augustine that you have the opportunity to enter the palace. Otherwise, you will not be able to see anyone because you killed the Emperor of the Empire. Gold asked, Why did we kill Emperor Augustine? It was obviously Qi Kong. Queen Clear Sky only killed a heroic spirit who tried to use the name of Emperor Augustine to cause chaos in the Empire. The moment his body died, our great Emperor died. If the Sword of Oath had not casually given His Majesty a set of heroic spirit armor, His Majesty would never have been willing to make his body look like that. And he could still live for a long time, transforming a healthy person into a heroic spirit. What is the difference between your practice and the devil collecting souls? Faced with Luke's rebuke, Archangel Gold had no rebuttal, although he didn't know the details of the whole process. Just based on the known information, the Sword of Oath did violate conventions, and gave a set of heroic spirit armor to a person whose body was far from the dying stage. It can be said that it was this set of heroic spirit weapons that prompted Emperor Augustine to abandon his body and transform himself into a heroic spirit. If there is a responsibility, Sky City has an unshirkable part. Archangel Gold immediately corrected his mistake. We will not participate in any disputes within the Golden Shield Empire during our visit this time. We will only discuss the construction of a temple in St. Louis City. And our real purpose is to talk to Queen Clear Sky about the compensation for the damage to the previous generation of the World Tree. Gold said that he would not talk nonsense about Emperor Augustine. And Luke also stopped when he saw the good. And it would not be good for anyone to make things too awkward. Yes, let us solve the internal affairs of the Empire ourselves. As the Prime Minister of the Queen of Moonlight Court, I am very pleased that Sky City is willing to compensate for the destruction of the World Tree. Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky once said, asking for compensation is not the purpose of our claim this time. How to use this incident as a warning to prevent this from happening again is our real intention. The new World Tree is still very weak and cannot be compared with the World Tree in the past. We must take precautions and not let the tragedy happen again. If the World Tree is extinct, it will be a loss to the whole world. Archangel Gold said with approval, yes. As the oldest extraordinary species, the World Tree must be strictly protected. If the Moonlight Court agrees to Sky City building a temple near the World Tree, Sky City can send angels to protect the World Tree. Luke knew the real purpose of the angels, and he pretended to refuse. No. Her Majesty wants to maintain the status quo of the Moonlight Court, and external factors may damage the World Tree, especially in the ancient war. Your 5 civilizations all participated in the war to destroy the World Tree. The new Moonlight Tree King inherited from the previous generation of the World Tree, and the Angel's Temple may make it unhappy. Gold knew that the relationship between Meteor and the elf Clear Sky was very deep, and if he wanted to see the Queen of Clear Sky, he had to pass this level. He said to Luke, as long as the Marquis can make this happen, Sky City will definitely prepare a separate thank you for you. It is said that people become smarter when they get old, and angels are also smarter when they get old. Old Gold knows this about the secular world very well. Luke immediately smiled. I am not looking for any thanks, but I must be careful in my words and deeds in my position. Doing it right may not necessarily have any benefits, but doing it wrong will definitely have disadvantages. The Queen of Clear Sky is the fierce war song of the elves. She has dedicated her life to the World Tree. Now she is the Queen of Moonlight. Even if I have a very good relationship with her, I cannot agree to anything about the World Tree at will. But angels are the embodiment of justice. Even if the war caused the damage to the World Tree, it must have been the devil who started it first. The angels just accidentally hurt innocent people. Luke blamed the devil without any guilt. Archangel Gold said reluctantly, yes. None of us wanted that to happen. But war always affects innocent people. We have always reflected deeply on the harm to the World Tree. Now that the World Tree is revived, the angels want to protect it to the best of our ability. Luke smiled and said, leave it to me. The order of the formal meeting cannot be changed. We cannot let the shining gold feel neglected. But I will try to arrange a private secret meeting between you and Her Majesty the Queen of the Clear Sky. And I will do my best to facilitate the construction of a temple in the Moonlight Royal Court. After all, the tree people who protect the World Tree are still saplings, and having angels to protect them is more reassuring than anything else. With the promise of the meteorite, the purpose of Archangel Gold's visit was achieved. He stood up and presented the cross dagger in his hand. This is the dagger in holy water I made by myself, which has a very strong restraining effect on demons. I remind you again that demons are not trustworthy. Don't keep them around. Luke took the dagger in holy water, which were as heavy as a large broadsword. It was obviously made of some special alchemical metal, and was a powerful alchemical weapon. Thank you Archangel Gold for your gift, and thank you for your kind reminder. I also have something to say to you. Before the ancient war, there was no distinction between good and evil creatures. The result of the forced division is that some angels turned into fallen angels, and went to hell. Archangel Gold had experienced the fallen angel incident, and was very clear about the changes in Sky City before and after the war. Goodness can enforce justice, and evil can also enforce justice. Angels have no neutralization of evil, and their good side becomes more and more extreme. Even if the angels before the ancient war restrained each other with the demons, they never regarded destroying the demons as their mission. There were even many angels who had a good relationship with the demons and punished the evildoers in the world together. Angels enforced justice, and the demons obtained delicious souls. The demons at that time did not believe in demons, but trusted angels. At that time, the angels lived very easily, until the Golden Man launched the ancient war. Everything changed. Archangel Gold knew why this change happened. But he knew he could not change anything. Well, please take what I just said as a very ordinary suggestion. Say hello to Her Majesty the Queen of the Clear Sky for me. I look forward to meeting her as soon as possible. Goodbye. Archangel Gold left with great harvest. But before Luke could rest for a while, Kylena came in to report. Director Pan of the World Bank's Fury City branch is visiting. Luke asked, "Is Director Pan here alone?" "Yes, Lord Marquis. Director Eam did not come with us this time." Luke roughly guessed what Pan wanted to talk about. The defeat in the Battle of Samuel Harbor was an extremely serious blow to the Rio Republic. Not only did the current government collapse, but the new government also failed to stabilize the chaotic domestic situation. The Restoration Army of the Lookout took the opportunity to launch a massive attack, sweeping away the troubled Rio Republic. Some speculators in the Rio government began to realign themselves, and the restoration of the Rio Kingdom was almost only a matter of time.